Yunya is desperately clinging to life. She jumped into the river today for a man. Was she rescued? Yes, she was saved, but she's still unconscious. That girl really knows how to cause trouble. She's been married to Chae-hung for half a year, yet she's still obsessed with Scholar Zhang. She keeps causing trouble every few days, and the neighbors are starting to laugh at her. I think Chae-hung shouldn't care about her. If she wants to ruin herself, who can stop her? This morning, Chae-hung went down to the river to rescue her again. She's fine now, but she hurried back to town to work. Otherwise, she might lose her job. A few women were talking as they walked away. Song Seon lay on the bed, staring at the old but clean mosquito net in a daze. It was just a mountain hike, yet she ended up caught in a landslide. It hadn't rained recently, so it must have been fate. It's a pity she worked so hard to get her medical doctorate and finally found a good job. Now it's gone so quickly. She sighed, got up, and looked around the room. The uneven floor was damp and musty. The only window let in some light, with a small table underneath. On it, there was a blurry mirror and a jewelry box. Next to the bed was a wardrobe. In the middle of the room was a table, with all her belongings on it. Song Seon felt hopeless. Others who transmigrated were usually wealthy young ladies or princesses, but she was living in such hardship. This place didn't look like a happy life. According to the memories given by the original owner, her body's previous owner was not an easy person to deal with. Chae-hung was not from Xingshu village. He was from Yinshan County. His hometown was dozens of miles away. Song Seon's father, Song Hongwoo, was a trader who often traveled. 5 years ago, he passed through Chae-hung's hometown and saved Chae-hung from bandits, but he lost his life in the process. Before he died, he couldn't bear to leave his only daughter, Song Seon. So, he entrusted her to the young man he saved. Chae-hung brought Song Hongwoo's body back to Xingshu village. Despite the Song family's scolding and beating, he refused to leave and stayed to take care of Song Seon. The Song family tried every trick to get all of Song Hongwoo's money. The old lady, Lee, raised Song Seon as a useless girl who only ate and caused trouble. If Song Hongwoo didn't give them money, she would incite Song Seon to get angry, saying there was no meat at home without money. Song Hongwoo loved his wife's difficult childbirth and only wanted to earn money to support his family. Song Hongwoo died because of a car accident, and the Song family lost their money. They saw him as a troublemaker, and some family members secretly schemed against him. The original owner hated Kar-hung deeply. Kar-hung worked very hard for the Song family, but never received any kindness. 6 months ago, they even wanted to sell her to be a child bride. Kar-hung quickly decided to ask the village chief for help and married Song Seon. After they married, Kar-hung moved into the old house of the Song family. To prevent Song Seon from causing trouble, she worked in town to earn money for meat, then found a job at a restaurant. Recently, she became the accountant, and the original owner always had enough meat to eat. Despite this, the original owner kept causing trouble, often shouting at Kar-hung or insulting her animals, which made villagers come to demand compensation. Kar-hung worked hard and also cleaned up her messes. What made her angrier was that she still talked about the young scholar Zhang Xiao, who was from the town. He was talented, young, and everyone said he would become an official someday. The original owner kept saying she wanted to marry him. People thought this was just as bad as slapping Kar-hung. Who could accept their wife acting like that? But Kar-hung didn't hit her. Instead, she treated her even better than before and listened to her. Many villagers felt sorry for her. She was capable, good-looking, but kept sticking to Song Seon like a vine. They wondered why she didn't leave. In the 5 years in Xing Tree Village, many young women who wanted to marry her cried over her. Seeing her being so loved, yet she was being eaten away by her own actions, made people sad. The worst part was that she preferred to be eaten by dogs than to look at herself. That made her even more heartbroken. In the end, the original owner's actions led her to ruin. She insisted on marrying Zhang Xiao, but he ignored her. She returned and drowned herself in the river. Kar-hung had a doctor come to check on her. The doctor said she was fine and went back to work at the restaurant. But by then, she had already changed. Song Si-eun recalled everything and sighed deeply. Kar-hung was very patient. Even when the original owner caused trouble, he endured it and continued to treat her well. The original owner was unlucky. She was brainwashed by some members of the Song family. Not only did she send Kar-hang's hard-earned money to the family, but she also helped them squeeze more from Kar-hung. She made Kar-hung work to build a new house for the Song family so that Song Wenjia, her older brother's son, could marry. Song Si-eun shook his head, feeling helpless. This was truly a strange case. The original owner died by drowning, and after she traveled here, she was fine. She got out of bed, moved around, and opened the door to go outside. This is a simple small courtyard with a low fence. Not far away, a few women are talking. When she came out, someone approached and asked, "Yunya, you're awake." Before Chu Hung left, he said that if you woke up, I should make you some food. What do you want to eat? This is Fong Shi, the daughter-in-law of the Li family next door. She often gossips behind the main character's back. Once, the main character overheard her and even fought with her, biting her ear until it bled. In the end, Chu Hung paid for the damage. Fong Shi's reason for making food for Song Si-eun isn't out of kindness, but for money. Chu Hung and the main character are not truly married. Usually, they ask neighbors for help with small matters, and they always have to pay. For example, after Song Si-eun was rescued today, Chu Hung asked Fong Shi to change her clothes. Fong Shi, holding 10 copper coins, was eager to see her wake up so she could earn more money. Song Si-eun shook her head. I'm not hungry. She knew these people were gossiping just now, but now they look very friendly. Their change of attitude is quick. Fong Shi stood there all afternoon, then snorted and said, "Oh, I was just asking." The others dispersed. Song Si-eun patted her stomach and sighed helplessly. She was hungry, but earning money from people who pretend to be kind in front but are unkind behind is too painful. She felt sad. As the sun was about to set, Song Si-eun decided to cook for herself. She looked into the kitchen. The rice jar and flour jar still had supplies, and there was half a jar of lard. In the yard, there was a small vegetable garden with healthy plants. Song Si-eun clapped her hands and said, "I have hands and feet. I can't die of hunger." She was good at cooking, but she had never used a rural stove before. After working in the kitchen for a while, tears and mucus kept flowing from her eyes, and she still couldn't light the fire. She was thinking of waiting for Chu Hung to return before doing anything, but suddenly, a man appeared at the kitchen door. "Are you going to burn the house down?" Song Si-eun's hand trembled, and her fire striker fell to the ground, igniting the firewood. Oh no! It seemed she was about to become a fire starter. Chu Hung quickly stepped forward and stomped out the sparks. Luckily, the fire didn't spread. He had just reached the village entrance when he heard someone say Song Si-eun was awake. He was planning to come back and advise her, but saw smoke coming from their roof. He hurried home, seeing thick smoke in the kitchen, and thought she might have tried to jump into the river, but ended up setting the house on fire. Song Si-eun felt a bit embarrassed. She threw the firewood in her hand and said, "I want to cook, but I don't know how to start a fire. The firewood is too damp, so I can't light it." Chae Hung sighed with relief, put down his belongings, and let her come out of the kitchen. He sat down to start a fire. "I asked Sister Lee from next door to cook for you. Did she not do it?" His tone was cold but clearly showed his concern. Song Si-eun replied, "I asked her for money. Why should I spend my own on food? There are vegetables at home anyway." The fire caught quickly. Chae Hung looked at the flames and then at her. Song Si-eun remembered she had just said the firewood was too damp to burn, and she cleared her throat awkwardly. Chae Hung stared at her. She felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. No matter what, he was a handsome guy, and his intense look made her feel pressured. "Go rest for a while. The food will be ready soon." His voice was very pleasant to hear. He turned his head and carefully watched the fire in the stove. The flickering flames lit up his face. Song Si-eun looked at him clearly. The first thing she noticed was his handsome features, dark, long eyebrows and cold eyes. Despite his stern appearance, he looked very gentle. His features were very delicate, and he was quite tall, but he was a bit too thin, making him look fragile. Okay. She turned and left the kitchen. When she reached the yard, she couldn't help but look back. She hadn't expected that crossing over would bring such surprises. Song Si-yoon shook her head, telling herself not to be infatuated. She needed to think carefully about what to do next. Soon, the meal was served, stir-fried vegetables with pork fat, cornmeal buns, and rice porridge. Although it wasn't as good as in her previous life, given the era, it was quite a feast. Chae-hung had bought some meat, but he remembered the doctor's advice for a light diet, so he didn't prepare meat for her. If she got upset, he thought he could just soothe her first and cook it tomorrow. Song Si-yoon's stomach was growling with hunger. Seeing the food, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Can I eat now? Chae-hung looked at her with some confusion. Song Si-yoon realized that the original owner wasn't so polite. She picked up a cornmeal bun and took a big bite, eating happily and acting carefree. It's really delicious. Your cooking skills are great, she praised sincerely. The noodles were really well made. After saying that, she felt she had spoken too quickly. Playing someone else wasn't so easy. Since that was the case, there was no need to pretend anymore. She might as well just be herself and enjoy her change of attitude. Chae-hung remained silent and started eating. Although he came from a farming background, his manners seemed ingrained in his bones. He ate quietly, small bites, not making a sound, but he wasn't slow either. Song Si-yoon saw that he was not speaking, so she stopped talking too. She thought that they were just living together to get by. If the original owner's father hadn't saved him, he wouldn't care for her so much. It's better not to bother herself with it. She was always bullied and stepped on, had to earn money to support her, worked hard and suffered, and still wasn't appreciated. Just thinking about it made her feel frustrated. They finished their meals silently. Song Si-yoon was about to clean the dishes when Chae-hung stood up.
I can do it, he said.
Song Si-yoon replied, You cooked the meal, so I'll wash the dishes. I can do it, don't worry. She quickly cleaned up the dishes and took them away. Chae-hung watched her back, lost in thought, wondering if she wanted to break the dishes to get back at him. But no sound of dishes dropping was heard from the kitchen. He looked in from the door. Song Si-yoon rolled up her sleeves and washed the dishes properly. When she saw him watching, she looked up and smiled at him. Chae-hung looked surprised, nodded at her, then turned to do something else. Today, Song Si-yoon's wet clothes hadn't been washed yet. He poured water and sat in the yard washing clothes. When she brought out the dishes, he was just washing a cloth diaper. It wasn't her clothes, but when their eyes met, it felt a little awkward. I can do it. Song Si-yoon tried to take over. Chae-hung didn't stop her. He gave her his seat, but he didn't leave, probably worried she wouldn't know how to wash. The original owner was a delicate young lady who never touched water, but she didn't have that kind of life. She often blamed Chae-hung for her father's death, thought he was useless, and couldn't let her live a good life. Thinking of what the original owner usually said, Song Si-yoon felt embarrassed and wanted to hide. Chae-hung thought she might have suddenly changed her attitude because she wanted to help the Song family build a house. You can buy whatever you want. I will do my best to take care of you. But the Song family is using you. Don't just listen to your grandmother crying. The money Uncle Song earns has already paid back her kindness. I can't take care of you well and also build a new house for the Song family. Song Si-yoon knew he misunderstood. She looked up and asked, Why build a house for them? Anyway, my aunt wants to drain us so her son can have a good life. I won't even live in that house. Chae-hung didn't reply. Song Si-yoon lowered her head and continued washing clothes. After a while, she added, It's better to keep the money for buying meat.
Kang nodded.
That's more like her. Don't be foolish in the future. Uncle Song cares about you the most. If you have something to say it properly. Don't risk your life fighting with me. Song Si-yoon assured him, No, I won't do it again. Water splashing is scary, and I still feel afraid. If I jump again, I would be foolish. Chae-hung couldn't fully relax and thought he should pay more attention to her. He stood nearby, and Song Si-eun felt very pressured. She fiddled with her clothes for a long time but couldn't change into a new one. Because she was too nervous, her hands moved clumsily. Suddenly, with a tearing sound, her undergarment tore in the middle. Song Si-eun almost wanted to find a hole to hide in. She only grabbed her clothes to wash them because she was worried about embarrassment. But now, she had ruined her clothes. Wasn't that even more embarrassing? Seeing this, Chae-hung simply pulled out a small stool and sat down. He placed the wooden basin in front of him, expressionless, but his slightly twitching mouth seemed to say, "See? I knew it would turn out like this." Song Si-eun stopped struggling. The original owner's clothes had always been washed by Chae-hung, so this time was no different. "Then, thank you for washing them. I'll go back to sleep now." She turned to leave. Chae-hung gently lifted his head and looked in the direction she left. He only continued washing her clothes after the door closed. From what he remembered, this was probably the first time in 5 years she had said such words. The next morning, Song Si-eun woke up to find Chae-hung had already gone out. He worked as a clerk at Zhangmanlu, and he had to go there every day. His wages seemed good, or he wouldn't put up with the original owner's fuss. In the main hall, breakfast was prepared for her on the table. There were leftover cornmeal buns from last night, freshly cooked porridge, and a boiled egg. The boiled egg was the least favorite of Song Si-eun because she thought it had no taste. But she knew it was a rare treat, and she was afraid Chae-hung hadn't even eaten it himself. After breakfast, Song Si-eun saw the clothes hanging in the yard. Those were washed by Chae-hung last night. The undergarment was finally washed by him. She cleared her throat, planning to find something else to do. The house only had 2 rooms. The common area was very clean because Chae-hung kept it tidy. The original owner's room was a bit messy. She didn't want Chae-hung to go into her room, or she'd get angry again. No wonder she had felt a musty smell when she woke up yesterday. It was like the house hadn't been cleaned since she moved in. The original owner was lazy and didn't want Chae-hung to take care of her. She often overate, gained weight, and liked wandering around, so she looked chubby and a little dark-skinned. Song Si-eun looked at herself in the mirror and shook her head helplessly. Losing weight needed to be a priority. The main character's room had very few belongings. The wardrobe contained a few clean clothes, all washed by Chae-hung. Song Si-eun took out the clothes and reorganized everything. To her surprise, she found a tattered medical book inside the wardrobe. It looked old and fragile, as if it might be eaten by bugs if left untouched. Curious, Song Si-eun sat at the desk and began to read. Her eyes widened in shock as she muttered to herself, "This seems to be the Bien K Needle Classic." In her previous life, she had only seen a damaged copy in a museum and never the original. She had felt very regretful about not being able to see the medical master's work firsthand. She spent the whole day reading without feeling hungry. It wasn't until Chae-hung entered the yard that she suddenly realized the time. She hurriedly put down the book and went out to greet him. "You're back," she said cheerfully with obvious happiness, which made Chae-hung a bit surprised. "Yes," he nodded. Was she hoping he would come back earlier? Maybe he should try to come home sooner in the future. He placed the food he bought into the kitchen, planning to cook for her. When he opened the cupboard, he saw that the lunch he had prepared earlier hadn't been touched. Song Si-eun was still excited about discovering the Bien K Needle Classic, almost moved to tears while alone in the yard. Chae-hung came out of the kitchen and asked seriously, "Did someone cause trouble today?" "No," she replied confusedly. "Why do you ask? Did something happen in the village?" He inquired. Yesterday was payday, but Song Si-eun had attempted to drown herself in the river. Chae-hung was also overwhelmed and forgot to give her pocket money for the month. He thought maybe the villagers had come to ask for money and caused her trouble, which was why she didn't eat. But seeing her like this, he felt it wasn't the case, so he didn't press further. She probably didn't eat lunch because she thought there was no meat. In the hot summer, the kitchen was very warm. Chae-hung cooked 3 dishes and a soup in less than half an hour, sweating profusely. Song Si-eun carefully put away the medical book, then set the table. When she saw the food, her eyes lit up. Who taught you to cook? It looks delicious. She served rice for Chae-hung and a bowl for herself, then praised him while eating. Chae-hung looked at her and always felt something was strange. Since she had thrown herself into the river, she seemed like a different person. She no longer insisted on going to town to find Scholar Zhang. After dinner, Song Si-yoon eagerly went to wash the dishes. Chae-hung waited in the main hall. When she returned, he handed her a small pouch. Today, I received my paycheck. Keep this money for yourself, buy whatever you want, and I will handle the household expenses. Every month, Kar-hung gives the original owner 1 or 2 silver coins from his wages. She either spends it on food or is persuaded by the Song family to spend it, and it's gone within 3 days. Kar-hung usually considers this money as money to be spent freely. Next month, Kar-hung will still give her money. His wages are less than 2 taels, so the main amount goes to the original owner. Song Si-yoon holds the money bag and says it seems like the rice at home is running low. I will go buy some tomorrow. Kar-hung ignores the objections from the Song family and takes her out of the house. They don't officially separate, as they live in the old Song house, which has no land. Their daily needs are all bought, and Kar-hung is responsible for organizing everything. The original owner never worries about these things. She only cares about causing trouble for Kar-hung. As long as Kar-hung is troubled, she feels happy. It's easy to imagine how shocked Kar-hung would be to hear this. Song Si-yoon smiles and asks, "Is that okay?" Of course. Kar-hung nods and goes to the kitchen to wash up. She is still puzzled, wondering what is really going on. As it gets dark, Song Si-yoon gathers the clothes drying in the yard and takes them back inside. Just as she turns around, she hears an unpleasant voice. "Yun, Auntie is here to see you." This is Song Si-yoon's great-aunt, who often takes things from her. Kar-hung knows exactly how much money she gets from her wages. She didn't get any money during the day, so she came to ask for it at night. The old couple of the Song family only have 2 sons and a daughter who died early, so they are not considered. The eldest son, Song Hong-won, is honest and simple. He can't speak a proper word when something happens and spends his life listening to his mother and wife. After Woo married him, she quickly had a son and a daughter, gaining the favor of the Song family's matriarch, Madam Lee. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are very close, both planning for the family's only son, Song Wenj. Usually, when the original owner takes money from Kar-hung, she would go back to the Song family to show off. Madam Lee and Woo would coax her a little, and the money would be handed over easily. Sometimes, she would get money in the morning, but by noon, it was all gone after being coaxed away. Song Si-yoon looks at her calmly and ignores her, turning into the house and folding clothes on the bed. Woo didn't wait for Song Si-yoon to take the money home today. She was already suspicious, and now seeing her attitude, she is even more confused. She follows her into the house. "Yun, Auntie is here to see you. Why are you ignoring me?" Song Si-yoon did not lift her head and neatly folded her clothes. "I'm busy right now." Mrs. Woo glanced at the clothes on the bed and immediately patted her thigh. This Chae-hung is really too unreasonable. We agreed he would take good care of Yunya, but now he's gone? He even made Yunya pack her own clothes. Song Si-yoon said he works as a bookkeeper at the restaurant. When he comes home, he still has to settle accounts. It's hard work, but we need it to get by. Otherwise, how would we survive? The family hasn't even given us rice or grain. Mrs. Woo sensed that Si-yoon was blaming the Song family and quickly said, "Yunya, when Chae-hung said he wanted to move out, your grandparents were worried he might neglect you, so they scolded him. He should work hard to earn money. That's what he owes the Song family. If it weren't for him, your father would still be alive. He earned a lot of silver coins. Yunya is the luckiest girl in the village. It's all Chae-hung's fault." Song Si-yoon replied calmly, "If my father were alive, he'd be working himself to death to support a household full of leeches." Mrs. Woo was confused. When had Si-yoon ever said such things? She changed the subject and smiled. "Your grandmother was sick a few days ago. I was thinking of buying some good things to help her recover. Do you have any money? Your grandmother loves you the most, and Yunya is very filial." Song Si-yoon folded her clothes with an expressionless face. No money. Just 2 words, clear and straightforward. Mrs. Wu directly said, Chae-hung just got his wages yesterday. How could he have no money? He used to give you 1 or 2 silver coins. That's your filial piety, and it's good for your reputation. Your aunt is doing this for your own good. Seon pouted. If it's so good, then aunt should show her filial piety herself. I don't believe you can't even come up with 1 or 2 silver coins. Hurry up, or people will say you're not filial to your mother-in-law. After speaking, Seon put her clothes into the wardrobe without caring about her face. The original owner was foolish, but Seon didn't care. From now on, the Song family wouldn't get a single copper coin from her. Seeing her open the wardrobe, Mrs. Wu hurried forward, pretending to help but actually rummaging inside, clearly looking for silver. Seon took advantage of her distraction and closed the wardrobe door directly. Mrs. Wu's hand was caught in the door, and she grimaced in pain. Song Seon, what are you doing? Song Seon pinched her hand hard before letting go, looking innocent as she said, I was wondering why the closet door wouldn't close. Turns out, Auntie was reaching in there. The room was dark, so I didn't notice. Mrs. Wu was so angry she stomped her feet. That girl had just been too rough. Her hand was numb from being pinched. Are you doing this on purpose? I'm right here, and you can't see me? She asked. Song Seon blinked. No one would just randomly reach into someone else's wardrobe, right? Only a thief would do that. Auntie isn't a thief, so I didn't think anything of it. Who are you calling a thief? We've raised you for so many years, and you've only just moved out. Have you forgotten your grandparents' kindness? You're ungrateful. Aren't you afraid of getting struck by lightning? Mrs. Wu scolded. When she couldn't get any money out of her kindly words, she started yelling. But Song Seon refused to listen. She grabbed her arm and pulled her out of the yard. Be careful, Auntie. It's summer and you never know when it might thunder. You're always coming to find me. Aren't you afraid you'll get struck too? She said, then shut the door without another word. Mrs. Wu was taken aback by how she was treated. She stammered, You really are unreasonable. I'm your auntie. Don't you have any manners? Are you trying to ruin yourself? Song Seon rubbed her wrist. Mrs. Wu was startled by her action and seemed to think that if she kept talking, Song Seon might hit her. Her wrist still burned with pain from earlier. She stiffened her neck and said, just wait and see. Then she hurried away. Song Seon sneered softly and went back inside. As she passed the main hall, she saw Chae-hung standing at his door, looking outside. She acted as if nothing had happened, calmly saying, The sheets and quilt covers in my wardrobe smell a bit musty. I want to take the bed apart and wash it. Can I borrow yours? Last night, she hadn't slept well. The musty smell was obvious. The original owner had been a bit careless. No matter how well Chae-hung took care of her, he couldn't come into her room, and she refused to tidy up. Naturally, things weren't getting better. Chae-hung was momentarily stunned. Song Seon continued, No need. I'll wash and dry mine tomorrow, and it'll be the same. She went inside to take apart the bed. Chae-hung knocked on the door and brought in a clean sheet and quilt cover. I just washed these a few days ago. Thanks a lot. Song Seon genuinely smiled, feeling very uncomfortable last night. Today she planned to wash her clothes, but she was distracted by a medical book and read all day without attending to that. She didn't want to stay uncomfortable all night, so she asked him to lend her some clothes. But after asking, she felt it might be too forward, since the original owner was not very clean, and wondered if Kar-hung would be willing to lend them. To her surprise, he actually brought some. Song Seon reached out to take them, but Kar-hung went straight to the bed and laid out the sheets. His movements were quick and skillful, clearly someone who often did chores. Song Seon wanted to help, but realized she couldn't really assist, so she quietly stood behind him and watched him work. Soon, Kar-hung finished making the bed. He looked at the old sheets on the stool, ready to take them away, but Song Seon quickly held onto them. Tomorrow I can wash them myself. You go ahead and rest early. Perhaps because she had been overwhelmed all night, even Kar-hung, who usually doesn't show much emotion, looked surprised. Song Seon hurried to explain, Don't worry, I won't ruin them this time. Karhun glanced at her, then left her room and said, "Your grandmother will probably come looking for you tomorrow. If there's any trouble, I'll handle it when I return." Song Seon smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm not afraid of anyone coming to find me. You just focus on your work." Karhun nodded lightly, still doubtful, and went back to his room. He didn't expect Song Seon to drive Woo's family away. In the past, Wu would visit, and although Song Seon sometimes lost her temper, she mostly listened and did what was asked. What changed now? In the main hall of the Song family, Li was waiting for Wu to return with money. Song Wenjie sat nearby, looking unhappy. "Grandma, aren't my classmates' pens, ink, paper, and inkstones as good as yours? Grandpa keeps saying I'm not improving, but he doesn't even see what I use. I can't write smoothly, so how can I improve?" Li looked at him and pounded the table. "Nonsense. Knowledge is in your mind. If you study hard, how could you be so bad at it?" Song Wenjie was stubborn. "If I had more money, I'd definitely improve." "All right, your mother went to get money from Yun. Karhung paid his wages yesterday, so she should have some. Once she gets the money, she'll give it to you." Li felt sorry for her grandson. Though she thought he was a bit playful, he was still the hope of the Song family, and they had to support him. Hearing this, Song Lonji, who was nearby, became unhappy. She pulled at her handkerchief and said, "Grandmother, you are too biased. Every time he gets money, you always let him use it first."
What about me?
"I already said I wanted to buy some powder, but Mother wouldn't give me the money. Now you still won't give me any?" Song Wenjie and Song Lonji are twins. When Wuxia gave birth to this pair of dragon and phoenix twins, she was so proud she couldn't hide it. Not many people in the town had such luck. But these two children have liked to fight over things since they were little. They could even fight over a piece of candy. The family found it very troublesome. Li Shi hadn't spoken yet. Song Wenjie curled his lips and said, "You're just a girl from the countryside. Even if you put a pound of powder on your face, no wealthy young man would look at you. Why waste that money? Better to give it to me for my studies. When I succeed and gain fame, you can enjoy the benefits too."
What are you talking about?
"You wasted so much money, and now you're not even a scholar. How can you talk about fame? You probably won't pass the exams in this life." Song Wenjie immediately complained to Li Shi, "Grandmother, look at her. She always talks about me like that. She's always ruining my good luck. If I don't pass the exams, it's all her fault." Seeing that the two were about to argue again, Li Shi got angry. "Everyone shut up. If you argue one more time, don't even think about getting any money." Just then, Wu Shi returned. Li Shi's eyes lit up. She reached out and said, "Give me the money. These two little troublemakers are giving me a headache."
Wu Shi sat down on a chair.
"Mother, there's no money. Today I went to Yun's place and suffered a big grievance. That girl doesn't look like a younger sister at all. Look at my hands, almost twisted off by her. On the way home, she kept thinking about it and got angrier. Her wrists and hands were red, and she was so furious, she almost ground her teeth. When she got home, she immediately exaggerated what Song Seon had done. I told her I needed money to help you recover. Isn't that what a granddaughter should do? But this girl, she's so unfilial. She didn't give me a single copper coin and even drove me out. No one saw it, or else I wouldn't know where to put my face." Li Shi, hearing this, was so angry her eyes widened. "She's gone too far. No wonder she's a wicked girl. She's just a rude thing, holding onto her money tightly and showing no filial piety at all." Song Hongwoo and his wife Yun Shi had a very good relationship. They met while Song Hongwoo was doing business outside and decided to marry secretly. After the wedding, Song Hongwoo protected her everywhere. Li Shi, on the other hand, never managed to show off her authority as a mother-in-law and was always dissatisfied with her. Originally, Yun Shi gave birth to Song Seon but had a difficult labor. To save his wife, Song Hongwoo asked the doctor from Jichuantang to use the best medicine, even including wild ginseng. They spent dozens of taels of silver in one night. In the end, Yun Shi died from heavy bleeding, leaving only her daughter, Song Seon. Song Hongwoo loved her deeply. Li Shi remembered Yun Shi with anger, feeling she was unlucky and had caused trouble for the Song family. Because of her, the family lost a lot of money and even gained a burdensome child. She thought Yun Shi was like a bad omen. Despite her unhappiness, when Song Hongwu was alive, she dared not speak. Now that the second daughter was gone, she finally dared to complain. Wu Shi said, "Who isn't saying the same?
I've given up already.
She doesn't respect me as her aunt, and she won't even give you face. That girl has been spoiled by Che Hung. I always wondered why he hurried to move Yun away. I think he's planning something bad. Yun used to be so good, obedient and thoughtful, always wanting to honor elders. Why has she changed so much now?" Wu Shi shook her head regretfully. Li Shi was even angrier. That girl is just like her mother, full of bad intentions. Song Wenjie and Song Lanji didn't care about Siyun's situation. They only worried about whether they could get money. "Mother, if Song Siyun doesn't give money, I need to buy ink, paper, and brushes. How can I study without them?" Song Wenjie leaned back in his chair. "If we don't have money, I might just skip school tomorrow. The classmates already look down on me." Wu Shi was deeply upset by this. To her, her son studying was everything. She married a useless man, so she relied on her children to succeed. If Song Wenjie refused to study, it felt like she was being stabbed in the heart.
Don't say that, Wenjie. You can't talk like that.
If the teacher hears, he'll be angry. The teacher says you're a good student, and if you study hard, you'll have a bright future, Wu Shi urged. Wenjie said, "Then give me money. If I don't have money, I can't study. If I don't get money today, I won't go to school tomorrow." Lanji also argued nearby, "Mother, last time you said you'd give me money to buy powder and new clothes. You didn't make my clothes, and you didn't buy me powder. How much silver has the family spent on him? Why is it always about him?" Wu Shi thought her daughter looked nice and wanted her to find a good man so she could enjoy a good life later. She loved her daughter dearly and pampered her. But now that Lanji dared to argue with Wenjie, Wu Shi was sure she would side with her son. "You just keep causing trouble. When your brother becomes successful in the future, he won't forget you. Hurry back to your room." Song Lanji snorted, twisted her waist, and went back to her room. Song Changming and Song Hongwen finished dinner and went to the village chief's house to sit for a while. Now they were back, and from afar, they could hear the noise at home. As soon as Song Changming entered the yard, he frowned. "What's all the noise about?" he asked as he entered the house, looking around coldly. "Are you all just eager for some entertainment?" When he returned, no one dared to speak. Song Hongwen shrank his neck and sat in a corner. Song Wenjie looked upset and said, "Grandpa, I've been using my brush a lot lately. I need more money to buy ink and brushes." Lanji said, "I'm wasting money, so maybe I should just stop going to school." He wouldn't really stop going to school. Although he only pretended to study at the school, he had food and drink and didn't have to do chores. Whenever the school asked for money, his family immediately gave him silver. Life was so easy, it was almost like being a fairy. He wouldn't give up studying. He often said this just to make his family listen to him. Sure enough, Song Changming got angry when he heard this. "Not studying? Do you plan to do manure work instead? Our family raised you to become a successful scholar. If you stop studying, who will carry on the family's honor? If I hear you say that again, you can go kneel in front of our ancestors' tablets." Song Wenjie looked at Wu Shi. "But my mother doesn't give me money," he said. Song Changming looked at Li Shi and Wu Shi, realizing they hadn't gotten money from Song Siyun. He wanted to ask clearly, but as the head of the family, he didn't want to openly tell his daughter-in-law to ask his granddaughter for money. How much is worth all this fuss? Wenjie's studies are the most important. Just give him the money, Song Changming ordered Li Shi. Wu Shi couldn't hold back and started criticizing Song Siyun. "That girl is too wild. She only cares about outsiders now. Father, you can't just ignore this. When has she ever caused such trouble before?" Song Hongwen, who had been silent, couldn't help but speak up. "Yun has already married. They don't have much money. I think we shouldn't ask her for more. It wouldn't look good in the village." Wu Shi was surprised that her husband was siding with Song Siyun. She immediately got angry and slapped Song Hongwen. You useless man. If you can't earn your own money, that's one thing. But now you're siding with outsiders? If it weren't for Chae-hung, how could the second son have died? He came to the Song family to seek forgiveness. Although Yunya married him, she is still one of us. The money he earns should naturally go to our family. Usually, Song Hongwon doesn't comment on big matters, but today he seemed different and wanted to argue with Wu Shi. Spreading this around wouldn't look good. Yunya is married now and has her own life. If they move out, we haven't given them land or grain. How can the young couple make a living without money? They keep asking for money. What will the villagers say behind their backs? If this goes on, it won't be good for Wenjie either. Wu Shi couldn't find anything to argue back with, so she took her anger out on Song Hongwon, scolding him for being useless and unable to earn enough for his son's education. Li Shi saw Wu Shi bullying her son and, taking on her mother-in-law's authority, spoke up for her son. That night, the Song family finally quieted down around midnight. Because Song Si-eun changed into clean sheets and bedding, she slept well that night. The next morning, she counted the money in her purse over and over, unsure if it was a lot or a little at this time. The original owner was a big spender, never asking the price and buying even a candied hawthorn for a silver piece. So her memory of purchasing power was useless to Song Si-eun. She decided she still needed to go out and look around. After putting the silver away, she prepared to find a chance to visit the town. Today, Chae-hung still left early, aiming to arrive before the restaurant opened, so he went out early and returned late every day. To take care of Song Si-eun, he refused the innkeeper's offer of accommodation and insisted on commuting daily. After breakfast, Song Si-eun planned to go shopping in town, but she thought it would be better to go with Chae-hung. She also didn't know when the market day was, and if she went when there was no market, she probably wouldn't find anything good. Going to town mainly to see what kind of work people are doing at this time. If no one is selling things, it wouldn't be interesting. Summer days are always very hot. Song Si-eun packed up the sheets and blankets to wash them, and she noticed that Chae-hung's clothes from yesterday were still in his room, not yet washed. She hesitated for a moment, but decided to go inside. Chae-hung's room was smaller than hers, with a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk by the window. The small room was very tidy. The sheets had no wrinkles, and anyone would think no one lived there. Song Si-eun muttered, "Does this person have obsessive-compulsive disorder?" She packed up her clothes to leave, but noticed a book on the desk and couldn't help but look at it a little longer. There were 2 open books on the table. One side had writing, and the other was blank paper. Song Si-eun picked them up and flipped through. The back pages were all blank, and she realized that this was Chae-hung's copied book. It turned out that besides working as a bookkeeper at Zhangmenlo, he also took on copying books. No wonder he insisted on giving her a small monthly allowance, even though he knew the original owner would give silver to the Song family. Song Si-eun restored the books and left the room. She had too many things to wash, and she couldn't do it in the yard. So, she took a stick and soap nuts, carried a basket, and went to the river to wash. In the morning, many women were washing clothes by the river. Song Si-eun found a quiet spot, put down her things, and started washing. The others had been chattering loudly earlier, but now they all fell silent. She also planned to go up the mountain later. Summer was a good time to find treasures, so she wanted to see if she could find some valuables. She hurried to finish washing her clothes. After a while, the women couldn't hold back their curiosity and started whispering. Song Si-eun had excellent hearing, or perhaps these women didn't care if she overheard. Anyway, their gossip reached her ears clearly. What's going on? Yunya can wash clothes too? I've never seen her do it. Her clothes are so shiny, but she never washes them. When did she become so clean? They giggled, their laughter sharp and unpleasant. Then someone said, she seems to be washing Chae-hung's clothes. Oh, this is surprising. Maybe she's no longer interested in Master Zhang from town and wants to settle down with Chae-hung? Who knows? Maybe she'll go crazy soon. She's never normal. Chae-hung has it tough too. Since they're already married, living a good life wouldn't be bad. Maybe they'll have a child. But they haven't even had a proper wedding night, so where would the baby come from? The women continued gossiping eagerly. Song Seon thought, aren't people supposed to be shy about such things? Yet they openly talked about others' private lives in broad daylight, as if they didn't feel embarrassed. She smiled and kept washing her clothes. Stop talking nonsense, a gentle voice said. Song Seon couldn't help but turn her head and saw it was widow Yunxiang, who lived nearby. Yunxiang was beating clothes and trying to stop the others. Talking about others behind their back isn't good. If someone hears, what would they think? Aunt Fong teased Yunxiang. You probably can't stand hearing us talk about Chae-heng, right? Or maybe you have your own thoughts. Just say it. You look much better than Yunya. Look at her. Fat, dark, and not clean. What do you see in her that you can't compare to? Otherwise, Andy can help you talk to her? Yunxiang's face immediately turned red. She instinctively looked at Song Seon. Song Seon pretended not to hear and carefully washed the clothes, but she was genuinely curious. Why would Kar-hung be so interested in the village widow? After finishing the laundry, Song Seon felt a bit reluctant to leave the gossip behind, but since she was thinking about the treasure in the mountains, she quickly went home to hang the clothes. From afar, she saw two people sitting in her yard. Upon closer look, it was Li Shi and Wu Shi. She immediately understood what they were here for. Yesterday, Wu Shi didn't get any money, so she came to ask Li Shi for it. When Song Seon reached the door, she started shouting, "Someone's here! Thieves! My house has been robbed!" By shouting like that, the villagers would come to catch the thief. Li Shi and Wu Shi were startled. Wu Shi hurriedly pulled Song Seon into the yard. "Yin, what are you shouting for?" Song Seon looked at them and smiled. "Oh, it's Grandma and Auntie. It's broad daylight, and I saw the yard door open. Thought maybe there was a thief. I figured decent folks wouldn't just open someone else's door for no reason." Li Shi's face turned pale. "Who are you calling a thief? You're so disrespectful. I've raised you well, and now, just half a year after moving out with Kar-hung, you've already turned out like this. I really don't understand what he's thinking." Song Seon put down her basket and splashed water on Li Shi. Li Shi immediately looked ready to scold, but Wu Shi quickly signaled her to stop. Li Shi coughed and said, "Today, I came to see you because our family is really struggling. I've been sick for a few days. Your eldest brother's school fees are due, and we can't come up with the money. I was wondering if you could help out." Song Seon looked puzzled. "Auntie, I told you yesterday, but you didn't tell Grandma? I don't have any money. Besides, it's the hot summer and Grandma shouldn't have to make a trip for nothing." Wu Shi gritted her teeth and said, "Yun, do you not listen to Grandma's words? I really don't understand why Kar-hung talks so badly about our family all the time. It's no wonder you're so distant from your own family." Song Seon replied, "A daughter married out, and the water she spilled is gone. I've already married, so I should be on the same side as my husband. Does Annie think I should listen to my family after marriage? That's not proper. My elder brother is a scholar and always follows the rules. Why don't we ask him at the school?" Wu Shi was defeated and could only pull Li Shi aside. "You can't just watch Grandma be so sick, can you?" Song Seon coughed a few times and said, "I don't have money either, so I can only watch. Filial piety is the most important. My elder brother knows our elders are sick, yet he still doesn't pay the fees? Sure. Here is the improved and simplified version of your text. Of course, you should use the money to treat Grandma. You can't possibly have no money. Just the other day, Chae-hung got his paycheck. Don't think I don't know. If you don't take it, you're being unfilial," Mrs. Wu snorted. Song Seon said, "That day I was so upset, I thought about jumping into the river. Chae-hung even called a doctor to see her and spent a lot on medicine. When he got his paycheck yesterday, he should have paid the doctor. If he hadn't spent so much on treatment, Grandma and Andy would be seeing ghosts today." She sat on a stool. "I still feel dizzy and lightheaded. You came just in time. During the day, Chae-hung isn't home, so I have nowhere to eat. I'll go home with you and eat there. But I want to see some meat and fish." Mrs. Wu knew her appetite well. Hearing this, she shivered. She wouldn't take her home to eat, or she'd end up eating half a sack of rice. Li Shi saw she wasn't convincing enough and started to soften. She sighed and said, "Yun, I raised you myself. You lost your mother when you were little, and your father was always out working. Without Grandma, could you have grown up so healthy? When you were young, Grandma was so careful with her food and drink, always saving the best for you. That's how you became so fair and tender. Now that you're grown and have turned to outsiders, that person is your husband. Grandma can't interfere anymore. But remember, he's the man who caused your father's death. How can you save money for your enemy and turn against your family? Song Si-in calmly replied, if Grandma hadn't raised me so well, would she have asked my father for so much money? My father has traveled far and wide for years. Where did all his money go? My body is worth a lot. Every bit of flesh is like a bill. Maybe we should count it carefully. Before he died, my father wrote a letter himself. It's true he saved Chae-hung, but Chae-hung doesn't owe us anything. He's been working hard all these years, doing all the work for the Song family. Because he was afraid Grandma would secretly sell me to be a child bride again, he moved out with me. Now he's become my father's killer? When Song Si-in mentioned the money Song Hongwoo had earned, Lee Shi felt guilty. She knew the full story, but she would never admit that Song Hongwoo had made a lot of money for the family. So much time had passed, and the money was sent back in small amounts. As long as she held her ground and didn't speak, no one could do anything to her. Lee Shi emphasized again, no matter what, we're a family. Chae-hung is an outsider, and Grandma is doing this for your good. To look out for me, you should hope I live a good life, not cling to me like a vampire. I'm just worried about when Chae-hung will get his paycheck. You remember better than the shopkeeper at Seongman-lu, right? You say you're doing this for me, but then you shamelessly come to ask for money. Do you really think I see Chae-hung as my father's killer? Is that what you mean by doing this for me? Lee Shi couldn't argue back after she was spoken to like that. She could only hold her chest and pretend she was feeling unwell. Wu Shi scolded, Yunya, look at how angry you made your grandmother.
She's old now.
Can she handle being so upset? What if something happens to her? Song Si-in sneered coldly, if you're worried about Grandma, then Annie shouldn't take her out wandering. Anyway, we don't need money, only life. Chae-hung and I moved out a long time ago. Shouldn't there be a clear answer about dividing the family property? Don't force me to split everything right now. Seeing Lee Shi give up, Wu Shi felt she had no choice. Her daughter was now completely stubborn. For her son's reputation, she dared not cause too much trouble. If any rumors spread, how could Wen-jie take the imperial exams? Wu Shi helped Lee Shi and said, Mother, let's go home first. Don't let this girl upset you so much. Don't take it to heart. After they walked away, Song Si-in got up to hang the clothes. The Song family really had no shame. When the original owner jumped into the river that day, everyone in the village knew about it. Chae-hung was busy running around all morning, but the Song family didn't come to check on her. They probably thought she was dead and didn't want to bring bad luck. Later, when she woke up, the Song family still didn't come. As soon as Chae-hung got his paycheck, he hurried away faster than a dog chasing a bone. Such ungrateful people. Song Si-in was too tired of thinking about the unkind people in the Song family. She locked the door and carried her basket into the mountains to find things. Summer was humid, and the mountains were full of mushrooms, wood ears, and various edible wild vegetables. This was her only hobby besides studying medicine in her previous life. When she had free time, she loved exploring the mountains. She knew exactly what was in season and which wild vegetables were safe to eat. No wonder this place was called an untouched treasure trove. She only wandered for half an hour, and her small basket was already full of good things. She didn't dare go deeper into the mountains, so she turned around to go home. But just as she was about to descend the mountain, she heard movement in the woods. She was startled, thinking she had encountered some wild animal. She listened carefully again and thought it sounded like a person's voice. She quickly headed in that direction. There was a hunter in the village who made a living by hunting in the mountains. He was the one who would stand under a tree, choking the branches, while hitting the tree. Song Si-in saw immediately that he was choking. His forehead veins bulged, and his face changed color. She didn't have time to think much and quickly put down her basket to help. She hugged Lee Chong from behind, squeezing his stomach hard. When he didn't respond, she kept pressing. Lee Chong immediately spat out the biscuit from his throat. Lee Chong felt like he had just escaped death. His vision blurred just now, but now he was breathing fresh air again. He took deep breaths for a long time before calming down. He thought he might die in the mountains today, but unexpectedly, Song Si-eun saved him. Usually, everyone avoided her, but today she actually helped him. After he recovered, he said, "Yun, thank you for saving me. I almost choked to death just now." Song Si-eun clapped her hands. "It's nothing. I just happened to pass by. From now on, eat slowly. Choking alone in the mountains can be very dangerous." She was just passing by today. Otherwise, he might have already gone to see the king of. She picked up her basket to leave. Lee Chong immediately took a wild chicken from his bag and put it into her basket. "Today I caught this wild chicken. Consider it a thank you gift. Please accept it." Song Si-eun glanced at the basket, thinking whether this chicken would taste good when cooked with mushrooms, or if the meat would be too tough. "All right, then you don't owe me anything." Lee Chong's throat still hurt badly. He took a long time to recover before continuing to hunt. If he told others, they probably wouldn't believe it. Today, it was Song Si-eun who saved him. When she got back, Song Si-eun swept the yard, found a dustpan and cleaned the mushrooms and wood ears she had picked today, hanging them inside to dry. She also cleaned the wild chicken Lee Chong gave her, planning to stew it for dinner. At noon, she ate the meal that Chae-hun left for her. After a short nap, she took out her medical book to read. It was priceless. She handled it very carefully, afraid of damaging it with rough movements. If she ruined the book, would she become a sinner of history? After reading, she found that this book was different from the one she saw in her previous life. It wasn't that the previous one was false, maybe there was some kind of temporal disorder somewhere. Just like this great Liang, which didn't appear in history. There was no record of her in history either, so she didn't need to overthink it. Looking at the time, Song Si-eun started a fire and began cooking. Over the past few days, while looking after the animals and cooking, I found my own way. Today, I tried it myself and surprisingly managed to light the fire immediately. Song Si-eun gained confidence and quickly chopped chicken to put into the pot. First, she blanched the chicken, then cooked it on low heat and simmered. She also went to the yard to pick and wash the mushrooms she brought back today. When the chicken was almost done, she added the mushrooms. In the yard, there is a small vegetable garden carefully tended by Chae-hun. It is very well kept. Song Si-eun thought he was a master of time management. He was busy with work at Seongmanlu, earning money by copying books, taking good care of the original owner, and keeping the house tidy. Even the vegetable garden was so well maintained that many people would be jealous. She picked some vegetables, checked the time, added the mushrooms, and steamed rice over the chicken soup. She also cut the vegetables, ready to cook once Chae-hun returned. When Chae-hun arrived in the village, he heard people gossiping. They said Song Si-eun went to wash clothes today, and she was washing Chae-hun's clothes. Maybe the two of them were planning to live happily together. He approached, and the villagers fell silent, then smiled and greeted him. "Chae-hun, you're back. Si-eun is feeling better quickly. I saw her go to wash clothes today." Chae-hun nodded lightly without saying much and went straight home. As soon as he reached the gate, he caught the scent of delicious food wafting from inside. He quickened his steps. Song Si-eun, wearing an apron, smiled and said, "You're back. Wash your hands first. Dinner will be ready soon." Before he could nod, she went back to the kitchen. He had to go to his room to put down his things. His eyes immediately caught sight of the book on the table. She had entered the room and looked at the book today. He turned around and saw that the clothes he changed out of last night were gone. Looking out the window, he saw her bed sheets and quilt hanging to dry in the yard, along with his clothes. Chae-hun pursed his lips, recalling what he overheard at the village entrance. "Dinner's ready," Song Si-eun called from outside. He snapped out of his thoughts and went to the main hall. Song Si-eun had already set the dishes and then ran back to the kitchen. Chae-hun saw the two dishes on the table and the perfectly steamed rice, and he looked surprised. He couldn't believe she could cook. While he was still surprised, Song Si-eun brought in a bowl of chicken soup. The aroma filled the room instantly. Chae-hyun couldn't help but swallow hard. "Did you make this?" Song Si-eun nodded. "Of course I did. Could I have picked it up from somewhere else?" After sitting down, Chae-hyun forgot to pick up his chopsticks. He had cared for Song Si-eun for 5 years and only knew she was a delicate girl spoiled by Lee Shur. He never expected her to cook, nor did he imagine he would one day eat her cooking. After Song Si-eun came here for the first time to cook, although she was confident in her cooking skills, she still hoped for Kar-hyung's praise. She looked at him expectantly. Kar-hyung picked up his chopsticks, about to eat, when Yoon-seong's voice was heard outside. "Brother Kar, are you back?" Song Si-eun also recognized Yoon-seong's voice. Remembering what she heard by the river earlier that day, she couldn't help but say, "Someone came specifically to see you. There must be something important. Why don't you go out and check?" Kar-hyung was about to go, but upon hearing this, he hesitated, unsure how to respond. Song Si-eun picked up some food and ate quietly. Yoon-seong called again at the gate. "Brother Kar, are you there?" Kar-hyung had no choice but to get up and go out, replying, "Is there something?" Yoon-seong saw him and immediately smiled. "Today, we steamed some buns at home. Last time, you helped me send some to the town to see the doctor. I haven't properly thanked you. The buns are still warm. Try one." Kar-hyung opened the courtyard gate, and Yoon-seong came in. She caught the aroma of the food and subtly clenched her hand inside her sleeve. That afternoon, her mother-in-law had mentioned the smell of chicken from their house. She didn't believe it then when did Song Si-eun start cooking. But now, she could tell the chicken smell was definitely coming from their house. Kar-hyung had just returned, and Yoon-seong only came over after seeing him back. It was impossible that he had cooked. While eating, Song Si-eun listened to the noises outside. She was hungry, but her mind wasn't on the food. She put down her chopsticks and went out herself. "Oh, it's Sister Yoon-seong. What are you doing in my house?" Yoon-seong looked a bit uncomfortable when she saw her. "I came to find Brother Kar. He helped me last time, and today I steamed some buns to thank him." Song Si-eun looked at the buns in her basket and smiled. "These buns are really well steamed. Kar-hyung, are you not hungry today? Do you only want to eat buns?" Even though Kar-hyung was still in shock, he could hear the sour tone in her voice. He didn't know why Song Si-eun was speaking like that, but he knew he should persuade Yoon-seong to leave. "Sister Yoon-seong, buns aren't something you can eat all the time.
Just keep them for yourselves."
"I was just helping out last time, so there's no need to worry." Yoon-seong's face turned red when she heard him call her that. Seeing Song Si-eun's half-smile, she couldn't say a word and could only nod and turn to leave. Song Si-eun looked at Kar-hyung and said calmly, "Since everyone has left, you can't eat the buns now." She went back to her room to eat, and Chae-hyun followed her to sit down. He took a bite of the cucumber she cooked and muttered, "Not bad." Song Si-eun couldn't help but smile. "Just not bad? It's very tasty," he said seriously. "I just didn't expect you to cook." Song Si-eun replied casually, "Haven't eaten pork before and never seen a pig run? I don't cook often. Not because I can't, but I watch enough when I'm nearby." She gave Chae-hyun a chicken drumstick. Wild chicken is usually tough, but she simmered it for an hour, so it was okay to eat. Sometimes during festivals, you can't even get chicken, so even if it's tough, it's still good. Because she added several kinds of mushrooms to the stew, the soup was very flavorful and the chicken tasted even better. Chae-hyun was curious about where the chicken came from. They didn't raise chickens at home, and this wasn't a domesticated chicken either. But he didn't plan to ask Song Si-eun. If she wanted to tell him, she would. There wasn't much wild chicken left, and the two of them finished it in one meal. In the summer heat, it's better to eat it all rather than let it go to waste. After dinner, Chae-hyun cleaned the dishes and went to wash them. Song Si-eun didn't mind. It was proper to cook alone and wash alone. Following this routine felt just right. The clothes she washed in the morning were already dry. She folded them and wanted to take them to Chae-hyun's room. When she saw his door was closed, she couldn't go in directly, so she lingered inside her room for a while. When Chae-hyun finished tidying the kitchen and watered the vegetable garden, he returned to his room to get his clothes before going to take a shower. Song Si-eun then knocked on his door casually. Your door wasn't closed today. I saw your clothes weren't dry, so I washed them for you. They're already dry now. Chae-hing took the clothes and sincerely said thank you. Song Si-eun added, the book you left on the table. I flipped through it casually. Are you copying someone else's writing?
Kiang nodded.
I started 2 months ago. When I have free evenings, I take on this job to earn extra money and practice calligraphy. Song Si-eun didn't expect his handwriting to be so good. He hadn't gone to school, yet he could do this kind of work. No wonder the Song family didn't suspect his skills. They would never think Chae-hung had this talent. She responded, copying books at night hurts your eyes. It's better not to do it anymore. Today, Grandma and the eldest aunt came to ask for money. I didn't give them any, and I won't in the future. It's okay, if you earn less. Karhun was willing to spend a silver or 2 on water, but he still had to cover the family's expenses. You can imagine how stressful that was, which is why he was up late copying books to earn money. Karhun said, it's not tiring. All right then. Song Si-eun nodded and turned back to her room. This person works very hard. She can't just sit around doing nothing. She still needs to find ways to earn money. Once the family's life improves, he wouldn't have to work so hard. Karhun looked at the clothes in his hands. He gently lowered his head and sniffed. There was a clean, fragrant smell of soapberry. His clothes were very clean. He stared at Song Si-eun's door, lost in thought. He still couldn't understand why she suddenly seemed like a different person. Maybe, as others said, she just suddenly understood something. As long as she wants to live a good life, he will work even harder to take care of her. He's willing to do that for a lifetime. Song Si-eun was full and had a good sleep that night. The next day, she went to the mountains again, planning to gather some mountain goods to sell in the town. Maybe she could make some money. Last night, she asked Karhun about market days and learned that there really aren't specific market days. People trade every day, with morning markets and evening markets. In the afternoon, there are fewer people, but you can still buy things. It rained last night, so today there will be even more good goods in the mountains. Confident, Song Si-eun carried a large basket into the mountains. In half an hour, she gathered a basket full of various mushrooms. She tidied up briefly and, relying on the original owner's memory, carried her basket toward the town. Shingtree village isn't far from the town. It took less than half an hour to arrive. Song Si-eun found there was no special vegetable market there, so she learned from others and set up her stall on the street to start selling. Most people around were selling seasonal vegetables. The mushrooms she displayed looked very attractive, drawing many people over to look. Little girl, where did you get these mushrooms? Are they poisonous? Song Si-eun replied, no poison. They're very tasty. Want some? The person shook her head. If you say they're not poisonous, then they're not? I don't dare to try casually. If I get poisoned, who will be responsible? Song Si-eun looked at the radishes in front of her. Auntie, are your radishes poisonous? Of course not, the auntie said, wide-eyed. Song Si-eun muttered to herself, if you say they're not poisonous, then they're not? Who will be responsible if I get poisoned? This made a few other vegetable sellers nearby laugh. They found the girl quite interesting, but didn't dare to buy her mushrooms. Farmers in the village know that mushrooms in the mountains are plentiful and valuable, but they don't know how to identify them. Many mushrooms are poisonous, and if someone eats them, it could be deadly. They don't dare to pick mushrooms to eat or sell, and now they think this young girl is too risky. When someone comes to sell vegetables, they look around and show interest in Song Si-eun's mushrooms, but they don't dare to buy. They see her as a naive girl who doesn't know much about the world, so they don't trust her to identify mushrooms. The woman nearby is selling carrots very well and smiles proudly at Song Si-eun. Girl, tomorrow you should sell some vegetables from your garden. These things won't sell well. Song Si-eun thinks to herself, selling carrots all her life won't make her rich. Just then, a man wearing a headscarf stops in front of Song Si-eun. When he's close, she smells oil and recognizes he's a cook. I just picked these mushrooms this morning. They're fresh. The man doesn't say a word. He picks a few mushrooms, smells them, then throws them back. The woman is about to enjoy her success, but the man asks, how much do you want for these mushrooms? Song Si-eun says, since you usually buy, just pay what you think is fair. I believe the price will be reasonable. It's not that she doesn't want to make some money, but she doesn't know how much to ask for. If she asks too much, she might scare the customer away. If too little, she might lose money. Since he's a cook, he probably buys often and wouldn't try to cheat her. The man then orders a young servant behind him. Take everything. After that, he gives Song Si-eun a small silver piece. The nearby vegetable sellers stare in amazement. Is that enough?
Song Si-eun nods, yes.
Recently, there are many mushrooms in the mountains. If you want more, come back next time. The man nods slightly and continues to buy vegetables with his helper. Someone has already taken her basket away, but the silver she received is about the size of the one she got from Kar-hung, probably worth about a tael. While she is thinking, the woman nearby says, that should be about a tael, right? Wow, you really met a big customer.
You sold everything.
Song Si-eun smiles slightly. I knew there was no poison. People around gather to ask her to teach them how to identify mushrooms. They all want to make money this way. In just a short time, she earned a tael of silver, more than what she could make selling vegetables. How many carrots and cabbages would she need to sell to earn that much? Song Si-eun didn't have that free time, and she was worried that these people might be tempted by money. She decided to go into the mountains to find mushrooms to sell. If she found poisonous mushrooms and caused harm, it would be bad. She had to say, my father is in the mushroom business. These are all the goods he brought back. I don't recognize them. Please don't trouble me. Her words sounded believable, and no one doubted her. After all, she was young, only about 16 or 17, and no one believed such a young girl could identify so many types of mushrooms. Song Si-eun carefully stored the money and planned to walk around the street, buying a few things to take home. Many household items needed replacing, and since Chae-hung wanted to copy books, the oil lamp needed to be brighter. She decided to buy some good lamp oil. Her ability to practice medicine couldn't be hidden, but it wasn't like cooking skills. She couldn't just make up a story and get away with it. She needed a reason. Thinking this, she came up with an idea and immediately smiled. At Seongmanlu, Chae-hung was counting money with his head down. The kitchen's master Wang had returned from buying vegetables. As soon as he entered, he smiled and said to the shopkeeper, today, I was really lucky. Such good mountain produce. If I hadn't gone, would these young ones dare to buy? Luckily, I have sharp eyes. Shopkeeper Chin came out from behind the counter, picked up the basket of mushrooms, looked at them, sniffed, and said with a smile, they are indeed good goods. After bringing them to the backyard, let them dry carefully. In a few days, we can add them to our dishes. Seongmanlu was the biggest restaurant in town, and the dishes they served were the most popular. Summer was incomplete without fresh flavors like these. Mushrooms mostly grew in the mountains, and normally, it was hard to find time to gather them. Few people knew how to identify edible mushrooms, so luck played a big role. Master Wang's specialty dish was braised quail with fresh, wild mushrooms. Freshly picked wild mushrooms were essential, but for many days, they hadn't had good supplies. Today, he had some free time and went out for a walk. Unexpectedly, he met something special. He was so excited, talking animatedly along the way. Chae-hung listened to their conversation but kept his eyes on the basket. Wasn't that his own basket? He had woven it himself, so he wouldn't mistake it. He wanted to ask Master Wang where he bought the mushrooms, but before he could speak, Master Wang cheerfully went to the back kitchen to cook. Shopkeeper Chin said, Chae-hung, today you should be resting. You need to make up for that half-day leave. It's almost time, so go home and rest. On the day Song Si-eun jumped into the river, Chae-hung had taken leave to go back. Although shopkeeper Chin repeatedly said it was okay, he still used half a day of his leave. Today, he was supposed to rest, but he still came. Hearing this, Chae-hung didn't refuse. He paid back what he owed and decided it was indeed time to go home. All right, the accounts are settled. Shopkeeper, please take a look. Shopkeeper Chin smiled and said, I trust your calculations.
You can go home now.
How is your wife doing? She's doing well, Chae-hung nodded. Thank you for your concern. After leaving Seongmanlu, Chae-hing was still thinking about whether the mushrooms Wang Master bought today were really from Song Seon. Just then, he looked up and saw Song Seon walking ahead. He immediately knew the answer. Wang Master bought them from her. Unaware that someone was following, Song Seon entered a pastry shop and bought 2 boxes of cakes. She was already carrying several bags. As she stepped out, a few pears fell to the ground. She felt annoyed. She should have brought her basket back. Now, it was more inconvenient. It was her first time selling at a street stall, and she was inexperienced. She was happy people bought her things, but now she didn't know what to do. She crouched down, hesitant to put the cakes and meat on the ground. Suddenly, a pair of hands appeared in front of her, knobby joints, long fingers. The person quickly picked up the pears. "Not broken," he said. Song Seon looked at Chae-hung, puzzled about why he was here. Chae-hung explained first, "I only need half a day today. I was about to go home when I saw you here." While speaking, he handed some of her things back to her. Song Seon felt much more relaxed. Chae-hung didn't ask more questions. "Let's go home." "Okay." Halfway home, Song Seon found an excuse and spoke up voluntarily. "Aren't you curious why I bought so many things?" Chae-hung replied, "You can buy whatever you want. I told you that." This sudden feeling of safety surprised her. Song Seon said, "Yesterday, I was tidying my wardrobe and found a medical book. It reminded me that my father once told me that if I didn't know what to do, I should learn to be a doctor. If I got sick, I wouldn't need to spend money on treatment. I didn't listen back then, and the book was just sitting there almost eaten by bugs." She didn't say that Song Hongwoo had never mentioned this, but the Bien K Needle Classic was indeed brought back by Song Hongwoo. It was unclear where it came from. The original owner didn't think much of it and just left it in the cabinet. "I thought, since I have nothing to do, I might as well ask Dr. Lee at the village entrance to teach me medicine. So I bought a gift to ask him to be my teacher. What do you think?" She waited for Chae-heng's reaction. As long as he had no objections, she would use this as an excuse to learn medicine from Dr. Lee. Then she could say she knew some medical skills.
Kieng nodded without hesitation.
"Good, I'll go with you." Song Seon smiled and said, "Okay." The two of them returned to the village and heard someone cursing at the entrance. Song Seon initially didn't want to get involved since it didn't concern her. But when the person saw her, he rushed over and shouted, "Song Seon, tell me, when did you sneak into my house and steal chickens?" At the village entrance, the woman from the Wang family was standing with her hands on her hips, loudly scolding. Many people had gathered around. When Lu Shi saw Song Seon, she directed all her anger at her. Song Seon was confused. She and Chae-hung had just returned. What was going on? Before she could understand, Lu Shi pushed her and said, "Song Seon, you heartless person, stealing from others and acting so smug. Did you steal my family's chickens and exchange them for money?" Even though Song Seon didn't know all the details, she realized Lu Shi was trying to frame her. She refused to admit it. But before she could speak, Chae-hung stepped in and pulled Lu Shi away. "Auntie, please watch your words. There are so many people watching. One careless comment could cause trouble. It's not right to spread rumors." Seeing this, Lu Shi stomped her foot and said, "Why should I watch my words? If she stole my chickens, I have the right to say so. My daughter-in-law is about to give birth soon, and those 2 chickens are meant for her to lay eggs and rest. Aren't you ashamed? Why do you say I stole your chickens?" Song Seon gritted her teeth. "You're just talking nonsense. Aren't you afraid of karma?" Lu Shi's eyes widened. "You still deny it? Someone smelled the chicken stew you cooked yesterday, and coincidentally, 2 chickens from my house went missing. Does such a coincidence happen often? Everyone knows you're greedy for food.
Who else could it be but you?"
In fact, the original owner had stolen food before and was caught several times, but Chae-hung always helped her cover it up. Song Seon felt both wronged and speechless. She didn't even know how many chickens the Wang family had, so why was she being accused? Wu Shi heard the commotion at the entrance and ran over to see what was happening. When she heard that Song Seon had eaten chicken yesterday and remembered she hadn't received any money when she visited, her anger grew. This girl was truly wild. She kept stuffing herself with good things and didn't care about her elders at all. She joined in and said, "Yin, tell me if you want to eat something good, just say so. Chae-hung promised to take good care of you. Now you're accused of stealing. What kind of thing is this?" Song Seon sneered. Do you know more now? Could it be that you warned me when I was stealing the chicken?" Seeing everyone looking at her, Mrs. Wu immediately waved her hand. "What nonsense are you talking? I have no idea about this at all. Her son is trying to pass the imperial exams, so she can't let any bad rumors spread. Otherwise, the old master at home might punish her severely. You don't even know what you're meddling in here. If you don't know, just keep your mouth shut." Mrs. Wu was unhappy but didn't dare to cause trouble. Yesterday, she went to Song Seon's house to ask for money, but didn't get any. She also caused a few villagers to gather and watch. When she returned, Song Changming had already scolded both her and her daughter-in-law. Getting money is the best, but everything must be kept in mind to protect Song Wen's reputation. This matter can't be made public. So she could only purse her lips and say nothing more. Lu said, "Look at that, you just admitted it yourself. The chicken was definitely yours. What do you mean I stole it? If you saw me stealing, go report me to the authorities. If you didn't see anything, then mind your own business and stop talking nonsense, or you'll be struck by lightning." Mrs. Lu crossed her arms. "Everyone knows what kind of person you are. If I didn't steal my chicken, then tell me where that chicken came from." Song Seon wasn't sure if Li Chong had told her family about the chicken, and since Li's family was also present, she hesitated. She decided not to mention Li Chong. "Could it be that your family only raises chickens? Everyone who eats chicken must have stolen yours. Can you even handle that many chickens?" Mrs. Lu didn't want to argue anymore. Anyway, Chae-hung was nearby. She just needed to ask Chae-hung for money. "Chae-hung, my family isn't doing well either. 2 chickens can't just disappear. Your wife is unreasonable. You should stand up for what's right." Mrs. Lu was almost crying, just wanting to get her money back and buy 2 hens to lay eggs. Otherwise, what will her children eat after she's had a baby? Chae-hung asked her, "Auntie, did you really see Seon steal your chickens?" "Of course I didn't see it myself. Who knows when she took them?" Chae-hung replied calmly, "Then how can you be sure she stole the chickens? Today we bought these things ourselves. They have nothing to do with your chickens. I believe she didn't steal them." Mrs. Lu didn't expect Chae-hung to take this stance and became even more persistent. "You all have no shame, do you? Oh, I have such a hard life. Why did I get involved with such a troublemaker?" She ate someone else's chicken and still won't admit it. Song Seon was about to suggest she report it to the authorities. Although it was a small matter, she couldn't explain it clearly. She believed in her own integrity and wasn't afraid of shadows. As Li Chong returned from hunting, he happened to pass by and immediately testified for Song Seon. "Auntie, that chicken was a gift for Yun. Yesterday, I choked on a biscuit in the mountains, and she happened to pass by and helped me. I gave her the chicken to thank her." Mrs. Lu was a bit confused. "Cheongzi, what are you talking about? The troublemaker from the Song family isn't even harmful, and she can help people? I don't believe it." Li Chong said, "I just ate that chicken yesterday. I think the feathers are still at her house. Look, the wild chicken's feathers are different from domestic chickens." Mrs. Lu was doubtful. She believed Song Seon stole the chicken, but Li Chong was honest and helpful to the villagers. She trusted him, so she wasn't sure who to believe. "Fine, I'll go check the feathers. If they are from a wild chicken, I won't say anything more about her." The group went to Song Seon's house. She didn't mind. She was just worried about Li Chong having a hard time explaining himself. Since he brought it up, she decided to see for herself. She didn't want to be falsely accused of stealing chickens. The feathers were near the yard. Mrs. Lu saw them and immediately knew they weren't her chickens. She felt awkward. "Then where did my chickens go?" Song Seon crossed her arms. "Are your chickens so important that I should find them for you? Now you see clearly. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being rude." Mrs. Lu initially felt guilty, but lost all remorse after hearing that. "If you behaved better normally, I wouldn't doubt you. What does that have to do with me?" Li Chong stepped in to mediate, pulling Mrs. Liu aside. Yesterday, I saw Big Zhu go to town. It seemed he only took 2 chickens. Auntie, maybe you should ask him. Big Zhu was Mrs. Liu's son. A few years ago, he developed a gambling habit. After his wife got pregnant, he swore he would stop gambling, but who knows if he's fallen back into it. Gambling addiction is hard to break. Mrs. Liu heard Li Chong and immediately reacted.
She clapped her hands.
Oh, this troublemaker. Just wait, I won't let him get away with it. Once they were far away, Song Siyun was still annoyed. How could someone accuse others of stealing chickens without evidence? Where did they get such courage? Li Chong said, Yun, Auntie Liu also understands. She didn't mean to say it like that. She was worried about her own lost chicken and heard you ate one, so she didn't think carefully. Don't be upset with her. Song Siyun glanced at him, but didn't reply. Li Chong smiled and said, You could have just told me earlier that this chicken was my way of thanking you. Song Siyun directly replied, Your parents are also here. I don't know if they know about this. I just helped a little and got a chicken in return. Don't let things escalate again. Chae-hung looked at her and realized it was because of this that she hadn't said where the chicken came from earlier. Li Chong said, I told my parents yesterday. Don't worry, they even told me to thank you for saving me. I didn't expect this chicken to cause trouble.
Sorry about that.
Song Siyun glanced at the house nearby and hinted, Someone is deliberately spreading rumors. It has nothing to do with you.
Just go back now.
After Li Chong left, Chae-hung picked up the things he bought to go into the yard. Unexpectedly, Song Siyun rolled up her sleeves and stormed to Wu's house to scold. Why are you hiding? I saw you just now. Do you dare to act innocent? What does my family's chicken have to do with you? Always dressing up and trying to someone. Don't think I don't know your plans. If you like someone, just say it.
It's not shameful to like a man.
I hate people who secretly cause trouble. Next time, I will take action myself. Watch your mouth. Song Siyun cursed at Wu's house for a long time, but there was no response. The front door was open, but no one came out. Chae-hung didn't expect her to be so fierce, so he didn't get involved and took the things inside. When Song Siyun finished her rant and came back, Chae-hung was just coming out of the house. She said angrily, I scolded Li Yunxiang. Do you feel upset? Today's trouble was caused by her. She came to our house yesterday, and today there are rumors. She was even watching the fun at the village entrance just now. At first, Song Siyun wasn't sure if she did it on purpose, but when Li Chong helped her speak at the door and Yunxiang was hiding in her yard watching, it was obvious she had bad intentions. After scolding her like that, she didn't even dare to show her face, confirming that she deliberately caused trouble. Chae-hung said, It's hot outside. Go inside and rest. I'll cook and call you. For some reason, when Song Siyun heard his gentle tone, she felt uncomfortable, like being hit with a cotton ball. No matter how angry she was, she couldn't get her fire out. She went straight into the house and then turned back to say, From now on, don't let her come bother me, or I won't be polite. Anyway, everyone in the village thinks I'm a troublemaker and a crazy person, so I might as well go all the way. Who am I afraid of? Kar-hum wanted to speak, but she didn't want to listen and turned to go inside. In the Wu family's main room, Yang sighed several times before pointing at Yunxiang and saying, My son was unlucky and left early. You're still young, so you probably won't stay with me forever. If you want to remarry, I have no objection. But there's also family reputation. Even if you don't want him, you should consider his name. It's so embarrassing to cause a fuss like this. Yunxiang is just a crazy girl. Why do you provoke her? Everyone knows Kar-hung cares for her. If he had feelings for you, would he ignore you? Yunxiang said nothing. Yang continued, Stop scheming behind people's backs. Your tricks are not good enough. If they get out, it will sound bad. If you want to marry someone else, then leave the family heirloom and go back to your parents' house to find a new match. At this moment, Yunxiang finally said, I'm going to cook. Mother, please watch the children. She could only feel upset alone. She was just upset that Song Siyun was living comfortably, so when Liu mentioned losing the chicken, she specifically brought up Song Siyun. Who knew Song Siyun would come to the door to scold her? If she had known it would cause such trouble, she wouldn't have spoken up. She also wondered what Kar Daji thought, whether he thought she was a mean person. When Kar Hung finished preparing the meal, half an hour had passed. Song Si-yoon was very hungry but felt too embarrassed to go out while hearing dishes being served in the main room. She could only take out her medical book to read. Kar Hung had set the food and then knocked on her door.
The meal is ready. Do you want to come out and eat or eat inside?
She decided not to ignore her hunger and opened the door. The aroma of the food immediately wafted over, making Kar Hung smile. Then come out and eat. After sitting down, Kar Hung served her a bowl of rice. Song Si-yoon took it and started eating, keeping her head down and not speaking, still looking upset. Kar Hung said, I have nothing to do with Yoon Xiang. Last time, her son had an emergency, so I helped take him to the clinic. Yesterday, she brought steamed buns to thank me, but I already declined. Song Si-yoon replied, I didn't ask you. Why explain? I don't care. She thought that her anger was because someone had wrongly accused her of being a thief. She didn't care about what the original owner was like. She had never stolen from anyone, and being maliciously smeared with dirt made her naturally upset. Kar Hung helped her serve food. Eat quickly. We need to see Dr. Lee later. I'll go with you. After returning home, she forgot about the idea of becoming an apprentice and wondered whether Dr. Lee would agree to accept her. She considered this and forgot her anger. She asked Kar Hung how she could persuade Dr. Lee to take her as a student. Although she just wanted an excuse to learn medicine, she needed him to be willing to accept her. The original owner had a very bad reputation in the village, so Song Si-yoon was unsure. After lunch, the two of them took the prepared gifts and went to Dr. Lee's house. He was in the yard drying herbs when he saw Kar Hung and Song Si-yoon arrive and looked a bit confused. Kar Hung, you're quite a rare guest, Dr. Lee said with a smile. He found a stool for them to sit on. Seeing their big bags, he knew they weren't here for a checkup. Everyone in the village avoided Song Si-yoon, but Kar Hung was the opposite. Except for the Song family, others spoke highly of him. Dr. Lee always treated him kindly. Kar Hung explained their purpose. Dr. Lee looked at Song Si-yoon and asked, Yun, are you really serious about learning medicine? She immediately nodded. Of course. I'm very sincere. I can't keep causing trouble everywhere. Dr. Lee smiled, feeling a bit emotional. As the daughter of Hong Woo, she was bound to be promising. Song Si-yoon didn't expect Dr. Lee to be so kind to her. When she heard she wanted to learn medicine, she was not surprised but felt very pleased. She let out a breath of relief. Dr. Lee said, if you want to learn, come help me when you're free. But I'm not very skilled, so I don't know how much I can teach you. It depends on your luck. Song Si-yoon knew he wasn't serious and quickly said, I can endure hardships. Whatever way Dr. Lee teaches, I will learn properly. I'll even bow to become his apprentice and study hard. This time, Dr. Lee showed a hint of surprise. He thought she was bored and wanted something to do. He figured it was better than causing trouble in the village. But now, seeing her serious attitude, he wondered if she genuinely wanted to become a doctor. He hesitated. Treating illnesses and saving people is not an easy task. A doctor must have a kind heart, but they also can't just focus on saving others without care. Acting recklessly won't make a good doctor. Dr. Lee thought it was important to say this first. Song Si-yoon nodded and said, Of course I understand. Today, I decided to visit and ask to learn from a master. I am prepared, so don't worry, Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee was still a bit hesitant, mainly because he wasn't sure how much she could learn. If he only taught her to recognize herbs, that would be simple. But if he was to teach her to check pulses and save lives, he needed to see her true character first. Just then, Lee Chong brought some items to the door. He said, Grandpa, I just made some pork fat. My mother said to bring you a bowl. When he entered, he saw Song Si-yoon and Chae Hung. He smiled and said, Oh, it's you. Are you here to see my grandpa? Song Si-yoon replied, I want to learn medicine. I am asking Dr. Lee to take me as a student, but he seems to doubt whether I will learn well. Lee Chong was excited when he heard this. He said, Grandpa, Yun is really talented. I almost choked to death in the mountains, but Yun saved me. If she really learns medicine, she will be a great doctor. Dr. Lee didn't know about this yet. After hearing the details, he was impressed that Song Si-eun had quickly resolved the crisis. He smiled and said, I didn't expect a country doctor like me to have a disciple one day. Yun, today I promise to do my best to teach you medicine. In the future, if you practice medicine and save people, it will also be my blessing. Song Si-eun finally relaxed and said with a smile, Thank you, master. Please accept my bow. The original owner was often sick as a child. Dr. Lee always treated her. Song Si-eun felt it was okay to bow to him, so she knelt and performed the formal bow to show her respect. Dr. Lee was very happy and couldn't stop smiling. Chae-hung said, Please accept Dr. Lee's gift of the bow. From now on, please carefully teach Si-eun. Yes, I promise to take her as a disciple, and I will teach her everything I know.
They stayed at Dr.
Lee's house for a while. When it was almost time, they stood up to leave.
Lee Chong also went with them.
Yun, study hard. I believe you can become a good doctor, Lee Chong said with a sincere smile. He hadn't known Song Si-eun well before, but in the past 2 days, they had talked a few times. He felt she was different from what the villagers said. Song Si-eun nodded and said, Thank you for speaking up for me earlier. Otherwise, Dr. Lee might not have agreed to take me as a disciple. I will thank you properly in the future. Anyway, Dr. Lee accepted her, so she can focus on studying medicine without frightening others. Lee Chong scratched his head and smiled. I'm telling the truth. If you learn medicine well, you'll definitely make a good doctor. After saying that, he instinctively looked at Chae-hung. Seeing Chae-hung expressionless, he quickly said, I have some family matters to attend to. I'm leaving now. Big brother Chae, Yunya, take care and have a safe journey. On the way home, Song Si-eun was very happy, walking and bouncing happily. She casually plucked a blade of grass from the roadside, and by the time she got home, she had braided it into a grass ring. Chae-hung kept a respectful distance from her, watching her happiness with a calm eye. When they entered the courtyard, Chae-hung said, From now on, you should study hard with Dr. Lee. I'll take care of the family matters. Song Si-eun turned back and smiled. How can I leave everything to you? You have to earn money and take care of the family. That's so tiring. I don't go to my master's house every day. Most of the time, I stay at home reading the medical books my father left. It would be great if I had more medical books. Chae-hung asked, What kind of medical books do you want? Song Si-eun thought for a moment. She needed to read widely. Although she had some medical knowledge in her previous life, the Bien K Needle Classic she saw here was different from what she remembered. Who knows if there are even better medical books in this time? She casually said, Any kind of books. If I don't understand something, I'll ask my master. Reading more books can't be wrong, right?
Chae-hung nodded, yes.
At noon, Song Si-eun felt extremely sleepy, so she went back to her room for a nap. When she woke up, she heard voices outside. Listening carefully, wasn't that Yun Seong's voice? Song Si-eun immediately sat up in bed, angry, and walked toward the door. She saw Chae-hung and Yun Seong talking across the courtyard gate. Big brother Chae, I really didn't mean it that way. I just said it casually, and she misunderstood. I came here specifically to explain, Yun Seong said, pretending to look aggrieved. Yun Seong came to clarify what happened in the morning. Song Si-eun was so angry after hearing her curse at her doorstep that even the neighbors heard her. The more she thought about it, the more ashamed she felt. She was worried Chae-hung might also be upset. Unable to hold back, she decided to come and explain in the afternoon. Chae-hung said, If you want to explain, wait until Si-eun wakes up. I'll call her out, and you can explain to her directly. It's better to clear up any misunderstandings. Yun Seong was surprised. There's no need. I'm just worried you might misunderstand me. I can't explain it clearly to her either. Kar-hung remained calm and said, I have nothing to misunderstand. I am married to Si-eun. Her matters are my matters. If you're really worried about misunderstandings, it's better to clarify things face to face. Si-eun heard this, stretched lazily, and walked outside. Yes, if you think I misunderstood you, just tell me now. Who told Aunt Lu that I stole her chickens? Seeing her suddenly come out, Yunxiang was very nervous and stammered. I didn't say anything. You didn't say anything? Then I must be making it up. I scolded you this morning, and you still tolerate it? Let's confront Aunt Lu. If she says I misunderstood you, I will apologize to you in front of the whole village. Is that okay? Yunxiang bit her lip, looking like she was about to cry. She whispered, Big Brother Che, please don't misunderstand me. I won't mention this again. I'm going home now. After saying that, she turned around and ran back to her house. Song Siyun snorted coldly and went inside. The incident where Song Siyun cursed outside Wu's house quickly spread through the village, making people realize Yunxiang was deliberately setting her up, trying to make Aunt Lu think Song Siyun stole chickens. Secretly, some people pointed fingers. Yunxiang's husband had died 2 years ago, and her son was an orphan, just over a year old. She was still young and couldn't stay with Yang and her child forever. Over the past year, she occasionally talked to Kar Hung, and when mentioning Siyun, she seemed resentful. Some people noticed her thoughts, and others teased her, suggesting she should just be direct with Kar Hung. Maybe there was a chance. 6 months ago, Kar Hung suddenly married Siyun. Yunxiang was depressed for a long time. Recently, when Siyun tried to cross a river, everyone thought her chance had come. But Siyun not only was fine but seemed to have changed completely. Now, Siyun no longer caused trouble in the village. She was caring and considerate, doing laundry, cooking, going to the mountains to gather firewood, and even going to Dr. Lee to learn medicine. Everyone thought Siyun had suddenly realized something and wanted to live well with Kar Hung. When the Lee and Wu families came asking for money, they got nothing, no copper coins. This meant Yunxiang had even less chance now. The fact that Siyun scolded Yunxiang also warned the Song family. They had been thinking about the silver she had, but they couldn't take the risk anymore. Now, Song Siyun is very different from before. If she really gets angry and starts saying nonsense in the village, will the Song family's reputation suffer? After much thought, Song Changming gave orders to Li and Wu, forbidding them from asking Song Siyun for money again. The most important thing for the Song family is to find a scholar to support, and nothing is more important than Song Wen's studies. With his words in front, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law saw that Song Siyun only avoided them, not daring to ask for money anymore. They also feared that she would demand back the money she had previously given. Without their troublemaking visits, Song Siyun has been very happy these days. She sleeps in until she wakes naturally, then does the little housework left. Sometimes she reads medical books, sometimes she goes into the mountains to find mountain goods. If she has a good harvest, she sells it in the town. The man who bought mushrooms from her came to see her twice recently. Each time he bought all her goods directly. Song Siyun was happy about this, but after her last experience, she didn't let anyone take her basket away. Girl, when will you come again? Master Wang asked. Recently, his goods have been very fresh. If he always had such fresh items, he wouldn't worry about cooking. Song Siyun shook her head. I don't know. It depends on whether my father goes into the mountains. If you want to buy, come here often and take a look. I usually come around this time, anyway. Master Wang nodded and finally smiled. All right. If you have good stuff, sell it to me. If I don't come, you can just send it to Xiangmanlo. Song Siyun was surprised. Isn't that the restaurant run by Che Hung? Is the chef from Xiangmanlo? She smiled and replied, Okay, I'll remember that. Master Wang gave her a silver coin. Song Siyun carefully put it away, which made a few women selling vegetables nearby envy her a lot. That person is from Xiangmanlo. That's a big restaurant. Girl, you're really lucky. Such a big restaurant is willing to buy your things. Song Siyun smiled. It's just for fresh stuff. After summer, there won't be much to sell. I'm leaving now. After selling mushrooms 3 times, she earned quite a few silver coins. She used the money to buy things for her home. The first 2 times, she bought urgently needed items, and her rice and flour jars were already full. Today, she planned to buy some useful items for Che Hung. Once she wanted to buy lamp oil, but there was too much to carry, so she gave up. Today, she decided to buy some to take home. Che Hung finds it easy to get hungry at night when studying, so she bought some pastries for him, thinking they could fill his stomach if he was hungry. These things are not cheap, but Song Si-eun didn't mind. After all, she earned money to spend. Saving it wouldn't make much sense. She bought some pastries and left. A person came out from behind the counter and asked the shop assistant, "What did she buy?" The shop assistant smiled and said, "That young lady bought a chestnut cake and a mung bean cake." Gu Helen snorted. She'll never change her greedy habits. With her mouth, she can eat up quite a bit of money. Kar-hung works hard to earn money, but in the end, it's still not enough for her. Seeing that the young master was unhappy, the shop assistant didn't reply and went to serve other customers. Song Si-eun has been busy lately with studying medicine and earning money. She feels quite happy with her busy days, finding a special kind of fun in them. She carried a basket of things home. On the way, people who saw her whispered, "Did you see? Yuna's bought so many good things again. Where does she get all that money? Kar-hang's wages are high." Another person said, "Seongman Lu is a big restaurant. I heard the manager values Kar-hung a lot, so he probably pays well. But Kar-hung is really devoted to her. She used to cause a lot of trouble, but Kar-hung never said a word. Now she seems to be settling down." The two of them look quite suited. Song Si-eun didn't hear the villagers talking behind her back. When she got home, she cleaned the things she bought, then tidied up the yard and washed their clothes. In the past, Kar-hung was the one doing these chores. Now, whenever she saw something, she would do it herself. It was clear Kar-hung was a bit uncomfortable, suspicious, probably still thinking she might sell him. At night, Kar-hung came home. Song Si-eun had already prepared dinner. Today, she bought fresh pork and the peppers in the yard were ripe, so she made twice-cooked pork. She didn't know if this was the usual way, but she just wanted to eat it. In her previous life, she loved cooking for herself, and she never thought it would come in handy someday. Eating familiar dishes from her past felt like returning to those times. Kar-hung washed his hands and sat down to eat, lost in thought as he looked at the dishes on the table. Today, the two dishes Song Si-eun made were unfamiliar to him. Green pepper twice-cooked pork, lotus root and meatball soup, and some pickled vegetables she made herself. All looked very appetizing. Kar-hung tasted the twice-cooked pork and smiled slightly. "Your cooking is better than mine." Song Si-eun loved hearing compliments about her cooking and smiled. "Then eat more. I made these myself. I was just experimenting, worried you might not like them." Kar-hung didn't know where she learned these dishes from. After tasting carefully, he said, "There's nothing like this at Seongman Lu, especially this spicy pepper stir-fry. The aroma is very unique. If Master Wang tries it, he will definitely praise it." Song Si-eun asked, "That Master Wang, is he the one with a cloth wrapped around his head and a bit overweight?" Kar-hung nodded, "Yes." Song Si-eun talked about how she met Master Wang when selling mushrooms, but Kar-hung was not surprised. He realized that Kar-hung had known about this for a long time. "Did you know I sold the mushrooms I collected to him?" Kar-hung nodded, "Yes. I saw the basket I made at Seongman Lu last time and guessed." Song Si-eun let out an "oh," feeling a bit disappointed. Today, she was happy because she found out that the person was from Seongman Lu and wanted to tell Kar-hung this funny story. But now, she excitedly shared it, and Kar-hung looked uninterested, as if he already knew and didn't care. It was like being poured cold water on her, making her feel down. Kar-hung saw she was unhappy, but didn't know why. He started talking, but she didn't reply. He then thought to himself, maybe he said something wrong. After thinking carefully, he came to a conclusion. Song Si-eun had changed for the better. She was no longer the unreasonable person she used to be. But he felt that it was more complicated to be around her now. Before, he just needed to go along with her, and her bad mood was normal. But now, she was mostly happy, and when she was occasionally upset, he felt uneasy, not knowing why she was unhappy. They were both lost in their thoughts while eating. Suddenly, someone at the gate called out, Brother Kar, are you home?" Hearing this, Kar-hung went to open the gate, and Song Si-eun also stood up. The visitor was Yoon Seong, holding her son. The child's crying sounded strange. Out of instinct as a doctor, Song Si-eun quickly went to check on the child. Yoon Seong was startled and quickly hid the child behind her, saying with a warning tone, "What are you doing?" as if Song Si-eun was about to hurt the child. Song Si-eun said, "He can't breathe right now. We need to give him emergency treatment immediately." She even thought about calling for an ambulance, but remembered she was no longer the same Song Si-eun she used to be, so she had to think of another way. Yoon-seong ignored her and looked at Chae-hung with tears in her eyes. "Brother Chae, my son has a bad habit. We need to go to Zhensong Jichuan Hall in town to see a doctor. Only Dr. Zhou can cure him. It's so late, and I am carrying him, walking so slowly. Please, Brother Chae, come with me. I beg you to save our family's honor." Chae-hung nodded, wanting to tell Song Si-eun a few words, then took Yoon-seong and the child to town for treatment. But unexpectedly, Song Si-eun snatched the child and said loudly, "By the time you get to town, the Grim Reaper will have already taken him." She carried the child back inside. Yoon-seong, anxious, pulled Chae-hung and said, "Brother Chae, she wants to hurt my son. She wants to strangle him." Chae-hung was clearly stunned. Worried about the child's condition, he shouted at Song Si-eun, "Si-eun, put him down." But Song Si-eun ignored him. She went inside, unbuttoned the child's clothes, and pressed her fingers several acupoints. The child had hives and throat swelling, an emergency. There were no first aid supplies available, so she could only try acupuncture. But her fingers weren't enough, and she didn't know where the needles were. Chae-hung and Yoon-seong hurried into the room. Song Si-eun looked at Chae-hung and ordered firmly, "I am saving his life. If you don't want him to die, go get the needles and an oil lamp." Although she had learned from Dr. Lee, it had only been a few days. Plus, the child was so young. Chae-hung was skeptical she could save him. But her tone was very firm, with a force that made it hard to disbelieve. The child's face was turning blue and purple, looking very unwell. He didn't know why, but he nodded and changed his attitude. "Wait here, I'll go get them." Yoon-seong was so scared she almost fainted. When she went inside, she saw Song Si-eun removing her son's clothes and pressing her fingers on him to reduce the swelling. She immediately rushed forward to save her son. "Song Si-eun, I only said a few words that day. I didn't accuse you of stealing. If you don't like me, then come at me. Why are you bothering my son? Please let go of my son." While pressing the acupoints to relieve the child's throat swelling, Song Si-eun also tried to block Yoon-seong. She was busy and frantic.
"Kieng, uriat."
"Are you stitching flowers?" Yoon-seong didn't understand why Song Si-eun was so forceful. She was crying and shouting, "Help! Someone's killing. Song Si-eun is killing someone." Song Si-eun was focused on the child's condition. She didn't notice when Yoon-seong picked up a nearby teapot and hit her on the head. Suddenly, Song Si-eun felt dizzy and lightheaded. The car balance took a needle and happened to see the scene. He immediately stepped forward to hold Yoon-seong and sternly asked, "What are you doing?" Yoon-seong cried and said, "Big Brother Chae, she's hurting my son. My son doesn't even know. He's crying." Now, Chae-hung could only trust Song Si-eun. He said in a deep voice, "She's trying to save your son." "Save what? She can't even do medical work. How can she save anyone? Big Brother Chae, please take my son to town. I beg you, I'll kneel." As she spoke, she was about to kneel down, but Chae-hung quickly held her back. Song Si-eun didn't want to waste words. She snatched the needle from Chae-hung's hand and started to treat the child. She sterilized the needle by heating it red, then inserted it into several acupoints. Her technique was very skilled. Acupuncture was her special skill. However, she wasn't entirely confident because the child's condition was very dangerous. Yoon-seong was so frightened she couldn't speak. She leaned into Chae-hung's arms, but he didn't catch her. Her body started to weaken, and she sat on the ground.
"My son."
After inserting more than 10 needles, the child's purple and blue marks on his face finally eased a bit, and he could cry out loud. Song Si-eun let out a sigh of relief. He's alive. He can live. Chae-hung kept watching the child's condition. If the child died here, Song Si-eun would surely be sued by the Wu family. Then, how could he save her? Seeing the child's symptoms improve, Chae-hung also relaxed and said to Yoon-seong, "He's passed down the family tradition. He can cry now." Yunxiang had just thought her son was doomed and felt hopeless. She was already planning to die with Song Siyun. But then she heard her son crying, and she quickly took him in her arms. Passed down the family tradition. Luckily, you're okay. Mother almost caused your death. Song Siyun stood up. Yunxiang quickly hid the child behind her, looking at her with suspicion. What are you going to do now? I won't give my son to you again. I at least saved his life. Is this how you thank your lifesaver? Your son has a rash and swelling in his throat, which is why he couldn't breathe. When you get to town, your son might already be in serious trouble. She was angry at the woman's ignorance and spoke somewhat impolitely. Yunxiang knew her child had this illness. Her husband also had it. He would get red rashes. After the birth of the family heir, it happened a couple of times. Dr. Zhou from Jichuantang prescribed medicine, and it got better. She didn't understand how Song Siyun could be right. She wouldn't believe that this fat woman could do medical work, so she doubted what she said. You have a very hard heart. My family is so small, and you curse him to die. Why are you angry at me? What did I do to you? Why are you taking out your anger on my son? His skin is so tender. Look at the red marks you left on him. He's crying so hard. You're just a mean person. As she spoke, she almost started crying again. Song Siyun was speechless. He just couldn't see that the boy was struggling to breathe. Now that he is crying, it's a good sign. Forget it, there's no point arguing with someone like you. Today, I am doing a good deed, and I don't expect you to thank me. From now on, don't come to me with problems. Just handle things yourself. Yunxiang tightly hugged her son and looked at Che Heng with a sad face. Brother Che, look at what she's saying. Usually Brother Che often helps my family. I remember your kindness. So, I won't blame her for causing trouble at my house.
But she can't treat my son like this.
Brother Che, you are a reasonable person. How can you be with someone like... She didn't finish her sentence, just kept wiping her tears. Song Siyun sneered. She was really a hypocrite. She crossed her arms and looked at Yunxiang with a half smile. I don't think you care much about your son's life or death. He's turning blue from holding his breath, and you still have time to do your makeup and dress up? In the middle of the night, dressing so beautifully, who are you trying to impress? This young widow is quite lively. Coming out late at night to ask Che Heng for help, and dressed so fancy. Was she trying to get him to help save her child or find a stepfather for her kid? Looks like she didn't curse enough that day. Yunxiang's face showed she was caught. She looked a bit embarrassed. I usually dress like this. What are you talking about? Song Siyun sneered coldly. Daring to do, but not daring to admit? If you like Che Heng so much, he's my husband. If I want to find a stepfather for your son, I'll do it after I die. Because Yunxiang had just been crying and shouting, neighbors nearby came out to watch. Hearing these words, they started whispering quietly. Yunxiang cried even harder. Che Heng frowned and said coldly, the family should be fine now. You can go back first. It's best to take him to the town tomorrow for a checkup. There were already people outside watching. Yunxiang was proud, so she couldn't say much more. She had to bow slightly to Che Heng.
Thank you, Brother Che.
I'll go back now. Che Heng closed the courtyard door, pretending not to see the people outside. Song Siyun looked at him and said, I saved her son, and now she's thanking you. I think I really meddled too much. She hadn't finished her meal yet, but she was so angry she felt full. If it weren't for feeling sorry for the child, she wouldn't want to talk to Li Yunxiang at all. It was just causing herself more trouble. Juheng saw her go back inside and left her a clean bowl of food. After he finished eating, he went to wash the dishes. When he finished his bath and returned to his room, he turned on the light and noticed it was much brighter than usual. He sat there lost in thought. Song Siyun knocked on the door outside. Can I come in and talk to you? Come in, he said as he opened the door. Song Siyun entered and found a stool to sit on. They sat facing each other. Juheng wondered what she would say, but as soon as she spoke, he was so surprised he couldn't speak. Let's divorce, Song Siyun said directly. She had already made up her mind. Since they weren't really married anymore, and she was no longer the same Song Siyun, there was no reason to keep the marriage going. They had no feelings for each other. It would be better to live separately, each going their own way. Ju-Hung's hand tightened on the table. After a moment, his cold voice came through. Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Things aren't what you think between Yunxiang and me. Song Siyun replied, It's not entirely because of her. I know I don't deserve you. If it weren't for repaying my father's kindness, you wouldn't have stayed in Xingshu village to take care of me. I was reckless before, always making things difficult for you. You never once scolded me. That was enough patience. 5 years have passed. You've already repaid my father's kindness. Besides, even if you hadn't helped me back then, my father wouldn't have survived. He just happened to save you by chance. There's no need for you to waste your whole life here. Ju-Hung didn't expect to hear these words from her, let alone from her own mouth. He was momentarily stunned. After a while, he finally said, I've never thought about leaving you. I promised Uncle Song I would take care of you for life. You don't need to feel sorry for me. Taking care of you is what I should do. Song Siyun sighed. But I think I've taken enough care of you. If this continues, I'll feel like I owe you a debt of gratitude. I don't want to owe anyone anything. You don't owe me anything. Even if I take care of you for a lifetime, you still don't owe me. But Song Siyun sighed again. We're married, but we have no feelings. One day, I'll want a close friend to be with me. What will I do then? You have your life to live, and I have mine. It's better to part ways early. What do you think? Yunxiang gave her a reminder. Although she could tell that Chae-Hung didn't have romantic feelings for Yunxiang, she wondered who might appear in the future and truly like him. They were only married in name, and if someone he truly liked appeared, it would be awkward. It was better to end their relationship now. She came here by accident and didn't know when she would leave. Now, she just wanted to live well and had no time to think about complicated feelings. The simpler, the better. Divorce was the best choice. When Chae-Hung heard this, he had other thoughts. He remembered the day she was falsely accused of stealing chickens. Li Chong came out to clear her name, went to learn from Dr. Li, and also spoke up for her. Standing together, they looked quite suitable. If that was the case, then he really should think carefully about their current relationship. They decided to marry to smoothly bring her out of the Song family and prevent the Li and Wu families from selling her. He only wanted to take care of her for life, never abandon her, but he never considered whether she was willing to be cared for like that forever. Maybe she already liked someone else, and his care was just a burden to her. Understanding this, he nodded. All right, I agree to divorce you, but I have a condition. He agreed directly. Song Siyun let out a breath of relief, but was curious about his condition. What condition?
Kiang smiled faintly.
I stay by your side to take care of you. That's what I promised Uncle Song. It can never change. If you want me to stay far away, I can agree, but you must show me you can live alone. As long as you can take care of yourself well, I will leave. Song Siyun frowned. I'm healthy and capable. What's there to worry about? Chae-Hung looked at her. She remembered how the original owner used to act carelessly and nervously touched her nose. All right, then how do I prove it? Chae-Hung said 1 year. If after a year, you are completely different from before, I believe you can take care of yourself. I won't bother you too much. We divorce, and there will be no more ties.
How about that?
Okay, I agree. For this year, we'll still be husband and wife, just like now. Song Siyun nodded without hesitation. It's only a year. What's the big deal? She didn't believe anything would change after a year. After a year, she would be free. After finishing this matter, Song Siyun had nothing more to say. She stood up and said, You should rest early. I'm going back to sleep. Chae-Hung asked, Does your head still hurt? He was referring to Yunxiang hitting her earlier. At that moment, he had just brought back the needle and saw Yunxiang strike her, but he didn't have time to stop her. After Yunxiang left, she went back to her room feeling upset, and he didn't get a chance to ask her about it. Song Siyun was so focused on thinking about her relationship with Chae-Hung that she didn't notice her own pain. When he asked, she reached out to touch her head, and the pain made her frown. Chae-Hung immediately became nervous. Come on, let's go see Dr. Li now. She quickly waved her hand. It's nothing, just a bump. It will go away in a few days. But you should tell her not to come around me in the future. Be careful, I might get back at her. She thought Chae-hyung would agree, but he said, I have nothing to do with her. How can I say anything? Song Si-eun was so angry, she widened her eyes. Are you doing this on purpose? Just because she's bullying me? Chae-hyung said, if she acts up again, I'll personally take revenge for you. His anger from earlier quickly faded. He didn't say he wouldn't care. He only said he had no relationship with Yoon-seong. He couldn't blame her, but if Yoon-seong dared to cause trouble again, he wouldn't let her off. It seemed he couldn't find any fault with her either. Song Si-eun looked at him. Then you should sleep early. There are some new snacks I bought today on the table. If you can't sleep and want to read, you can eat them to fill your stomach. She turned to leave, but Chae-hyung said, thanks for changing the lamp oil. The lamp is much brighter now. Song Si-eun didn't look back. She said proudly, since you're now my husband, don't say I bully you just because I keep you awake. It's not like I can't afford good lamp oil. After she left, Chae-hyung couldn't help but smile and then stared at the pastries on the table, lost in thought. The oil paper had the words Tianxiang Zhai printed on it. There was a package of mung bean cake and a package of chestnut cake. These were the best-selling pastries from Tianxiang Zhai, and each package cost 8 coins of silver. He remembered what Gu Helen told him earlier that day. Chae-hyung, you can't keep spoiling Song Si-eun like this. Look at her. She keeps buying pastries from Tianxiang Zhai. She's already so fat, but she still eats. If she keeps eating like this, even if you work yourself to death, you won't be able to support her. He thought she was just fond of the cakes, as she often went to buy them. He had planned to bring some home himself, but when he heard she bought them herself, he let it go. Unexpectedly, those 2 packages of pastries appeared on his desk. Turns out, she bought them to give him as snacks to fill his stomach. The car balance looked at the pastries and remembered her mention of divorce, feeling uncertain about her emotions. He sat briefly at his desk, tidied the pastries, and picked up his pen to copy a book. That night, Song Si-eun slept well. She had been here for a while now, clarifying her relationship with Chae-hyung, which was a small progress. Starting tomorrow, she planned to carefully prepare for her future. Initially, she felt awkward around Chae-hyung, but after talking openly, she felt much more comfortable. They were just roommates after all, and in a year, they would have no connection. The next day, Song Si-eun woke up naturally. No matter how diligent she was, she couldn't stand waking up early. She felt dizzy and thought, waking up early ruins the whole day. Today, she was supposed to go into the mountains with Dr. Lee to gather herbs. Since she had become his apprentice, she had to follow his instructions and do whatever he asked. Dr. Lee had his own route for collecting herbs. Lee Chong went into the mountains almost every day, collecting good herbs and bringing them back. He also shared the best paths with her, making the process quite safe. When he saw a certain herb, he taught Song Si-eun how to recognize it. She learned very seriously, and the next time she saw it, she could identify it immediately. After a few days, Dr. Lee already regarded her as a genius. Yun, you truly are a talented medical student. I didn't realize it before. I should have had you learn from me earlier. Song Si-eun smiled shyly. Master, don't praise me too much. I'll get proud. It's right to be proud. You're really impressive, Dr. Lee said happily, quite satisfied with his apprentice. He wished he could teach her all his lifelong knowledge right away. Song Si-eun thought to herself, I've studied these things for years. It would be strange if I couldn't recognize them. I have a doctorate in medicine, but now I have to pretend to be a little student. It's quite funny. She and Dr. Lee spent half a day in the mountains, collecting many herbs. They then went back to clean and dry them. By the time they finished, it was already afternoon, and she had to go home to cook. Dr. Lee's wife, Mrs. Wang, said, Yun, just stay home and eat. You've worked hard today. Mrs. Wang didn't like Song Si-eun very much at first. Once, Si-eun accidentally poured all their herbs into the pond, ruining months of effort. Although the herbs weren't very valuable and Chae-hyung also lost money, she was still angry for several days and couldn't get over it. Seeing Si-eun made her want to avoid her. Dr. Lee decided to take Song Si-eun as his apprentice. When she found out, she opposed it, saying it was a disaster to bring her in and that she would cause endless trouble. However, Dr. Lee's mind was made up, and her opposition was useless. She could only accept the matter with fear and anxiety. Unexpectedly, Song Si-eun came several times, each time behaving so politely that it was a little frightening. She was very sensible, helping to dry the medicinal herbs and cleaning the house thoroughly. Last time, she even filled the water jar to the top. The villagers said that Yunya had finally understood and wanted to live a good life with Chae-hung. She hadn't believed it before, but after these visits, she had to believe it. Mrs. Wang isn't heartless. Seeing such a well-behaved and sensible girl, it's natural for her to like her. Now her attitude towards Song Si-eun has improved. Song Si-eun had just finished her work, wiped her sweat, and smiled at Mrs. Wang. Thank you, mistress, but I still need to go home and cook. When Chae-hung comes back, he can eat then. Mrs. Wang smiled and said, Why don't you ask Chae-hung to come along? There's plenty of food at home for all of you. Song Si-eun politely declined. Next time, I'll bring some good dishes. I'll cook for master and mistress. After saying this, worried Mrs. Wang might keep her, she left the yard directly. Master, I need to go to town tomorrow, so I won't be able to come for lessons. Dr. Lee knew she still had to go into the mountains to find mountain products to sell in town. He nodded. Go ahead. But when you look for mushrooms, be careful to identify them properly. Only pick what you know, and don't find any poisonous ones. I understand. They went up the mountain together. When Song Si-eun saw mountain goods, she would ask Dr. Lee, who carefully explained which were poisonous and which were edible. She then said she wanted to go to town to sell things to help support her family. Not only did she smoothly handle the matter, but she also made Dr. Lee think she was very sensible, which improved his opinion of her. Mrs. Wang couldn't stop smiling. This girl looks pretty good now. She used to be really annoying. She's a good girl, but why was she like that before? I just can't figure it out. Dr. Lee said, There's nothing hard to understand. Before, the Song family raised her. Do you know what kind of people they were? When Han-woo was still around, they hated him so much they didn't want him to come home for a year. They only sent Silverback. To get more money, they deliberately let Yunya grow fat. How could she be well-educated? I think Chae-hung also noticed this, which is why he insisted on taking Yunya away to live separately. Look, it's only been half a year, and she's like a different person. This girl isn't bad by nature. It's clear that the Song family raised her crooked on purpose. Master Wang scolded. That wife of Lee's is really not a good person. She always favors the eldest family. Just because the eldest family had a boy, Han-woo only got a girl. She should see who worked hard to build that good house. Han-woo only has this girl, and she won't take good care of her. She's not afraid of retribution. Dr. Lee snorted lightly, not agreeing anyway. Now Yunya is my apprentice. I will teach her well. She's very talented. With good teaching, she might become a great doctor someday. Master Wang smiled and said, That depends on the master. Your 3 tricks, can they make her a great doctor? If she becomes a barefoot doctor, that's your real skill. Dr. Lee also smiled. You like to tease me. You look down on my barefoot doctor skills. If you have a headache or a fever, why do you still ask me to treat you? I wouldn't ask anyone else. You're the only doctor in the family, Wang sighed. If Guangyao were still here, I'd definitely ask him, not you. Talking about their son, Dr. Lee also sighed. They only have one son. He was very talented in medicine. From a young age, they carefully taught him. Guangyao didn't disappoint. They sent him to Jichuan Hall at 20, and he became a young talent in town. But 10 years ago, a plague suddenly struck Yong'an town. The government called doctors to help with the disaster. Sadly, Guangyao caught a serious illness and died. Since then, Dr. Lee was depressed for a long time. His son, so talented and well-trained, was gone suddenly. How could he bear it? Over time, the couple felt a little better, but they still sighed when they talked about their son. The atmosphere grew heavy. Dr. Lee smiled and said, All right, Guangyao is probably watching over us from heaven. We shouldn't be so sad. Luckily, I now have a very talented apprentice. I'm not too old. There's still time to teach her carefully. Maybe Yenya will be even better than Guangyao. Wang wiped her tears gently and smiled slightly. Good. Then you must teach Yenya well and train her to be a female doctor. Che Hung had been busy at Xiangmenlo all day. Recently, more guests had come, so the accounts were a bit complicated. Every day, he was calculating the bills. Actually, the accounts were easy to figure out. But he was careful and checked them at least twice to be sure. If there was even a small mistake, he would count them again. Manager Chen was surprised by how careful he was. He said it wasn't necessary to be so precise. Losing a few coins wouldn't matter. But Che Hung only agreed outwardly. When he worked, he still did everything meticulously. Master Chen feels his wages are too low and feels a bit guilty towards the accountant. Karheng has no official titles and initially didn't want to apply for the accountant position, thinking he looked like a country person and lacked credentials, unsure if he was trying to bluff. Unexpectedly, he organized the accounts clearly and even offered to help further, saying he was willing to do so, even if not paid. Master Chen saw his talent and didn't want to let him go. Precision is very important in bookkeeping, and Karhung was just the right person. He usually speaks little, but when he does, his words are useful. Thanks to his adjustments, the bookkeeping at Xiangmenlo became much more convenient than before. After finishing his work, Karhung packed his bag to go home. Master Chen smiled and said, Karhung, today the kitchen made extra roast duck. Master Wang saved a portion for you. Take it home and share it with your wife. He placed a paper-wrapped package beside his bag. Karhung took it and sincerely thanked him. Thank you, shopkeeper. There's no such thing as doing too much. Giving extra duck is good for everyone. It's not leftover water. Everyone wants to eat it. This was the shopkeeper's kind intention, so Karhung accepted it and naturally wanted to thank him properly. Master Chen smiled and said, You're still so polite. Just do your job well here. Don't be so formal in the future. As Karhung left Xiangmenlo, Gu Helen approached him, put his arm around his shoulder, and said, Come on, today I ran into you, so let's go have a drink. I need to go home for dinner, Karhung replied, looking toward his house. Gu Helen, feeling disappointed, pointed at him and said, What can I say about you? You're tall and strong, yet you're worried about a lady? What can she do if she causes a fuss? You're helping her out of kindness, but she shouldn't push her luck. Look at how she's been bothering you. Karhung couldn't help defending Song Siyun, saying, She's not causing trouble. She's gotten much better now. Gu Helen thought he was just blindly protecting her and didn't believe him, saying, Come on, I've known you long enough. I know what kind of person your wife is. Not wanting to argue on the street, Karhung said, Talking about this won't solve anything. Let's discuss it another time. Today, I really need to go home. Fine, no drinking today. Come have some tea with me. Soon, I'll send you back home. I don't believe she'll starve if you don't cook for her. With that, Gu Helen pulled him into a nearby tea house. Today, Gu Helen didn't come to scold Song Siyun but had something important to discuss. They entered a tea house. Gu Helen ordered a pot of tea before speaking. I heard from my family that Tand Academy might start enrolling students again. You should seize this chance. With your talent, if you prepare carefully for a few months, you can definitely pass. Che Hung poured himself a cup of tea. As he smelled the aroma, he felt relaxed. He usually didn't drink tea, but thought this must be good tea. Gu Helen talked a lot, but seeing that Che Hung didn't respond much, he became anxious. Are you listening to me? Yes, the tea is good. I'll drink a bit more. Gu Helen rubbed his forehead. If you love tea, I can bring some from my home another day. It's a simple thing. Right now, I want to talk about something serious. Tan Academy doesn't enroll students every year. You need to take this chance. If you get in and succeed, you'll soar in the future and won't be stuck here with Song Siyun. As for the kindness you owe her, it's simple. If you're doing well financially, why not send a few more people to take care of her? Che Heng looked up. Can anyone else compare to her father? Gu Helen said, You're not her father. Even if you take care of her personally for a lifetime, her father can't come back. Che Hung remained silent. Gu Helen realized he was being too direct and might have touched a sore spot. Song Hongwoo's death was a pain he couldn't get over.
Sorry, I didn't mean it that way.
I mean, since you're going to take care of her, you don't have to do it personally. If you're capable, you can take better care of her. There's no need to stay by her side forever. You two aren't really suited. Chae-hung poured himself another cup of tea. Remembering what Song Si-eun had said, he slightly smiled. I won't stay by her side forever. Gu Helen was relieved to hear that. That's right. There are many ways to repay kindness. You don't have to dedicate your whole life. Listen to me, prepare well. Tand Academy might start enrolling students again early next year. Chae-hung nodded noncommittally, picked up his bag and oil paper package. Is there anything else? Can I go now? Gu Helen thought he had understood and smiled. Go ahead. Prepare well. If you need any books, just tell me. I'll get them ready for you. Kar-hung reached the door and said, if you really care, find me some books, medical books, any kind of medical books. The more, the better. Gu Helen wanted to ask what he needed the books for, but Kar-hung had already walked away without looking back. Helen could only sit by the window and sigh. This person is really stubborn. I try to persuade him, but he won't listen. I wonder if it will do any good this time. Kar-hung had already gone downstairs. He looked out the window and saw Kar-hung's legs were a bit unsteady again. Helen couldn't help but look away. It's such a shame. Such a good person. Just for that silly girl, Song Si-eun. Today, he had stood for a long time and his knees hurt. After returning home, the pain felt worse. He didn't want Song Si-eun to know, but when he hobbled into the yard, she just came out of the kitchen and saw him. What's wrong with your leg? Did someone hit you? Song Si-eun frowned, full of a sense of justice. She was about to go avenge him. After all, he was her nominal husband. Helen shook his head. No, I just stood too long today. I got a cramp. Resting a bit will be fine. Song Si-eun finally relaxed. You should have told me earlier. I thought someone beat you up. It really looks like you were badly hurt. Helen's hand inside his sleeve clenched slightly, then he showed a faint smile.
Just a little rest and it'll be fine.
Then I'll help you inside. Song Si-eun wiped her hands on her apron, stepped forward to support him. Helen didn't refuse and followed her back to the room. When he sat down at the desk, she said, dinner will be ready later. If you're hungry, you can have some cake now. Do you like the cakes here? They're okay, Helen replied. But in the future, don't buy me any.
I don't get hungry easily at night. If you want to eat, just buy some for yourself.
No, I won't. If I eat, you have to eat too. Otherwise, I'd be unfair to you. If you don't eat, I won't either. With her memories of the original owner, Song Si-eun knew she used to eat these cakes. Sometimes she bought them with the money Helen gave her, sometimes Helen brought them back. She earned money to buy these, so she knew how expensive they were. She didn't want to make Helen suffer. He had been through a lot these past few years. The stove was still burning, so she didn't stay long, and went back to cook. Helen handed her a paper-wrapped package. This is the roast duck the shopkeeper gave me. Add it to the meal. Song Si-eun smiled. You're quite well treated. Helen sat inside and felt a bit hungry, so he took a piece of chestnut cake to eat. I have eaten this before. Although he was reluctant to buy it for himself, Tianxiang Restaurant is a shop owned by Gu Helen's family. He often brought food for him. In the past, he would eat a piece and then seal the rest to bring back for Song Si-eun. At that time, he thought it was very tasty. Now, when he eats it, he always feels a different taste. Today, Song Si-eun made mapo tofu, stir-fried river shrimp, and vegetable soup. Plus, he brought back roasted duck. There is meat and vegetables, and they also simmered sweet potato rice, which smells very good. After setting the dishes on the table, she came into the room to call Chae-hung to eat. Do you need me to help you? Chae-hung shook his head. I just rested for a while, and I feel much better. I'll come out to eat by myself. Song Si-eun didn't insist. She nodded and went out to serve the rice. Chae-hung's right knee has an old injury. Standing for too long today made it very painful. He was afraid Song Si-eun would ask too many questions, so he pretended it didn't hurt and quickly walked to the table to sit down. Song Si-eun handed him the rice, but her eyes stayed on his knee. She didn't say much. Eat up. Today, I caught the river shrimp myself. They are fresh. I found them yesterday when I was washing clothes. I set a net and waited. When I checked today, there were so many. Stir-fried fresh river shrimp are very delicious. The small river shrimp were stir-fried with green peppers. The plate was bright orange and green, very tempting.
Quem Grarelli eats these?
Usually, he buys meat to eat. Song Si-eun loves eating meat, especially fatty meat. But recently, her eating habits changed, so Chae-hyung was told not to buy it anymore. She goes shopping herself. So, Chae-hyung gave her a couple of silver coins for household expenses and told her to manage on her own. Fatty meat almost disappeared, and she often ate fish instead. He tasted the stir-fried river shrimp, his eyes brightening. It's really fresh. Of course. When I put it in the pot, it was still jumping around. The fish in the river are quite big. No one in our village catches fish. I thought I'd learn to fish myself. Lee Chong said he can catch fish, but he's busy hunting, so I asked him to teach me. Chae-hyung scooped up some rice and replied, "The water by the river is fast. Be careful." Song Si-eun smiled.
Got it.
This meal suited Chae-hyung's taste very well. He prefers lighter dishes. Before, to keep Song Si-eun from fussing, the dishes were very oily, so he couldn't eat much. Recently, Song Si-eun has been cooking every night when he comes back. The dishes are different almost every day, and they are all very tasty. He couldn't help but eat a little more. He realized he seemed a bit overweight, but Song Si-eun appeared to be thinner than before. He understood that Song Si-eun was controlling his weight. No wonder the food had changed. Because his leg hurt, Song Si-eun didn't let him do the dishes and took over instead. "Even if you owe me, next time you cook, you wash the dishes. Go rest in your room." Before he could speak, Song Si-eun had already tidied up the dishes and gone to the kitchen. His knee was indeed uncomfortable, so he hobbled back to his room to rest. About half an hour later, it was getting dark. Song Si-eun came to his room with an acupuncture kit. "Would you be willing to show me your leg?" Chae-hyung hesitated briefly and then said, "I'm fine. Resting for one night will be enough." Song Si-eun sat down on a small stool in front of him, grabbed his right leg, and started pinching from bottom to top. Chae-hyung tensed up, feeling nervous and tense all over. When she pinched near his knee, he visibly trembled, and she noticed his kneecap seemed a bit off. She asked Chae-hyung to lie on the bed and examined him again. There was still fluid in his knee joint. She was focused on examining him when she looked up and saw that he was sweating lightly on his forehead. Her tone softened. "Your leg isn't hurting because of a cramp, right? I'm almost like a doctor now, don't try to fool me. When did you get hurt?" Since there was fluid in the joint but no external injury, it probably wasn't recent. Chae-hyung shook his head. "It's nothing, just need to rest." Seeing he was reluctant to say more, Song Si-eun searched through the memories of the original owner. It seemed there was no memory of Chae-hyung being seriously injured, so she thought he might have been hurt before coming to Shingshu village. Maybe it was a sad story, so she decided not to ask. Resting won't fix it. "Do you still want to go to the restaurant tomorrow? My master is teaching me acupuncture. You saw I can help that kid, so I can definitely help you. If you trust me, let me try. It's just practice, okay?" The last part was hard for him to refuse. Since it was just practice, he agreed. "Okay." Song Si-eun knew he would agree and nodded. "Close your eyes. I don't want you to find it too bloody." Chae-hyung shivered again, and Song Si-eun chuckled. "Just joking. Look at how scared you are." To make her novice persona more believable, Song Si-eun also set aside the BNK acupuncture book, did one needle, flipped through a couple of pages, and then gestured. She thought that only someone like Chae-hyung, who always goes along with her, could accept this. Ordinary patients see doctors as so frightening that they might run away and disappear entirely. Chae-hyung's knee injury was actually quite serious, but it didn't seem obvious normally. It should have been painful, but recently he was too exhausted, causing his old injury to flare up and become very painful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have noticed anything. Song Si-eun was giving him acupuncture and moxibustion, working on him for about half an hour. Chae-hung felt a warm sensation on his knee and found it very comfortable. Earlier, he was still quite alert, but when Song Si-eun was about to remove the needles, he suddenly fell asleep. She didn't wake him and quietly packed up her things, then left his room carefully. She thought that if he couldn't get up the next day, she would go to the town and ask for a day off for him. But when she got up, Chae-hung was already at the restaurant, just like usual. Song Si-eun looked at the rice she had left for herself in the pot and sighed, muttering, "This person is too stubborn."
She was also busy.
Since summer was here and mountain goods were plentiful, she wanted to go up the mountain more often. Besides learning from Dr. Lee, she spent almost all her other time thinking about making money. Selling mountain products was good. She had already earned quite a bit of silver. Without much capital, her knowledge from her previous life was starting to come in handy. Today, when she went into the mountains, she was thinking about Chae-hung's leg injury. She didn't know about it before. The original owner didn't care about Chae-hung's condition and naturally didn't pay attention. Yesterday, she checked and found his leg injury was still serious. It worsened with fatigue, and cold weather would make it flare up. He had really been through a lot these past few years. Normally, she only picked valuable items from the mountain, but today she gathered many medicinal herbs that could help Chae-hung's leg. She needed to think about how to treat his injury. Today, Chae-hung walked himself to the town. He was worried he couldn't walk, but surprisingly, Song Si-eun had only been learning for a few days, yet her acupuncture skills were quite good. Last night, she did acupuncture, and his pain was greatly reduced. However, after walking such a long way, he was limping again when he arrived at Zhangminlu. Manager Chen knew how his leg was injured and quickly asked, "Chae-hung, have you been too tired lately? Is your leg hurting again?" Chae-hung wasn't used to others caring about him. "It's nothing, it'll be fine in a few days." Manager Chen said, "Today, just sit and rest. If you need anything, ask the waiter to bring it to you. Don't walk around too much." Before Chae-hung could refuse, he called a waiter over.
"Chanshing, leg urts."
"Take good care of him today, and don't let him walk around." Spring was busy responding, "All right, I understand." Usually, Chae-hung helped with running errands when he didn't need to do accounts. Today, no one at Seongman-lu would let him move, so he sat behind the counter for half a day. In the afternoon, Gu Helen came to Seongman-lu to find him. Seeing him sitting all day, he said, "I knew your leg injury was acting up. Yesterday, I saw you walking with a limp." Chae-hung was busy with the accounts and didn't reply. After sorting everything out, he asked, "Are you free today?" "How could I be free? My father's clinic needs my help, and my mother's Tian Seongjai also needs me. They wish they could split me in two, so I might as well stay out of both places. Then they wouldn't have anything to complain about." Gu Helen poured himself a cup of tea, looking very relaxed. Chae-hung smiled, feeling it wasn't easy for him either, constantly balancing between his parents. The Gu family has been in medicine for generations, and Gu Helen's mother, Leong, also runs a pastry shop that has been passed down for 3 generations. The Leong family values daughters, so after Leong got married, she opened a branch of Tian Seongjai. The couple has been fighting since they were young. During festivals, the most lively event in the Gu family is counting the accounts, comparing this year's profits from Yuan Tang and Tian Seongjai. If one side loses, they start a new ledger to compare the number of customers. If they lose again, they compare reputation. It's always a big fuss. As their only son, Gu Helen was also a target of competition. They couldn't spend a day without visiting one of the shops, and they had to keep everything fair and balanced. Chae-hung often listened to Gu Helen talk about his family, finding it very interesting, but Gu Helen found it exhausting. Today, he talked for a long time. Seeing Chae-hung smiling, he hummed and said, "You're just here for the fun. With such noisy parents, it's not like they're bothering you." Chae-hung lightly brushed his abacus and said nothing. Gu Helen had known him for 3 years and had never heard him mention his parents. He thought Chae-hung probably had some secrets he didn't want others to know, maybe related to his own parents. He always talked about his parents in front of Chae-hung. Maybe it made him feel uncomfortable. Chae-hung said, "Uncle and auntie fight, but their feelings aren't affected. They still love each other very much. That's enough. Gu Helen was comforted and nodded. That's all I can think. Let them fight. A little chaos makes things lively. Just don't ask me to settle the scores. He was afraid that riding in the carriage made him uncomfortable and also mentioned wanting to go to Tianda Academy. Gu Helen wanted to persuade him, but then guests arrived, so he had to give up. When Chaehyun was finally able to go home, Gu Helen was still waiting at Seongmanlu. He looked curious and asked, "Are your parents bothering you so much that you don't want to go home?" Gu Helen stood up and asked, "Can your legs walk you home? I had free time today, so I came to wait for you. I'll help you get into the carriage and send you home." Chaehyun realized Gu Helen had been waiting almost an hour just to see him off. He wanted to refuse, but Gu Helen was already helping him into the carriage. He knew he couldn't say no. "Thank you," Gu Helen said. "There's no need to thank me. Everything I do is because I want to. You need to rest your legs since it's hurt again. Remember what my father advised?" Chaehyun didn't reply. Gu Helen helped him sit comfortably, then drove the donkey cart away. When they reached the countryside, everything was quieter. Only then did he continue to talk to him. "Chaehyun, I'll say it again. Being loyal and caring isn't a bad thing, but you should also think about yourself. Don't let Song Si-eun hold you back too much." Chaehyun explained, "She didn't hold me back. Taking care of her these past few years has been the happiest time of my life."
Gu Helen scoffed at that. "Don't say things like that.
Being bullied by her so much, and you still feel happy? People might think you enjoy being treated badly."
Kiang smiled slightly.
"She's changed a lot now. Every day when I come home, she cooks for me. She also learned medicine from Dr. Lee in the village, and is doing quite well." Gu Helen just listened. Over the years, he had seen enough of Chaehyun being bullied by Song Si-eun. He had tried to persuade him many times, but couldn't change his mind. Still, he didn't believe Song Si-eun could ever really change. He thought Chaehyun was just defending her. When they reached Shingshu village and were close to home, Gu Helen said again, "You need to focus on getting into Tianda Academy. If you pass the exam, you won't have to worry about tuition. My parents said they're willing to support you. When the time comes, you can ask for more. Whoever offers the most, that's who you should go with."
Kiang smiled.
"Are you trying to include me in this too? So, whoever wins the contest is the real winner. At most, split it in half," Gu Helen said, glancing toward the yard. Thinking about Song Si-eun's unreasonable attitude gave him a headache. He really didn't understand how Chaehyun could hold on for so long. "I won't go inside today. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. Don't refuse. Just agree to take the exam at Tianda Academy, and that will be my thanks." Karhung said, "I won't take the exam. My family needs me, and I want to take good care of Si-eun." Gu Helen heard this and gritted his teeth as he got out of the car. "Are you stupid? Song Si-eun is just a little lazy, but she's not a fool. If you're not around, do you think she would starve? You said she can cook for herself now." Karhung didn't want to argue much. He pointed to the yard and said, "I'm going home now. I know you're kind and want me to have a good future, but there's no need to mention it anymore. I won't participate in the scientific exams." "Then why do you study so hard?" Gu Helen felt both confused and angry. Karhung often read books at Seongmanlu and even copied from others. He was earning money while studying. What is he really doing all this for? Karhung replied, "Not taking the exams doesn't mean I can't study. Can't I just enjoy reading?" Gu Helen was so angry he lost his words. He jumped into the car. "Fine, you're impressive. Forget I ever worried about you." He drove away with his donkey cart. Karhung said from behind, "Thanks for bringing me back. Be careful on the road." After Gu Helen was gone, Karhung entered the yard, but Si-eun wasn't home and had probably gone somewhere. Since Gu Helen had brought him back today, the time was shorter. Si-eun checked the time and left the house, heading to the river to catch fish. Lee Chong was skilled at fishing. He could spear fish and set nets. Today, he taught Si-eun how to spear fish and they caught a lot. They split the catch evenly. "Si-eun, if you want to learn seriously, next time I'll find the fishing nets at home and teach you. They haven't been used for years and might need some repairs." Si-eun smiled and said, I just wanted to eat fish because I was craving it. Using the nets is too troublesome. Thanks for teaching me how to spear fish today. Actually, she knew how to survive in the wild, so she wasn't inexperienced. But it was good to learn from someone else, so she humbly asked Li Chong for help when they met by the river. Siyun carried 3.5 fish wrapped in straw home, thinking they would be perfect for braised fish tonight. She imagined how delicious it would be and started to drool. On the way, they happened to meet Gu Helen driving past in his cart. Gu Helen was already angry and saw Siyun chatting happily with a man. He got even more furious. He stopped his cart and called out to her. Siyun, don't you think you're being too much? Karhung has taken care of you for years, doing his best. He never complained, and you won't even let him go to study?
Siyun was confused.
What kind of study? Heaven Virtue Academy. Don't think I don't know. It must be you who won't let him take the exam. Song Siyun said, I don't understand what you're talking about. What Heaven Virtue Academy? She then asked, Sir, who are you? She actually had a faint impression, but the original owner's memory was too blurry to identify this person's true identity. Gu Helen heard her say she didn't recognize him and, losing his ability to speak for a moment, took a deep breath before saying, I am a doctor from Yuan Hall. My name is Gu Helen. He is a good friend of Che Hung. Do you remember? It was still very vague. She couldn't help it. The original owner didn't care about people or things related to Che Hung. Even if she had seen him before, she didn't pay attention. Not very clear. Gu Helen clenched his teeth. Song Siyun. Gu Helen thought Song Siyun was pretending to be crazy, probably because he guessed right, so she didn't dare admit it. He didn't care what she said anymore and started scolding her harshly. Listen, Che Hung didn't do anything wrong to you. Uncle Song helped him, but honestly, how has Che Hung treated you these past few years? Was it really him who caused Uncle Song's death?
Kiang is straightforward.
You can't just bully him. He's so smart. He wouldn't just work as a clerk in a restaurant. He wants to study for the imperial exams. Can I ask you to let him? Just let him go to school, please. Can't you do that? Song Siyun wanted to speak, but he cut her off directly. If you want someone to support you, I can help. Even if Che Hing goes to school, he won't let you go hungry. The snacks from Tianxiangjai are at your disposal. What do you say? As long as you're willing to let him study, we can discuss any conditions. He kept talking, and Song Siyun finally understood that he thought she was preventing Che Hung from studying. Gu Helen was a bit excited. Li Chong couldn't help but advise, speak properly. Siyun is still a young girl. It's not appropriate to talk to her like that. Who are you? Gu Helen looked at him, then turned to Song Siyun. Are you still not tired of causing trouble with that scholar Zhang? Now you've got a new one? Che Heng's leg injury relapsed, and I was the one who brought him back. Yet here you are laughing and talking with other men. Song Siyun was also angry. Sir, are we that familiar? Please speak more politely. People with dirty hearts see everything as dirty. Even if I don't let Che Hung study, what does that have to do with you? He's my husband. Do you have any right to interfere? Gu Helen said, it really is you. You're truly heartless. Song Siyun was too tired to explain. She wanted to go back and ask Karhung about it later. None of your business. Today, since you brought Karhung back, I let you curse him. From now on, be more polite when you see me. Who do you think you are, causing trouble on someone else's turf? Gu Helen saw someone come over to watch the show. Not wanting to be part of the fuss, he got into the donkey cart and left. You better wait for me. Song Siyun snorted coldly, not taking him seriously. She said to Li Chong, sorry for involving you. Please don't take what he said to heart. Li Chong replied, it's okay. It was just a misunderstanding. Song Siyun nodded and turned to go home. Li Chong stayed for a moment before leaving. On the way home, Song Siyun grew angrier the more she thought about it. Why was she being scolded? She didn't stop Karhung from studying. If he wanted to go, he could go. They were just roommates now, sharing a life. No one was interfering with the other. She wasn't a mind reader. If he didn't say anything, how could she know he was studying? It was so frustrating to be scolded for no reason. Just thinking about it made her feel wronged. When she entered the house, Karhung was already in the kitchen cooking. Song Seon said irritably, "You came back so early today. Did someone bring you back?" Kar-hung was about to explain, but she dropped 3 fish and went to the main hall, clearly upset. He quickly followed her. Song Seon sat on a chair, angry. Kar-hung said, "Gu Helen brought me back today, so I came home early. I'll cook. You rest." He was about to leave, but Song Seon slapped the table. "Kar-hung, look how angry I am. Don't you even ask? Am I so fierce that you don't have the courage to ask?" Kar-hung thought to himself, "Isn't your anger normal? You haven't been angry much lately. I'm the one who feels a bit strange." He asked, "What's wrong?" Song Seon said, "Did I tell you not to study? Did I say I want you to spend your whole life on me?" He immediately understood what was going on. He frowned. "Did you meet Gu Helen?" Song Seon pounded the table again. "Why does he talk about me like that? I didn't even know you wanted to study." And he pointed at my nose and scolded me. "What mistake did I make?" Kar-hung said, "I'll explain everything to him tomorrow. I'm sorry today." He thought Gu Helen wouldn't bother anymore, but he didn't expect him to meet Song Seon and scold her again. Song Seon's temper comes quickly and goes just as fast. She knows that Gu Helen also cares about Chae-hung. The original owner was quite annoying, and it wasn't wrong for others to get angry. Besides, this matter isn't really related to Chae-hung. It was just a misunderstanding. So, she softened her tone again. "Do you want to go to school? That's a good idea. You said it would give me a way to make a living, but I think you should have a good future too. You're smart and a good candidate for exams. Why not go to school?
I can take care of myself."
Song Seon was serious about her suggestion, but Chae-hung shook his head. "No, I won't go to school. We still have a year left on our promise. Whether you want me to take care of you after that or not, at least for this year, you can't kick me out." Song Seon thought he was being unreasonable, but she had no proof, so she said, "What's wrong with studying?" He smiled. "I'm not going anyway, so you don't need to persuade me. Tomorrow I'll talk to Gu Helen clearly."
He won't scold you again.
"It was my fault that he misunderstood today. Don't blame him, okay?" Song Seon didn't really blame Gu Helen either. He was just being kind. But she was proud and said, "I don't argue with fools." Chae-hung said, "Dinner will be ready soon." Song Seon couldn't understand why Chae-hung didn't want to go to school. Maybe he just wanted to take care of her for one last year. Perhaps next year, they would go their separate ways and he would be willing to go to school then. She sat in the main hall for a while, remembering she brought back 3 fish. They were for making braised fish, but she still had to cook them herself. Chae-hung was thinking about how she planned to eat those fish. Her way of cooking was different from his, and he was worried she wouldn't like what he made. In the end, Song Seon came over herself, and he became her assistant. Today was a good chance to see how she cooked. All the dishes and rice were already prepared. Song Seon mainly needed to handle the fish and then stir-fry the vegetables. She worked very quickly, and Chae-hung sat by the stove, watching her cook. Today, he truly saw her in a new light. He even reflected, no wonder Song Seon used to get angry with him for cooking poorly. It turned out her cooking skills were much better than he thought. In about half an hour, Song Seon brought the food to the table. Chae-hung happily picked up his chopsticks, ready to taste the braised fish. Song Seon said, "Tomorrow, you should also explain things clearly to your friend. Today, I went fishing with Lee Chong. He kindly taught me, but he made it sound like he was a shady person."
"Got it."
The car balance had already touched the chopsticks holding the braised fish, and then turned again, picking up a bite of bright green stir-fried vegetables. Song Seon didn't feel upset last night, and slept very well. She usually sleeps until late morning before waking up, but when Gu Helen came to pick up Chae-hung, she heard some noise. "Chae-hung, get in the car." Chae-hung whispered something, but Song Seon couldn't hear clearly. Gu Helen said again, "She's not getting up. You still let her sleep in, afraid of waking her up, right?" Song Seon snorted. This person was too meddlesome. Does her sleeping late have anything to do with him? They left the yard. Song Seon couldn't hear what was being said anymore, but she was no longer sleepy. After Gu Helen closed the yard gate, he asked, "Did you scold Seon yesterday?" Gu Helen crossed his arms.
"What?"
"She came back to complain?" Was I wrong to say anything? She's the one holding you back. I was just venting for you.
Kiang sighed.
It's not that she's holding me back. I told you, I'm happy to take care of her. I know you mean well, but this isn't her fault. Even if she weren't here, I wouldn't plan to go to school. I've never wanted to take the imperial exams. This time, he spoke very seriously. Gu Helen felt a bit discouraged. Chae Hung really didn't seem to have that plan. Although he felt disappointed, he respected Chae Heng's decision. It was his own matter. Even though he considered himself Chae Heng's good brother, he didn't have the right to force him. I understand. I won't bring it up again. When you're ready, just tell me.
Kiang smiled slightly.
Yes, I understand. Thank you for always thinking of me. I'll consider you my brother for the rest of my life. Gu Helen was happy again. That's good. They got into the donkey cart. Chae Hung said, next time you see Siyun, apologize to her. It was indeed a misunderstanding yesterday. We shouldn't keep looking at each other with dislike every time we meet. Gu Helen learned that it wasn't Song Siyun stopping Chae Hung from going to school, but that he simply didn't want to go. He felt a bit guilty too. He nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. A real man can bend and stretch. It was my misunderstanding first, so apologizing isn't a big deal. He added, but what's going on with her and that man? Do you know? Seems like he's a farmer, and they're talking and laughing together. I think that girl isn't very obedient. Since you two are married, you should be a good husband. She should act like a wife, right? This isn't right. Gu Helen was standing up for his friend, but he didn't notice that his friend in the car had already turned angry. Chae Hung said, this is just a misunderstanding. That was a hunter from the village. Siyun was just learning how to fish with him. Don't mention him again. Gu Helen sped up the donkey cart a little. You always forgive her easily. Have you forgotten about that scholar Zhang Xiu's matter so quickly? In the past, Song Siyun followed scholar Zhang every day. Even when he scolded her in public, she didn't feel ashamed and even wanted to leave her marriage to marry him. The worst part was that many people at Xiangminlu saw the scene. No matter how their relationship was, she was still Chae Heng's wife. She humiliated him in front of everyone, making it hard for him to hold his head up. Just thinking about this made Gu Helen unable to forgive Song Siyun. She was truly a troublemaker. He also wondered what Chae Hung thought, still treating her like a treasure. When the topic of Scholar Zhang came up, Chae Hung stopped talking. Gu Helen was worried he had touched a sore spot, so he changed the subject. Recently, your old injury has flared up again. I've been taking you to and from every day. Please don't be polite to me. Otherwise, it would mean you don't see me as a brother.
Kiang smiled.
All right, I won't be polite then. He agreed, and Gu Helen felt quite happy. He didn't find it troublesome at all. It's settled then. When they arrived at Xiangminlu, shopkeeper Chen saw Chae Hung limping and was very worried. Chae Hung, your leg injury looks serious. You shouldn't come tomorrow. Before Chae Hung could speak, Gu Helen hurriedly said, Shopkeeper Chen, Chae Hung is just the accountant. Standing there doesn't affect his work. At most, he can't run errands. Don't refuse to let him stay just because of his leg injury. This was a rare job for Chae Hung, and he couldn't just lose it. Shopkeeper Chen smiled and said, I meant for Chae Hung to rest for a few days before coming back. The accounts are all sorted out now. I'll do the calculations for these days, and he can review them when he returns. Gu Helen finally relaxed. Thank you, shopkeeper. Chae Hung, I'll head back now. I'll come to take you home this afternoon. Chae Hung nodded at him. Shopkeeper Chen smiled and said, Young Master Gu really cares about you. Yes, Chae Hung replied. Shopkeeper, I'll make up for the days I've missed later. Shopkeeper Chen knew his personality well and didn't press him further. He just smiled and said, all right, it's all up to you. I can't argue with you anyway. Today, Song Siyun went again to Dr. Li to learn medical skills. After showing the herbs, Dr. Li asked, Today I saw that young master from Yuan Hall come to pick up the carriage. What's wrong with him? Song Siyun was about to ask, but Dr. Li continued, he hurt his leg. Does he have any old injuries? Dr. Li looked surprised. Yin, don't you know why Chae Heng's leg was hurt? This question confused Song Siyun. She searched her memories of the original owner and realized she didn't know why Che Heng's leg was injured. She thought he was hurt before coming to Xingshu village. But from Dr. Li's words, it sounded like the injury was related to the original owner. I don't know, she said. Dr. Li glanced at Mrs. Wang, who sighed. After all this time, Yin, you don't know he was hurt before? Did Che Heng never tell you? No, she replied. Her curiosity grew. Madam, when and how did his leg get hurt? Mrs. Wang saw she truly didn't know and looked both surprised and sympathetic for Che Heng. She quickly explained 3 years ago he was beaten. You asked your grandma for money to buy candied fruit, but she refused. You ran into town to wander around, and in the process, you stole some money. Coincidentally, that person was a troublemaker, and he gathered a group of people. Che Heng heard your grandma scolding you after he finished working, and went out to find you. Later, you ran back, and Che Heng was rescued by others. He stayed at a Yuan hall for several days before returning. Someone in the village saw him. They said he was beaten badly by that group, with blood all over his face. Hearing this, Song Siyun felt icy from head to toe. Che Heng was beaten by a group of people to save her? It must have been very brutal. Li and Wu are very good at using this method to make the original owner listen to them. The owner enjoys eating and, for a bite of meat, is willing to cause trouble at the village entrance. She already hates Che Heng, and with these two encouraging her, she no longer cares about Che Heng's injuries. Her memory was incomplete, and after 3 years, she couldn't remember anything at all. However, Che Heng still bears serious old wounds. Now Song Siyun understands why Mrs. Li and Mrs. Wang are surprised. Probably, the villagers think Song Siyun knows everything, but they don't realize that Mrs. Li and Mrs. Wu have already completely distanced themselves from the matter. I remember now. That's how it was, Song Siyun murmured to herself. Mrs. Wang said, Yun, how could you not know about this? Che Heng went to town to save you back then. Heir Zhu said if Che Heng hadn't arrived in time, you might have been beaten to death. Those people were fierce and cruel. Song Siyun didn't see the need to hide the truth from Mrs. Li and said directly, I was so scared at the time. I didn't think about asking someone to help Che Heng. Later, my grandmother told me not to mention it anymore. She also didn't tell me that Che Heng was badly injured because of me. She only said he caused trouble in town and was beaten up, so I can't remember clearly. Mrs. Wang patted her thigh and said, your grandmother is really something. She seemed to think it wasn't good to say this in front of Song Siyun and stopped herself. But Song Siyun said, It's okay, mistress. Now I know who truly cares for me. I used to be reckless, but I won't be anymore. Hearing this, Mrs. Wang almost cried. Yun, I'm happy you think like that. Che Heng's leg injury was the worst. The other injuries healed over time, but that leg was different. Your master also looked at it and said it needed long-term medication or it would leave a lasting problem. But your family refused to spend money. Che Heng worked hard in the Song family, but because there was no division of property, he couldn't get anything good. He's honest and said he would take care of you for a lifetime, truly, without selfish motives. No matter how you treat him, he always goes along. He has no money of his own. If not for the help of the young master from Yuan Hall, his injuries might be even worse now. At this moment, Song Siyun felt heavy-hearted and even somewhat resentful toward Che Heng. How could he be so foolish? He wasn't without ability. Taking care of the owner was one thing, but did he think he was unimportant? Such stubbornness. Actually, some things Mrs. Wang didn't mention. For example, Che Heng finally earned some money, but Song Siyun was persuaded by Mrs. Li and Mrs. Wu to ask for it, then used it to buy meat. Gu Helen's medicine for Kar Heng's injuries was also taken and hidden by the Song family, who thought it was good stuff. They believed it could be useful for minor injuries and bruises. Kar Heng naturally didn't listen to the Song family, but they had a clever trick, Song Siyun. If she couldn't get something herself, Mrs. Li would ask Song Siyun to get it. No matter what her demands were, Kar Heng would find a way to fulfill them. Naturally, nothing was too difficult. Dr. Li and Mrs. Wang talked to Song Siyun about many things from the past few years. The scattered memories of the original owner also came back. Song Seon felt very sad. She had been bullied so badly. I won't treat him that way anymore, Song Seon said. Looking back now, I really wasn't acting right before. Mrs. Wong and Dr. Lee exchanged a glance and smiled slightly. Holding Song Seon's hand, they said, as long as you're willing to change, that's good. Live well with Kar-hung. He's a good person. Don't fight with others anymore, or he'll have to clean up your mess again. Song Seon shook her head. It will never happen again. It was my fault before. She then asked Dr. Lee, Master, can his injury be fully cured? Dr. Lee replied, I saw him recently. Luckily, the young master from back then helped him. The old injury is there, but it doesn't flare up all the time. Just be careful not to overwork him, keep warm in winter, and it won't happen much. Song Seon asked, can it be completely healed? Is it possible? Actually, she had a way to treat it, but she was still a beginner doctor. She couldn't show off too much. She needed to ask for advice. Dr. Lee said it can be treated, but it takes a lot of effort. Good medicine ingredients are needed, along with acupuncture. With long-term treatment, he can recover fully. Song Seon immediately felt happy. Please, Master, teach me. It was because of me that he got hurt, and because of the Song family's cruelty, he's left with a lasting injury. Now that I'm studying medicine with you, maybe I can help cure him. Dr. Lee was very pleased and nodded. All right, I will teach you. But this isn't something that happens overnight. You need to be patient. Yes, I understand. Song Seon stayed at the Lee family for lunch. She cooked for her master and mistress, impressing Mrs. Wong so much she couldn't close her mouth. Yun, you're so amazing, Mrs. Wong said. Song Seon smiled and replied, Mistress, my skills didn't come from nowhere. If I can eat well, I should also learn to cook. During lunch, Dr. Lee was very happy. He got a little tipsy from drinking and then fell into a deep sleep. Song Seon still needs to go home and do laundry. She carries her basket and is about to leave. Mrs. Wong sees her off outside and then shares a few heartfelt words with her. Yun, you've become more sensible now. I'm truly happy from the bottom of my heart. If your parents were alive, they would be pleased to see you like this. You and Chae-hing should live well together, have 2 children, and then you'll have everything you need. Song Seon's face flushes with embarrassment. Mrs. Wong smiles and says, Are you and your husband not going to have children? As long as you want to live happily, Chae-hing will support you. Your life together will be good. Song Seon thinks to herself that next year they will part ways because they cannot have children. But in the future, they can still be friends. She decides not to tell Mrs. Wong this. She just smiles and nods, saying, Thank you, mistress. I will remember. Mrs. Wong watches her walk away, feeling very pleased. Both Song Hongwoo and Yun Shur are good people. They only have this daughter, but the Song family has spoiled her.
She has always felt regretful about that.
Fortunately, Yun is smart and turned back in time. Everything is still salvageable. Today, Song Seon feels very heavy-hearted. She secretly scolds Chae-hung for being foolish and blames the Song family for being unkind. At the same time, she thinks the original owner was too easy to manipulate by the Song family. Chae-hung also, he was badly injured but didn't tell the original owner. She isn't a bad person, just easily influenced by Lee. If she knew Chae-hung was hurt because of her, she would probably feel guilty. Replaying past events won't change anything. Song Seon shakes her head and plans to treat Chae-hung's injuries. Today, Gu Helen is still the one who takes Chae-hung back. Song Seon is busy in the yard and goes out to greet him when she hears the noise. Gu Helen looks at her. Although he isn't as angry as yesterday, his eyes are full of disdain. Thank you. Song Seon thanks him sincerely for helping with Chae-hung these past days and for helping him back then. Otherwise, Chae-hung's injuries would have been worse. Although what happened in the past has nothing to do with her now, since she is using Song Seon's body, she is Song Seon. Saying thank you is the right thing to do. These simple words surprise Gu Helen, and even Chae-hung is a bit stunned. Song Seon remains calm, reaching out to support Chae-hung's arm. Will you come to pick him up tomorrow? Gu Helen replies, I won't come tomorrow. She wants to say that he is so petty. Worried Chae-hung might argue with Gu Helen again, but quickly says, the shopkeeper is giving me a day off. I will rest at home for 3 days. Song Si-eun nodded awkwardly. Gu Helen said, yesterday, I misunderstood you. Chae-hung has explained everything to me.
I shouldn't have spoken like that.
As long as you don't cause him trouble in the future, I don't mind talking to you nicely. If it had been before, Song Si-eun would have scolded him. But today, knowing how much Chae-hung has suffered and how Gu Helen has been caring for him, she couldn't be angry anymore. All right, I won't cause trouble anymore. Gu Helen had already prepared to argue with her, but unexpectedly, she agreed immediately. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Okay then, a good man doesn't argue with a woman. I also want to apologize. They each took a step back, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Chae-hung felt a little uncomfortable. You should go home early. Sorry for the trouble these past few days. Gu Helen got into his car, smiling as he said, then you rest well. The 3 of them staying together was fine, but once Gu Helen left, Song Si-eun felt a bit awkward. Her mind kept replaying what Wang Shi had said, and she realized that Chae-hung had been through a lot these years. Go back to rest first. I'll cook later, she said, holding Chae-hung's hand but not letting go. Chae-hung didn't press his strength against her and walked into the house on his own. He put down his bag and sat at the table. Song Si-eun said, I forgot to give you acupuncture yesterday. Today, I asked my master for advice. I plan to stay home for a few days to do it properly. Just cooperate with me.
Kang nodded.
Thank you for your effort. Song Si-eun looked at him. It's not a problem. I was worried about not having a place to practice. With such a good patient like you, I must cherish it. Just don't worry about me hurting you. She thought Chae-hung was really brave. She had only learned for a few days but trusted herself enough. Was he not afraid she might hurt him more? But then she thought again and understood. He didn't trust her medical skills. He just couldn't refuse what she said. That evening, Song Si-eun still prepared light meals.
Kang observed carefully.
She ate much less than before, clearly trying to control her weight. After eating 1 bowl of rice, she still felt hungry. The original owner had a very good appetite, but she knew she couldn't keep eating like that. Appearance was one thing, but health was more important. She didn't want to develop high blood pressure or other issues. After dinner, she still didn't let Chae-hung do any work. Once she finished her chores, she took out her acupuncture tools and went to his room to do acupuncture, bringing along some moxibustion sticks. About your injury, I asked my master carefully today. There's still hope for recovery, but it might take a bit longer. Don't worry, I will treat you well. Kar-hung said it's not really a big deal. Just pay more attention normally, it won't affect much. You don't need to worry. That's not okay. Song Si-eun sat on the bed, doing moxibustion for him, and looked up at him. We agreed to separate after a year. You said you wanted to see if I could support myself, and I want to see you doing well too. She turned her head away, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Your injury was caused because of me, so I can't ignore my responsibility. Kar-hung seemed surprised by her words and paused before saying, I don't blame you, so there's no need for you to feel guilty. Song Si-eun said, my father passed away that year, and I don't blame you either. You don't need to feel guilty. Kar-hung, you've already paid for 5 years, that's enough. The room fell into silence. After a long while, he finally said, Uncle Song has passed away. How do you know he doesn't blame me? Maybe it's because of me that he is separated from his daughter forever. Song Si-eun couldn't forgive him from Uncle Song's perspective, but she thought that Uncle Song trusted him to take care of his daughter, so he probably didn't blame him. No one could persuade Kar-hung. If he were someone who gave up easily, he wouldn't have been troubled by the Song family for so many years. After Song Si-eun finished treating him and packed up the acupuncture tools, she said, It doesn't matter if I don't know. Anyway, you already agreed to separate. When the year is up, we each go our own way. I haven't forgotten, Kar-hung replied. He planned to stay at home for 3 days. Every morning and evening, Song Si-eun would give him acupuncture. He initially wanted to follow her advice, but after she did the acupuncture, his knee pain indeed lessened. Each treatment showed clear improvement. He just wanted to make her happy. After a few treatments, he started to look forward to his leg healing. Once, he had been healthy for over 10 years without illness or pain. Who would want to carry old injuries forever? On the last day, Song Si-in went to wash clothes in the morning. When she returned home, she prepared to give him acupuncture. The room isn't very well ventilated, and the sun isn't strong right now. Let's do the acupuncture outside. It's more convenient for moxibustion too. Kar-hung nodded. Okay, then went outside, feeling less pain. Song Si-in carefully treated him. Kar-hung kept a neutral expression but noticed her seriousness. Someone passing by was from the neighboring Fong family. She couldn't help but glance into the yard and said, Yun, are you really learning medicine from Dr. Lee? Are you treating Kar-hang's leg injury? Song Si-in was focused on the acupuncture and didn't respond. Fong family lady pouted. Don't mess it up. Who can be a doctor these days? Dr. Lee is also well known in several nearby villages, so don't let him fall into your hands. In the yard, the two people still ignore her. Mrs. Fong snorted. What's so great about it? Just for show. You really think you're a doctor now? After the treatment, Chae-hung felt very comfortable in his knees, as if the muscles and nerves were flowing smoothly from inside out. Song Si-in said, just pretend I'm doing this for show. Anyway, treat it as if it's a last-ditch effort. Don't be scared by others. Chae-hung shook his head. You're not just pretending. You're really skilled. I feel much better. That's good. Song Si-in pinched his knee. My master said it takes time to heal completely. Don't worry too much. It's fine to go to Seongman Lu again tomorrow. Okay. She packed up her things, went back to her room, and recorded everything on her medical case notes. Chae-hang's leg injury definitely needed treatment, and the herbs she needed were not in season yet, so she had to wait patiently. While she was lost in thought, Chae-hung knocked on the door. Song Si-in looked up at him. What's the matter? Chae-hung came in and placed 2 books on her table. Take a look and see if you need these. Song Si-in picked them up and flipped through them. They were 2 medical books, both her notes. Did you copy these? Chae-hung nodded. I asked Gu Helen to find some medical books for me. He got them from Yuan Hall. I have to return them, so I copied them for you. You can read them anytime. I'll also give you some more in the future. For now, take a look at these. Recently, he hadn't been copying books at the bookstore. Instead, he had been copying medical texts for Song Si-in. The 2 thick volumes had neat handwriting. It was unclear how long it took to copy them. Song Si-in remembered that he had asked her before what kind of medical books she wanted, but he hadn't mentioned it again. She didn't take it to heart. After all, she preferred to have books to read. If not, it didn't matter. She had been a doctor for many years in her previous life and had plenty of experience. Who knew Chae-hung had brought her medical books and even copied them so she could keep reading. She had never received such a gift before. Holding the books, she felt their weight. She wanted Chae-hung to stop copying them. She knew it was tiring, but when she opened her mouth, she only said 2 simple words, thank you. Chae-hung said, I don't know whether you should learn pharmacology or medical classics first. I don't know medical skills myself, so I just copy the important parts for you. You can ask Dr. Lee which to learn first. Song Si-in shook her head. My master doesn't rely on medical books when teaching. He speaks whatever comes to mind. I just follow him and learn carefully. I understand things on my own when I get home. It's enough for me to keep these books for reading. Thank you. All right then, Chae-hung nodded. He thought it was better to copy the important parts first. Yuan Hall has many medical books, and Gu Helen said many are not easily shown to others. They probably can't be bought outside. If he could copy these books for her, it might help her in the future. The next day, Chae-hung woke up early again, ready to make breakfast, as he usually did. But when he went to the kitchen, he found someone already there. Song Si-in had woken up earlier than him today. Why are you? Song Si-in smiled. I went to bed early last night and woke up before dawn today. The air is fresh in the early morning. I feel energized when I get up to work. After breakfast, I plan to go to the town to sell mushrooms. Want to come with me?
Okay, Kang nodded.
He sat down at the stove and took on the task of lighting the fire. Song Si-in had been here for a while. She didn't have a nightlife,
She went to bed when it got dark. She used to sleep until late morning, but recently, she wakes up as soon as it gets light outside. She thought maybe she had made up for the 20 years of sleep she missed in her past life. Now, even with plenty of time, she couldn't sleep. Anyway, lying in bed was useless. She might as well get up and do something else. Exercising early could also help with weight loss. After breakfast, Song Si-eun carried her basket and prepared to leave with Chae-hung. Chae-hung looked at her basket and reached out to take it, but she turned sideways. No need. You just recovered from your injury. You can't get tired again. Just as they were about to leave for the town, Gu Helen arrived driving a donkey cart. Chae-hung said, I'm fine now. Is there anything else you're busy with? Gu Helen smiled. I'm already here. You can't expect me to drive an empty cart back, right?
Get in.
He looked at Song Si-eun. She was carrying her basket and was about to leave. Since someone is picking you up, I'll go ahead. Gu Helen said, I didn't say you can't sit. I'm not that petty.
Get in.
Song Si-eun was just acting a little proud. She didn't really want to compete with her own legs. If she had a car, why walk? Was she a fool? Thank you very much, Song Si-eun said happily as she sat in the cart. Gu Helen led them out of the village toward the town. Many villagers saw them and couldn't help but feel emotional again. Living a good life is better than anything. I think Yun really understands now. I haven't heard her mention that Scholar Zhang anymore. Another person laughed and said, talking about it won't help. She's just a girl from a humble village family. Can she really become a scholar's wife? They all laughed and walked away. Mrs. Wu peeked from behind, looking toward the village entrance, feeling annoyed. Lately, those two are really living well. Someone is picking them up and dropping them off. Today, we're going to town too, but we didn't even think about giving them a ride. Song Lonji tidied her hair and said casually, Mother, that donkey cart isn't much better. Sitting in it isn't much different from walking. I just bought new clothes, and I don't want to ruin them. That's true. Mrs. Wu nodded and looked at her daughter. It's true that clothes make the person. Lonji, you're naturally pretty, and with this new outfit, you're not much different from young ladies from wealthy families. Hearing this, Song Lonji felt happy. Let's go quickly. Grandma said we should buy some meat. If we go late, there won't be any fresh ones. Let's go, Mrs. Wu said with a smile. Buy some good food for your brother. He's studying hard at the academy, so don't tire him out. Song Lonji pouted. Where is he working so hard? I don't see him trying very hard. Honestly, instead of hoping he'll succeed, I think I should be the one to succeed. When I marry a good husband, I won't let my family down. Mrs. Wu couldn't stand anyone speaking badly about her son, even her daughter. She immediately became serious. That's not proper. He's your brother. If you oppose him, what good does it do you? When he becomes capable in the future, he won't forget his own sister. Song Lonji said, I'm just worried you're wasting effort. He spent a lot of money studying. He didn't even pass the imperial exam. How can he be successful? Your brother is still young. He'll have many chances later. Why are you in such a hurry? Mrs. Wu smiled happily. Fortune tellers say our family will produce talented people. It's not your brother, then who? The things in his fate are enviable. He'll definitely be very capable in the future. Reluctantly, Song Lonji nodded and went to town with Mrs. Wu. Today, she still wanted to buy some powder and makeup, but she decided not to make her mother angry. When they arrived in town, Song Si-eun left first. Gu Helen then took car Hung to Zhangmenlo. He couldn't help but ask, why does she carry so many wild mushrooms? To sell for money. Gu Helen was surprised. Sell them for money? Have you checked? If they're poisonous, they could kill someone. Then you'd have to clean up the mess.
No poison.
Master Wang will buy her wild mushrooms. Every time, he buys them all and takes them back to Zhangmenlo. Gu Helen nodded, feeling more at ease, then looked puzzled. Why didn't you just take it directly to Zhangmenlo? Why let her set up a stall and sell once? Isn't that tiring? Before Chae-hung could speak, Gu Helen smiled. I see now. You're deliberately teasing her, right? It's okay to tease her.
She causes you so much trouble, so she should learn a lesson. But this isn't really a punishment. It's not enough. When they arrived at Zhangmenlo, Chae-hun got out of the car and said, "That's her earned money. She'll be happy to get it. I don't need to help her. My leg doesn't hurt anymore, so I don't need a ride back today." He turned to go inside. Gu Helen sighed. If a proper girl met Chae-hun, she'd be so happy. But it's that wild girl, Song Seon. Song Seon was selling vegetables at the market. An older woman next to her saw her and came over. "Girl, you haven't been here these days." The big customer came several times and looked this way each time. "I guess he'll come again today. Your mushrooms are really good." Song Seon smiled proudly. "I told you they're not poisonous. You didn't believe me. I believe you now. My grandson loves to eat these, but he's usually afraid to bring them home to cook. Can I trade some of my vegetables for yours?" Song Seon nodded. The woman was happy and immediately placed a bunch of fresh vegetables in front of her. Song Seon picked some wild mushrooms into her basket. "Fried or boiled in soup, they're both delicious." "Thank you so much," the woman hurriedly said. "Wild mushrooms are valuable, much more than these vegetables." The girl's kind heart made her willing to trade. After a while, Master Wang arrived, his eyes bright. "Girl, I've been looking for you several times these days." "I thought you weren't coming," Song Seon said. "Something at home delayed me. Here, look at the wild mushrooms I just picked yesterday."
Good.
"Your goods are all excellent. Next time, just send them directly to Zhangmenlo. Whatever quantity you have, bring it." Master Wang had thought it was just luck at first, but every time she sold well, so he decided to accept her supplies regularly. Song Seon already knew he was from Zhangmenlo, so she wasn't surprised. She nodded. "I understand. That makes it easier for me." Today, she carried a full basket, including some rare wild mushrooms. Master Wang already had recipes in mind and handed her 2 taels of silver. "Remember, just send it directly to Zhangmenlo," he said, still worried, and reminded her again before leaving. Song Seon smiled. "I'll remember." She went to buy some meat and bought everything the family needed. On her way back, she passed by a bookstore. Song Seon wanted to go in and see if there was anything useful for the carriage, but she knew nothing about these things, so she decided not to. Just as she was about to leave, someone called out, "Zhang Lin, is that the rural woman who's interested in you?" Song Seon instinctively looked over, and several scholars dressed in traditional robes looked her way. "Oh, it really is her. Why hasn't she been bothering you lately?" One man in front, wearing a long gown and holding a folding fan, looked modest and polite, like a gentleman. But his eyes seemed a bit calculating, not entirely sincere. Song Seon recognized him. The original owner had wanted to marry a good young man, Scholar Zhang. But now, she was no longer the same Song Seon, and this person had nothing to do with her anymore. She pretended not to hear and turned to leave. Zhang Lin looked surprised. Someone nearby said, "What's going on? Has this village woman finally realized something? Is she feeling ashamed now?" "Brother Zhang, you seem a bit disappointed," another teased. Zhang Lin quickly replied, "Such a foolish woman. Just one look from me makes her uncomfortable. It's better to stay away. Luckily, she knows shame, or I wouldn't know how to handle it." "That's true. We've studied the classics for years, but we shouldn't let such uncultured people tarnish our minds. It's better to keep our distance." They continued joking and buying study supplies at the bookstore. Zhang Lin chose a bottle of ink, worried that classmates might notice he used inferior ink. He paid early and hid it in his sleeve. He kept a calm face, but inside, he wondered why the village woman just walked away after seeing him, unlike before when she had given him silver coins. Song Seon held the money from the carriage measurement tool, which had made many people happy. The Song family was concerned, and Zhang Lin was also thinking about it. Last time, she had loudly refused to give him money in front of many people. Naturally, he didn't take it. Instead, Song Seon threw a few copper coins over the wall, and then she also threw a silver bracelet, which helped him out of a tight spot. His family was poor, and he used to secretly take on small jobs to earn money, afraid others would laugh at him if they found out. Now that he was a scholar, he couldn't afford to lose face. Earning money by copying books or writing letters was out of the question. It was too shameful for a refined person. The government sent grain every month, which was enough to live on. But it was hard to maintain the appearance of a noble scholar in front of classmates. He needed money. He has been thinking lately about why the village woman hasn't come to see him. If he could persuade her to give him some money again, life would be easier for him. Today, he finally saw her, but she left so suddenly that he couldn't understand why. He just can't figure it out. On the way back, Song Si-eun felt embarrassed for the original owner. How could she be so shameful? In the past, the original owner chased after Scholar Zhang, and she was often laughed at by the scholars around him. Some even mentioned Che Hung, probably knowing that she had a husband, and that Che Hung was her husband. But now, Che Hung hasn't said a word to her. He's very patient. Last month, the original owner even gave Scholar Zhang a silver bracelet, which Song Hongwu bought as her dowry. Over the years, she has collected most of her dowry. However, most of it is still in the Song family, managed by Li and Wu, and the exact amount is not clear to the original owner. Song Si-eun naturally wants to get it back. After all, it was prepared by her father. The Song family has bad intentions, and these things are a big loss for them. But without proof and without a firm position, it's hard to demand them back. The Song family won't give up their belongings easily. So, she will keep this in mind. One day, she will settle the score with them. Everything that should be taken out will be taken out, and they will have to pay. The family hasn't bought meat for several days. Today, Wu took the initiative to go to the town to buy some meat to bring home. Li was definitely worried about her, so she carefully counted the money, only giving her 2 coins, but expecting her to buy a lot of things. When Wu arrived in town, she was still complaining to Song Lianji. Look at your grandmother, she's so cautious all the time. It's hard for her to hide even a copper coin. You still don't understand? She always makes trouble for me. Song Lianji said, I'm doing it for our family's future. If I don't dress nicely, how can the young masters from wealthy families in town notice me? Do I get free makeup? Free new clothes? I understand, Wu replied. Mother also wants to give you good things, but all the money from the official office is with your grandmother. How much can I take out? If you want nice things, you should talk to your grandmother nicely. Our family only has you and your siblings. How could they not spend money on you? Oh, Song Lianji nodded. I will definitely talk to Grandma. But I also know that it's hard to get money from her. We just have to wait. We can't go back empty-handed today. My daughter, buy me a box of rouge. It's the popular kind in the city, and Lan Tingfang just got some in stock. If you wait too long, you won't be able to get it. Mrs. Wu glared. You girl, I just told you so much, but you didn't listen, did you? Your grandmother only gave me 2 coins of silver. I would risk my life to buy it for you. Mother, you have money in your hand. Don't think I don't know. Over the years, you've taken quite a bit of silver from Song Si-eun. Uncle has hidden some private money for her, and you've convinced him to give her a lot. Mrs. Wu's eyes widened, and she clenched her teeth. What are you talking about? On the street, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I take money from Song Si-eun? I'm not stupid. Why are you hiding things from me? Song Lanji pouted in frustration. If my brother wants to buy something, Mother can give him money right away. I want to buy it too, but I can't. No one is as biased as you. Your brother is studying. That's an important matter.
What are you talking about?
Song Lanji said, My brother can study on his own, right? People say children from poor families face many hardships. Even if he passes the exams, he'll still face many troubles. If I marry well, it will help my brother too. It'll make it easier for him to succeed. Mrs. Wu was silent. Song Lanji continued to persuade her. Mother, a box of rouge doesn't cost much. Just buy it for me. Every time it's the same story. If I buy it for you, you have to hide it well at home. If your grandmother sees it, how can I explain? Song Lanji smiled sweetly. I know. Even if Grandma sees it, I can get past her. Don't you trust me, Mother? The mother and daughter went to Lan Tingfang to buy rouge. Song Lanji acted cute and also bought some other things. They spent several coins of silver, which made her feel very distressed. I'll tell you, even though we have some money, it's for your brother's studies. Who knows how long your grandparents can support him? If you want something, go persuade your grandmother. The money is all in her hands. This is the last time. Don't keep thinking about the little money we have. Song Lonji nodded. I understand. Mrs. Wu also felt worried. She did have some money. Song Han-woo loved his children. Every time he came back, he would give Song Seon money to spend and also save some for her dowry. For a girl from the countryside, that dowry was enough to make others jealous. When Song Seon was young, she didn't count her money. She sometimes took a little, and Song Seon didn't notice. Later, when she was a bit older, she no longer dared to take money directly, but she found ways to persuade others to give her money. It can be said that all the money she saved came from Song Seon. Although Lee knew she was secretly asking Song Seon for money, she never caught her, so she couldn't do anything about it. Later, Song Hongwoo passed away, and Chae-hyun came to the Song family. It became even harder for her to persuade Song Seon to give her money, so she deliberately told Song Seon that Chae-hyun was a bad person who caused her father's death and warned Song Seon not to listen to Chae-hyun. Over the years, she managed to save a little more money. Although it wasn't as much as before, Song Seon had a dowry, which now all belonged to Song Lonji. In the end, that girl was still taken away by Chae-hyun to live separately. In just half a year, she no longer listened to her family and now looked at the Song family as if they were enemies. The old master also issued a command, forbidding her from causing trouble again. From now on, it would be impossible to get money from Song Seon anymore. Thinking about this, Woo-shur felt troubled. Her husband was not capable of much, only knowing how to farm. Now that there was no income, how could they save money in the future? Woo-shur cared about money, but she didn't mind spending it on her son. She took some money and bought a lot of good food for Song Wenjie to take to the academy. They waited outside until Song Wenjie came out. As soon as Woo-shur saw her son, her eyes lit up. "Son, why are you so thin again?" Song Wenjie said, "Recently, my studies have been very heavy and quite exhausting." Song Lonji pouted, clearly not believing him. Not wanting to upset Woo-shur, she chose not to speak and simply stared at the academy gate. "My son has really worked hard. Mother bought you pig head meat. You eat it yourself and don't let others take advantage of you." Song Wenjie took the paper bag, looking a bit troubled. He sighed, and Woo-shur immediately asked, "What's wrong again?" "Recently, I've been using ink and paper quickly. I need to buy more, but last time I asked for money, Grandma scolded me. I really find it hard to ask for money now." Woo-shur stomped her foot. "There's nothing wrong with asking. You're studying so hard, and you're a hero of the Song family. It's only right that you spend money. I'll go back and tell your grandma to send you some money tomorrow." Song Wenjie hurriedly said, "But I need it today. How can I wait?" Woo-shur hesitated. If she gave him money directly, how could she ask Lee-shur for money later? She also worried that Lee-shur might suspect her. If she lied and was caught later, it would be very troublesome. Seeing her son so anxious, she felt anxious herself. "All right, I only brought 1 or 2 silver coins. I'll give them all to you. But you must spend them carefully. This is hard-earned money from your mother." Song Wenjie quickly accepted the silver and smiled. "Thank you, mother. You're the best. When I succeed in the future, I will take good care of you." Mrs. Wu was immediately delighted. "Oh, my good son, I knew I didn't raise you in vain." Song Lonji, who is the biological sister of Song Wenjie, probably knows him best in the world. She couldn't help but wonder what to do with the money. Surely, it wouldn't be spent on brushes and ink. She had already used that excuse many times. She turned her head and saw a handsome young man at the gate of the academy. She blushed and quietly asked Song Wenjie, "Brother, who is that person?" Song Wenjie looked back and said, "That is Zhang Lin, the scholar that Song Seon keeps saying she wants to marry." Hearing this, Mrs. Wu and Song Lonji both remembered him. Song Lonji's eyes almost glued to Zhang Lin. "He is the scholar? He really looks talented." Song Wenjie said, "He's at least a scholar. The teachers like him, and he's kind to others."
Really?
Song Lonji smiled sweetly. He's truly a good match. Song Wenjie could see that his sister was starting to have feelings, but he was busy and didn't want to pay attention. He told Mrs. Wu he had to go to class and turned to leave. Until Zhang Lin and the others entered the academy, Song Lonji turned back and said, "Mother, that scholar Zhang Lin is really good. If I could marry him and become his wife, maybe I could become a wife of a government official someday. That's better than marrying a young master and becoming a young lady." Mrs. Wu also thought it was a good idea and smiled. "My daughter is ambitious. Your brother said the teachers think highly of him. Maybe he will pass the imperial exam next time. Mother, please help me find out more about him." Mrs. Wu immediately nodded. "Of course. This is a good thing. I will pay attention. If he becomes my son-in-law, that would be wonderful." So Song Lonji set her sights on Zhang Lin and secretly resented Song Xian. She looked at herself and thought, how dare she dream of someone like Zhang Lin? She wished she could go back and slap Song Xian to wake her up. Soon, August was ending and the weather was getting cooler. Song Xian couldn't find many wild mushrooms on the mountain anymore, but she still gained a lot each time she went into the mountains. She cleaned some medicinal herbs and sent them to Dr. Li as her tuition for learning medicine there. Some medicinal ingredients that are both food and medicine, like dried wood ear mushrooms and wild fungi, she took to Xiangminlu to sell. Master Wang told her to go directly to Xiangminlu, so Song Xian went once. Since there wasn't much stock and selling was troublesome, she decided to dry it first, and then buy more later. After saving for over half a month, she gathered a basket of mountain goods and went to town with Che Hung to sell them. Che Hung took her basket and carried it himself, then handed her a small pouch of money. "This is your wages from yesterday, for household use." When Song Xian opened it, she saw 2 taels of silver. She asked, "Is this too much?" "Not much," Che Hung smiled. "Since you handle everything at home and outside, this extra is what I use to spend on household needs." He spends little money each month, mostly on Song Xian, giving her a small amount for errands and covering other expenses. Now that she no longer interacts with the Song family or causes trouble, that small amount of silver seems unnecessary, so Che Hung gave it to her as well. Song Xian said, "Now I can make money selling mountain goods, so I don't need much. You should keep some money for yourself." Che Hung hasn't been earning much these past 2 months because he's been copying medical books to help her, and he's worried he might lose extra income. She wanted to give him the money, but Che Hung held her hand. "We are husband and wife. I should support the family, at least for now." Song Xian took back the silver and smiled. "All right, if you need to buy anything, just tell me." "Okay." The two went to town together. On the way, they met many villagers. The wives and aunties liked to tease people, and after a few words, Song Xian felt like she might be carrying 2 children in 3 years. She just smiled without pretending to be shy or stopping them, listening all the way. Che Hung had no expression, as if what they were talking about wasn't him. When they arrived at Xiangminlu, Che Hung asked, "Should I call Master Wang for you?" Song Xian said, "Please do." Soon, Master Wang came out. Che Hung said, "I'll go busy myself first." Song Xian said, "Go back early today. I need to prepare ointments this afternoon. The medicine needs to be applied for a long time."
Got it.
Master Wang was looking at the mountain goods in her basket and asked, puzzled, "Girl, do you know Che Hung?" Che Hung didn't speak, seeming to wait for Song Xian to answer. She didn't hide it and smiled. "He's my husband." Hearing this, Master Wang and the few young workers in the hall were stunned. They knew Che Hung had a wife, but she was very difficult, causing trouble often, even trying to drown herself last time. It turns out she was still involved with another man. If this happened to someone else, I wouldn't be able to tolerate it, but Heng has never said a single bad word about his wife. Everyone at Xiangmanlu guesses that his wife must be a fierce woman, so fierce that Heng doesn't dare speak. Master Wang was even more surprised. He heard from the shopkeeper that Heng was having a hard time and also learned about his wife's character. Yet, he couldn't connect her to the clever girl in front of him. When he saw that Song Xian didn't seem to be joking and Heng nodded lightly without denying it, he realized he wasn't dreaming. Master Wang recovered and smiled, saying, "After all this time, I didn't know you two are family." "You too. Why didn't you say anything before?" Song Xian tilted her head and asked, "Can I get a better price if I say yes?" "No, I've already offered you a good price. Your goods are good, and I didn't try to cheat you." Song Xian smiled. "It doesn't matter whether I say yes or no. Besides, you didn't ask." Master Wang was amused and said, "Karhung, your wife is really sharp-tongued." I'm speechless in front of her. She had been gathering mountain goods for over half a month, selling for just over 2 taels of silver. Master Wang liked the medicinal herbs like sand ginseng and my dong she dug up. He told her she could still bring these to Xiang Manlu to sell, and they would buy them. Song Xian happily agreed and left with her basket on her back. Master Wang said, "Karhing, this is the first time I've met your wife. She's quite interesting. Who taught her to identify mountain goods? There are treasures everywhere in the mountains, but the problem is not many people recognize them. She can support herself, so you can relax." A flicker of panic crossed Karheng's eyes but quickly disappeared. "She's clever. My father-in-law used to teach her, and she also learned medicine from the village doctor over time. That's how she got to know things." Master Wang smiled and said, "Good, very good. She's a clever girl." Everyone else also exchanged a few words and then started working. While calculating yesterday's accounts, Karhung thought to himself that Song Xian was more capable than he had thought. It seemed she had deliberately opposed him earlier. As long as she understood and was willing to be good, she could make her life very comfortable. He had thought a year would be difficult for her, but now it didn't seem so bad. Song Xian made a detailed recovery plan for Karhung. Acupuncture would help relieve the pain from sudden flare-ups, and ointments should be applied regularly to completely eliminate the root of the illness. She went into the mountains mainly to find mountain products and medicinal herbs that could be used for Karhung. Some herbs were very hard to find, especially fresh ones, which are the best. Even buying top-quality herbs from the pharmacy couldn't match the healing effect of fresh herbs. Song Xian searched tirelessly for those herbs, almost blind at times. Anyway, in a year, she was determined to make sure Karhung would be healthy and happily part ways with her. High-quality herbs also cost quite a bit. After leaving Xiang Manlu, she went straight to Jichuantang. She had originally planned to go to Yiyuantang, but was worried about encountering Gu Helen. She didn't want to explain herself, so she simply chose another shop. She felt her purse was empty, all the money she earned today was gone, and she had even spent a bit. She sighed, "I earn quite a lot, but I spent a lot too. Spending money never feels enough." She spent the afternoon busy at home, grinding herbs and preparing medicines. Before she knew it, the sun was about to set. She hurried to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables and cook dinner. When Karhung returned, he smelled the aroma of food. He had already gotten used to this kind of life, coming home, washing his hands, and eating. Today, Song Xian cooked twice-cooked pork with green peppers, stir-fried lotus root, and a bowl of brightly colored, slightly dark vegetables. Karhung didn't know what it was.
Try this.
Today I bought some fresh pork blood. Only 2 cents for a big bowl. I also bought some pig offal, Song Xian said as she was cooking, saliva already in her mouth. It had been a long time since she ate these things. Lately, she had been dieting, avoiding greasy and salty foods, eating only light meals every day. She also did a lot of physical work daily, so she had lost quite a bit of weight. Today was her reward for herself. Karhung still looked expressionless, but Song Xian could tell he was a bit confused, probably doubting whether the food was good or not. In her hopeful eyes, Karhung took a bite of the pig blood and couldn't help but lift his head. "It's very tasty." Song Xian was very proud. "Of course, it's delicious. Look at all the good ingredients I added." Not many people eat this kind of food because of the strong smell, but that's because they're not willing to use strong seasonings. As long as you use enough spices, it can't taste bad. Karhung agreed. Recently, he had been eating light meals with Song Xian. Although his appetite had improved, he wasn't eating much oil or salt, so he had also lost weight. They finished all the dishes cleanly. Song Xian hadn't been this happy in a long time. She smiled and said, Today I won't compete with you. Hurry up and wash the dishes. After you're done, go to your room. I'll apply medicine for you. Okay, Karhung replied with a slight smile and quickly tidied up the table. Song Si-in took a short rest before going to prepare the medicinal ointment. The ointment needs to be stirred constantly. Otherwise, it will harden. It contains a lot of honey and pig fat, which makes it sticky. When Chae-hung finished washing up and returned, Song Si-in had already arranged everything he needed. Lie down. I'll apply this ointment, and you just rest. Tomorrow morning I'll wash it off and clean it thoroughly. She applied a thick layer of ointment on his knee, then wrapped it with roasted banana leaves and fixed it with straw. That's it. This is the first time using this recipe. The old injury hasn't flared up, so you might not feel better yet, but it definitely helps. The ointment cost several taels of silver. If there's no improvement, he can scold her. Chae-hung nodded. Song Si-in was worried he might wash it off in the middle of the night, so she warned him again. Remember, you need to be careful with the timing. Adjusting this medicine is quite troublesome. Don't waste it.
Got it.
Song Si-in finished tidying up the tools. Chae-hung said, Master Wang said today that you're very capable, able to support yourself. Really? Song Si-in smiled happily. When I get serious, I'm not an ordinary person. Do you believe it now? I believe it, Chae-hung replied. He wanted to say more but hesitated and didn't speak. After finishing, Song Si-in said, Rest well. I won't disturb you anymore. Okay. She used this recipe on Chae-hung 3 times. As she said, there was no obvious healing effect, but it was definitely beneficial. Since it was already the winter solstice, and his leg injury hadn't flared up yet. Today was especially cold. There were still a few days until the winter solstice, and it had already snowed. In the morning, Song Si-in got up early to exercise, her ears turning bright red from the cold. Chae-hung was always an early riser. Now he was used to Song Si-in waking early too. Before dawn, the two of them were busy in the kitchen. Song Si-in refused to compromise on her breakfast. Even on a diet, she insisted on eating delicious, healthy food. She made vegetarian buns last night, and this morning she prepared vegetable congee, 2 eggs, and some pickled vegetables. They ate happily, though it seemed they weren't really losing weight. After breakfast, the sky was still not fully bright and the snow on the roads hadn't melted. Worried about Chae-hung's leg injury, Song Si-in brought out her homemade knee brace. This is to tie around your knee. Your injury has improved a lot, but it's still vulnerable to the cold. The early morning chill is heavy, so you need to protect your knee every day. Karhung took it, touched it, and found it very soft. He asked, Did you make this? Song Si-in nodded. It's not very hard. I helped my master's wife make clothes. I watched her do it, learned a bit myself, and after a few tries I managed to make it. You can see if it fits. Karhung sat down, rolled up his pants, tied his knee guard, and then put his pants down.
Just right.
Inside the knee guard was a thin layer of cotton, very soft but not bulky. It was quite well made. He noticed that Song Si-in was very talented at whatever she did. As long as she was willing to learn, she could do it very well. Song Si-in was very pleased. Good, now I don't have to worry about my legs freezing. But you should still be careful when walking. If the road is icy, you might slip. Got it. Karhung nodded, thinking he should also mention what Master Wang told him. Master Wang asked if she had recently collected any good items. Song Si-in smiled. Mountain goods aren't just sold by me. If I'm not around, will Xiang Man Lu's business fall apart? Karhung honestly said, the best goods are the ones you send. Manager Chen also said that if those goods are bought from vendors, they would be about 20% more expensive. But now it's cold, so you shouldn't go into the mountains often. Let's talk about it in spring. Song Si-in happily agreed. I know, I still need to go to the mountains. Winter has its own good things. Sometimes, you can't find those good items at other times. She was waiting for heavy snow. When the snow was deep enough, snowgrass would grow. Many medicinal herbs can only be found in the snow. If Karhung had those herbs, he wouldn't worry about his injury healing. Otherwise, the root of the illness might remain. Near the winter solstice, Xiang Manlu's business picked up again, with many customers every day. Master Wang wanted Song Siyun to send more mountain goods, but Karhung said the mountain roads were difficult. Recently, Song Siyun hadn't gone into the mountains, so he couldn't insist. That's true. The mountains are dangerous. I didn't think it through. Don't blame me, Karhung said. It's okay. Xiang Manlu paid for Siyun's mountain goods, so we didn't take advantage. Master Wang smiled. He added, when the weather gets warmer, you should let your wife go into the mountains more often. She has sharp eyes and finds only good things. Karhung smiled faintly and lowered his head to continue counting the money. At noon, Gu Helen came to invite Karhung to another restaurant for dinner. The food there was a bit different from Xiang Manlu. Sometimes he also went to Tian Xiaju to sit. Karhung directly refused. I haven't finished the accounts. You go by yourself. Gu Helen looked sad and said, we need to settle accounts, but I also need to eat. After eating, I'll come back. I definitely won't let Manager Chen find out. Chae-hung smiled and said, today the kitchen cooked lamb, and I want to eat lamb. You go ahead by yourself. Seeing he was really busy, Gu Helen didn't insist anymore. However, he really wanted to eat dishes from Tianxiaju today, so he decided to go himself. Otherwise, his parents would pull him back and forth, and his arms might get broken. As soon as Gu Helen entered, he was taken to the second floor. In the hall there, he saw Zhang Lin and a few of his classmates. Bad luck, Gu Helen thought, wanting to turn around and leave. Because Zhang Lin, like Chae Hung, had been criticized many times. Seeing Zhang Lin also made him feel annoyed. Just as he was about to leave, he heard someone say, Brother Zhang, that lady Song hasn't let you go yet? Why not just marry her? Zhang Lin replied, brotherly, be careful with your words. If people hear, who knows what gossip might spread. The others all laughed and said, oh, I heard that lady Song even made you clothes. The fabric wasn't bad, so why are you still worried about gossip? Gu Helen looked at those people and wished he could go over and argue with them right now. But he knew that wasn't what Chae-hung wanted to see, so he held back. He couldn't stand it anymore and turned to leave. The waiter was also confused. At noon, Gu Helen ate at Xiang Manlu again. When Chae-hung finished his work, he pulled Chae-hung to sit and eat together. Chae-hung said, it's obvious you're scared because of your uncle and aunt. You don't dare go back. Gu Helen smiled and said, good, you understand. When they finished eating, Gu Helen asked out of curiosity. Earlier, Song Siyun kept coming to Xiang Manlu to sell mountain goods. She must have made a lot of money, right? Xiang Manlu doesn't accept just any goods. Chae-hung nodded, a hint of helplessness in his eyes, but he also looked proud. Siyun is very smart. Manager Chen and Master Wang both said her mountain goods sell well. Master Wang keeps asking about her every few days. Then, I really underestimated her before, Gu Helen said, glancing at him. She probably has a lot of money now. You should keep your money. She doesn't need it. That's hers. I should give her what I owe, Chae-hung replied. Gu Helen cursed him silently for being foolish. He really wanted to say she used the money to support her man, and you're still so naive, giving her all your silver. She wouldn't mind having more. But he was worried Chae-hung would feel bad, so he held back and didn't say anything. She's quite capable now. You don't need to take care of her carefully. I think she can live well on her own, Gu Helen said, pouring himself a glass of wine. He didn't know when Chae-hung would wake up. The car's action of picking vegetables paused briefly, then he nodded. Yes, she can do needlework now, cook well and earn money. Nothing is too difficult for her. Gu Helen immediately asked, she can do needlework now? Chae-hung said, yes, what's wrong? He quickly shook his head. Nothing, I just find it surprising. Is this still Song Siyun? Indeed, Zhang Lin's clothes were made by Song Siyun, using good fabric. Chae-hung is so kind to her. Does she remember making clothes for Chae-hung? Gu Helen sighed, feeling it was unfair for Chae-hung. He's so naive. After finishing dinner, Chae-hung was about to get busy again. He remembered something and said to Gu Helen, in a few days is the winter solstice. Sian said she'll cook lamb soup at home and asked me to ask if you're free. If so, we can celebrate together. Gu Helen was feeling angry and didn't want to see Song Sian at all, so he directly refused. I have to go home for the holiday. I always go out during festivals. My parents told me early on not to go anywhere else. All right, maybe next time we can invite you, Chae-hung said, not doubting him, then went back to his own things. When Chae-hung returned home, it was almost dark. Winter is like that, still early but the sky already darkens. Song Si-yoon, as usual, had already prepared dinner. He was used to this routine. Without her telling him, he washed his hands and sat down to eat. Gu Helen can't come on the winter solstice. He has to go home for the holiday, Si-yoon said. You said he doesn't like to go home, right? I was thinking of inviting him for a meal. Thanks for always helping you. I also looked at some medical books at his house.
Kiang smiled a little.
Even if he doesn't want to go home, it's still his family. Sometimes he has to go along with his parents, or it wouldn't look right. That's true, Si-yoon nodded.
Then we'll eat by ourselves.
On the winter solstice, we'll have lamb soup and dumplings, cooked with lamb soup. Just thinking about it makes me hungry. Somehow, Chae-hung also felt hungry after hearing her, but he was too shy to admit it. He just smiled and said, let's eat. In ancient times, the winter solstice was a big festival. Even families with little money would try to find some meat to eat during this time. In Manhwa village, people slaughtered pigs and sheep early, and everyone was told in advance. Those who wanted meat had to reserve it early. 1 pig and 1 sheep were shared among several villages. Si-yoon had already reserved half a sheep's head, half a rack of ribs, and some lamb meat, plus a few pounds of pork. That was enough. Killing pigs in the village is a big event. After breakfast, Song Si-yoon went to Manhwa village. She didn't need to help, but if she went early, she could choose the best meat. They kept pig and sheep offal. Everyone knows it can be eaten, but it's not tasty. It's better to spend more money on good meat. Song Si-yoon didn't mind. She paid 20 coins and bought all the offal. Others thought she was silly for buying offal during a festival when she couldn't afford real meat. Is she the silly girl from Shing Tree Village? The one who often causes trouble? Another person said, yes, that's her. Her husband works as a bookkeeper at Zhangmanlo. He's quite capable, but they can't even afford meat. During the festival, she's eating pig offal and came all this way just to buy it. Isn't that embarrassing? Yeah, earning as a bookkeeper is good, but she spends too much. She's lazy and doesn't save much. That's what the 2 women whispered, then looked at Song Si-yoon with sneering faces. Song Si-yoon heard the gossip around her. The original owner was very famous. Almost every shop in 10 villages knew her name.
It was normal for people to talk about her.
But she didn't bother. She was focused on the butcher dividing the meat. When she got a piece she liked, she immediately said, this one. Cut the meat here, I want this part. The butcher pointed to a spot, and Song Si-yoon nodded. He then cut a piece of meat, weighing about 3 jin.
She was very happy.
The meat was excellent, with a great taste. After everything she wanted was ready, Song Si-yoon paid. She handed over 2 coins of silver. The crowd quieted down. The women who had been gossiping didn't say a word anymore. Looking at her small piece of meat, and then at others, she had no mood for chatting. She bought the meat but faced some trouble going back. She hadn't planned to buy all the offal before, and now her basket was full, and she was carrying a lot. It was tight and uncomfortable.
Lee Chong also came to buy meat today.
Several families in the village asked him to help carry their purchases home. He just arrived now. Si-yoon, you bought so much meat? Lee Chong was surprised. Song Si-yoon smiled and said, it's rare to have a festival. I want to enjoy it. Tonight, I'll bring some to my master and his wife. That should be enough. Lee Chong said, my second grandpa has you as a disciple. You're really lucky. Wait for me. I'll help carry some. Song Si-yoon indeed couldn't carry that much, so she waited by the roadside for him. With Lee Chong's help, she felt much easier and successfully brought the items home. When they arrived home, Lee Chong took the items into the kitchen and was about to leave. Si-yoon, you go ahead and get busy. I also need to take the meat to share with everyone. Wait, Sian asked him to wait in the yard for a moment. She then took out a piece of meat, which she had just cut from a pork piece. Thank you very much, brotherly, for your help today. Please accept this as a small gift. I hope you won't mind. The piece of meat weighed about a pound. Li Chong was hesitant to accept it. He quickly declined. Sian, I helped you not for thanks. You're too polite. We're from the same village, helping each other is what we do. Sian smiled. It's only right to thank someone who helps. Brotherly, please don't refuse. If you don't accept, I might not ask for your help next time. Let's keep things clear and fair. Li Chong felt a little uncomfortable hearing this, but he didn't show it. Sian then said, just take it, brotherly. I also need to go fish for carp. The lamb soup tastes better with fish. Li Chong's eyes lit up, and he smiled. I have some fish at home. Yesterday, I caught some Christian carp. I ate a few and the rest are still alive. Perfect. Sian handed him the meat. Let's consider this as an exchange. I'll give you this meat for a few fish. You're willing to trade, right? Fish isn't as valuable as pork, but Li Chong knew she was going to give the meat away anyway, so he accepted. You go ahead and get busy. I'll bring the fish to you later. Thanks a lot, brotherly. While Sian was thinking about going fishing and wondering if wild Christian carp were easy to catch, Li Chong already had some. It was very convenient. Li Chong divided the meat among the families who ordered it and then delivered the fish to Sian. She thanked him and immediately went into the kitchen to start working. Li Chong stood at the door for a moment. Yunxiang came over, and he quickly turned to leave. Sister Yunxiang. Yunxiang asked Li Chong, what are you doing here? Nothing much. Sian traded me some fish for pork. I just delivered it to her. Oh. Yunxiang nodded with a slight smile. I need to go back and cook. I can't talk anymore. Li Chong nodded and headed straight home. Yunxiang looked at him and then at Sian's yard, her thoughts deep. She went home quietly. Today, Sian's thoughts were all on the dinner she planned for the evening, lamb soup. She hadn't had it in a long time. She loved this dish in her past life. In winter, she used to eat it often, even bleeding from her nose once from overindulgence. First, she cleaned the bones thoroughly. Luckily, her pot was big enough. She put in the lamb head, ribs, and 2 pork bones to boil the soup. She added 2 pieces of and a small handful of Sichuan peppercorns. For lunch, she reheated the leftover food from a morning, focusing entirely on the soup. She simmered it on low heat until it was clear and white. In the afternoon, she checked the soup, then added the blanched lamb meat to cook briefly, about half an hour, before removing it to cool. The soup was set aside for later use. Meanwhile, she was busy making dumplings. She bought 3 jin of pork today, gave 1 jin to Li Chong, and used the rest for dumplings. She pulled a large cabbage from the garden and spent the afternoon preparing the dough and filling, then shaping the dumplings. It was all hard work. Since it was still daylight, Chae-hung had already returned. Song Sian said, It's a holiday. I thought we'd be busy until late. Chae-hung put down his bag and replied, The boss told us to go home early for the holiday, so I left early. Do you need any help? Yes, of course. I can't handle everything alone. You can either help me make dumplings or fry the fish. Chae-hung decided to stick with what he was good at to avoid ruining her hard work. He rolled up his sleeves and took the rolling pin from her. Song Sian smiled and said, Great. I'll focus on other things. You handle the dumplings.
Okay.
She had already prepared the fish, just waiting to fry it and make the soup. She melted a lump of pork fat, then added the carp, a little salt, and fried both sides until golden. She added scallions and slices, then poured in water to make the broth. Once the fish was tender and the soup turned snowy white, she used a strainer to remove all the fish meat and bones, rinsing several times to ensure no fish bones remained. Chae-hung watched her make dumplings while rolling dough, his hands moving steadily.
Soon, he had folded most of them.
Song Sian sliced the cooled lamb into thin pieces, several jin of meat, filling a large basin. She poured out the remaining broth from the pot, added thin slices of lamb, cleaned lamb blood, and lamb offal, filling the kitchen with a rich aroma. Are the dumplings ready? Chae-hung asked. How many do you want? Song Si-eun looked back and saw that she had already wrapped 3 layers of cloth, which was enough. She only made about 50 dumplings, and she watched the dumplings and slices of meat bubbling together in the pot. Chae-hung couldn't help swallowing hard and cursed himself for being useless. When the dumplings were almost cooked, Song Si-eun took out 2 big bowls, filled them completely, then turned off the stove and covered the pot. Let's go together to deliver these to the master's house and then come back to eat. What do you think?
Kiang nodded. Good.
By now, it was almost dark. Every family was preparing delicious food. Since it was a festival today, they couldn't be careless about the food. Song Si-eun wrapped a lot of lamb slices in oil paper and put them in a basket. She also packed about 30 or 40 dumplings. She and Chae-hung headed toward Dr. Lee's house. When they arrived at Lee's door, Song Si-eun took the other things from Chae-hung's hands, leaving only a bowl of lamb soup. She looked toward Lee's house. Today, this crucian carp was given to me by Brother Lee, and he also helped me bring back some meat. Let's give this bowl to them to try. You go deliver it.
Kiang stood still.
Song Si-eun explained, you can't owe favors. If you keep owing and owing, it gets complicated. Shouldn't you deliver it? Yes, I should. Chae-hung nodded, then asked, but why do I have to go? Song Si-eun said, obviously, I can't go. Am I suitable? After all, I'm a newly married wife. If they see me, they might start doubting. People might think I have some other idea. I can't explain it clearly. Chae-hung responded with a hum. Then you go inside first. I'll deliver the soup, and we'll go home together later.
Okay.
The two split up. As they turned to leave, Chae-hung couldn't help but smile. At Lee's house, the door was opened by Zhou Shi, Lee Chong's mother. Chae-hung explained the purpose, and she wiped her hands, unsure whether to accept. Chae-hung said, please accept this, Aunt Zhou. Recently, Si-eun has been learning to fish from Lee Chong, and our family has eaten a lot of fish and meat. Today she made some delicious food, so we brought you a bowl. Please try Si-eun's cooking. Zhou Shi was surprised. Did Yunya make this? She had already smelled the aroma and couldn't help but swallow. She was thinking that Chae-hung's cooking was pretty good, but it turned out Song Si-eun made it. She found it hard to believe. Chae-hung nodded. Yes, Si-eun worked hard all day just for this lamb soup. Please try it. Zhou Shi finally accepted it. Thank you so much. It's just a small favor. You're too polite. If you need anything in the future, come find us. Chae-hung smiled slightly, thinking she wouldn't disturb them during the festival, and quickly went back to find Song Si-eun. Mrs. Zhou brought the lamb soup into the main room. She uncovered the lid, and the delicious aroma filled the whole house. There were tender dumplings, thin slices of meat, and green onions sprinkled on the snowy, white soup. The family all looked eager to eat. Lee Chong's younger brother, Lee Hu, widened his eyes. Mom, I want to eat. I want to eat meat. Mrs. Zhou said, why are you so greedy? We've made meat dishes today, several of them. Lee Hu said, this is so tasty. It looks so good. I want to eat this. All right. Isn't that why you brought it back? Cheongzi, hurry and set the bowls and chopsticks. It's time to eat. This big bowl of soup cost quite a bit. Even Chae-hung and the others are being very polite. Lee Chong silently picked up a dumpling and ate it. It was very tasty, but somehow he didn't feel quite right inside. Dr. Lee and Mrs. Wang received Song Si-eun's things, smiling so much they couldn't close their mouths. They even said they wanted the couple to stay and eat together. Song Si-eun said, Master, Madam, our rice is still simmering in the pot. If we come back late, the dumplings will collapse. Take your time eating. If it's not enough, add some slices of lamb. Just stir the soup a few times, and it's ready. Mrs. Wang felt both happy and touched. Si-eun, having a disciple like you is a blessing for your master. You're so thoughtful. Song Si-eun smiled. If my master eats what I made, he'll have to teach me even more diligently. Mrs. Wang said, of course. If he doesn't do his best, I'll give him a hard time. Everyone laughed. Chae-hung and Song Si-eun stood for a while before hurrying home. Both of them were very hungry now, smelling the delicious aroma and wishing they could sit down and eat immediately. It was already very dark. Song Si-eun walked ahead, with Chae-hung behind her. He wanted to remind her to slow down but didn't say anything. She didn't notice her footing and slipped. Chae-hung's quick reflexes helped him catch her arm, so she didn't fall into the field ditch. That was close, so close to falling in the mud. The ice on the road still hasn't melted. Chae-hung said, "Be careful." In the dark, his voice seemed deeper than usual, and he was quite close to her. When Song Si-eun heard this, she couldn't help but shrink back a little, her heart beating faster. She looked up and subtly pulled away from Chae-hung's hand. "You also be careful. We're almost home." The lamb soup in the pot was still hot, and the dumplings were just right. Song Si-eun quickly served some into a porcelain bowl, took it to the upper room, and set out a dish of vinegar and a dish of lamb seasoning. "Eat up and try my cooking. I've been busy all day just for this meal." Chae-hung picks up his chopsticks, and Song Si-eun does the same. They share a smile and start eating quietly under the dim yellow light. Soon, snow begins to fall outside. It's very cold, but that has nothing to do with their warmth inside. Song Si-eun hasn't had lamb soup in a long time and feels very satisfied. After eating, she leans back, feeling full and lazy, thinking, "I've lost weight again." Chae-hung smiles and says, "You've lost a lot of weight. That's good." Song Si-eun is surprised and asks, "Really? Do you really think I've lost weight?" He nods and says, "Yes, you have." She feels proud and happy. She knows she's thinner, but hearing it from someone else makes her feel even better. She laughs and says, "Then I'll treat this as a reward for myself today." When Chae-hung finishes his work and returns, Song Si-eun is already asleep in the main room. It's snowing outside. Worried she might be cold, he calls her twice. She mumbles, but doesn't wake up. Chae-hung looks at her room carefully, gently picks her up, and places her on the bed. He covers her with a blanket. She's lost some weight these months. The last time he carried her was on the day she tried to jump into the river, which was very different from today. Now she sleeps deeply. Chae-hung watches her for a while before quietly closing the door. He tidies up and goes back to his room. It's still early, and he doesn't want to sleep. He sits by the window and studies his books. They use the best lamp oil at home, so the light is bright. Song Si-eun prepared 2 lamps for him, so reading at night doesn't strain his eyes. While reading, he suddenly laughs. He realizes that celebrating the winter solstice can be so joyful. This is probably the happiest winter solstice he's ever had. Next year, they will part ways, and he will be alone. The next morning, Chae-hung wakes up earlier than usual. Hearing sounds from Song Si-eun's room, he calls out, "Put on some warmer clothes. You just slept through the night, and it's easy to catch a cold." Song Si-eun wonders how she managed to get back to her room, and hearing this, she understands everything. She had slept in her coat all night. Chae-hung probably just brought her back, covered her with a blanket, and left. He didn't even bother to take off her coat. She replies, "Got it." Last night, it snowed heavily. When Song Si-eun stepped outside, she was stunned. It wasn't even dawn, but the yard was covered in white. "Such heavy snow?" Chae said, "Yes, I could hear the branches breaking in the middle of the night. Luckily, I took the tiles off the roof early, or it might have collapsed." "You're quite foresight," Song Si-eun said, giving a thumbs up. "Let's have dumplings for breakfast. We still have some from yesterday." Chae nodded, "They're already boiling." Since it was so cold, Song Si-eun didn't exercise. She picked up a broom and swept the house, feeling warm quickly. The two sat in the main room eating a bowl of hot lamb dumpling soup. Song Si-eun said, "I didn't expect so much snow this winter, making the roads difficult to travel. You must be careful." "I know," Chae said with a slight smile. "In a few days, I'll take a break. Then I'll chop firewood again. You don't need to work so hard." There wasn't much chopped firewood left in the kitchen. Chae was worried she might do it herself, so he mentioned it first. Song Si-eun nodded thoughtfully. With so much snow, maybe she could go into the mountains to look for good herbs, but the snow is so thick, it might be hard to get in. Chae left for the town before dawn. Business at Sangmanla was good, so he was busy.
Although shopkeeper Chen said he lived far away and could come later, he still liked to start working early. Song Si-in wanted to go into the mountains today, but she hadn't yet cleaned the pig and sheep offal she bought yesterday. There was no time yesterday, so she should have cleaned it then. First, she needed to wash it thoroughly. Even if it's tasty, if it's not cleaned well, it might cause psychological discomfort when eating. There was a well in the yard, but washing was inconvenient. Song Si-in thought for a moment and decided to go to the river instead, or she'd have to tidy up the yard. In winter, people still work hard. She went to the river and saw two women washing clothes, including Mrs. Fong. Song Si-in found a spot and squatted down to wash. Mrs. Fong looked over and said loudly, "Hey, what are you doing, Yin? We're washing clothes here. Isn't it inappropriate to wash that here?" She then made a face, pinching her nose, as if what Song Si-in was washing was very disgusting. Of course, pig intestines are indeed quite gross in a way. Song Si-in glanced at her and said, "Is this your family's river? Usually villagers wash cloth diapers here too. I don't see you being so particular. Does washing pig intestines here have anything to do with you? It doesn't really matter." The Fong family knows they can't stop Song Si-in from washing here, and she chose a downstream spot, so it wouldn't affect her. She just wanted to say a few words. "Hey Yin, yesterday someone said they saw you buy a lot of meat, filling up a whole basket. I thought maybe Kar-hun got some lucky money, but it turns out you bought these unappetizing things?" Fong brushed her clothes and curled her lips. Some people can afford to eat, but if you can't pay, don't pretend to be rich. If others see you, they'll just laugh at you. Yesterday, Song Si-in was at home making bone soup. The smell was so strong she definitely noticed it. She wanted to go next door to see how much good stuff they bought, but her mother-in-law wouldn't let her cause trouble, so she didn't go. Now she's just trying to get Song Si-in to say something herself. But the girl didn't fall for it. She was just carefully cleaning a large intestine. Fong added, "Yin, did your family only eat that yesterday? It does smell good when cooked, but honestly, not many people eat that. It's cheap, right?" Song Si-in looked back at her with a half-smile that made Fong stare. She said, "My family can't afford meat. Kar-hun is the only one earning money. Life is hard. If you're so concerned, maybe you want to send us some of your meat? What are you thinking? I'm not related to you. If you want to eat meat, why don't you come to me?" Fong immediately glared, acting as if Song Si-in was about to steal her meat. Yesterday, her mother-in-law bought 2 pounds of pork, and there's still plenty left. Song Si-in said, "Yesterday was the festival. I smelled your meat cooking. You must have bought a lot. What's wrong? Does my meat have anything to do with you?" Song Si-in looked at her. "And what we eat has nothing to do with you either. If you're so worried about us eating pig offal, why don't you send some of your good stuff over? Or just shut your mouth and stop being so mean." "You?" Fong crossed her arms. "I was just showing concern. Why are you so rude? Still the same as before. People in the village say you've changed, but I think you're the same as always." Song Si-in ignored her. Fong huffed. "Make sure to wash the pig intestines well. It's not good to eat dirty stuff." Someone nearby tugged her, and Fong finally stopped. Mrs. Chen's wife said, "Why argue with her? It's so cold outside. Do you really want to stay here and be happy? Hurry up and wash up before going home," Mrs. Fong said. "I'm just concerned and asking about her. Look at her, not knowing what's good for her." After Song Si-in finished cleaning the pig and sheep offal, Mrs. Fong and Chen's daughter-in-law had not left yet, and they spent half the day washing a few pieces of clothing. Song Si-in said, "Sister-in-law Fong, when I arrived, Aunt Lu was looking for you. Since I'm about to leave, I'll help you deliver a message. No need to thank me." Mrs. Fong was just being lazy here, not wanting to go back to work. Since she liked to gossip, she could go home and tell her mother-in-law properly, so she wouldn't keep talking nonsense. Hearing this, Mrs. Fong immediately got angry. "Song Si-in, who asked you to interfere?" Song Si-in replied, "You don't exactly mind meddling yourself. I'm just learning from you." She didn't care how Mrs. Fong spoke behind her back. On the way back, she met Aunt Lu. "Auntie, are you looking for Sister Fong?" Aunt Lu nodded. "I don't know where she went. There's a lot of work at home.
She pointed to the riverbank. I just saw her there. Sister Fong is very particular. She washes her clothes many times. She really cares about cleanliness. I should learn from her. Aunt Lu gritted her teeth. I knew she was being lazy again. Just wait and see how I deal with her. Song Si-eun went straight home, tired of listening to family gossip. But when she was washing the offal with well water in the yard for the last time, she heard a loud argument from the neighbor, with harsh words exchanged. The person being scolded didn't dare reply. She couldn't help but laugh. Let's see if Mrs. Fong's mouth can stay idle now. Today, Song Si-eun spent the whole day busy at home. The offal she prepared was tasty, but it was also troublesome. Cleaning it thoroughly, cutting it up, and stir-frying all required care. You couldn't just toss in some seasonings and cook. That wouldn't taste good. First, she marinated it with wine, then stir-fried it, making sure to use enough oil. She prepared the ingredients and only started cooking before dinner. Most of the sheep offal had already been eaten. The leftovers from yesterday's mutton soup, lamb offal, were very delicious. The pig offal mainly consisted of large and small intestines and pig blood. Other parts could be sold for extra money, but they wouldn't be cheap for her. She kept the small intestines to stuff into sausages. After cleaning the large intestines, she boiled them and cut them into a big bowl, planning to make dry-fried pork intestines. When Chae-hung returned, he didn't smell any food aroma, but instead caught a foul odor. He frowned and went to the kitchen. There, he saw Song Si-eun peeling garlic. What's that smell? Song Si-eun said, You're back. Help me peel the garlic quickly. It's too hard to peel. Okay. Kar-hung hesitated, but obediently helped her with the chores. Song Si-eun prepared the ingredients and lit the fire. Later, Kar-hung also helped by building the fire. She first added rapeseed oil, then pork fat, followed by dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. She couldn't leave out green onions and garlic. Once the aroma was released, she added a spoonful of her homemade chili sauce, filling the air with a rich smell. At this point, she added a bowl of chopped fatty intestines and quickly stir-fried them until they became chewy. Then she added a handful of chopped pickled chili peppers. Green peppers would be better, but it was too cold in winter to find any. As the smell grew stronger, she seasoned the dish and turned off the heat. Kar-hung watched her, noticing how the once foul-smelling intestines turned fragrant and delicious. He couldn't help but smile. People who love to eat can learn many skills just for the sake of food. While thinking, Song Si-eun picked a piece of fatty intestine and offered it to him. Kar-hung was stunned and looked at her. Song Si-eun's eyes sparkled.
Try it.
Hesitating for a moment, he slightly opened his mouth. Song Si-eun placed the intestine inside. How is it? He chewed a few times. At first, he tasted the seasoning on the outside, just right, not salty or spicy, but fragrant. Then, as he chewed further, the aroma of the intestine itself came out. The excess water had been removed, and the fat had been stripped away by Song Si-eun. It had no strange taste, only a delicious smell. Like every time he tried her new dishes, he nodded and gave high praise. Very tasty. Song Si-eun smiled happily. Using her chopsticks, she took a piece and ate it herself, feeling very satisfied. It's really delicious. No wonder I spent the whole day preparing just this pot of dry-fried intestines. She quickly moved on to other dishes, making pig blood and remaining lamb offal in the same spicy and sour style, very satisfying. After cooking several dishes, she used up a lot of the pickled vegetables in the jar and many of the dried chili peppers she had dried herself. She felt a bit distressed. After dinner, Kar-hung had something to say. Song Si noticed and asked proactively, What do you want to say? He finally spoke. Can I take some of the intestines to the town? Gu Helen likes to eat this. He once brought his own chef to make it for me, but it wasn't as good as yours. Song Si couldn't help but smile. He actually appreciates this kind of food. Of course, you can take some. It's your home, and you can decide what to do. Kar-hung said, Okay. He went to wash the dishes, while Song Si found a clean small jar and packed some of the dry-fried intestines and pig blood. Take it tomorrow, just reheat it when you eat. The next day, Chae-hung left in a light, quick step. Song Si-eun thought to herself, Gu Helen has been kind to him, and he's also quite good to Gu Helen. Their brotherly bond is truly touching. However, Chae-hung was actually thinking that Gu Helen has always thought poorly of Song Si-eun. Today, after tasting her dish, he probably has nothing to criticize anymore. Maybe he will also have fewer prejudices against her in the future. But today, Gu Helen didn't come to Xiangminlu. He usually comes for lunch, but today he probably had something else to do. Chae-hung couldn't go look for him, so he had to wait until next time to let him try Song Si-eun's cooking again. He couldn't waste the food he brought, so he asked the kitchen apprentice to heat it up, adding 2 more dishes for lunch. It was past the busiest part of the noon, and Master Wang was already preparing his own meal. The apprentice found an empty stove and heated the 2 dishes that Chae-hung had given him. Master Wang turned around and caught a strange, fragrant smell. Is this pig's large intestine? Did you make this? The apprentice smiled and said, Master, I don't have that skill. I've only been learning from you for a short time. This was given to me by Lord Chae, and I just heated it up along with 2 other dishes. Master Wang immediately pinched a piece of the fatty intestine and put it in his mouth. He chewed it, and his eyes lit up. This intestine is really delicious. You're quite skilled, Chae-hung. He was from the countryside. When he was young and couldn't get enough to eat, his mother would buy pig offal to eat. For them, that was considered meat. But back then, it was made without oil or salt, smelly and fishy, and it was a nightmare to remember. He had become a chef because he was hungry as a child and was afraid of starving. No matter how much money he earned, he always ate the meals he cooked. Since these ingredients weren't considered fancy, he hadn't cooked them in recent years. Just now, smelling that aroma, it brought back painful childhood memories. Who would have thought it would taste so good? When the dishes were served, everyone sat together to eat lunch. Master Wang immediately asked, Chae-hung, you can cook too? Your skills are pretty good. This stir-fried intestine is really excellent. Before Chae-hung could speak, Chef Liu had already tasted the pig's blood and praised it highly. Old Wang, this pig's blood is also delicious, sour, spicy, and fragrant. Chae-hung really has some skills. Everyone became curious and reached out with chopsticks to try the 2 bowls. Only then did Chae-hung say, It's not me, it's my wife. Master Wang was stunned. He was especially surprised because Song Si-eun's reputation was not good. The fact that she could find mountain goods to sell already amazed him. Who knew she could also make pig offal so delicious? Your wife made it? Master Wang couldn't help but praise. This girl is really talented. I think she would make a good cook. Master Liu smiled and asked, Would you like her to become your apprentice? Yes, I definitely want that, Master Wang replied with a smile. If she can figure out these skills on her own, with some proper training, she will be amazing in the future. If the other chefs were to handle pig offal, it wouldn't taste bad. Such flavors can be made, but to him, Song Si-eun is a rural woman who can create such good dishes on her own, which shows she has a lot of talent. Kar-hung said, My wife has already started learning medicine from a teacher, but I will also tell her about Master Wang's kindness. Master Wang nodded with a smile. Good. I'll leave it at that. If she's willing to become my disciple, I'd be happy to accept her. Kar-hung went back and told Song Si-eun about this. She was so happy, she almost fell over laughing. Who would have thought Gu Helen didn't get to eat, and you even found me a teacher? Kar-hung said, Master Wang thinks you are very talented. If you want to learn, he is willing to teach. I made sure to pass on the message. Song Si-eun smiled and said, Being a cook is pretty good. At least I won't go hungry. But now I've already spent a lot of energy studying medicine, so I really can't find the time. Plus, I'm just doing small things, I don't have much talent. Please thank Master Wang for me. Kar-hung nodded, I understand. The next day, Kar-hung took a day off. Early in the morning, he gathered firewood to split. Song Si-eun helped him for a while, then prepared to go into the mountains to look around. Kar-hung was a bit worried. In winter, it's better not to go into the mountains. There's snow, and the roads are difficult. Song Si-eun had already changed her clothes and slung her basket on her back. It's okay.
Yesterday, I met Lee Chong, and I asked him about it. There's still a way through. He found a path, and I'll follow that. Karhing picked up his axe and nodded gently. All right, be careful. I'll prepare lunch, and you come back when the time is right. Song Seon moved her hands and feet. Okay, I'll remember. Today's sunny, and the weather is quite nice. She could see that Karhung was worried, but she felt it was fine. Recently, she had been going into the mountains, just not very deep. The roads were still passable. Her main goal in going into the mountains was to find key medicinal herbs for Karhung to treat injuries. But she didn't find the herbs. Instead, she dug up some fresh winter bamboo shoots. These are good things, but there's no meat, and we don't even have a chicken at home. She kept muttering to herself and walked further into the deep mountains. The medicinal herbs she sought were growing in the snow and cold. Since they could survive the freezing weather, they were hardy and resistant to cold. Their properties are warming and beneficial for old injuries like those of Chae-hung. If she couldn't find the herbs, she would have to continue using the current medicine. To heal completely, she would need more time. Song Seon searched for nearly half a day, but saw no sign of the herbs, not even the common Wu Zhuyu. Since Wu Zhuyu dies back in winter, it's not easy to find, especially in the snow, but the cold actually enhances its medicinal effects. She was about to give up and turn back when suddenly she saw a leaf in the distance that looked like snow angelica. She had been wandering all day and didn't want to lose hope, so she hurried over. Upon closer inspection, it really was snow angelica. She quickly took out her tools and scraped away the snow, digging up an entire plant, making sure not to miss any tiny roots. Not bad. It's worth walking half a day in the mountains. With this, my trip wasn't wasted. Just as she was about to leave, she spotted Wu Zhuyu in the snow she had just dug up. Unexpectedly, she made another good find. Today was already a good day. She hadn't expected to find 2 usable herbs. Seeing the time, she knew it was almost time to head back. Her stomach was growling with hunger. Song Seon focused on the path ahead, not paying attention to her footing. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out. She stepped into a trap hidden in the snow. Her right foot was caught by iron teeth, and she couldn't move. This was probably a trap set by Lee Chong. She didn't expect to step into it. The iron teeth were designed for hunting and could only be opened by pulling from both sides. She pulled hard with her hands, but the angle was awkward, and she could only open it halfway. Her ankle was still caught, and she couldn't free herself. The trap was heavy, and her foot was stuck inside. She couldn't carry on down the mountain like this. Sitting on the ground, her felt cold and numb. In the wilderness, she started to feel afraid. She didn't know when Lee Chong might come into the mountains to collect game. Now, she could only wait for him. Help! It's so cold, and blood was seeping from her ankle. She was injured. She looked around, worried that the blood might attract wild animals. She covered her right foot with her sleeve, hoping it would help. In her previous life, she loved exploring the mountains, but she had never encountered something like this. It was clear that the era was different, and she had been careless, waiting in the mountains for Lee Chong to rescue her, while at home, Chae-hung was waiting for her to return for dinner. At noon, he cooked sweet potato rice and stir-fried cabbage. There was still some mutton soup from the day before. Chae-hung put the meat slices into the soup and cooked it quickly, resulting in a steaming bowl of mutton soup. He sprinkled some coriander on top, and the aroma filled the air. Song Seon is particular about her food and doesn't like to settle for less. For the past few months, she has mostly been the one cooking. Today, he rarely cooked, worried that his skills might have worsened and she wouldn't like what he made. Before serving the food, he tasted it to make sure it was good, then felt relieved. When the dishes were placed on the table, Chae-hung looked outside but didn't see Song Seon. He thought she would come back soon. After tidying up the kitchen and looking outside again, he still didn't see her. He couldn't help but frown and muttered softly, "Why hasn't she come back yet?" The sun was high in the sky. Chae-hung remembered telling her in the morning to come home for lunch, but she still hadn't returned. Something didn't seem right. He closed the door and headed toward the mountain trail. It was noon, and no one was walking on the path. When he reached the mountain, he still didn't see Song Seon,
which made him feel more anxious. He found a stick and used it to support himself as he entered the mountain, calling out, "Sian, are you here?" No one responded. He continued deeper into the mountain, noticing many footprints along the way, but some were overlapping, so they might not belong to Song Sian. He was on a well-trodden mountain trail. As Song Sian had said, she would follow the path Li Chang pointed out. She wouldn't wander off on her own. He kept going into the mountain but received no reply. When he looked back, he could no longer see the foot of the mountain. He was now deep inside the woods. He hadn't found her yet and had to keep walking further, shouting her name louder and louder. Song Sian was leaning against a tree, her bottom almost numb from the cold. She was hungry and cold, so she closed her eyes to rest. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her name. She shivered and sat upright immediately. The voice was coming from nearby, calling her. Summoning all her strength, Song Sian shouted back, "I'm here, brotherly. I'm here." Chae-hung called out again, stopping to listen for a response. This time, someone finally answered. He let out a breath of relief and hurried toward the sound. Thinking it was Li Chang entering the mountain, she didn't hear him call again. Worried that he didn't hear her reply, she quickly shouted again, "Brotherly, I'm here. I'm here." The car suddenly stopped, and she hadn't heard clearly what she was shouting earlier, but now she could hear it clearly. He sighed softly and quickened his steps. "Big brotherly, please come help me. I'm here. Here, did you hear that? Big brotherly." By listening carefully, Chung-hung knew he was getting closer to Song Sian. The direction was right, and her voice sounded strong, so she should be okay. He wasn't too worried anymore, but felt a bit sad. He even wondered if Song Sian would be disappointed when she saw him. Song Sian hadn't heard anyone answer, and felt a little nervous. Could Li Chang have taken a wrong turn? After a while, she heard footsteps and finally relaxed. When the person got closer, she smiled and said, "Big brother Li, I'm so glad you've come into the mountains. I was freezing to death." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Chung-heng's face. Before she could close her mouth, she was surprised and opened it wide. "Chung-hung, is that you?" He crouched down in front of her and looked at her trapped right foot. He said softly, "I saw you hadn't come back, so I came into the mountain to find you." He held her ankle, tested the strength of the iron tool, then wrapped his hand in his sleeve. Carefully, he slid his hand inside, trying to pry open the iron teeth, then pushed them apart with both hands. Song Sian quickly pulled her foot out. Chung-hung slowly released his grip, and the iron teeth snapped back. Finally got it out. This tool was specially made by Li Chang. "It's very strong. I couldn't open it alone," she said. She felt a bit awkward because Chung-heng's face looked unhappy after he found her. So she started talking about other things. Chung-hung adjusted his sleeve, noticing a few tears. He said, "Li Chang used to hunt wild boar and is good with tools like these. Be careful when you walk." Song Sian replied, "It's partly my fault. There's no real path here. I came here myself, or I wouldn't have stepped into his trap." Chung-hung responded calmly. "Let's go home. I'll carry you." After saying that, he crouched down right in front of her. Her ankle was bleeding, but she could still walk, though it would be very painful. Song Sian leaned on his back and packed her basket again. She said, "Let's go back."
I'm hungry.
Kar-hung didn't speak, so Song Sian began telling him about her morning trip into the mountains. "I dug up some fresh winter bamboo shoots. Shall I make chicken stew with them tomorrow? You're on holiday at home again tomorrow, but we don't have any chickens." Kar-hung said, "I'll buy one from the village." "That's good." Kar-hung remained silent again. Even someone simple-minded like Song Sian could tell he was upset. She guessed he was angry because she accidentally went into the mountains. She quickly assured him, "I was really careless today. I will be more careful in the future. I'll ask Li Chang where he set his traps so I won't step on them again." He replied, in a calm voice, with nothing more to say. He was still upset. Could it be because of this? Song Sian thought hard and finally guessed the reason. She tentatively asked, "I didn't know you came into the mountains to find me. When I heard someone calling from so far away, I thought Li Chang was out hunting. In the middle of winter, no one else from the village goes into the mountains except him, so I thought the person coming was him. Karhung asked, "How would he know you went into the mountains today?" Finally, he said a few more words. Song Seon felt she was right. He was upset because she had mistaken someone else for him. "I didn't think much about it. I just hoped someone would come to rescue me. Sorry, I didn't expect you to come deep into the mountains looking for me." Karhung whispered, "Let's not talk about this now. We'll discuss it when we go back."
Oh.
Karhung carried her home for about half an hour. The food was already cold. He took Song Seon back to her room and then reheated the meal. Song Seon took off her shoes and socks, checked her wound. It wasn't serious, just a cut, and of course it hurt. She disinfected it with alcohol, then hobbled to the main hall. Karhung had already set the table. "I'm so hungry," Song Seon smiled, trying to be charming. Karhung served her rice and handed her chopsticks. She picked up her chopsticks and started eating eagerly, praising his cooking skills in between. "Not bad. It's really delicious. Your cooking is still so good." Karhung didn't say anything the whole time. In the afternoon, he didn't let her do anything and told her to go back to her room and rest. Today, she shouldn't think about anything else. Song Seon worriedly said, "Please don't touch the things I brought back. They're hard to find, including some herbs. I'll organize them after I wake up." "Okay." Song Seon hasn't taken a nap in a long time. Today, she got cold on the mountain. After eating, she really wanted to get into bed and warm up. Chae-hing put the firewood he chopped in the shed, closed the yard gate, and went to Dr. Lee's house to get ointment to treat Song Seon's injury. When Dr. Lee heard that his apprentice was hurt, he became worried immediately. "Is it serious? I'll go take a look. It's just a superficial injury, but I think some medicine could help it heal faster. Dr. Lee, do you have any ointment I can use?" Dr. Lee nodded and went inside to get a jar of ointment. "This one, use it twice a day. Once the scab forms, it will be fine." "Thank you very much, Dr. Lee." Just as Chae-hung left, Lee Chong brought some medicinal herbs to Dr. Lee. He had gone to town today, and Dr. Lee asked him to buy a few herbs. He had just seen Chae-hung and was curious. "Grandpa Chae, what is Chae-hung doing here?" Dr. Lee said, "Yun went into the mountain today and got a small scratch. Chae-hung came to get ointment from me. It's probably nothing serious. Otherwise, he would have asked me to check it." Lee Chong looked worried. "Seon is hurt. How did it happen? Did she step into my trap?" "I don't know," Dr. Lee replied. "Did you set a trap on the road?" "No, but sometimes Seon collects herbs and doesn't take the main path. The snow has been thick these days, so I buried the trap in the snow. Maybe she didn't see it." Dr. Lee said that might be the case. "No wonder I asked Chae-hung how he got hurt, but he wouldn't tell me." Lee Chong clapped his hands. "This is bad. I need to go see her." On the way, Lee Chong thought he shouldn't go empty-handed. Today, he bought some meat in town, so he quickly went back to get a piece of meat to apologize. When he arrived at the door, Chae-hung was in the yard tidying up his chopping tools. Lee Chong asked, "Chae-hung, is Seon here?" Chae-hung didn't answer. He hurried to explain, "I heard she's hurt. I don't know if she stepped into my trap. I came to apologize. She's taking a nap." Chae-hung looked at Lee Chong. "I don't know when she'll wake up." Lee Chong wanted to apologize to Song Seon in person when she was awake, but he felt it might not be appropriate. He thought for a moment and said, "It was my carelessness that caused her to get hurt. Please accept this piece of meat. I'll make sure to set my traps more clearly in the future." Chae-hung politely replied, "That's not really your fault. She stepped into the snow trap herself. We can't take the meat back. You can keep it. It's not your fault." Lee Chong also couldn't forcefully give him anything and apologized several times. Seeing Song Seon still hadn't gotten up, he had to go home. Chae-hung closed the courtyard gate, tidied up the yard, and sat on the porch rubbing his knee. He was in such a hurry to enter the mountains today that he fell. His right knee hit the ground, and after walking so long with Song Seon on his back, now he only felt a dull pain in his knee. He was very familiar with this feeling. It was a sign that an old injury was acting up. Every winter, it would flare up several times. When it was severe, it hurt so much he couldn't get up. This year, it hadn't happened and he was secretly happy. But suddenly, it happened again. He wasn't worried about Song Si-eun knowing his leg injury had relapsed. However, today, after going into the mountains to find her, the pain started after he returned. If she knew, she might feel guilty. He had to endure it for a few days. Song Si-eun slept for an hour before waking up, feeling refreshed all over. She dressed and came out. Chae-hung was sitting in the main hall copying a book. "You're awake? I went to see Dr. Lee and got some ointment. He said to use it twice a day. Once the scab forms, it will be fine." Song Si-eun took the box of medicine he handed her and nodded. "You're thoughtful. It's burning hot now. Applying some ointment will make it more comfortable." She didn't go back inside but sat on a nearby chair, rolled up her right pant leg, and used her finger to scoop some ointment to apply it. It hadn't scabbed over yet, so she couldn't put on too much. She had to spread it carefully, but it was painful. To heal faster, Song Si-eun clenched her teeth and carefully applied the medicine to the wound. Chae-hung paused his writing, looked at her, and after a moment, said, "While you were sleeping, Lee Chong came. He probably guessed you stepped into his trap and brought some meat to apologize. I didn't want his meat, and I told him not to blame him. I told him to go back." Song Si-eun didn't lift her head. She just stared at her wound. It was just a scrape, but it really hurt. I don't blame him. I wouldn't take someone else's things. It was my carelessness. I'll be more careful next time." Chae-heng's hand holding the pen tightened unconsciously, and he pressed harder. A black ink appeared on the paper, and he was very annoyed. After finishing applying the ointment, Song Si-eun stood up. Seeing the ink on the paper, she couldn't help but smile. "What happened? This page is ruined. Are you going to take it to the bookstore to exchange?" Chae-hung shook his head. "It's for copying medical books for you." "Oh, I see. Then it's fine. The ink doesn't matter," Song Si-eun said with a smile. But Chae-hung tore off that page and picked up his pen to start writing again. Song Si-eun was stunned. What was going on now? She didn't know how to ask, but after a while, Chae-hung said, "Lee Chong cares about you a lot. When he came, you were sleeping, so I didn't wake you. When you have time, you should tell him yourself." "Oh, all right then," Song Si-eun replied. She kept looking at him, feeling that something was strange about him, but she couldn't figure out why he seemed upset. He himself said he didn't blame Lee Chong's trap, so maybe he was unhappy with the apology? Song Si-eun watched him study, then turned back to her own tasks. She still hadn't finished preparing the bamboo shoots and medicinal herbs she brought back. These two medicines were hard to get, so they had to be used carefully. Song Si-eun had already planned to go to town to gather some herbs for making ointments, which would take a couple of days. In a few days, she could apply medicine to Chae-heng's leg. But with just these few, they might only be able to use them twice, which made her feel worried about the cost, as the medicines he needed were quite expensive. The next day, Chae-heng's leg hurt even more. He clenched his teeth and endured, trying not to let Song Si-eun see that he was in pain. He remembered she wanted to cook bamboo shoots, so early in the morning, he went to the east side of the village to buy a hen from the Wang family. Mrs. Wang asked, "Chae-hung, why do you suddenly want to buy a hen?"
"Just to stew and eat."
Nothing special. Song Si-eun was craving food. Eating chicken and duck was normal, but these past few months, she had changed her habits. So when Chae-hung came to buy a chicken, Mrs. Wang started gossiping. "Chae-hung, do you think Yun might be pregnant? That would mean she needs to rest and settle down before having a baby." Chae-hung, usually so calm, blushed at her words and quickly denied, "No, not yet." "Not yet? Then you'd better try harder. You two have been engaged for almost a year. If Yun gets pregnant, she can focus better." Chae-hung didn't know how to explain, so he just grabbed the chicken and hurried away. Mrs. Wang couldn't help but laugh. Such a young guy, so shy. The bamboo shoots Song Si-eun dug up yesterday were tender and fresh. Paired with the hen, just thinking about it made her hungry. But she had just eaten mutton soup, including fatty intestines and blood pudding. Their meals had been so rich lately. Song Si-eun pinched her stomach. It was a little smaller than before, but she knew she had to keep working hard and not indulge herself too much. So, When Chae-hung brought back the chicken, she didn't want him to slaughter it. Instead, she decided to raise it. This chicken can still lay eggs. Raising it is good. We usually have to buy eggs, which is inconvenient. It's better to keep it. Chae-hung nodded without any objection and prepared to go cut some bamboo to make a chicken pen, so their carefully planted vegetables wouldn't be harmed. I stayed home resting for another day, but Chae-hung's leg injury hadn't improved at all. He didn't want Song Si-eun to notice, so he still insisted on going to Zhangminlu. He thought that once he went out, he would feel better, but to his surprise, Song Si-eun wanted to go to town with him. We need to buy some things at home. I'll go with you.
Kieng looked hesitant.
I can buy everything myself. The weather is cold, and the roads are slippery. You don't need to come. It's okay. I haven't been to town for several days. I just want to take a walk. There's nothing urgent at home. You've already chopped all the firewood. He nodded lightly. Song Si-eun noticed he was still a bit hesitant and jumped a couple of times in place. My injury doesn't hurt anymore. It's not a big deal. That's good, Chae-hung said with a slight smile. Let's go together. The two left the house and headed to the town. Granny Wong saw them and couldn't help but tell Lee's wife, "Look at these two. They get along very well." Yesterday, Chae-hung even asked me to buy chickens. I think Yun has good news. Lee's wife looked surprised. Really? So soon?
Not so soon.
They've been married for quite a while. It's about time they had some news. Just then, Yunxiang came over, and they immediately stopped talking. Everyone knew Yunxiang's thoughts. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to hear everything. But Yunxiang still overheard them. She clenched her fist inside her sleeve. Does Chae-hung really want to spend his life with Song Si-eun? When they reached the town, Song Si-eun parted ways with Chae-hung. Chae-hung endured the pain all the way but couldn't hold back anymore. He hobbled into Zhangminlu. Manager Chen asked, "Chae-hung, did your leg hurt again? You should have sent someone to send a message. Rest at home more." "It's nothing. I've rested for 2 days already. If I don't clear the accounts, they'll pile up. I need to settle them soon." Manager Chen couldn't do anything about him. Chae-hung was very stubborn and refused to take leave easily. Song Si-eun didn't notice that Chae-hung's leg was hurting again. They walked slowly because the ground was slippery, and she thought it was better to go slowly. She didn't think much about it. They needed to buy some household essentials like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. She also wanted to make sausages, so she planned to buy pork and seasonings today. Most importantly, she needed medicine for Chae-hung. She still went to Jichuan Hall to buy it, but she was surprised to find the price had increased by 10%. She paused while paying. "Wasn't it this price before?" The apprentice explained. "Recently, the prices of medicinal herbs have gone up. The herbs you need are not cheap anymore. The prices have changed, and this is the total." Song Si-eun said, "But the prices of some herbs can't all go up at once, right?" "They did go up. The old prices were impossible to sell at. I would have lost money." Song Si-eun directly pushed the medicine in front of him.
"Then I won't buy it."
Seeing this, the apprentice immediately looked at the shopkeeper. Song Si-eun didn't care how much they begged her. She didn't turn back and left Jichuan directly. She initially thought buying medicine here was no problem, but now she realized it was a trap. These people clearly knew her, knew she always needed these herbs, and were raising prices on purpose to make more money. An extra 2 coins of silver for such a large pharmacy? For them, earning 2 more coins wouldn't make them rich. They were short-sighted. The apprentice wanted to ask her to pay less, but she didn't want Jichuan to earn even a penny. There are other pharmacies in Gaoqiao town. She went to Yuantang, looked outside, and didn't see Gu Helen, so she quickly went inside to buy the needed herbs. It was even cheaper than before, and the quality was good. It seemed that Jichuan was not honest in business. From now on, she would buy her herbs here. Meeting Gu Helen wasn't a big deal. She was treating Chae-hung's injury, not giving him medicine.
There was no need to feel guilty.
When she got home, Song Si-eun carefully ground the herbs into powder, crushed the herbs she collected, added honey and pig fat, and mixed everything thoroughly until it became a smooth ointment. Song Si-eun felt like her hands were about to break from stirring, but it was impossible to do it without effort. "Si-eun, are you at home?" Someone called outside.
Song Si-in stopped and went to open the door. The person outside was Lee Chong. Lee Chong saw her come out and was very happy. Si-yun, are your injuries better? About the trap you stepped on the other day, I'm really sorry. Next time I set a trap, I'll be more careful. Song Si-in said, It's nothing, just a minor scrape. It's my own fault for walking around carelessly. Actually, I was just walking along the main road, saw a herb I needed, and went straight over. I didn't think I would step on a trap. I'm glad you're okay, Lee Chong said. Next time you need to go into the mountains, just tell me. I can take you. No one in the village knows the mountain paths better than I do. Having Lee Chong with her would definitely be more convenient. Song Si-in wanted to agree, but suddenly she remembered Che Heng's expressionless face and shivered involuntarily. Let's forget about it. As a lonely woman, it's not appropriate. I am married and can't ruin your reputation. What if things get complicated later? Song Si-in spoke very directly. Lee Chong wanted to persuade her further, but found there was nothing more to say, so he nodded. I was careless. You're right, it's not suitable. If you don't know the way, just ask me. Okay, thank you. Song Si-in smiled politely. She had nothing more to say, and Lee Chong saw no reason to stay, so he nodded and said, All right, I'll go now. As Lee Chong turned to leave, Yun Xiang approached. She looked over here, and Song Si-in didn't feel guilty, so they stared at each other. After Lee Chong left, Yun Xiang said, You're already married, and talking to a man like this in broad daylight. Aren't you worried about people saying bad things? Song Si-in replied, You're not afraid, so what do I have to fear? Who I talk to has nothing to do with you. Yun Xiang couldn't argue with her, and stomped her foot. I really don't understand how Brother Che sees you. Then ask him yourself. Why ask me? Yun Xiang snorted and turned to leave her own way. Song Si-in thought she was just meddling too much. Does she just dislike seeing them happy? Back in her room, Song Si-in continued preparing medicinal ointment. Yun Xiang went home, feeling upset in her yard. That day, she saw Brother Che coming out of the mountains with Song Si-in on his back. He had carried her all the way. Thinking about that day made her so angry her teeth itched. She wanted to rush over and confront Song Si-in, but they were a married couple. Who was she to interfere? In the afternoon, Che Hung returned by ox cart from the same village. If he hadn't, he would have had to walk. When Song Si-in saw him enter the yard, she immediately noticed his leg was not right. She asked, Did your leg injury flare up again? Che Hung couldn't hold back anymore and needed her acupuncture. He said, It's been cold these days. The old injury has flared up and is a bit painful. Song Si-in said, That's perfect. I prepared some ointment for you. You can try it today. The effect should be quite noticeable.
Go inside and rest.
Okay.
Kieng wasn't stubborn anymore.
He had been too stubborn these past days, which is why it was so serious. Inside, Song Si-in wanted to prepare dinner first, but also wanted to check on Che Heng's injury. When she pinched his knee, she felt something was wrong. She frowned and asked, Tell me, when exactly did your injury relapse? Kar-hun wanted to say it was today, but from her look, he knew she didn't believe him. He lowered his head and said nothing. Song Si-in confidently said, You came into the mountains looking for me that day, and after you returned, your knees started hurting, right? Kar-hun was surprised she could be so accurate, which showed she had made some progress and could judge his condition precisely. He didn't speak, and Song Si-in got a bit angry. Are you crazy? Your old injury flared up, and you've been holding it in. Why didn't you tell me these past few days? She suddenly snapped out of her thoughts, realizing why he had walked so slowly today. She had thought it was because the ground was slippery and he was afraid of falling. Now she understood that he must have been in a lot of pain back then, otherwise his knee wouldn't be swollen like this now. She was about to cook, but when Song Si-in saw that his injury was quite serious, she lost her motivation to cook. She was angry and upset, but Kar-hung felt strangely happy, a small smile creeping onto his face. Song Si-in checked his injury, looked up, and saw him smiling. This made her even more annoyed. Are you really sick? If it flared up again that day, why didn't you tell me right away? Kar-hung finally said, I accidentally fell that day.
It didn't hurt too much. I thought resting for a day would help, but the next day, the pain was worse. You got hurt too. I didn't want to trouble you, and I was afraid you'd think I only relapsed because I was trying to save you. Song Si-eun's face darkened. Kar-hun continued, it was really painful today. I was planning to come back and tell you, and I also wanted to ask you to give me acupuncture.
Truly.
Who wants to give you acupuncture? Just endure it yourself. If you're so tough, don't treat it. Let the pain kill you. Song Si-eun snapped, not sure why she was so angry. Seeing him suffer like that, she felt like scolding him harshly. Hearing this, Kar-hun really didn't dare speak anymore. He knew she was angry now. If she refused to treat him, he wouldn't be able to do anything. She would only get angrier. He was already thinking about going to see Dr. Lee or Gu Helen tomorrow. Suddenly, Song Si-eun turned around. Speak up. Why are you silent? I don't know what to say. Song Si-eun closed her eyes, feeling truly speechless.
She turned and left.
Kar-hun thought she was going to cook. He sat on the bed, rubbing his knee. Luckily, he was using the knee brace she made for him. Otherwise, he might have fallen even more seriously that day. He was thinking about how long Song Si-eun would stay angry and how to make her not mad. Soon, Song Si-eun came back, carrying her small medicine box. Lie down. She was about to give him an acupuncture treatment. Chae-hung quickly obeyed and lay down. Song Si-eun sat on the edge of the bed and roughly rolled up his pant leg. Look at this, so swollen, and you still say it only started hurting today. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old who can be easily fooled? Chae-hung said nothing and listened quietly. Song Si-eun scolded as she inserted the needle. Might as well let the pain kill you. I've never seen someone so sick. You don't tell me when your knee hurts and you walk in the snow all day, then stay at Zhangmenlo. The shopkeeper is so strict, making you work today. Chae-hung thought he should defend the shopkeeper a little. He quickly said, Shopkeeper Chen told me to rest and come back later. It's my fault for not returning earlier, not his. Song Si-eun pinched his knee hard, making Chae-hung grit his teeth in pain. She said with a fake smile, looks like you still don't feel enough pain, being so stubborn. It hurts, really hurts. Please do acupuncture for me. Chae-hung softened and begged. Right now, softening was the best choice. Song Si-eun said she wanted to make him suffer, but she was quick and efficient. She soon finished inserting the needles and hung moxibustion cones at the ends, doing warm acupuncture. My master's set of acupuncture tools is really good. But now, only you are using it. Chae-hung said, your medical skills are improving quickly. Stop pretending. Don't think I'll forgive you just because you say a few nice words. If you hide things like this again, I won't treat you anymore. Find someone else.
Kiang nodded.
Song Si-eun finished the treatment, got up, and said, I need to cook. If it's too hot, call me. Loudly.
Got it.
You go ahead. Song Si-eun hurried to the kitchen to cook. Her stomach was growling loudly, and if she was hungrier, she wouldn't have the strength to cook. After the needles were in place, Chae-hung felt some pain relief. The cold pain in his knee was less intense after the warm acupuncture. He looked out the window and daydreamed. After a while, he couldn't help but smile. It felt nice to be cared for. Although Song Si-eun told him to call out if it was too hot, she still checked on him a few times to make sure he was okay. Then she hurried back to the kitchen. She kept coming back and forth. When she finished cooking, Chae-hung's warm acupuncture was almost done. She removed the needles first and helped him sit up.
Come out to eat.
Can you walk now?
Yes.
Kar-hung nodded and said, things that can be fixed are much better now. It wasn't to make Song Si-eun happy. It was truly better. Her acupuncture skills are really impressive. Song Si-eun left first, served the porridge, which was made with preserved egg and lean pork, sprinkled with green onions. It smelled fragrant and looked tempting. Dinner is simple tonight. Some people waste my time, so I don't have the energy to cook more dishes, she said unhappily. Kar-hung picked up his chopsticks.
Sorry.
Song Si-eun snorted. Who needs you to say sorry? Anyone can say those words. If you really feel sorry, just say so when you're uncomfortable. Treating it early makes everything easier.
Got it.
Kar-hung nodded. It didn't hurt that much that day. I was afraid your injury wouldn't heal quickly, so I didn't say anything. Song Si-eun ate quietly, not speaking, but she thought he was silly. He was just worried she would blame herself, hiding his injury. It was really foolish. The weather was cold, so the food cooled quickly, and they ate fast. Song Si-eun cleared the dishes and washed them in the kitchen. She quickly prepared the tools again to apply medicine to Kar-hung in his room. I've been preparing this ointment for the past 2 days. I plan to apply it today. Since your old injury relapsed, it's a good chance to try the effect. Tonight, applying the medicine might be a bit troublesome. If you feel sleepy, just go to sleep. I will do it for you. Kar-hung lay down as she asked. Song Si-eun covered him with a quilt, leaving only his right knee exposed. She even covered his lower leg. This ointment was different from before. It needed to be heated before applying. First, she spread it on a clean thin cloth to make a patch, then heated it over a fire, and used the heat to apply it to his knee. There was a small stove in front of Song Si-eun. She made 2 patches. One cooled down and was replaced, while the other was reheated. She kept alternating like this. After applying it twice, Kar-hung felt his knee hurt less. The cold pain was almost gone. He only felt that she was very dedicated to learning medicine. In such a short time, she had achieved this. It was late at night. He didn't know how long he needed to keep applying the medicine and didn't ask Song Si-eun. He just watched her do it. He had known Song Si-eun for 5 years. He had never seen her so serious before, focused, as if nothing could disturb her. Song Si-eun applied the freshly heated patch again. She looked at Kar-hung and saw him staring at her. A faint, almost invisible nervousness flickered in her heart. If you feel sleepy, just close your eyes and sleep. I am here, so I won't hurt you. Kar-hung didn't speak, but really closed his eyes. Late at night, Song Si-eun also felt tired. The medicated patch could be kept on as long as she could endure it, even until morning. But she had already been busy all day, and after arguing with Kar-hung, she couldn't stay awake all night. Seeing that Kar-hung had fallen asleep, Song Si-eun moved the hot basin slightly away, worried that she might accidentally let the blanket fall into the fire. However, the fire was almost out now. She didn't want to add more charcoal and wasn't sure what time it was. She decided to finish the last 2 patches and then go back to her room to sleep. After applying the patches, she had to wait for them to cool down. Song Si-eun couldn't hold on anymore, closed her eyes, and rested her head on the bed edge, feeling a bit drowsy. Kar-hung couldn't sleep deeply that night. He rested with his eyes closed for a long time, then opened his eyes and saw Song Si-eun sleeping by the bed. He couldn't help but straighten up. The patch on his knee was still warm. Song Si-eun's hand was resting on his knee. Afraid of waking her, he gently shifted his body slightly. In the quiet of the night, the outside was eerily silent. Inside the room, only a flickering candle burned. Kar-hung watched Song Si-eun's face and saw her exhaustion. The medicinal herbs in the main room were gone. The greenish patch was made by crushing herbs and putting them inside. That day, she went into the mountains to pick herbs and accidentally stepped into Lee Chong's trap. The herbs she collected were to treat his injuries. Kar-hung didn't want her to sacrifice herself for him. Between them, he always felt he owed her. Yet, he secretly felt happy because of her concern for him. In the dim room, he gathered his courage and gently reached out to touch her hair. Song Si-eun hadn't fully fallen asleep. She felt Kar-hung move slightly, but she didn't want to wake up. His hand rested on her head. Her body trembled slightly, but she remained still, quietly feeling the warmth of his palm. Soon, Kar-hung withdrew his hand. Then she felt a piece of clothing drape over her. After a little while, Song Si-eun sat up straight. Kar-hung had already closed his eyes, looking as if he had been sleeping all along. She carefully put away the patches, wrapped herself tightly in Kar-hung's clothes, and lay down by the bed to sleep. She was too tired to move now. She just wanted to sleep. They slept until it was time to get up. Both of them had stayed up late last night and woke up a bit late today. Chae-hung woke up to find Song Si-eun still sleeping by his bedside. He frowned slightly and said, "Si-eun." Song Si-eun's biological clock was already set. Although he stayed up late last night, he didn't wake up for long. When he called her, she stretched lazily and asked, "Is it dawn?" "Not yet," she replied. "Go back to sleep for a while. You worked hard last night." Chae-hung felt a bit guilty. He wondered if he had told her earlier, she wouldn't have had to stay up all night. Song Si-in turned her neck and said, "It's okay. I can't sleep now anyway. I'll sleep again when I feel sleepy during the day." She got up, yawned, packed up the medical supplies she used last night to treat him, and then turned back to say, "I was going to treat the injury regardless. It's not because you kept it from me that I delayed the healing. Don't overthink." After saying that, she left. Chae-hung sat on the bed, stunned for a moment, then put on his coat and got up. He took a few steps out of the room and found it amazing his knee really didn't hurt anymore. It was completely pain-free. In the past, when his old injury flared up, even with the best herbs from Gu Helen, it would take 3 or 5 days to ease. Yet, Song Si-in had treated it all night, and now it was gone. He stepped out of the house, and Song Si-in asked, "Does it still hurt now?" "It doesn't hurt at all," Chae-hung said with clear surprise in his tone. Song Si-in said, "Your symptoms were serious yesterday, so the improvement is obvious. But the root of the illness hasn't been fully removed. I'll treat it again next time." He asked when. She replied, "When I have medicine." Chae-hung said, "The herbs you collected from the mountain that day, I used them yesterday, right?" "Yes, otherwise, they wouldn't be wild herbs, right?" Song Si-in smiled. "Don't stop me from going into the mountains. Such good herbs only grow in freezing snow. Even if I wasn't treating your injury, I'd still go pick herbs." Chae-hung wanted to say more but couldn't. He could only say, "Next time you go herb picking, remember to take me with you. Otherwise, I won't treat my injuries." Song Si-in looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. Then she nodded, "Okay. If I get tired, you can carry me. If you hurt your knee, I can treat you with herbs. It won't be wasted." "That's good."
Kiengol Sochakward.
It was still early, and the two of them got up early. They stood in the main hall, laughing foolishly. If others saw, they might think these two are strange. Last night, Chae-hung was still thinking about how to go to town today. If his condition was serious, he might need to ask for leave. Otherwise, he wouldn't get much done if he went. Today, he was fine. He could walk without any problems, but he knew those medicines were hard to come by, so he cherished his legs very much. Song Si-in made him a knee brace, and he wore it every day. Gu Helen had been missing for several days. Today, he finally returned to Xiangminlu. When Chae-hung saw him, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "You're here. I went on a long trip to buy medicinal herbs for my father. When I returned, my mother was upset again. I stayed at home comforting her all day, and it was exhausting." Gu Helen sat beside the counter and told Chae-hung about his recent experiences. Shopkeeper Chen smiled and said, "Well, you didn't get lucky today." "What do you mean?" Gu Helen asked. "But Chen just went to greet other customers." He asked Chae-hung, who only smiled and said nothing. Gu Helen leaned back and said, "Well, if I don't get lucky, I don't mind. As long as my parents don't bother me. I work hard for them, and they might let me rest a little." Today, he had nothing to do, so he helped out at Xiangminlu. Shopkeeper Chen knew who he was but couldn't stop him. He just joked, "Young Master Gu, I don't have money to pay you." Gu Helen smiled and said, "It's fine to sit around with nothing to do. Working here keeps me warm. Just make sure to pack my lunch." Chen nodded with a smile. "That's fine. Tell me what you want to eat, and Master Wang will prepare it." He then said to Chae-hung, "Since your leg injury flared up again, today with young Master Gu working here, you don't need to move around." "Your old injury flared up?" Chae-hung immediately asked with concern. "Does it hurt?" "You're also, Chen's shopkeeper isn't stingy. Resting at home for a few days is fine."
Kieng smiled slightly.
"It's already better. I came here myself today." Shopkeeper Chen said, "That's good. Your leg still needs proper treatment. You're young, after all." Gu Helen was silent. Chae-hung looked at him and, after Chen left, said, "I'm really fine now. You don't need to worry." Chae-hung knew Gu Helen cared a lot about his leg injury. When he first went to Yuan Hall for treatment, Gu Helen's misjudgment made his injury worse. Although he was treated for free later, the results were minimal. Gu Helen always felt guilty, thinking it was his fault. Because of that incident, the two became friends. Actually, it started from Gu Helen feeling guilty toward him. Over time, they found they got along well and have been friends for several years. Every time his old injury flared up, Gu Helen would feel very worried, then blame himself and regret. Chae-hung had told him many times that it was none of his business, but he just couldn't listen. Whenever you have free time, go to Yuan Hall. I'll ask my dad to give you acupuncture and some medicine to help you recover. Chae-hung smiled and said, I'm fine now. Why do I need medicine? I don't believe you. Gu Helen looked at him. Stop pretending. I know your leg is hurt. Even without medicine, it might feel better. Are you really going to endure it alone? I'm really fine. Chae-hung put down his abacus, walked to the counter, and jumped a little. See, I'm really better. Gu Helen was a bit skeptical. Chae-hung, there's no need for you to do this. I feel guilty, but you're suffering so much? Chae-hung knew he didn't believe him, because he himself had doubted before. But Song Si-yoon had healed his leg, even though the root of the problem was still there. It had improved quickly. He could only say, yesterday Si-yoon gave me acupuncture and applied medicine. I felt better this morning. Why would I lie to you? Dr. Lee said, she has a talent for medicine. Maybe she should become a doctor. Gu Helen became even more doubtful, but Chae-hung walked briskly and didn't seem to be lying. He could only reassure himself that Chae-hung's recovery wasn't too serious. Otherwise, it wouldn't have healed so fast. Does Song Si-yoon really treat illnesses? That sounds like bragging. All right, if you don't want to go, I won't force you. Just remember to take care of your leg and don't be stubborn. Chae-hung nodded. I understand. But I want to say again, I didn't have the money for treatment back then. My leg will definitely have old injuries. It has nothing to do with you. If you always feel guilty about me, there's no need for us to be friends anymore. Gu Helen smiled and said after a while, then why do you always feel you owe Song Si-yoon? Chae-hung couldn't answer and had to lower his head, continuing to count his money. On the way home that evening, he met Yun Seong and Chuan Jia on the road. She was carrying a lot of things and holding a child. Chae-hung wanted to help her, but thinking of what Song Si-yoon had said earlier, he didn't speak. Yun Seong spoke first. Brother Chae, I saw you walking unsteadily yesterday. Was it your leg injury acting up? Chae-hung didn't expect her to notice and nodded.
Yes.
Then, you need to be careful. It's cold and the roads are slippery. He nodded again. Yes, you too. He walked a little faster and arrived at the village before Yun Seong. When he got home, Song Si-yoon was in the yard making sausages, and Chae-hung was stunned again. She always does strange things, but now she feels much calmer. Song Si-yoon didn't expect that making sausages would be so complicated. In her past life, she just bought ready-made ones or went to the market to buy them, paying directly. She thought it would be simple, but actually making them is tiring, cleaning small intestines, cutting meat, mixing ingredients, and stuffing everything carefully. She planned to finish stuffing the sausages and let them dry in the afternoon, but it was almost dark before she got halfway. What are you doing again? Song Si-yoon said, sausages. Never had them before? You put meat into small intestines to dry, then steam, and slice them to eat. I thought it would taste good, so I wanted to try. There should be sausages now, but making them is quite troublesome. They are all meat, and most people can't afford to buy such a large amount, so only wealthy families eat them. That's Song Si-yoon's guess. She bought over 10 pounds of meat just to make this. Only she would buy so much meat in the whole village without attracting attention. After all, she used to be a big foodie who loved to spend. Chae-hung washed his hands and came over. Can I help? Song Si-yoon arranged a job for him. She fixed the bamboo tube and the small intestine connector, then asked Chae-hung to stuff the meat inside. With more people, it goes faster. Together, they quickly finished stuffing the sausages. Song Si-yoon let out a long breath. In the middle of winter, I was so nervous I broke out in a sweat. But it's finally done. She used thread to cut the sausages apart and place them in the kitchen. Later, she would boil water to sterilize them, poke holes for air, and let them dry in the sun tomorrow. In about 10 days, they could be eaten. After finishing the sausages, Song Si-in suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to prepare dinner." Chae-hyun couldn't help but laugh. "It's okay, it's still time. You're hungry, so have some snacks first." "I'm not hungry," Song Si-in smiled too. After last night, she felt like something had changed. She kept smiling silly, and both of them were like that. She washed the pot, and Chae-hyun focused on the fire, following her instructions. While they were talking, someone outside called Chae-hyun. "Brother Chae, are you home?" From the sound, she knew it was Yoon-seong. Song Si-in started washing rice and looked outside, making a face. "Sister Yoon-seong is here. She probably has something to ask you. Go take a look." Chae-hyun didn't get up but looked at her. She noticed he was watching her, but didn't dare to meet his gaze. She kept working on her chores, listening to the sounds outside. "Brother Chae, are you home?" Chae-hyun still didn't move. The voice got closer, and Yoon-seong directly entered the yard, standing at the kitchen door. "Big Brother Chae." As soon as she finished speaking, Chae-hyun stood at the door. "Sister Yoon-seong, is there something you need?" Yoon-seong glanced into the kitchen and saw Song Si-in washing rice and cooking. She whispered, "I see you haven't lit the fire, so I thought maybe you haven't cooked yet. Today I steamed some buns, so I brought some over for you to eat first." Chae-hyun said, "No need. Thank you for your kindness. We are cooking now and we'll eat soon." Song Si-in had already put the rice in the pot, wiped her hands on her apron, and looked over. "Buns again? But I guess they're not for me, right? I haven't helped your family with anything." Yoon-seong replied, "You're eating together, not just for Brother Chae." "I wouldn't dare," Song Si-in sighed. "Even if they're just buns, they are full of good intentions. If I eat them, I'd be wasting your hard work." Before Yoon-seong arrived, she had prepared herself. She knew Song Si-in would make things difficult, but she didn't expect her to be so straightforward in front of Chae-hyun, as if she didn't care what her husband thought.
Si-in, I don't mean it that way.
"You've misunderstood me," she explained. Song Si-in said directly, "What did I misunderstand? Could it be that you're thinking about my husband?" Yoon-seong still couldn't openly say what she felt. She cared about her reputation. Every time she brought something, it was just to leave a good impression on Chae-hyun. If Song Si-in clearly expressed her feelings, Yoon-seong wouldn't be able to continue, and she wouldn't dare admit it.
I didn't mean that.
"I just saw Brother Chae was hurt and wanted him to eat sooner, so I brought these," she said. Song Si-in didn't reply, just smiled faintly and looked at Chae-hyun. Yoon-seong added, "Since you know Brother Chae is your husband, you should follow proper manners. It's right for a woman to wash clothes and cook for her man. But you, it's already dark, and you still haven't cooked, letting Brother Chae go hungry. His leg was hurt because of you." She wanted to say these things to make Chae-hyun realize that Song Si-in wasn't a good woman and that he deserved better. But instead, Chae-hyun got very angry after hearing this. "Sister Yoon-seong, your intention to bring things is kind, but we appreciate it. The plain steamed buns are good, but keep them for your family. Our family's matters shouldn't be judged by outsiders. Also, don't casually enter others' yards." I remember the gate was closed. Yoon-seong couldn't listen to these words. Song Si-in said she was just angry, but Chae-hyun's words hurt her feelings. At this moment, she couldn't stay any longer. She grabbed her basket, turned around, and ran out of the yard. Song Si-in turned back to chop vegetables, while Chae-hyun went to close the yard gate and then helped her in the kitchen. He explained, "I have nothing to do with her." Song Si-in was focused on chopping, and Chae-hyun was about to start the fire. She directly pulled him up and pushed him out of the kitchen, saying, "Go rest in the room. Washing clothes and cooking are women's work. Look at me, because I am not good at being gentle, people keep coming to find fault with me. I won't let men do the chores." Chae-hyun wanted to speak, but Song Si-in pushed him outside and then shut the kitchen door. "Wait until dinner," she said. She couldn't go in again. She threw a tantrum, and Chae-hyun stood outside for a while before turning to tidy up the house. Song Si-in angrily cooked dinner, cursing Chae-hyun silently many times. Maybe it was because he often flirted around that the little widow kept thinking about him. While cooking, she added salt, but feeling annoyed, she added 2 more spoonfuls. Let it be super salty. When cooking another dish, she found salt still wasn't enough, so she added a large spoonful of vinegar. Her favorite mapo tofu was kept simple. She didn't add anything extra, leaving herself a dish she could still enjoy. When dinner was served, Song Si-eun gently said, "Husband, dinner is ready." Chae-hung couldn't help trembling. He remembered that this was the first time Song Si-eun called him that, and he felt very uncomfortable. They sat at the table. Before he even picked up his chopsticks, he smelled a strong sour smell. He took a bite of stir-fried bean sprouts, and the sourness made his eyes water. He tried another dish, stir-fried pork slices, and it was so salty it made his mouth bitter. Song Si-eun watched his reactions while eating. Seeing his brows furrowed, she felt pleased. She thought just a little punishment let him eat the mapo tofu. But Chae-hung kept eating chopsticks after chopsticks and quickly finished the stir-fried bean sprouts. After finishing, she wanted to speak, but held back. It was his own choice to eat, so what did it have to do with her? By the end of the meal, Chae-hung had finished 2 dishes. If Song Si-eun hadn't cooked them herself, she would have doubted whether they were truly delicious. "How was it?"
she asked.
Chae-hung said, "Sour." Song Si-eun glared. "You're the one who's sour. What do I have to be sour about? It's just a little widow. Once we divorce, you can flirt with whoever you want. Don't come bothering me now. I haven't even settled accounts with her after she hit me last time." Chae-hung said, "I meant the bean sprouts. They're a bit sour." Song Si-eun snorted and ignored him. After a moment of silence, he said, "I have no feelings for Yoon-seong and nothing to do with her. Why take it to heart?" Song Si-eun also knew that Chae-hung usually ignored Yoon-seong. The only time he helped her was when he took her child to town for a checkup. After that, Yoon-seong kept trying to thank him, but Chae-hung paid no attention. Actually, she also helped Yoon-seong's child. Chae-hung was just helping people, so it wasn't his fault. But whenever he saw Yoon-seong, he got annoyed. That woman kept coming over, and his temper couldn't be controlled. "I don't take it to heart," Song Si-eun said, looking at the 2 empty plates, feeling a bit guilty. Chae-hung said, "That's good. If you get too angry, it's not worth it. When I have time, I'll add a latch to the door so no one can come in easily." He was about to wash the dishes, and Song Si-eun said irritably, "That's a woman's job." Chae-hung looked at her, and Song Si-eun couldn't help but laugh. Chae-hung also smiled, and then went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Last night, Song Si-eun didn't sleep well. Today, she was busy making dried sausage, and she had been upset last night. Now she felt completely exhausted, body and mind. She washed up, went back to rest, and listened as Chae-hung finished cleaning the kitchen and then fetched water to wipe the tables and chairs in the main hall. Although she wasn't outside, those scenes kept playing in her mind like a movie. Until he finished wiping and left, and her footsteps faded away, Song Si-eun let out a long breath. She covered herself with the quilt and went to sleep. She slept very well that night, but Chae-hung had a rough time. He got up several times in the middle of the night to drink water, then needed to go to the bathroom, tossing and turning all night. The next morning, Song Si-eun got up. The teapot in the main hall was empty. She couldn't help but laugh. She was completely over being angry. The winter sun was still nice. The dried sausage she made had been drying for 6 or 7 days and was just barely ready to eat. Every day, she took it out to dry and took care of it for many days, just waiting to eat it. When she thought it was ready, she quickly steamed 2 pieces. The aroma was so tempting that she almost wanted to bite into it before slicing. That evening, Chae-hung also praised it delicious. "You're really clever, coming up with so many good ideas. No wonder Master Wong wants to take you as a disciple." Song Si-eun smiled sweetly. "It's just because I was craving it, so I put more effort into it. I didn't expect it to taste really good. I'll dry it for a couple more days and then send some to Master to enjoy with wine." Chae-hung said, "Dr. Lee will be so happy. He only drinks a little wine." 2 people ate happily. Song Si-eun hadn't eaten such food in a long time and was feeling greedy, while Chae-hung had never tried this kind of fresh dish before. Halfway through, she curiously asked, "Does Zhangmanlu have dishes like this?" Chae-hung shook his head. "No, but recently Master Wong and Master Lu have developed some new recipes.
In a few days, there will be a tasting event. Do you want to go? Song Seon was a bit interested. How do they do the tasting? It's when regular customers of Zhangminlu try the new dishes to see if they can be improved further. If you want to go, I'll take you. Song Seon immediately nodded. Yes, I want to go. If I can eat and drink for free, I definitely will. Song Seon had never eaten a proper meal at Zhangminlu before. Chae-hung occasionally brought home leftovers like roast chicken or goose, but this was her first time sitting inside to eat. Today, she came with Chae-hung not only to enjoy the free food but also to see how good the dishes at Zhangminlu really were. Zhangminlu was the busiest restaurant in town. She wasn't sure how good her cooking skills were, so she used Zhangminlu as a reference. If she believed she could make better new dishes, she might consider collaborating. She needed to make a living. Although she had enough money now, nobody disliked having more. Earning money through her own skills was something to be proud of. Today, Zhangminlu was offering free tastings of new dishes, so many people came. Even before noon, it was already full. Song Seon sat at a spot near the counter. Seeing more customers arriving, she stood up and moved to the side of the counter, giving her seat to the guests. Manager Chen said, "No need to be polite. Just sit." Song Seon shook her head. "I'm here just to eat for free. Sorry to take a seat, but I'll be fine once I get some food." Chae-hung, your wife is really interesting, Manager Chen said with a smile. Later, you can eat as much as you want. If you're still hungry, I'll have the chef make more. Song Seon smiled and said, "Thank you, shopkeeper." Today, many guests came. Although the food was free, they were regular customers of Zhangminlu, so Manager Chen still treated them well. After a few words at the counter, he went to serve the customers. Song Seon asked, "Who came up with this idea?" Even though it's free tasting, it's very popular. It will definitely make money later. Chae-hung was about to speak when Gu Helling entered. Hearing Song Seon's words, he proudly said, "That was my idea." "Of course, it's a good one." Song Seon looked at him, and then at Chae-hung. Manager Chen knows how to take others' advice, so his business keeps growing. He's really capable. Gu Helling felt a bit annoyed. "I said, I thought of this myself. Why did he seem to ignore that?" Song Seon replied, "Didn't I say it was your idea? Manager Chen adopted your advice. Isn't that right?" It was true, but they deliberately overlooked his intelligence. He was just feeling upset. Seeing Song Seon, Gu Helling remembered what he heard that day at Tianxiaju. Song Seon seemed to have changed for the better, but secretly, she was still the same, even secretly seeing other men. It was really hateful. He didn't care whether Song Seon thought his ideas were good or not. He didn't care at all. Gu Helling snorted coldly, walked past Song Seon to sit nearby. Song Seon felt confused. What had she done to upset him? She looked at Chae-hung, who gently shook his head.
He didn't know either.
By noon, the dishes started to come out. Every table had food. Today, 4 new dishes were introduced. 1 cold dish, 1 soup, and 2 hot dishes. Song Seon refused to sit over there. Chae-hung smiled and took her to sit opposite Gu Helling. "There are many guests today. Don't make the manager difficult.
Sit together."
Gu Helling looked at Song Seon. "I don't mind." Song Seon pouted. "Do you think I want to sit with you? Or was I here first? Not letting you find your own table is already good enough." Gu Helling wanted to reply, but Chae-hung glared at him. He could only shut up. Better to give Chae-hung some face. The cold dish was marinated pig's trotters, cut into small pieces. The cooking was just right, easy to chew the bones and still chewy. The spicy flavor was strong. Song Seon found she liked this spicy pepper flavor very much. The hot dishes were braised tofu and a 3-delicacy stew, plus a clear lamb soup. All 4 dishes were delicious. The success of Xiangmanlu's business was no accident. But Song Seon thought these dishes weren't difficult to make. She could do better. That didn't mean her cooking was better than the head chef at Xiangmanlu. It was just because her life was different, and she had seen more. After tasting Xiangmanlu's new dishes, Song Seon had a clear idea. She could earn some money this way, but she needed to plan carefully. The 4 new dishes received very good reviews. Everyone praised them, and Manager Chen was very happy.
His smile never left his face. Song Si-in kept tasting the dishes carefully and was thinking about how likely she was to make money with her cooking skills. Meanwhile, Gu Helen kept observing her reactions. It's really strange. Isn't Song Si-in the type to stuff food into her mouth? Why is she so refined today? What's with the act? But on the other hand, it seems Song Si-in has lost a lot of weight. Could it be that Kar-hung is no longer spoiling her as much as before? When Kar-hung had free time, he came over and asked, "How is the new dish?" Song Si-in put down her chopsticks and smiled, all very tasty. No wonder Zhangminlu's business is so good. Manager Chen heard this and joked with Song Si-in. After he left, Gu Helen snorted coldly, a flatter. Did I offend you again? Song Si-in really couldn't remember how she had upset him recently. During the winter solstice, she even asked Kar-hung to invite him to her house for dinner, but he refused to go himself. Seeing them about to argue again, Kar-hung said, "Stop it. Today is the Zhangminlu tasting event. No fighting here." They both listened to him. Song Si-in said, "I won't argue with him. It's pointless. I don't bother with him." Gu Helen turned away and said, "Same to you." After a while, a woman entered with a child about 7 or 8 years old. Manager Chen hurried over. "Why are you here?" Mrs. Lin said, "Today is so lively." Yeoman also said he wanted to come see the shop. "I thought he hadn't been here for a while, so I brought him to join the fun." Manager Chen smiled kindly. "Take good care of Yeoman. If he feels unwell, bring him home." "Yes, I understand." Curious, Song Si-in asked, "Is that the manager's child?" Kar-hung nodded. "That's Manager Chen's youngest son, Yeoman. Sometimes he comes to Zhangminlu." The boy was tall and thin, with a fair face. He looked fragile when walking, like someone who was often sick. He had beautiful eyes, which Song Si-in admired. She stared at him, and he looked back, smiled politely, and slightly bowed. He also saw Gu Helen and said, "Big brother Gu, you came today too?" Gu Helen smiled and said, "Yes, your family is offering free tastings. I had to come and take advantage. Are you worried I might bankrupt your family?" Yeoman said, "We don't have much else, but we have plenty of good wine and food. If Big Brother Gu can eat us out of house and home, that would be impressive." Mrs. Lin chuckled. "Yeoman, you're being rude. This kid is quite eloquent," Gu Helen said with a smile, patting his shoulder. "Long time no see. You've become sturdier." Yeoman was very happy to hear that. He loved when others said he looked stronger. Mrs. Lin took Yeoman upstairs. Song Si-in curiously asked, "This child doesn't look very healthy, like he was born with some problems." Chae-hung nodded, and Gu Helen looked surprised, not expecting Song Si-in to notice this. Chae-hung said, "Yeoman was born prematurely. The shopkeeper said he only weighed about 3 pounds at birth, like a tiny kitten. He's been sick and unlucky since he was little, and he has a heart condition. It's a miracle he's grown this big." "Why are you telling her this?" "She doesn't understand medicine," Gu Helen said, not really believing Song Si-in knew anything about health. He was just pretending. Song Si-in rolled her eyes. "You're not really skilled either, always looking down on others. If you knew so much, why haven't you cured his illness?" Gu Helen couldn't hold back his anger. He almost lost his temper, but Chae-hung was nearby, so he held back. If Chae-hung weren't there, he might have argued with Song Si-in to find out what she and Zhang Lin were hiding. I won't bother with you," Gu Helen said, drinking his wine and ignoring her. They almost started arguing again. Chae-hung felt tired of mediating and decided to walk away. It seemed easier to avoid the fight if he wasn't around. Today, many people came to Zhangminlu. When there are a lot of guests, trouble often happens. Downstairs, some guests had been drinking and started arguing over small things. The argument escalated and they almost fought. "Say that again, and I'll hit you," one shouted. "So what if I say it? What are you going to do about it?" "Come here. Today, I want you to see who's the boss." The young waiter downstairs saw things were getting out of hand and hurried to stop the fight, but he almost got hit himself. Chae-hung went up to break up the fight too. Manager Chen arrived just in time and tried to calm both sides. Luckily, they stopped fighting before it got worse. It would have been very embarrassing if they had fought. The two guests finally quieted down, but then something happened upstairs. The young waiter hurried down and said, "Shopkeeper, something's wrong. Youngin says his chest hurts." When Manager Chen heard this, he ran upstairs quickly. He thought the noise downstairs had scared the child, who has had a heart condition since he was little. Loud fighting might have triggered his illness. Gu Helen snapped out of his shock and followed Manager Chen upstairs. Song Xian looked worried, and Chae-hung said, "Xian, you should go up and see. Maybe you can help." Because of his leg injury, Chae-hung trusted Song Xian more now. He wasn't sure she could definitely help, but it was good to check. Song Xian originally wanted to go and see, but Manager Chen didn't call her, and she wasn't sure if others liked someone following to watch. At this moment, Chae-hung spoke, and she immediately stood up. "All right, I'll go take a look too." After saying that, she quickly ran upstairs. Yeoman suddenly had a heart attack, clutching her chest with a pale face and purple lips. Gu Helen glanced at her and immediately said, "Take her to Yuan Hall.
My father is there today.
Let him give her acupuncture." Manager Chen nodded quickly. "All right, let's go now." Usually, Dr. Gu is the one taking care of Young, and luckily Dr. Gu was here today, or they wouldn't know what to do. Gu Helen turned around and saw a familiar figure standing behind her. She was leaning against the wall, looking a bit anxious but also somewhat indifferent. "Manager Chen, can I check her pulse?" Song Xian asked. Manager Chen was surprised, but Gu Helen said, "We're trying to save her now. What are you doing here? Step aside." He was a bit impatient, not understanding what Song Xian was up to. Chae-hung had said that Xian was learning medicine, but she only knew a little and wanted to treat Yong'an. It was just a dream. Song Xian said seriously, "Manager, please let me check her pulse. It won't take long." Yong'an had already raised her hand, so Manager Chen immediately made space. "Please help my son." Song Xian quickly knelt down, ignoring Gu Helen's mockery. After checking the pulse, she turned and said, "Find me a needle, a sewing needle will do. Heat it up." Manager Chen hesitated, but didn't move. Mrs. Lin believed Xian could save her son. As a mother, she had a special instinct others didn't have. She immediately took out a sewing kit from her pocket. Yeoman liked to watch her sew toys, so she developed the habit of carrying needles and thread. She didn't expect it to be useful today. "Here." Song Xian took the needle, and there was a candle nearby. She heated the needle red and asked Mrs. Lin to help Yong and undo her clothes. She then pierced the needle into the acupuncture point on her chest. Gu Helen thought she was just fooling around, wasting time. Yong still needed treatment. While Xian was doing acupuncture, Yong looked uncomfortable, and both Manager Chen and Mrs. Lin were very worried. Gu Helen couldn't hold back anymore and pushed Xian aside. "Enough. How long are you going to keep fooling around? Chae-hung usually spoils you, but I won't. Yong'an needs to go to Yuan Hall immediately." Xian didn't reply. She just looked at Yong'an's face and then moved the needle again, avoiding Gu Helen. Just as Gu Helen was about to pull her away again, Yong'an suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. This scene frightened Manager Chen and Mrs. Lin. "Yong'an," Gu Helen anxiously said, "take him to Yuan Hall immediately." "I'll go right away." This time, they didn't care whether Song Xian agreed or not. They quickly decided to leave with Yong'an. However, Yong'an waved his hand, and Mrs. Lin hurried to wipe the blood from his lips. "Yong'an, how do you feel?" Mrs. Lin asked anxiously, almost crying. Yong'an, after catching his breath, said, "I'm much better now. My chest doesn't hurt anymore." Manager Chen and Mrs. Lin looked at each other in confusion. He had just vomited blood, yet he seemed to be doing better. Yong'an looked at Song Xian and touched his chest, saying, "I'm really much better now." "Thank you, sister. You're the one who saved me." "It's nothing. I should do this," Song Xian said, pressing on his chest and removing the needle. The needle was a bit thick, leaving a blood mark on his chest. Manager Chen was at a loss for what to do and asked, "Girl, does my son still need to go to the clinic?" Song Xian replied, "Yes, he should go. His heart condition still needs long-term treatment." I just released the blood stasis earlier. With herbal medicine and acupuncture afterward, his illness can improve significantly. Hearing this, Manager Chen almost cried. Are you saying Yong'in's illness can still be cured? Yes, it can be cured, Song Siyun said. He has phlegm and blood stasis blocking his heart vessels, which causes chest tightness and pain. Long-term treatment to remove the phlegm and blood stasis will naturally heal his condition. As for congenital deficiencies, they can't be fully fixed, but nourishing methods can make his body stronger. Mrs. Lin had already started crying. She held Song Siyun's hand and said, Young lady, thank you for saving Yong'in. Thank you so much. Song Siyun smiled slightly. It's nothing. I should do this. Now let's hurry and take him to the clinic. Manager Chen wanted to go to the clinic with them, but Mrs. Lin told him to stay behind, as someone needed to stay at Xiangmanlo today. Yong'in is already much better. I'll take him there. You don't need to worry, Mrs. Lin comforted him. Then she looked at Song Siyun and whispered, Is that young lady a customer? Manager Chen shook his head. No, she's Kar Heng's wife. She came today to taste the dishes. Mrs. Lin nodded and took her husband's hand, saying, I think she can help Yong'in get better. You should ask her more. Manager Chen said, Don't worry. Even if you didn't tell me, I would know. After Mr. Lin took Yong'in away, Gu Helen was still standing there in a daze. He never expected that Song Siyun could really ease Yong'in's heart pain with just a needle. Song Siyun stood up from the ground and said casually, You pushed me just now, so I won't argue with you. Be more careful in the future. Don't think that because you're a man, I can't beat you. She turned and went downstairs. Gu Helen frowned and followed her. Che Hing asked, What happened? I saw the lady and Yong'in leave. Is everything okay? Song Siyun smiled and said, For now, yes. But he needs long-term treatment. Gu Helen knew it was right to let her go upstairs. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Gu Helen come down from upstairs with a worried look and asked with concern, What's wrong? Gu Helen didn't reply. Song Siyun said, Do you really need to be so worried? It was just a misunderstanding. Apologizing isn't a big deal. I even apologized to you last time. Gu Helen asked, How do you know medicine? Che Heng said, I told you before, Siyun is already learning medicine from Dr. Li. She's very smart and learns quickly. Gu Helen shook his head. Impossible. You've only been studying for a short time. How can you have such skills? Song Siyun looked at him and said, Is it strange? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. His illness is complicated, needing both toning and draining, which makes medication very tricky. I guess Dr. Gu was cautious when prescribing, so he couldn't completely remove the evil from his body. Using needles now can solve the problem without harming the root, and it can help clear the blood stasis. Naturally, it can ease the symptoms. Isn't that clear? Gu Helen said, I know exactly where Yong'in's problem lies, but even my father can't easily remove it. Yet you did. Who did you learn your acupuncture from? Song Siyun smiled. If you want to know, just become my apprentice, and I'll tell you. You. Song Siyun said, I also learned from a master. If you want to learn without becoming my apprentice, isn't that unfair? He waved his sleeve. I don't want to learn. Fine, I won't make it difficult for you. It's just a small trick. My acupuncture isn't the best, but I know how to choose the right points. It can make him feel pain and nausea, and since I used a fine embroidery needle, the effect is even better. Doesn't that just push out the blood stasis? In her mind, she thought that it was really the acupuncture technique. The ancient Bien K needle classic helped her a lot, but she couldn't show it openly, so she had to pretend otherwise. Gu Helen thought about her words and found them very reasonable. Now he could no longer see Song Siyun learning medicine as a joke. Sorry, I just pushed you, but I was in a hurry because Yong'in's illness couldn't be delayed. Song Siyun nodded. I understand, so I didn't blame you. In the future, don't look down on people for no reason. Who knows if the other person is more capable than you? Che Heng thought Gu Helen might get angry, but he only nodded. You're right. You are quite capable. You could become a female doctor. Song Siyun was very happy to hear this. Finally, some sensible words. I think I can become a female doctor, but not right now. But if you become a doctor, Chae-heng's exams might not go smoothly, Gu Helen mentioned casually, recalling Chae-heng's exams. Song Si-eun frowned. Chae-heng looked at him, and Gu Helen fell silent. What's wrong? Are you saying I can't take the exams if I become a doctor? Song Si-eun asked curiously. She hadn't heard about this before. Gu Helen explained, it's not that you can't take the exams, but there will be assessments of your reputation and recommendations are needed. You're a woman and women practicing medicine are rare, so it might have some impact. But if Chae-heng is truly talented, this won't matter much. Song Si-eun said. There's also this rule? I didn't know before. Chae-heng, why didn't you tell me? Chae-heng shook his head. It's not important. I won't take the exams anyway, so you should focus on studying medicine.
Why not take the exam?
Because I want to learn medical skills? Well, at most, you just wait. She wanted to say wait until they divorced, but Gu Helen was nearby, so she didn't continue. Chae-heng understood what she meant and shook his head. I never planned to take the exams.
You don't need to worry about it.
Even if you don't study medicine, I won't take the exam. Although he said this, Song Si-eun often saw him reading books and writing beautifully.
She didn't believe Chae-heng was not good at learning.
Someone so talented shouldn't be kept hidden forever. If it was really because of her, she should also think about Chae-heng. No matter the reason, becoming a female doctor can be postponed. He can continue learning medicine, but it's better to earn money in other ways first. Alright, if you don't want to go, I won't force you. Song Si-eun nodded. Gu Helen listened nearby and couldn't help but glare at Song Si-eun again. He had hoped she would push Chae-heng to take the exams. Chae-heng listens to her everything, but now she's backing down. When she needs to be stubborn, her stubbornness disappears. Some people were talking at the counter, and no one mentioned the scientific expedition anymore. Gu Helen asked Song Si-eun how her medical studies were going. He realized he had misunderstood her before. No wonder Chae-heng said she had talent. It seems to be true. So, Chae-heng's old injury really did heal with her acupuncture? This year, Chae-heng hadn't been to Yuan Hall for medicine. He asked him about it, and Chae-heng said his old injury hadn't flared up. Gu Helen didn't believe him and thought he might be out of money, but Chae-heng was too embarrassed to say. Gu Helen looked up and saw a group of people not far away. Among them was Zhang Lin. He snorted coldly. He's everywhere. At the world's residence at Xiangminlo. A scholar who doesn't stay at the academy, but often appears in taverns. I guess he was lucky to become a scholar. Song Si-eun didn't understand why he suddenly changed the subject. She turned to look and saw Zhang Lin. Clearly, Chae-heng saw him too and lowered his head to count money. Seeing her stare at Zhang Lin, Gu Helen couldn't help but mock. No wonder you came to Xiangminlo today. I thought it was for the food, but you didn't eat much. Now I see it's to see Scholar Zhang. Song Si-eun turned around, pretending to be puzzled. Why would I look at him? You're pretending. Everyone in Gaoqiao town knows you chase Scholar Zhang, and now you act like you don't know him? Gu Helen remembered her making clothes for Zhang Lin, and the slight change in his opinion just now disappeared instantly. Song Si-eun propped her elbow on the counter, cupped her chin with her hand, and said to Chae-heng, clearly, Chae-heng looks better. Why should I look at others? Her words surprised everyone, including herself. She just found it funny, but when Chae-heng looked up at her, she saw her reflection in his dark eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. Chae-heng didn't speak. He just looked at her. Song Si-eun smiled nervously, quickly looked away, and said to Gu Helen, I already have a husband. I don't look at others. Don't talk nonsense in the future. Gu Helen was clearly stunned by what just happened. He looked at Song Si-eun with suspicion. Has she really changed? But what about that dress? Could it really not be from her? All right, since you said so, remember your role in the future. Don't cause trouble. Chae-heng meets many people at Xiangminlo. You don't want to embarrass him, do you? Song Si-eun nodded. Today there was nothing much to do at home. Song Si-eun spent the whole day at Xiangminlo, enjoying good food and drinks. She wasn't bored. Gu Helen left after lunch because he had other things to do. In the afternoon, Chen Zhonggue came to see Song Si-eun politely and said, Girl, I see you are good at treating illnesses. My wife asked me to invite you to see my son. I wonder if you're available. In the past, Song Si-yoon would have agreed immediately, eager to show her medical skills. But she heard that openly practicing medicine might affect the carriage and measurement examination, so she hesitated. She discussed with Chin Jongwei nearby, saying it's okay, but I have to treat secretly. I heard that women doctors have a bad reputation which could affect the exam. Chen Zhongwei didn't expect her to think so much about the exam and was quite happy. He smiled and nodded. All right, you can treat him at my house. Song Si-yoon smiled and said, okay, I'll visit another day. I asked Gu Helen about the usual medicines used in Yong'an. Dr. Gu's medicines are fine. I'll just do the acupuncture, and the medicine can stay as it is. Thank you, Chen Zhongwei said sincerely, bowing slightly. It was urgent today, so I might have been rude. Please don't take it to heart. Song Si-yoon said casually. It's nothing. Anyone would be worried in such a situation. You usually take good care of carriage and measurement, so I should thank you. After confirming with Chen Zhongwei, Song Si-yoon returned to the counter. Carriage didn't ask what they talked about. Song Si-yoon said, I'm going to Chen Zhongwei's house to do acupuncture for Yong'an. Is that okay? Carriage Hung smiled and said, of course, that's a good thing. He was worried that Song Si-yoon might stop practicing medicine because of Gu Helen's words, but now it seemed fine. Luckily, it didn't have much effect. After Carriage Hung finished his work, Chen Zhongwei told him to leave early, and they went home together. In winter, everyone went home early. On the way back, they didn't see many people. Song Si-yoon chatted and laughed happily with Carriage Hung. Suddenly, they ran out of things to say. They hadn't reached home yet, and everything around was quiet. The air felt awkward. What should they say next? What's for dinner tonight? Are you cold? Both spoke at the same time, looking at each other. After a brief silence, they both smiled. Song Si-yoon's ears were red from the cold. She couldn't help rubbing her ears and said with a smile, I'm not cold. Carriage Hung looked at her ears, gently raised his hand, then lowered it. He took a few steps closer and raised his hand again, covering her ears. My hands are warm. Let me warm yours.
Oh.
Song Si-yoon stood still, her head slightly bowed, her gaze fixed on Chae-heng's belt. The surroundings were quiet, making the situation even more awkward. After her ears warmed up a bit, Chae-heng gently pulled her collar up to cover more, and only then did they continue walking forward. Song Si-yoon found it strange. She used to feel comfortable around Chae-heng even when they weren't very close. But after a few months of being roommates, things felt awkward. After walking a few steps, she asked, How do you know Gu Helen? He treats you very well. Chae-heng told her how he met Gu Helen but briefly mentioned the reason for his injury. Song Si-yoon understood he was worried she might blame herself, so she didn't press further. Oh, I see. I understand now. But he really doesn't need to blame himself. When my grandmother refused to pay for your treatment, you couldn't have been saved anyway. Chae-heng smiled slightly and said, yes. They walked in silence for a while. Suddenly, Song Si-yoon said, sorry. If I hadn't caused trouble back then, or if my grandmother had agreed to pay for your treatment, you wouldn't be so badly hurt. Chae-heng replied, I don't blame you. Don't say that again. This is the last time. She looked at him seriously and nodded, okay. I won't say it again. Anyway, she would do her best to help him heal. No matter how many times she said it, the past wouldn't change. What mattered most was the future. After talking about how she knew Gu Helen, they arrived home. It was already getting dark because winter nights come early. They had eaten a lot at Zhangmanlu today. In the afternoon, she hadn't even felt hungry, but she still needed to have dinner. Song Si-yoon immediately started cooking. In less than half an hour, she prepared several dishes. After eating, they went to bed early. She sat on the bed but couldn't fall asleep. She kept thinking about what happened during the day. That day, when she looked up and glanced at Chae-heng, she realized he was more handsome than she had thought. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, deep gaze, tall and handsome, with a noble appearance. He didn't look like a farmer at all, but he had grown up in the countryside since he was young. Song Si-yoon thought that maybe some people are born different, like some wealthy families who only have a rustic style. The same logic applied here. Chae-heng's natural charisma was exceptional. The heavens seemed to favor him. Lying in bed, Song Seon fell asleep with a smile. Chae Hung, however, slept later than her. He spent over an hour reading medical books before finally getting into bed. His mind was a mess, restless, tossing and turning, unable to sleep soundly. The next day, Song Seon was already awake while he was still sleeping. She went to make breakfast first. When Chae Hung woke up, she said, "Don't stay up so late copying books tonight. It's cold at night. Be careful not to catch a cold."
Kiang nodded.
She then said, "The books you copied for me before are enough for me to read for a long time. There's no rush." Chae Hung responded with an but inside she thought, several months have already passed since the year started. I still need to hurry. After the sausage had dried in the sun for 10 days and was almost ready, it was in the best condition. Song Seon took half of the dried sausage and packed about 3 jean into a basket. She also took a piece of pork she bought the day before from home. Carrying the basket, she went to Dr. Lee's house. Mrs. Wong had invited her to eat several times, but she only stayed once. Today, Song Seon was bringing sausage to them because she planned to have a meal there. Since Chae Hung wouldn't be home at noon, she thought eating alone would be boring. As she approached Dr. Lee's house, she unexpectedly met Mrs. Lee and Mrs. Wu. They seemed to be returning from the market, carrying some goods and talking about something. When they saw Song Seon, Mrs. Lee immediately looked displeased. Song Seon walked straight past them without greeting. Mrs. Lee scolded, "Song Seon, do you have no manners? You don't even greet your elders." "I didn't see you," Song Seon replied, glancing back at them. "Grandma and Auntie, take your time chatting. I'll go ahead." Without caring about Mrs. Lee's expression, she kept walking and didn't look back. Mrs. Lee stamped her foot in anger. "That girl is getting more and more unruly. I shouldn't have let them go out to live on their own." Who knew she would really side with Chae Hung? Mrs. Wu said, "At first, we were worried she'd eat too much. The family's food gets used up quickly. But Chae Hung isn't a good person. Now, Yun's money is completely gone from the family." Mrs. Lee sighed, thinking about how there was little income at home and that all the expenses came from savings. She felt unhappy. Mrs. Wu pointed at Song Seon. "I saw she had a piece of meat in her basket. She's going to Dr. Lee's house. It seems she no longer cares about her own family. I heard she even gave lamb meat to Dr. Lee on the winter solstice." This girl, Mrs. Lee, slapped her thigh hard. "I shouldn't have raised her. I took care of her day and night. Did I raise her well? Now she'd rather be filial to strangers than bring some food home to respect her grandparents. Ungrateful girl. She's truly the daughter of that worthless woman Yun." Mrs. Wu said, "I heard she's now learning medicine from Dr. Lee. She seems to be doing okay, but with her dull mind, I wonder if she can really learn anything useful." Your father doesn't want us to cause trouble. Let's leave her alone for now. When Wenjie gets into Tianda Academy, we can see then." Mrs. Lee waved her hand, telling her daughter-in-law not to speak further. She felt annoyed listening to it. Talking about her son, Mrs. Wu immediately smiled again. "Don't worry, mother. Wenjie will definitely get into Tianda Academy. In a couple of years, he'll pass the imperial exam." Mrs. Lee said he needs to work harder. "We've spent so much silver on him, but he still has no fame. I don't even feel confident speaking outside. Yes. I keep telling him how much his parents love him. He's filial and won't be ungrateful like Yun Yatu." "Don't worry, mother." Song Seon didn't care what Mrs. Lee and Mrs. Wu were saying behind her back. She went straight to Dr. Lee's house. Mrs. Wong was sweeping the yard when she saw her and put down her broom. "Yun Yatu is here," Song Seon said. "Today I came to eat for free. Will mother-in-law let me stay?" Mrs. Wong smiled. "Of course you can stay. What do you want to eat?" "It's about that time. I'll prepare quickly." "No need. I brought everything myself," Song Seon said happily, taking things out of her basket. "Today I'll cook lunch. Master and mistress can try my cooking." Mrs. Wong was very happy and helped Song Seon. Dr. Lee went out today to visit a friend. They agreed he would come back for lunch, and he always keeps his word. Mrs. Wong wasn't worried he wouldn't return. Today, Song Si-eun was mainly bringing dried sausage for them to eat. That was the highlight. She steamed the sausage and let it cool, then started steaming rice and preparing meat and vegetables. She made garlic sprout pork, radish and pork rib soup, and also stir-fried some small dishes from the farm, several dishes in total. When the food was ready, Song Si-eun sliced the sausage very thin and neatly. Mrs. Wong brought the dishes into the main hall and came back to see her slicing meat. "What vegetable is this? I've never seen it before." Song Si-eun smiled and said, "That's dried sausage. I heard wealthy families eat it like this, stuffed into pig intestines, then dried in the sun, steamed and sliced. It's a good dish to go with drinks. I made it myself. Who knew it would taste pretty good? I brought some for master and mistress to try." Mrs. Wong said, "It smells so good. Your master will definitely like it. Please try some." Song Si-eun handed her a piece of meat near her mouth. After Wang Shi ate it, she immediately said, "Delicious. Yun, you really have a good idea. Your mind is clever." Song Si-eun continued chopping, smiling. "I like to eat good food, so I have to figure out how to make it myself." After cutting the sausage, Dr. Lee happened to walk into the yard. He didn't know Song Si-eun had arrived and called out at the gate, "Old lady, what good food did you make today? I can smell the aroma outside." Wang Shi smiled and came out to greet him. "It's good food, but I don't have that skill. Yun's a filial girl, bringing us delicious food. You should wash your hands and eat." After saying that, Dr. Lee also saw Song Si-eun. When he heard it was his beloved apprentice bringing food, he felt proud. This apprentice is really worth training. "Today, I must have a couple of drinks."
Don't stop me.
Wang Shi smiled and said, "Drink? Otherwise, Yun's filial piety would be wasted." Song Si-eun carried the sausage to the dining table. Wang Shi poured wine for Dr. Lee. They all sat down. Seeing the dishes on the table, Dr. Lee asked, "Did Yun make all these?" Wang Shi nodded immediately. "I just helped light the fire. This girl is really talented, quick and organized. She cuts vegetables and stirs fry at the same time, without missing a beat. Quite capable," Dr. Lee chuckled. Song Si-eun served him some food. He tasted a piece of sausage. "This is good. Tastes fragrant. Perfect for drinking with wine." Wang Shi said, "It's all meat inside. No wonder it's so tasty." They all enjoyed the meal happily. They praised the twice-cooked pork, saying they had never tasted anything like this before. Song Si-eun said, "I brought some sausages. Today, I only steamed 2 pieces. Mistress, you saw how I made them. In the future, you can steam and eat whenever you want." Wang Shi asked, "Yun, you brought us so much. What will you and Chae-hing eat?" "We still have some left," Song Si-eun said with a smile as she ate. "I plan to prepare them and have Chae-hing take some to Xiangmanlo. Maybe Manager Chen will like them. Then I can make more to sell to them." Dr. Lee and Wang Shi both treated her very well. Song Si-eun didn't want to play tricks on them, so she said whatever was on her mind. After hearing Song Si-eun's words, Dr. Lee and Wang Shi looked at each other and both paused for a moment. Dr. Lee said, "Girl, you're becoming more and more clever.
Good job.
No wonder you're Hongwoo's daughter. Your father was very smart. If he hadn't gone out to make a name for himself, the Song family's house wouldn't have been built. I plan to do it this way, but I'm not sure if it will succeed." Song Si-eun said with a smile, "Master, don't praise me too much. I can't compare to my father. I think you are better than your father by a little." Dr. Lee took a sip of wine and sighed. "Your father is clever, but overly filial. He knows your grandparents don't treat you well, but he still works hard to earn money for the family and doesn't dare to argue with them. In the end, he lost his life, and his daughter wasn't properly cared for by the Song family. Now that you're willing to stand up to the Song family, that's better than your father. I think you are smart." Mrs. Wang said, What are you talking about? Causing trouble with the family isn't a good thing. Everyone in the village knows the Song family doesn't treat Yunya well. It's right for Yunya to ignore them. But we shouldn't spread this matter outside. Filial piety is very important." Song Si-eun knew Mrs. Wang was speaking for her, worried that others might gossip. But she didn't mind.
The real Song Si-yoon was already gone, and she had done her duty as a daughter. Master, they're the ones causing trouble. I just didn't follow their wishes. Besides, the Song family cares about face. They're hoping Song Wenjie will succeed in exams and bring honor to the family. They won't cause much trouble before that. Mrs. Wang said, "It's good that you have your own ideas, but you shouldn't act impulsively. When something happens, discuss it with Chae-hung. If you need help, come to us. Your master, and I will support you." Song Si-yoon nodded with a smile. "I understand. Thank you, master and mistress, for caring about me." Everyone enjoyed the meal very much. After drinking enough wine and eating meat, Dr. Lee relaxed on the lounge chair in the yard, basking in the sun. Very peaceful. Song Si-yoon took out her medical book to ask him questions. He carefully explained, "Yunya, you are a good student. You are eager to learn. Your father spent money to send you to the village school for 2 years, and it was a good decision. Otherwise, you wouldn't recognize so many characters." Song Si-yoon chuckled. "It's thanks to my father's foresight. Actually, the original owner never studied seriously. She only knew so many characters because she wasn't the real Song Si-yoon. Luckily, the original owner did study for 2 years. Otherwise, explaining things would be difficult." In the afternoon, she went home. After sunrise, she and Chae-heng's quilts were taken out to dry in the sun. Now the sun was about to set, so she quickly brought the quilts back to avoid the dew. Chae-heng's desk always had the books he was copying. When Song Si-yoon told him she had read them before, he wasn't angry. Instead, he said she could read them freely. She was not polite and took the box to look through it. Kar-hung was copying from a book for the bookstore. Such handwritten copies are more expensive than printed ones, but only if the writing is good. Kar-hang's handwriting is really nice. It seems he used to study very carefully. I wonder what kind of life he led before coming to Xingshu village. I have known him for a few months, and for the first time, Song Si-yoon became curious about his past. I only know that his hometown is about dozens of miles away, once under the jurisdiction of another prefecture, but now it belongs to Yunshan County. Song Si-yoon stood by her desk for a while, then hurried to prepare dinner. She steamed 3 pieces of preserved sausage, let them cool, then carefully sliced them thinly and packed them in a food box, leaving only a small plate for Kar-hung to eat. Dinner was still a light, low-fat meal. Kar-hung ate a lot and seemed tired today. Early the next morning, he had to go out again. Song Si-yoon handed him the food box and, without hiding her thoughts, said, "I want you to give this to Manager Chun and Master Wang to try." Kar-hung immediately understood. "You want to sell this to Zhangmanla?" Song Si-yoon nodded. "Yes, I have that idea, but I don't know if it will work. The food is tasty. I sent some to my master and his wife yesterday, and they said it was good. But I don't know if Manager Chun will like it." Kar-hung took the food box. He thought there was no problem. Zhangmanla's dishes are very delicious, but Song Si-yoon's dishes are creative and taste good too. Master Wang and Master Liu are troubled because they can't think of good new dishes. "Isn't this a new dish?" "Okay, I will let them try it." Kar-hung turned to leave. Song Si-yoon called after him, "Kar-hung, will doing this cause you trouble?" She wasn't sure if there would be trouble, so she decided to ask directly since she couldn't think of a better way. Kar-hung looked back and smiled slightly. "No, if they like your dish, Manager Chun and Master Wang will think you've helped a lot. There's no trouble." Hearing this, Song Si-yoon finally relaxed. "All right, I have other things to do today. I'll leave this to you."
Okay.
Kar-hung went to Zhangmanla. He worked busy all morning. When it was time for lunch, he took the food box to the back kitchen and personally handed it to Master Wang. "This is made by Si-yoon. Please steam it and serve it at the table. Everyone should try it." Last time, Master Wang tasted Song Si-yoon's dry-fried pork intestines and blood pudding and liked her very much. He even wanted to take her as his apprentice. "I heard that Song Si-yoon has made a new dish," and he immediately took it on himself to say, "Okay, dinner will be ready soon. I want to see what good things this girl has made this time." At Zhangmanlu, lunch is always eaten together. Shopkeeper Chun and his staff are very close and sit at the same table. When the dishes are served, everyone thinks today's food is very good.
2 plates of sausage are brought out, one placed in front of shopkeeper Chen. Shopkeeper Chen finds it fresh and takes a bite, then asks, "Old Wang, when did you make this?" Master Wang smiles and says, "It wasn't me. I don't have that skill. Was it old Lu who made it?" Shopkeeper Chen is very curious. With such good food, why didn't he bring it out earlier? Master Lu also shakes his head with a smile. Shopkeeper Chen is puzzled. Che Heng says, "It was Siyun who made it. She asked me to bring it for everyone to try." "Your wife made it?" Shopkeeper Chen becomes very interested. He carefully tastes it, and the 2 plates of sausage are quickly finished by everyone. In the afternoon, when the shop isn't busy, Shopkeeper Chen finds Che Heng and asks, "What does young lady Siyun mean? She probably doesn't just want me to taste it, right?" Che Heng says, "Honestly, Shopkeeper Siyun is a good cook. Previously, Master Wang even said he wanted to take her as an apprentice, but she has already started studying medicine, so that plan was dropped. She usually likes to experiment with food herself and thought maybe she could sell her creations at Manhwa. So she asked me to let you try." Shopkeeper Chen has already guessed that Song Siyun's intention, but he hesitates. Manhwa never buys ready-made products from outside. All new dishes are developed by their own chefs, ensuring their unique style. However, the sausage Siyun made is indeed very innovative. Chun has tasted similar before, a few years ago in the capital, at a large restaurant. That taste was not as good as Siyun's. After thinking for a moment, Chun decides to talk to Che Heng first. Rules are not always fixed. The taste is really good. How do you plan to sell this dish? Che Heng says, "I'm just helping Siyun deliver it. How to sell it should be discussed with her. It's her idea." Shopkeeper Chen says, "You are husband and wife. Can't you make decisions about the family matters?" Che Heng smiles and replies, "Husband and wife should discuss things together. Besides, I didn't contribute to making this dish, so I should naturally listen to Siyun." "Very good. Couples like you are the best, able to love each other happily for a lifetime." He remembered Song Siyun's concerns about the Kar Hung scientific expedition and her secret efforts to treat Yong'an. He felt deeply moved because both of them cared a lot for each other. Kar Hung didn't speak. The idea of a happy, loving life together seemed very difficult. Boss Chin was thinking that he would be free in the next few days, which was a good time to ask Song Siyun to sew acupuncture needles for Yong'an. He said, "Let's do it the day after tomorrow. I will talk to her myself then." "Okay, I will pass on the message," she replied. That evening, after returning home, Kar Hung told Song Siyun what Boss Chen had said. Song Siyun smiled and said, "It looks like there is still hope. I thought Xiangmanlo wouldn't buy outside dishes." Kar Hung said, "There is indeed such a rule, but I think your cooking tastes very good." Boss Chen also knows that these dishes sell well, so he wouldn't easily miss out. If they refused, Song Siyun might work with someone else, and then she would become a competitor to Xiangmanlo. They served the food and ate while chatting. Song Siyun asked, "If we really cooperate, should I just sell the recipes to Xiangmanlo, or make the dishes myself, and only sell the finished products?" Kar Hung thought carefully and said, "If there are new recipes that are best made fresh and eaten immediately, selling the recipes is better. But this cured sausage can be stored, and keeping the craftsmanship yourself is the best. Later, if you sell recipes, it's better to let Xiangmanlu share the profits. You shouldn't sell them outright." That was exactly what Song Siyun was thinking. This way, she could earn long-term income. As long as Xiangmanlu made money, she would get her share. She just wanted to know how Kar Hung thought about it. When she found out that his ideas were similar to hers, she couldn't help but smile. Kar Hung asked, "What's wrong? Am I saying something wrong? I haven't done business before, so I don't really know the ins and outs." Song Siyun shook her head with a smile. "No, your point makes sense. I'll just talk to Boss Chen like this. If he doesn't agree, I won't sell the recipes." "Yes, your recipes are very good. They won't be hard to sell. There are other restaurants too," Kar Hung said seriously, thinking about her future. But Song Siyun said, "But if you're at Xiangmanlo and I sell to others, wouldn't that be against Xiangmanlo? What would Boss Chen think of you then?" Kar Hung lowered his head and ate. After a while, he said, "It's okay. If you care about it, You can wait until after the divorce. Hearing this, Song Si-eun paused her rice eating and felt a little uncomfortable inside. Soon it was December and the weather grew colder. Several snowfalls had already occurred this year. The village elders said the harvest next year would be very good. Song Si-eun is happy for everyone. The villagers are hoping for a good harvest. However, this has little to do with her and Chae-hung. They don't even own land, only a vegetable garden in their yard. Today, she is meeting with shopkeeper Chun as planned. Song Si-eun and Chae-hung go to town together. She also brings her acupuncture kit, thinking she might need to give Yongin a treatment at shopkeeper Chun's house. When they arrive at Zhangminlu, shopkeeper Chun hasn't come yet. Song Si-eun waits inside the shop until he arrives. Shopkeeper Chun smiles and says, "Something came up at home today. I can't leave. Girl, would you like to come to my house to discuss something?" Chae-hung looks up at shopkeeper Chun with a puzzled expression. Song Si-eun leans in and says, "I can treat Yongmin's illness, but he can't go out often." Shopkeeper Chun is worried about offending Dr. Gu, so he asked me to come to his house to give Yongmin acupuncture.
All right, Kaeng nods.
He knows she is worried that practicing medicine might affect his exams, but seeing how serious she is, he doesn't want to stop her. "Go ahead." Song Si-eun smiles and says, "I'll come back later." She follows shopkeeper Chun to the Chin family home. Lin Shi is already waiting. When she sees Song Si-eun, she says, "Thank you for your trouble, Lady Song." Song Si-eun replies, "It's nothing. I should do this." "Where is Yongin?" "He's inside," Lin Shi answers. Since he vomited blood last time, Yongin has been saying his chest doesn't hurt as much. Lin Shi is very happy and has cried several times. This is the first time he told her he felt better. Song Si-eun first plays with Yongin for a while, then gently helps him lie down for acupuncture. The room has a fire basin, so it's not too cold. Lin Shi stays nearby, keeping her company. Song Si-eun carefully gives Yongin acupuncture, talking to him to keep him calm and prevent him from being scared.
How old are you? She asks.
Yongin replies, "I'm 8 years old." Song Si-eun smiles and says, "You're 8? No wonder you're so brave. You're already a big kid." Yongin smiles slightly and says, "Sister, the acupuncture doesn't hurt at all. I'm not afraid." "Really? Sister is quite skilled here." "Thank you for the compliment, Yongin," says Song Si-eun, continuing to talk to him while she works, her movement steady. Lin Shi watches from the side, feeling very grateful. She didn't expect to meet such a good doctor just by sitting at Zhangminlu. After finishing the acupuncture, Song Si-eun puts away her tools to disinfect them later. She smiles and says, "It's done. Come back again in a few days." Yongin sits up on his own. Lin Shi quickly helps him put on his clothes. Yongin says, "Next time sister comes, I'll give her some candy. My big brother is coming back tomorrow, and he will definitely bring me candy." Song Si-eun immediately responded, "Sure, sister loves to eat sweets. You mustn't be greedy. The portion meant for sister must be kept for her." "Yes, I definitely won't sneak a bite." Song Si-eun asked Yongin to stay inside, as she went to discuss the cooperation with manager Chun. Lin Shi accompanied her outside. "Madam Song, thank you so much today." Yongin isn't scared at all. Song Si-eun said, "He's very brave. I'll come back in 5 days. The medicine Dr. Gu prescribed still needs to be taken." Lin Shi nodded. "All right, I've noted everything. Don't worry. Xiao Cui, take Madam Song to the study to see the master."
"Yes."
Song Si-eun had already thought about how to cooperate, so she felt relaxed. When she arrived, she shared her ideas. Manager Chen said, "Zhangminlu has never used outside prepared dishes before. This time is a bit risky.
I still want to buy the rights outright.
Otherwise, what if you sell to others later? Zhangminlu's dishes should be unique. How good my dishes taste, the manager has already tried them and knows. I don't want to sell directly. As for selling to others, that's impossible. I wouldn't sell the same dish to 2 different places."
We can write that into the contract.
Song Si-eun's request wasn't unreasonable. She supplies Zhangminlu with sausages, and Zhangminlu pays her. She will continue to supply ingredients, and the recipes for dry-fried intestines and blood pudding will be given to Zhangminlu for use.
She only wants a 10% profit from the sales. Manager Chen could agree, but he was worried other restaurants might also get her recipes, which would be a loss for him. Hearing this, he felt more at ease. Song Si-in added, I will have more recipes in the future. If the cooperation goes well, and I trust the manager's character, we can work together long-term. Manager Chen hesitated for a moment and asked, if I don't agree, will you still treat Yeoman? Without hesitation, Song Si-in replied, of course. One thing is one thing. I agreed to that first. Naturally, it won't be a condition for our cooperation. I hope you are sincere with me, and I won't have any bad intentions either. You can rest assured.
Good.
Manager Chen smiled. Chae-hung is honest, and his wife is the same. I was being petty just now. Song Si-in said, business is business. Before cooperating, we must clarify the interests involved. Otherwise, if someone backs out later, it will be troublesome. Master Chen talked with her and felt she was a very straightforward person. It was strange because before, everyone said that Kar-hung's wife was very difficult and even cheated on him. Kar-hung had been patient and loyal, and he even advised Kar-hung to leave her. Now, after getting to know her, he thought it was not true at all. The rumors in town couldn't be trusted. Master Chen nodded and said, I'll follow your advice. We will work together. In the next couple of days, we will prepare the contract. When the time comes, we will sign and stamp it, and it will be official. Song Si-in said, let's do it in 5 days. I need to come and needle for Yongin, and I can also organize the menu for you.
That's settled then.
Song Si-in left Chen's house, and was smiling all the way to Xiangminlo. Now, she didn't have to worry about her livelihood. She could only make dried sausages and cured meats in winter, but she still had the menu. Although she didn't sell it, if it sold well later, she would get a share of the profits. 10% of the profit was a good amount, and she only needed to come up with ideas, not do much work. Kar-hung was the accountant at Xiangminlo, so she didn't need to worry about profits. Master Chen wouldn't cheat on the accounts, would he? And it wasn't a lot of money, so it wasn't a big deal for the manager of Xiangminlo. She happily jumped and ran to Xiangminlo. As soon as she entered, she shouted, Kar-hung, I'm back. But there was no one at the counter. A young clerk said, Mr. Kar went to East Street to buy salt. He will be back soon. Song Si-in nodded and said, then I'll wait for him. She sat beside the counter. Several young clerks were sweeping the floor. One of them smiled and said, Lady Song, you're so lucky. Mr. Kar is very talented. A few days ago, he wrote a poem for a customer and received 10 taels of silver as a reward. We are so jealous. But we don't have that skill. Song Si-in was surprised. 10 taels of silver? The young clerk put down his broom, excited. Yes, a silver ingot. I've never touched such a big silver piece in my life. Does Kar-hung also write calligraphy for others? Song Si-in asked. Another clerk said, yes, he does. His handwriting is very beautiful. The owner of Yongwon Studio often brings books to ask Mr. Kar to copy. Recently, Mr. Kar said he's too busy and hasn't taken many jobs. Even when he does, he chooses carefully. Not every book is suitable. Exactly. Our customers also like Mr. Kar's beautiful writing and ask him to write couplets. They pay him quite a bit. Song Si-in only just learned about these things today. She always thought that Chae-hung was doing a part-time job copying books, but she didn't expect that the bookstore owner was the one who approached him and that Chae-hung was selective about which jobs to accept. Customers also asked him to copy calligraphy, and from what the waiter said, Chae-hung could earn quite a lot in a month. However, he only gave the original owner 1 or 2 silver coins. Even after she arrived and Chae-hung knew she wouldn't give any more silver to the Song family, he only took 2 silver coins. Although that money was enough for the family's expenses, she wondered where the rest of the silver had gone. Suddenly, Song Si-in felt like a joke, always moved by what Chae-hung did, but she didn't realize he had his own hidden motives. He only gave her 2 silver coins out of many, and she worried he had no money left to spend. She felt so foolish. Thinking of all this, she couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up and said, I remember there are some things at home I need to do, so I won't wait for him to come back.
Just tell him later. Without waiting for the waiters to reply, she left Xiang Manlu directly. After she left, the people who had been talking realized they might have spoken too much. The young couple might end up arguing because of them. Does Lady Song not know that Lord Che is writing for people at Xiang Manlu? She should know. Everyone says Lord Che is fully devoted to Lady Song. How could he not tell her? But from her expression just now, it looks like she doesn't know. Oh no, did we cause trouble? They looked at each other, realizing it was too late to take back what they said. They wanted to make amends, but then Che Hung returned with salt. Xiao Tang, take the salt to the kitchen, Che Hung said, placing a large bag of salt on the counter. Xiao Tang was the young waiter who had spoken excitedly to Song Siyun earlier. Now, feeling guilty, he hurriedly replied, "Yes, I'll go right away." After he left, the others looked at each other but didn't mention what had just happened. Che Hung waited a long time, but Song Siyun didn't come back. Shopkeeper Chen returned and asked, "Where is Siyun?" Chen said, "She left my house a long time ago. Has she not come here?" Che Hung thought for a moment. She probably went straight home. But he still felt something was strange. She had said she'd come back later, so if she had discussed business with shopkeeper Chen, she should have come to tell him. Could something urgent have come up? Is there something wrong at home? Thinking about the car scale, he started to worry and hoped to go home soon. Song Siyun needed to prepare more dried sausage and cured meat for Xiangmanlo. Since the weather was good now, it was suitable for making these, so she planned to make a larger batch. Today, she didn't have enough silver, so she only bought the necessary seasonings and decided to come back to town tomorrow to buy meat. After returning home, she was in a bad mood and even damaged the broom while sweeping. It proved that you can't trust men. Poor men seem to have bad luck all their lives. Why did she forget this famous saying? He still thought that Che Hung was quite unlucky, having been bullied by the original owner for many years. Now she couldn't keep bullying him, right? But it turned out to be like this. Maybe he had his own secret motives. When she suggested divorce earlier, Che Hung might have been secretly happy. But looking at his expression, he didn't seem happy at all. He looked worried and sad. After thinking for a while, Song Siyun concluded that Che Hung was probably pretending. Otherwise, she would suspect him. If he refused to agree to the divorce, that would be bad. Could it be that Che Hung wanted her to take the initiative to ask for a divorce? He clearly wanted to leave but didn't want to be the bad guy, maybe afraid people would say he forgot Song Hongwoo's kindness? Song Siyun finally understood Che Hung's thoughts. She threw the broom aside and said, "Haha, men are indeed the most clever. How can I outsmart him?" Seeing that it was almost mealtime, she didn't want to cook and went back to her room to read medical books. When Che Hung returned, he hurried in, worried that something was wrong at home. He entered and didn't smell any food, so he frowned and knocked on Song Siyun's door. "Siyun, are you at home?" She replied, "What's the matter?" "Nothing. I was worried something might have happened to you."
I'm fine.
Song Siyun came over and opened the door. Seeing the medical books spread out on her desk, Che Hung said, "Good that you're okay. Are you hungry?"
What?
"If I don't cook, I won't have food. Didn't you cook before? Why should I always do this work?" Song Siyun was very angry now and responded sharply to whatever he said. Che Hung was not angry either. "I'll go cook now. What do you want to eat?" "Anything is fine, as you like." Che Hung nodded and went to the kitchen to busy himself, but he was also confused. What was going on? He thought over today's events repeatedly and felt he hadn't done anything wrong. Maybe it was because his talk with manager Chen didn't go well. However, shopkeeper Chen was quite happy and said he wanted to cooperate long-term. It didn't seem like the negotiations were going badly. He couldn't understand why Song Siyun was upset, thinking she might just be in a bad mood and would be fine in a couple of days. At dinner, Song Siyun said she had bought many ingredients today to make Chinese sausage at home. She also needed to go shopping for meat in the next couple of days because she needed a lot. Che Hung said, "I'll be on leave the day after tomorrow. I can help you buy the meat. How much do you need?" Song Siyun replied, "I want front leg meat. Buy as much as you can. There aren't many places to buy meat in Gaoqiao town, just 2 butchers."
If you want better quality meat, you need to go early. Since Song Si-in needed a large amount, it would be best if he could buy it all. Chae-hung thought for a moment and said, at this time, someone in the village should be slaughtering pigs. Other villages probably are too. I'll ask around for you tomorrow.
Good.
Song Si-in took out a few silver coins from her purse and placed them in front of Chae-hung.
There's quite a bit of meat to buy this time.
Bring some silver with you. If you find suitable meat, buy it.
Kiang hesitated slightly.
Seeing his reaction, Song Si-in felt nervous inside. Only after Chae-hung accepted the money did she smile self-deprecatingly. All right, I'll buy some extra. But only when I have free time can I help you. Song Si-in shook her head.
It's okay.
I don't mind working hard. Anyway, it's for making money. That night, she couldn't sleep well. She kept thinking about the matter, recalling what the young shop assistant said during the day, and also remembering Chae-hung's previous kindness. Now she realized it was all fake affection. Men are really good at pretending. Song Si-in covered her head with the quilt to stop herself from overthinking. It's just money. She can earn it herself. Why should she feel upset just because a man doesn't give her money? She looked bad. Anyway, she had already decided to divorce. It wouldn't be long now. Afterward, they would each live their own lives. Chae-hung could give his money to whoever he wanted. The next day, Song Si-in noticed that Chae-hung had dark circles under his eyes, but he slept quite well. Seeing her look, he was startled. Is the room cold? Song Si-in shook her head. Last night, I kept thinking about working with Xiangminlu, so I couldn't sleep well. Chae-hung thought to himself, she's really becoming more capable, but it's also very hard for her. He wondered if she could hold on after the divorce. He then gave himself a self-deprecating smile. Actually, she was relying on herself now. He hadn't helped much. Today, Song Si-in planned to go to the town, but she didn't tell Chae-hung. She only said she needed to prepare something first. Chae-hung suspected someone was following him, but when he looked back, he saw no one, so he thought he was just imagining things. He needed to return quickly to Xiangminlu, so he hurried, delivered the items, and didn't say much. Manager Chen saw him return and patted his shoulder, saying, Chae-hung, you're really doing your best.
Sigh.
Chae-hung shook his head and replied, it's okay.
Take a rest now.
The accounts are settled, so there's nothing urgent. Chae-hung nodded and took out a book to read beside the counter. Song Si-in returned home, preparing the items needed for sausage stuffing the next day. Today, she went to town and bought many supplies, including 2 sets of pig intestines to be cleaned. The work was slow, but the sun was shining brightly, so she washed the intestines in the yard. While washing, she couldn't help but think about the rouge and powder Kar-hung bought, feeling very upset inside. While she was working here, Kar-hung was comfortably with Wenxiang Wanyu, feeling very relaxed. By the time she finished washing, it was almost noon. Yunxiang carried a basket back from town, and Song Si-in stood up and just happened to see her. Now, they didn't like each other much. Song Si-in only glanced at her and looked away. However, she noticed the fabric in Yunxiang's basket, which was exactly the same pattern as what Kar-hung bought. Yunxiang was also carrying a piece of meat. Could it be that what Kar-hung bought was for Yunxiang? Realizing this, Song Si-in felt even angrier. Good job, Kar-hung, pretending to be so innocent in front of her, claiming he had nothing to do with Li Yunxiang, but secretly scheming. Maybe he had already been involved with her. Yunxiang glanced at her and thought Song Si-in was crazy. She hoped she hadn't annoyed her this time. But what was that look in her eyes? Song Si-in was even more determined to earn good money. She believed that only money wouldn't lie. No matter how honest a man seemed, she couldn't trust him. Only she could rely on herself. She didn't plan to expose Kar-hung now. They weren't divorced yet, and causing trouble would only add problems. She decided to wait until the day of divorce. Anyway, they kept their money separate, and whatever they earned belonged to her. She wouldn't be at a loss. When Kar-hung returned, he found Song Si-in acting normal again, no longer angry with him. But he still felt something was wrong, though he couldn't quite figure out what it was. Someone in the village was slaughtering pigs, a few families doing it together.
Kar-hung ordered 20 jin of front leg meat for Song Seun. Someone in Tahua village was also slaughtering pigs, and he ordered another 20 jin. Plus, about 30 jin bought from the meat shop, enough to make a large batch. Kar-hung was on leave and helped Song Seun at home. First, he went to buy meat from the town, which he had arranged with the butcher yesterday to reserve for today. Back home, they washed and cut the meat. Song Seun had prepared a large wooden basin, and they cut the meat together. He cut the meat into pieces of similar size as Song Seun, working quickly. They worked efficiently, finishing in about an hour. Then they prepared the seasonings. Song Seun didn't want Kar-hung to see how she mixed the ingredients. She had her own secrets. Who knew if he would leak her recipe? She didn't trust men. She asked Kar-hung to shave the bamboo tubes until they were smooth. He nodded and went to do that. Song Seun carefully added the seasonings according to the recipe, then mixed them thoroughly to enhance the flavor. While Chae-hung shaved the bamboo tube, they could start stuffing the sausages. They worked together again, which made the process faster. Last time, Chae-hung helped her, so she knew what to do without being told. His ability to learn quickly was impressive. They had a simple lunch and only finished making the sausages by the afternoon, just as the sun was setting. Song Seun said, "Let's dry them tomorrow. For now, hang them in the kitchen." Chae-hung nodded, carved hooks from wood for her, and hung the sausages in the main hall using a rope. Since the kitchen is easier to access, and these things are worth a lot. That was when Song Seun remembered the theft. Today, while making sausages in the yard, many people passed by. These were meat, so they could easily be stolen. She said, "You're really thoughtful and careful." Although she smiled, Chae-hung felt she wasn't praising him, but was being sincere. He felt a bit confused. Before he could say more, Song Seun went to feed the chickens. A few days later, she received more meat. She had been busy for about 10 days, then made another 10 pounds of cured meat. But the weather was colder now, so drying the sausages in the sun was difficult. She set up a fire in the yard, making sure it only smoked without burning. The meat was hung over the fire, covered with a wooden basin and smoked. This process gave the sausages a different, richer flavor and helped dry them out. However, this method attracted attention. Everyone in the village knew she was making meat at home because the smoke was visible from the village entrance. At first, people thought there was a fire at her house. They don't know, but Yun's family dried a lot of meat in their yard. It looks delicious, but no one knows who they're making it for. She's just greedy and can't eat so much herself. Come on, she's not eating all that herself. Last time, I saw her come out of Seongmanlu, and the owner of the restaurant was talking and laughing with her. I heard they want to buy her products. Really? Yun is a bit eccentric, but I didn't expect she had such skills. Seongmanlu is the biggest restaurant in Gaoqiao town. Do you think they'd want her cooking? Exactly. I was wondering if it was true, but now seeing her drying so much meat in the yard, I think it's pretty certain. She's quite talented. People were chatting casually at the village entrance when someone saw Yun Xiang and deliberately called her over to talk. Everyone knows Yun Xiang's thoughts. Right now, she is just deliberately watching the excitement. Yun Xiang is quite shameless. She knows that Chae-hung is already married, yet she keeps approaching him. Yun Xiang said it's all because big brother Chae helped her. Otherwise, with her, the manager of Seongmanlu wouldn't even look at her, let alone want her to cook for him. Others nodded, yes, that's probably how it is. Chae-hung is quite capable. He's just a farmer, and he hasn't studied much, but he still manages to work in a big restaurant as a cashier. Yes, big brother Chae is definitely talented, Yun Xiang said, sounding a bit annoyed. Everyone could tell she was unhappy that Chae-hung married Song Seun. At this moment, Song's mother and daughter arrived again. Everyone immediately stopped talking about Yun Xiang and instead started teasing Lee. Lee, your girl Yun is quite talented. I heard she's now doing business with Seongmanlu. That whole yard of meat looks so tempting. With the new year coming soon, she makes so many delicious dishes. You must be proud, right? Lee's face smiled politely, but her eyes were cold. I'm her grandmother. Naturally, I think about her everywhere. Whether she gives us meat or not doesn't matter. It all depends on whether she shows filial piety. Since Song Si-in stopped sending money home, Lee was very angry. The 1 or 2 silver coins from Song Si-in should have been a steady income for the Song family, but now they were gone. Just thinking about it made her furious. The Song house isn't small, but it's only comfortable. The house doesn't generate any money. The family owns about 20 acres of land, all bought by Song Hongwoo. Without that, they'd only have a few acres of fields. But there aren't many people working at home. Song Changming rarely goes to the fields all year. The most hardworking is Song Hongwon. Lee often sends Woo to work, but Woo is lazy and always finds excuses not to work in the fields. Except for Song Hongwon, the others only work during spring planting and autumn harvest. They are idle most of the time. Song Wenjie and Song Lonji don't work much either. One talks about exams and fame all day, and the other acts like a delicate young lady, not even bothering to wash her clothes. They're not capable of doing farm work. They have plenty of land, but Song Hongwon alone can't manage it well. Besides, he's not very diligent. What can they expect? As the new year approached, Lee counted the family's income and expenses. She looked worried every day. They had spent a lot of silver this year, and their income mainly depended on the grain from the fields, which wouldn't sell for much. Looking back, when Chae Hung and Song Si-in still lived in the Song family, most of the work in the fields was done by Chae Hung. He also washed all the clothes at home and was never allowed to rest throughout the year. Although Song Si-in was lazy and liked to eat, she had money and dowry in her hands, and she managed to find ways to get some more. In comparison, Lee Shur could only sigh, wondering how they would get through these days. It was all Chae Hung's fault for convincing Yun to move out. Now that they are no longer under the same roof, it's so hard for her to earn a little money. Recently, she heard that Song Si-in was drying meat in the yard, and Lee Shur kept thinking about it. When the villagers slaughtered pigs for the new year, she told Woo not to buy meat, waiting instead for Song Si-in to send some over. But after several days, nothing arrived. She couldn't stay calm anymore and started to plot against Song Si-in. If she didn't send the meat back, it would be considered unfilial. The villagers naturally agreed with Lee Shur. Yun is such a filial girl. She must remember her family. I think she'll send everything back in a few days. Lee Shur smiled but was not in the mood to chat with the villagers and went home with Woo. As soon as they left, the people behind started laughing. Just wait and see. Forget about the meat. Song family can't even drink meat broth. They definitely won't get any. Another person said, that can't be. After all, they're elders in the family. Can Yun really be so heartless? The person who just spoke smiled and said, why not? Since Yun jumped into the river that time, she hasn't returned to the Song family once. Once her grandmother came to find her, and she even scolded her out. I saw it with my own eyes. Really? Of course it's true. Yun looks like she's changed completely. Now she has her own plans. Someone else said, isn't that unfilial? Isn't she afraid? What's she afraid of? The Song family didn't get much benefit from her. Her father used to treat her very well. I think she's finally realized things now. If you say she's unfilial, she also treats Dr. Lee very well. She calls him her master, and she often goes to Lee's house to help. She's also sent plenty of good food and drinks. That's true. Others nodded. She's grown up and knows what she's doing. Lee Shur probably won't accept this. Can she still control her now? Yun is already married. A married girl is like water spilled out. Chae Hung was arranged by Song Hongwoo before he died. As a daughter's family, what can she say? Yun Seong listened as everyone started praising Song Si-in, feeling very unhappy. No matter what, she's an elder. It's just not proper. Filial piety always comes first. Others wouldn't know what she was thinking. Just a few jokes, and that was fine. Lee returned home and sulked in the upper room. Woo said, Mother, Wenjie is on a break soon. We need to buy some meat to help him regain strength. There's not much good food at the school. How can he not be eating well? We haven't skimped on money. He spent over 10 taels of silver this year alone. Does our family have a gold mine? Lee said with dissatisfaction. Woo replied, Mother, you can't think like that. Studying costs money. When we sent Wenjie to school, Father even said he knew it would cost money. But our Song family can only rely on Wenjie. No matter how much it costs, we must support his studies. Why are you saying these things now? Lee tapped the table. But he needs to get some fame. Wenjie has studied for so many years and has nothing to show for it. Isn't all that money wasted? Mother, there's still a long way to go, Wu comforted her. The fortune teller said our Song family will produce a talented person. Wenjie is still young and has potential. Lee was somewhat unhappy but had no choice. Wenjie couldn't stop studying now. The old man wouldn't agree, and she was counting on raising a scholar to honor the family name. It would even be carved on his tombstone someday. Go see Yin girl and tell her it's my wish. She has so many good things. Taking some to show respect to elders isn't wrong. Lee still didn't want to spend her own money on meat. Wu immediately agreed. She had been wanting to ask Song Siyun for something. Yesterday, she deliberately passed by Siyun's house just to look at the meat in her yard. It made her crave it so much. All right, I'll go now. She happily left, but at the door, she met Song Changming. What are you going to do? He asked. Wu shrank back and had to push the question onto Lee. Mother said Yun girl bought a lot of meat. We haven't had meat in days. I want to ask her for some, to give her the filial piety we owe for the new year. Don't go, Song Changming said sternly, then turned and went into the upper room with his arms behind his back. Lee said unhappily, Why can't I go? I'm her grandmother. Can't I just ask her for a little food? Song Changming sat down. Today I heard again that Tianda Academy will definitely open next year. They won't just look at talent but also reputation, similar to the imperial exams. If Wenjie gets into Tianda, he'll likely pass the exams and gain fame. Reputation is very important for Wenjie now. You must not cause trouble, Lee said just to get some meat from her. How is that damaging our reputation? She was supposed to give it to him. She should be filial, but that girl has been wild since she was young. She even did something shameful like jumping into a river for a man. It's not good to have contact with her. Now she doesn't listen to her family. If you send her daughter-in-law to ask for things, who knows what unpleasant words she might say. Song Changming slapped the table. Remember this clearly. Nothing is more important now than Wenjie studying. Although the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were unhappy, they could only nod in agreement. Understood. On the 18th day of the 12th lunar month, Song Siyun's first batch of preserved sausages was ready to eat. She and Che Hung delivered them to Xiangminlo. They also brought the cold chicken cubes and cold rabbit she made yesterday. If she suddenly craved these, making them was a bit too troublesome, so she just cooked a big pot of each. There was extra, which could be saved to eat later, or taken to Xiangminlo to try. Song Siyun brought some wine to Dr. Lee, then packed the rest and took everything to Xiangminlo. Manager Chen saw the finished preserved sausages and meats and was amazed. His eyes widened because they looked so perfect. He quickly called Master Wang and Master Liu. The goods Song Siyun brought were fine. Master Wang nodded, and Manager Chen ordered someone to take the goods to the kitchen and paid her the money. Remember our agreement. The preserved sausages are 90 cents per jean, and the preserved meat is 80 cents. Today's delivery weighed a total of 1 jean and 7 qian. Chun calculated it himself and asked Che Hing to check again.
Kiang nodded.
That's right. Song Siyun smiled. Good. I can send another batch in a few days. There won't be any before the new year, but I can make more after. Manager Chen wanted to wait until these were sold before deciding. He thought it was good but wasn't sure if customers would like it, so he said, I'll order more after the new year. Okay. Song Siyun handed him the cold chicken cubes and cold rabbit. These are for everyone at Xiangminlo to try. They're new dishes. If you think they're good, you can buy them from me in the future. When he opened the jar, a fragrant smell wafted out. Manager Chen smiled and said, Che Hung, your wife is really talented. Master Wang didn't take on any apprentices, and that's a real loss.
Kiang also smiled.
Manager Chen asked him to calculate the profit from the dishes Song Siyun recently provided. We sold 15 taels and 3 qian. Che Hung recorded each transaction carefully for verification. Manager Chen said, I trust your calculations. A 10% profit share, and after dividing the earnings, give the proceeds to Lady Song along with today's delivery money. The shopkeeper nodded, carefully noting the accounts, then handed the money to Song Siyun. Today's earnings were nearly 3 taels. Song Siyun stored the silver, and shopkeeper Chen said, "The new year is coming soon. Lady Song, you didn't earn a little this year, did you? You and your husband should enjoy the holiday well." "It's okay," Song Siyun replied with a smile. "I earn small amounts, but the profits from Xiangman Lu are the real big money. Whether my purse gets fat or not depends on whether shopkeeper Chen manages well." "Ha, Lady Song, you're quite the talker," shopkeeper Chen said, then went off to handle other matters, instructing the kitchen to serve the new dishes Song Siyun brought at noon. He pulled Song Siyun aside and said, after a few acupuncture sessions, "Yong'an's health has improved a lot. When do you plan to go again?" Song Siyun thought for a moment. "In 3 days. I'll be coming to town then, and I need to buy food for the new year." Shopkeeper Chen nodded. "Good. You and your husband are starting to look like a proper couple now. I've noticed Kar-hung has been smiling more lately. He's really had a tough time. You should care for him more." "I do care about him," Song Siyun said with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "He's had a hard life, especially now that he has someone else outside. It's true, taking care of 2 households isn't easy. He's a master of time management after all." Shopkeeper Chen sensed some dissatisfaction in Song Siyun's words about Kar-hung and couldn't help but advise, "Kar-hung really has it tough. I'm not joking. I've never seen a young man more suitable than him. Not everyone can be a cashier at Xiangman Lu. The previous cashier even passed the imperial exam." Song Siyun smiled. "You really have good judgment, shopkeeper. Even the scholar himself is managing your accounts now." Shopkeeper Chen waved his hand. "Don't tease me. I just think Kar-hung has it hard, so I kept him at Xiangman Lu. Since he came, I've been worry-free. I remember he was born on the 23rd of the 12th lunar month. Not many days left. With your good cooking skills, a few nice dishes will make him happy for the whole year." Song Siyun thought to herself, he already has someone outside. Why not let that person cook for him? She wasn't sure if it was Li Yunxiang or someone else. Anyway, it shouldn't be her. But Chen's shopkeeper's kindness was clear, and although she wasn't pleased inside, she still smiled and said, "Thank you for the reminder, shopkeeper. I'll remember that." When she returned home, Song Siyun didn't take this matter seriously. Kar-hung hadn't mentioned his birthday, so she decided to pretend she didn't know. It used to be fine. They were happy together, even if they were just roommates. It was natural to put effort into celebrating each other's birthdays. Now she knows that Kar-hung has a second heart, so she no longer wants to give her true feelings. In the future, she will still be the one to feel hurt. 3 days later, Song Siyun went to the town to give Yong'an acupuncture and also delivered a batch of sausages. This time, shopkeeper Chen saw her and looked at her as if she saw a Buddha. "Miss Song, you're here? Are there many goods this time?" Song Siyun replied, "About the same as last time." Shopkeeper Chen immediately said, "If we can handle it, make more. These days, the sausages and cured meats are selling very well, half of them are already gone." Song Siyun was very happy to hear this. Her products are popular, which is a good thing. "I am willing to earn money, but since the new year is coming, there are more things to do. Plus, the weather is cold, and making sausages now might freeze. It's better to wait until after the new year." Although shopkeeper Chen felt a bit disappointed, he knew it was unavoidable. If the products aren't tasty, customers won't buy. Good food can wait. Customers prefer to wait a little. "All right, after the new year, when the weather is better, you must make more. Make as much as you can." Before Song Siyun could reply, shopkeeper Chen added, "Also, make some cold chicken and cold rabbit. You brought a lot. I've already sold some to regular customers and they love it. I want to sell it in the shop, business will be good." Song Siyun nodded with a smile. "Sure, I don't mind earning money. But today, I'm here to give Yong'an acupuncture. Shall I go now?" Shopkeeper Chen said, "My wife is at home. It's a bit of trouble for you, Miss Song, to make a trip." "No problem. I've already paid the consultation fee, so I'll go now." Shopkeeper Chen then asked Kar-hung to count the money from today's deliveries. Song Si-yoon earned 2 taels of silver. Although she still had to deduct costs, this business was profitable. She had earned several taels of silver this month. As she left, she went to Chen's house. Gu Helen entered the fragrant building right after her. Kar-hung, business at Fragrant Full House has been very good lately. I went to the capital city recently, and yesterday my father told me there are new dishes at Fragrant Full House. I came especially today to try them. Kar-hung smiled slightly and called the waiter, Xiao Tang, take Lord Gu to find a seat. Xiao Tang happily responded, yes, Lord Gu, please follow me. We've added many new dishes to the menu. Gu Helen waved his hand. Bring out all the new dishes. Let me taste if they are good. Gu Helen is a regular customer at Fragrant Full House. The waiter and he are familiar, so there's no need for formalities. He immediately went to serve the dishes. After a while, several dishes were placed on the table. Gu Helen couldn't finish his food and pulled Kar-hung to eat together. He took a few bites and kept eating steadily. The food has been very good lately. I thought the 2 masters were running out of ideas, but I didn't expect there to be so many new tricks. Just then, Master Wang came out and heard this. He smiled and said, that's not our idea. You should ask Kar-hung. Before Kar-hung could speak, Gu Helen quickly said, I understand.
Zhongwan, right?
I heard she likes to experiment with recipes. Her family owns a restaurant in the capital, and many of their signature dishes are her creations. Kar-hung shook his head. Miss Zhang has been in the capital city all along. She came back yesterday. I saw her and asked if you were at Xiangminla. Gu Helen smiled. You know, if it weren't for your insistence on marrying Song Si-yoon, she might already be the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family. Kar-hung looked displeased. Don't say such things randomly. If others hear, it will damage Miss Zhang's reputation. Gu Helen chuckled.
Got it.
I'm just telling you a couple of things. I never say this outside. I know, no matter how unlikable Song Si-yoon seems to others, she's precious to you. You wouldn't want her to suffer. I wonder what good fortune she had in her past life. His interruption made him forget about who came up with the new dish, and he didn't continue talking about it. Song Si-yoon went to give Yongin acupuncture. Lin Sher gave her a silver coin for the consultation fee, which Song Si-yoon accepted. She had set her price. 1 tael of silver per acupuncture session. Shopkeeper Chen and Lin Sher thought it was cheap, especially since Yongin was gradually getting better. Next time, we'll do the acupuncture after the new year. Yongin is in good shape now, so there's no rush. Let him enjoy the new year properly. Lin Sher nodded. All right, I trust you. Thank you, Lady Song. After leaving Chen's house, Song Si-yoon remembered she needed to buy many things for home, including rice. But if she bought everything herself, she might not be able to carry it all back. So she went to Xiangminlu again, hoping Kar-hung would buy rice for her to take home. Just at the door, she heard Gu Helen talking. Kar-hung, how will you celebrate your birthday tomorrow? I'll treat you. How about coming to Xiangminlu for drinks? Kar-hung said no need. I have a day off tomorrow, and we'll go home to help Si-yoon. The new year is coming, and there's a lot to do at home. She doesn't know your birthday? Gu Helen was annoyed. You've taken care of her for 5 years. Has she ever cared about you? Last year, on your birthday, she insisted on eating candied hawthorn. You even braved the snow to come to town to buy it for her. How did she treat you? Kar-hung didn't seem to mind. My birthday isn't important. No need to bother. Song Si-yoon stood at the door, feeling a sour and uncomfortable sensation in her heart. She had already decided to pretend not to know, but the moment she stepped inside, she changed her mind. Young Master Gu is back.
It's been a while since I saw you, she said.
Gu Helen looked at her. Yes, it's been a while. You haven't caused trouble for Chae-hung lately, have you? Song Si-yoon smiled. I'm not someone who causes trouble easily. She felt a bit awkward and added, at least not now. Gu Helen couldn't help but smile. Song Si-yoon looked at Chae-hung and then said to Gu Helen, tomorrow is Chae-hung's birthday, right? I plan to cook a few dishes. If you're free, come over and eat with us. It will be more lively with more people. Chae-hung looked up at her, and Gu Helen also looked at her. Song Si-yoon pretended not to care and said, if you're busy, it's okay. We can eat alone.
I'll definitely come, Gu Helen replied. Although he didn't like Song Seon much, he knew Chae-heng cared about her, and he also wanted to celebrate Chae-heng's birthday, so he would go. Song Seon nodded. Good, then it's settled.
Come tomorrow.
If you feel shy, bring some snacks from Tangxiang's High. Okay, I'll definitely come. I can't do without your snacks, Gu Helen said with a teasing smile, still craving them. Song Seon asked Chae-heng to buy some rice and bring it home, then she left first. After she left, Gu Helen immediately said, "It's been a few days. She looks different. She even knows how to celebrate your birthday? She's really changed." Chae-heng didn't reply but felt very happy inside. After leaving Xiangminlu, Song Seon felt a bit regretful. But since she had already spoken, it was hard to take it back. Forget it. Just this once, the last time. From now on, whoever cares for him is just a little dog. She bought a lot of things and carried them home, thinking about what to do the next day. Gu Helen, with a teasing smile, thought that if they were inviting someone over for dinner, they should put in effort to cook some good dishes. It's proper hospitality. The freshly made sausage smelled perfect and needed to be served. She planned to make a braised fish and a few home-cooked dishes, which should be enough. Today, she also bought a small jar of wine. With meat, vegetables, and wine, everything was ready. That evening, Chae-hung bought rice and brought it home, pouring it into the rice jar. He then asked, "Are you really inviting Gu Helen tomorrow?" Song Seon replied, "Are you trying to trick him?"
Of course I am.
"I've already bought the ingredients." Song Seon did not hide it from him. "Manager Chen told me he asked for your birth date when he invited you to join Xiangmanlu. He still remembers it." Chae-heng was quite surprised. He didn't expect Manager Chen to remember that and to tell Song Seon. "Thank you," Chae-heng said sincerely. "Thank you for celebrating my birthday." Song Seon replied, "It's nothing special, just some simple home-cooked dishes. It's not really a birthday celebration." Chae-heng added fire to the stove. "That's enough." Song Seon smiled. "Did you never celebrate your birthday before?" He didn't answer, as if he hadn't heard her. Song Seon always felt he was a bit strange sometimes, especially when talking about the past. She was curious, but felt it wasn't her business. Anyway, they would part ways eventually. The next day, Song Seon asked Chae-heng to go to another village to buy a fish. Someone there was selling fish, and she could also go herself, but she was busy. She was preparing other dishes at home. Near noon, Gu Helen came to their house. Song Seon told Chae-heng to greet him while she continued working in the kitchen. Gu Helen looked at the kitchen door with disbelief. "Did I see it right? Is it really Song Seon cooking? Otherwise?" Chae-heng pointed to the upper room and told him to sit inside. Gu Helen asked, "So, everything you said is true? Is Song Seon cooking at home now?"
Kiang nodded.
"I told you before."
You didn't believe me.
Seon is a good cook. Today, you can taste her dishes. The new recipes recently introduced at Xiangmanlu were all her ideas. Manager Chun is very happy, and Master Wang even said he wants to take her as a disciple.
He spoke proudly.
Gu Helen smiled. "All right, don't boast too much. Can Master Wang just take anyone as a disciple?" Chae-heng just smiled without replying. No matter how much he explained, he didn't think Gu Helen would believe him. It was better to let him taste for himself. Chae-heng brewed a pot of tea for Gu Helen and then went to the kitchen to help Song Seon. Today, she was making some complicated dishes. Chae-heng knew it was because guests had arrived, and she wanted to be more formal. "No need to go to so much trouble. Gu Helen isn't really a guest," Song Seon said. "His taste is so picky. I don't want to do a bad job. If he talks nonsense afterward, that's on him. Besides, I plan to make money with my cooking, and this is a good chance to see his reaction." Chae-heng helped her and was already looking forward to Gu Helen's surprised expression. He didn't believe that Seon made the new dishes at Xiangmanlu. The three of them worked in the kitchen for a while. The dishes were almost ready. Song Seon was about to cook the last vegetarian dish, while Chae-heng started to serve the food outside. Gu Helen was drinking tea alone upstairs. When the dishes were brought over, he was curious at first, but when he saw the food, he frowned. "Is this really Song Seon's cooking?" Chae-heng replied,
Could there be a third person in this family? He went out again to serve more dishes. Gu Helen saw the cured sausage from yesterday's meal at Zhangminlo. How do you have this here? Chae-hung was very calm. Song Si-in made it. Even Zhangminlo buys it from her to sell. Eat more today and see if it tastes the same. Chae-hung went back and forth several times. Gu Helen's expression grew more surprised each time. Chae-hung couldn't help but laugh. Song Si-in asked, "What are you laughing at?" He shook his head. "Nothing. You'll find out soon." When the last dish was ready, Song Si-in carried it out. Chae-hung served the soup and took it upstairs. The table was already full of dishes, steaming hot, and in this cold winter, it felt especially warm. Gu Helen looked at the food on the table and was speechless. He swallowed hard and looked at Song Si-in. "Don't tell me all these are made by you?" Song Si-in said, "If you don't believe it, that's fine. Today's dinner was just to celebrate Chae-hung's birthday, not to prove my cooking skills. Then I have to try it." Gu Helen picked up his chopsticks and ate without hesitation. After tasting, he couldn't doubt her anymore. Chae-hung was right. Song Si-in's cooking skills were truly impressive. No wonder Master Wang wanted to take her as apprentice. If she trained under Master Wang for a few years, her cooking would only improve more. Even if he was reluctant to admit it, he had to nod and praise her a little. "Your cooking is really good. Sorry, I was blind before and didn't see your talent." Song Si-in smiled. "You've always been confident and proud." Though it sounded like a tease, Gu Helen didn't get angry. He thought it was just joking, and finally, he felt at peace with Song Si-in. Last time, he saw her talent for medicine. This time, he saw her cooking talent. He thought maybe Song Si-in wasn't as useless as he once believed. He had just been too biased against her before. Today, with food, meat, and wine, Gu Helen ate happily. The three of them finished almost all the dishes on the table. He drank some wine and kept praising Song Si-in's cooking skills. Chae-hung was happy at first, but eventually lost his smile. "All right, I didn't drink much today. Why do I feel like I'm drunk?" Gu Helen smiled and said, "Chae-hung, you really have good judgment. I knew you couldn't be a fool. Your wife is quite nice." Song Si-in smiled calmly and was about to clear the dishes when Chae-hung immediately held her hand. "I'll do it." In winter, his hand was not cold. His palm was warm and comfortable. Song Si-in hesitated before pulling back her hand and nodded. "All right, but how will he go back? I don't think it's safe to let him take the car alone." Chae-hung said, "I'll take him back later."
Okay.
Song Si-in had nothing to do in the afternoon, so she went back to her room to read. However, she kept thinking about what Gu Helen said and couldn't help but smile, then scolded herself for being silly. In the afternoon, Chae-hung took Gu Helen back to the town and soon returned with 2 strings of candied hawthorn. He handed the candied hawthorn to Song Si-in. "It's rare to see these this season. The lady who makes them keeps them well. I bought 2 strings for you." Now, Song Si-in rarely asked for snacks like this. Seeing the candied hawthorn, Chae-hung remembered she loved to eat them. On the way back, he kept worrying about whether she would want them or not. Song Si-in accepted the candied hawthorn and took a bite. Sweet and sour, very tasty. Chae-hung smiled. She handed him the other string. "One each, let's eat together." He took it and said, "Okay." That night, lying in bed, Chae-hung looked at the string of candied hawthorn on the windowsill. He smiled slightly and thought to himself, "Si-in, thank you for celebrating my birthday so thoughtfully. No one has ever cared for me as much as you do." Recently, Song Si-in was busy cleaning the house. Suddenly, she remembered she still needed to buy something. Chae-hung had already gone to Zhangminlo, so she had to go by herself. Not having a phone was really inconvenient. She had to do everything herself. Early in the morning, Chae-hung went to Zhangminlo to settle the accounts. At year's end, many bills needed to be cleared, payments for others' goods, wages for the chef and waitstaff, and reminders for Manager Chen to order supplies. He was very busy. He finished the accounts by noon. After Manager Chen reviewed them, he was very satisfied. He smiled and said, "It's still you who does the accounting. These past few days, I've been so overwhelmed with the books My head is spinning.
Kiang smiled.
Anything else that needs to be calculated?
Just give it to me, manager.
No need. You keep detailed records daily, so everything is clear.
It's not so hard at the end of the year.
Tomorrow, you can start your holiday. Come back after the 6th day of the new year. Chae-hung had only worked at Manhwa for about a year, so he finally knew he could take a holiday during the new year. He was quite happy and nodded with a smile. All right, thank you, manager. Master Chen handed him a small money pouch. This is your wages. For the new year, a bit more. Next year, you must work hard. He took the pouch, which felt heavier than usual. Chae-hung was surprised. So much? That's what you deserve, Master Chen smiled. Having you here this year has really eased my worries. Just take this money and be at ease.
All right.
Chae-hung was very happy. With this money, he could buy many things to take home. While he was looking down at the account book, someone stood in front of the counter. Chae-hung looked up.
Customer.
The person in front was Zhang Wan. Chae-hung hadn't seen her in a long time, but he could still recognize her. Miss Zhang has arrived. Would you like a seat upstairs or in the main hall? Zhang Wan said, I'm here to collect payment. I won't be eating today.
All right.
I'll find the accounts so you can check them, Chae-hung said, flipping through Zhang's records while sending a waiter to call the shopkeeper. Zhang Wan looked at him with a gentle smile. It's been a while since we met. Big brother Chae, you don't seem surprised to see me. Chae-hung looked up with a polite, distant smile. It's not that I don't recognize you. Of course, I wouldn't be surprised. Shopkeeper Chen came over to check the accounts. The total was 137 taels. Chae-hung handed the silver over to Zhang Wan. Now you can handle things on your own. Business in the capital city is good, isn't it? Shopkeeper Chen said with a smile. Zhang Wan replied, You're joking, Uncle Chen. No matter how capable I am still a woman. I can't run a big business. It's just small deals. Shopkeeper Chen said, It's already noon. Stay for a meal. Recently, Xiang Man Lu has a new dish. You haven't tried it yet. Zhang Wan smiled silently and looked at Chae-hung. Chae-hung was just counting his money. She said, Big brother Chae, you haven't eaten either? Why not eat together? Chae-hung immediately refused. No need. I still have accounts to settle. Miss Zhang, feel free. Shopkeeper Chen watched silently, thinking, haven't your accounts already been settled? But he understood. Chae-hung now had a family, and Zhang Wan's intentions were obvious.
He wouldn't get involved.
This was none of his business. He could only let Chae-hung handle it himself. Shopkeeper Chen was about to leave. At the door, he saw Song Xian approaching. He started to worry. Would there be a misunderstanding? Song Xian had already arrived. Seeing him, she asked, Shopkeeper, is Chae-hung here?
He's
inside. Song Xian smiled and went straight in. Inside, she saw a young woman leaning against the counter, chatting and laughing with Chae-hung. Song Xian's smile froze on her face. Chae-hung immediately saw her and asked, Xian, is there anything else you want to buy? Oh, I was thinking of getting some nice bowls and chopsticks. But the shop assistant said there will be a shipment this afternoon. I thought I'd wait here at Xiangmanlo and go see it later. While talking to him, Song Xian's eyes subconsciously looked at Zhang Wan. She wondered if this was the person Chae-hung had kept outside. It didn't seem likely. The clothes and jewelry Zhang Wan wore were not things Chae-hung could afford to provide. Shopkeeper Chen wanted to help, so he said, Chae-hung, the accounts are almost settled. You can go back at noon. I'll handle the rest myself. Since Song Xian said she would wait until the afternoon, Chae-hung shook his head and said, It's okay. Xian wants to see the goods, so I'll accompany her this afternoon. Shopkeeper Chen had no choice but to leave, hoping they wouldn't cause a scene in the shop. Song Xian walked to the counter and openly looked at Zhang Wan. Chae-hung said, This is Miss Zhang, the young owner of Zhangji Liquor Shop. Today she's here to settle the bill. Miss Zhang, you're so impressive. You're so young and already running a business, Song Xian said. Zhang Wan smiled slightly and nodded at her. Chae-hung added, Miss Zhang, this is my wife, Song Xian. Zhang Wan seemed to grit her teeth as she spoke. I've heard that Brother Che's wife is quite extraordinary.
Today I finally see her, and she's indeed impressive. She was a good talker, sounding like a compliment, but upon closer thought, it seemed like every word wasn't exactly a praise. Song Seon wasn't stupid. She could tell that Jongwon didn't see Chae Hung as an ordinary person. She smiled and said, no matter how impressive, she's just a village woman. You, Miss Zhang, are more knowledgeable and capable running a tavern. It's just helping my father, Jongwon said, tightening her grip on her sleeve, then said to Chae Hung, there are some things at the shop. I'll leave now and catch up with Brother Chae another day. She left Xiangminlu directly. Song Seon looked at Chae Hung, her anger barely hidden on her face. Chae Hung said, there's nothing to catch up on, really. Song Seon snorted, stop pretending. She was annoyed and leaned in closer, whispering, if you want to catch up with her, you'll have to wait until we divorce. Otherwise, what am I supposed to be? Chae Hung nodded softly and said, I understand. In the afternoon, Chae Hung and Song Seon went shopping for tableware. Their home's bowls and plates were too old. Song Seon liked delicate things. The new batch they bought wasn't very fancy, but compared to what she used in her past life, it was quite good for now. Song Seon picked out some bowls, plates, and porcelain spoons, and also bought a new set of tea utensils. Xiao Er, knowing they lived in the countryside, was surprised and thought, even rural folks are so particular? Chae Hung, however, had no hesitation at all. He paid the money, put the items into a basket, and carried it on his back. Let's go. After they left, Chae Hung led the way, while Song Seon lagged behind. When they reached the small country path home, she caught up. Do you think it's strange that I bought so many delicate dishes? We're just villagers. Doesn't it seem out of place?
Kiang smiled slightly.
Use whatever you like. Nice bowls and plates make the food taste even better. She didn't expect that a man like him could have such a girlish side. Song Seon couldn't help but smile. That's true. They walked side by side, and snowflakes began to fall again. On this path, it was just the two of them. Though it felt a little lonely, it was also very beautiful. Song Seon thought it would be better if Chae Hung didn't have other women outside. Realizing what she was thinking, she quickly shook her head. Such thoughts were really foolish. Today, she spent nearly 2 taels of silver just to buy bowls and plates. Did he still have money? Chae Hung looked at her and smiled. The shopkeeper paid me this month's wages and a New Year bonus. I have 6 taels of silver now. That's enough for these. Song Seon nodded lightly. Oh, Master Chun is quite generous. Does he usually give bonuses? Chae Hung said, yes, he does. Not as much normally, but for the new year it's different. I was busy today, but in a few days, we'll go to town again. You should buy a few new outfits. She looked down at her clothes and said casually, it doesn't matter what I wear. I'm just a village woman. No matter how I dress, I can't compare to those young ladies.
I'm not pretty anyway.
You look nice. Chae Hung hurried to deny it. As he spoke, he realized he was too eager and quickly turned his head. He whispered, everyone should wear new clothes for the new year. I didn't have money to buy you any before, but this year, I'll buy a couple more. In past years, he hadn't worked at Xiangminlu and had been staying at Song's house, so he had no money to buy her clothes. Song Seon didn't really care what she wore. She thought clothes at this time were all similar, no special style. Some of her clothes in the wardrobe were bought by Song Hongwoo before. The fabric was actually pretty good, just washed, they were fine clothes. But Chae Hung had already spoken, and she didn't want to keep refusing. Anyway, if I don't buy it myself, he will still take it to spend on others. Song Seon thought to herself, more and more like those who know their husbands have someone outside, just wanting to spend a little more money so the other woman would spend less. All right then, you buy too. We'll go shopping again another day and prepare for the new year when we get back. Okay. Miss, that carriage driver left this afternoon with his wife. They went to buy dishes and then went home together. Jongwon sat at the head of the table, flipping through the account book. The servant was speaking in front, but she didn't respond, as if she hadn't heard him. After a while, Jongwon closed the account book gently and slightly smiled. Big Brother Chae and his wife seemed to have a good relationship. Not so long ago, it wasn't very good.
I heard that the carriage driver was very devoted to her, but the woman was indecisive and even wanted to marry Scholar Zhang, causing a lot of trouble. She even jumped into the river before. But after she jumped into the river, it was like she suddenly understood something. She and the carriage driver now go in and out together. Their relationship is peaceful now, and they often appear together at Xiangmenlu. Listening to this, Zhang Wan's hands clenched tightly, wrinkling the account book in her grip. The servant saw this and immediately lowered his head, pretending he didn't know anything. Zhang Wan nodded. All right, I understand. You may go now.
Yes.
She had flipped through the account book several times, but she was so angry that she forcefully threw it away. Just then, old Master Zhang came in and saw her angry. He quickly said, "What's wrong? You've only been back a few days, and you're already losing your temper. If you can't stay at home, go back to the city." "I'm not angry with Dad." Zhang Wan kicked her foot. "I'm angry with Big Brother Che. Why did he like such a fool?" Old Master Zhang said, "It's such a time. Why are you still thinking about him? He doesn't deserve you." Zhang Wan was anxious. "Dad, you said before that I could choose my husband myself, and you said Big Brother Che is a good person. If he becomes the son-in-law of the Zhang family, helping me manage the business, our family business will grow bigger." Old Master Zhang sat down nearby. "Yes, I did say that before, but at that time he wasn't married. Now he's married.
Why are you still thinking about him?
If it gets out, what will people think? Our Zhang family isn't a scholarly family, but in Gaoqiao town, we are well known. I, Zhang Qingfeng's daughter, shouldn't marry a married man. It would shame our family." Zhang Wan said, "It's that Song Siyun who's bothering him. What does that have to do with me? It's just because of a favor from a few years ago. He's been kind to her all these years, and he's already paid her back. There's no need for any more trouble now. I think this marriage can be called off at any time." "Do you really want to marry someone who's been married before? To be a second wife?" Old Master Zhang glared, clearly upset with his daughter. Zhang Wan sighed, "But I like him. Dad, you know his skills. He's born to do business. Manager Chen from Xiangmenlu found such a talented person, and he's very happy now. Enough, I won't agree to you becoming a second wife. If this gets out, where will I put my face? Our Zhang family is big and powerful. You're my only daughter. I won't let you ruin yourself like this." Old Master Zhang looked at her and said, "When Chehun got married, you couldn't handle it and ran to the city to run your own business. I thought you had finally understood. Now you're back and still talking about him. How did I end up with such a foolish girl?" Zhang Wan wanted to persuade him, but couldn't. She could only go back to her room and sulk. But the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She closed her eyes and could see Che Hung smiling at Song Siyun today. She had never seen him smile so gently at her.
Why?
Song Siyun was just a village girl, and she was so stupid. If it weren't for that favor that tied Che Hung to her, how could she have married such a lucky man? Humph. She was not convinced. What did Song Siyun have that she didn't? Why didn't Che Hung even look at her? Today the sun was nice. Song Siyun was in the yard, drying some herbs she had collected. Suddenly, she sneezed. Che Hung heard the sound and came out of the house. "It's cold in the yard. Wear more clothes. It's almost New Year. Don't catch a cold." Song Siyun said, "It's nothing. I don't know who's always talking about me." She looked up at the sky and smiled. "Yesterday, I set some nets by the river. I'm going to see if I caught any fish." As she spoke, she was about to go outside. Che Hing put down his book. "I'll go with you. Help you out." "No need. Brotherly also set a net. Maybe he's there too. I'll ask him to help." After saying that, Che Hung stepped outside, walking a bit faster. It's not right to always trouble others. Since there's nothing urgent at home today, I'll go with you for a walk. It's been a long time since I went to the river. Song Siyun didn't refuse. The river wasn't hers, and Che Hung wanted to go, so she couldn't stop him. The two of them walked together to the riverbank, meeting many villagers along the way who greeted them cheerfully. Mrs. Wang was especially enthusiastic. "Oh, little couple, where are you headed?" "Yunya, last time when Che Hing came to buy my chicken, wasn't it delicious?" Before Song Si-eun could reply, she leaned in closer and whispered, "Tell me, how many months are you pregnant?" Song Si-eun blinked. "Pregnant? I'm not pregnant." Chae-hung understood what Mrs. Wang meant and quickly said, "Mrs. Wang, you misunderstood. Si-eun isn't pregnant." As soon as he said that, Song Si-eun's ears turned red. "I'm not really. It's a misunderstanding." Wow, it seems I shouldn't buy old hens to eat casually. But I haven't even eaten it yet. Who should I talk to about this? Mrs. Wang didn't seem embarrassed, but looked a bit disappointed. She patted her thigh. "Oh, why not? You two have been married for almost a year, and you should have a baby by now. Maybe it's because you're not feeling well?" "Yunya, you're now learning medicine from Dr. Lee. Help Chae-hung check himself. If he's not feeling well, he should take some medicine to improve." Chae-hung choked on his words and coughed nonstop. Song Si-eun finally managed to hold back her laughter. "I understand. Thank you, Mrs. Wang, for your concern." Mrs. Wang held her hand. "I've been through this myself. Men are shy and don't like to admit it. You're his wife, so you should help him take care of these things, right?" Yes, that's how it is." Song Si-eun quickly nodded. Mrs. Wang spent a while giving them advice before remembering she had other things to do. She hurriedly left, took a few steps, then turned back to tell Song Si-eun, "Hurry up. Next year is the Year of the Dragon. Being born in the Year of the Dragon is great. You're a true dragon among men." Okay. Once they were out of sight, Chae-hung felt ashamed and turned toward the river, as if he was about to jump in, not caring that others might see. Song Si-eun giggled uncontrollably and after a while caught up with him. "So, you're also worried about what others might say about you? I thought you didn't care about anything." Chae-hung said, "I'm not incapable. Who knows?" Song Si-eun smiled, then felt it wasn't quite appropriate to say that, so she quickly turned her face away and didn't continue the topic. Song Si-eun felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so she looked at Chae-hung and asked, "After we divorce, what are your plans?" She was genuinely curious. They had only agreed to divorce, but she hadn't asked what Chae-hung planned to do afterward. Chae-hung shook his head.
"I don't know yet."
"We'll see when the time comes. Will you leave here?" Song Si-eun asked. Chae-hung looked at her. "Do you want me to leave?" Song Si-eun was momentarily stunned, then awkwardly stepped on a nearby dirt clump and smiled. "Xingyun Village isn't really up to me. It's such a big village, and there's plenty of space for you. If you want to stay, I can't stop you." She was surprised she could give such an answer. It seemed she didn't really want Chae-hung to leave. She could pretend to be tough, but she knew her true feelings. Chae-hung said, "We'll see about that later." Song Si-eun asked, "Are you planning to marry? What kind of woman would you marry?" "I haven't decided yet," Chae-hung smiled. "I'll know when I meet someone." Song Si-eun felt he was being insincere. It looked like he already had plans, but he was still pretending. They had agreed that after a year, they would part ways. Was he afraid she might refuse to leave? As they spoke, they arrived at the riverbank. Song Si-eun went to check her fishing net, and sure enough, there were fish inside. She was very happy. There are fish. Really fish. Chae-hung didn't know how to pull up the net. Song Si-eun showed him, and he followed her instructions. Soon, he pulled the net onto the shore. They caught several fish, and they were quite big. Song Si-eun felt lucky.
"Great.
We can raise these fish and have them for the new year. It's a good sign of abundance." She smiled happily, and Chae-hung was also pleased with her. The water shimmered in the sunlight, dazzling his eyes. He looked at her, her innocent smile making him lose focus. Song Si-eun happily took the fish out of the net and put them into a wooden bucket she brought. But suddenly, she tripped over the net and fell into the water with a splash. Chae-hung had been watching her and saw her fall. He forgot about the sunlight and her smile. Only panic remained.
Si-eun.
Song Si-eun knew how to swim, but she was wearing a loose cotton coat that absorbed water and felt heavy like a weight. She struggled hard to keep from sinking. "Chae-hung, find a stick and pull me out." Chae-hung was too worried to listen. He reached out to help her, but her wet clothes and the heavy net made her too difficult to lift. He had to go into the water himself and stand there to pull her out. Luckily, she was right next to the shore.
Chae-hung pulled her up, and she climbed out quickly, but she was soaked and shivering from the cold. "It's so cold, she said, her teeth chattering and her voice strange. The lower half of the car's body was also wet. He hurriedly said, "We need to go home quickly. Be careful not to catch a cold." Song Si-eun nodded. Bad luck again. How could she catch a fish and then fall into the water? She was too proud and careless. Just as they were about to head back, Lee Chong came to the riverbank to collect the fishing nets. Seeing that both of them were soaked, he hurriedly asked, "What happened? Si-eun, did you fall into the water?" Song Si-eun was trembling all over and could hardly speak. Kar-hung said, "I lost my footing and fell in just now. We need to change into dry clothes quickly." "I'll carry you back," Lee Chong offered, reaching out to grab Si-eun's arm. She instinctively stepped back. No need, I can walk," she stammered, her tongue almost tangled. Kar-hung said, "I'll carry Si-eun back. Our things are still by the river. Please watch over them for us. I'll take her home first, and then come to get our things." Lee Chong's hand slowly lowered. Kar-hung was Si-eun's husband. Why was he meddling here? "All right, I understand. You should take her home quickly," Lee Chong replied. Kar-hung squatted down and carried Si-eun on his back. She was lighter now, but with her wet clothes, her weight suddenly felt like it had been months ago. Halfway home, Si-eun worried that Kar-hung might not be able to carry her further. She whispered, I can walk, Kar-hung said, "Stop talking. We'll be home soon."
I'm fine.
Si-eun really wanted to roll her eyes. What time was it? And he still remembered that. Isn't he cold? Kar-hung quickened his pace and soon reached home. He took Si-eun back to her room and hurried to boil hot water, planning to let her soak in a warm bath. He lit the fire and then went inside to get her clothes. She was shivering so badly that it was hard for her to hold the clothes. Opening the wardrobe, a fresh scent wafted out. Kar-hung remembered when they first moved here. He had helped Si-eun organize her closet then, and it had smelled musty. She had really changed now. She was cleaner. He brought her clean clothes and saw her still trembling. He frowned and said, "I'll call Sister Fong to help you change. You're not feeling well enough to do it yourself." Si-eun thought of Fong's attitude and felt annoyed. She didn't want her to see her looking so disheveled. She shook her head.
No,
I can do it." She moved slightly, but her body was frozen with cold, so she had to say, "Help me take off my outer clothes, that's all." Kar-hung nodded, helped her take off her cotton coat outside, then turned and went out, closing the door behind her. "If it doesn't work, just tell me. I'll find someone to help, not Aunt Fong."
Okay.
Song Si-eun rubbed her arms, still stiff but able to move. She changed into dry clothes, then got into bed to lie down. After a long time, her body still couldn't warm up. The icy river water was too cold. After a while, Kar-hung knocked on the door outside. "Can I come in?"
Come in.
Kar-hung opened the door, bringing in a wooden basin, then carried 2 buckets of hot water inside and poured them into the basin. "You still can't get warm, so you need to soak. Try the water first. I'll bring you another bucket of hot water, just add it yourself." After saying that, he left. Soon, he returned with another bucket of boiling water. Song Si-eun nodded, waited for him to leave, then closed the door from inside. She took off her clothes and soaked in the basin. The house only had this wooden basin for bathing, so she could only curl up inside and couldn't wash her whole body. She kept pouring hot water over herself. When she added the second bucket and the water cooled down again, Song Si-eun reluctantly got out of the basin, dried herself, and changed into clean clothes. She felt warm now, but still needed a bath, otherwise, she would freeze to death today. She packed up her wet clothes, went outside to pour water, and Kar-hung brought over some soup. "Drink it while it's hot. Don't get cold." Song Si-eun took the soup, her palms warm from the heat. Kar-hung quickly went to pour out the bathwater, busy with chores, never stopping. Song Si-eun drank the soup and saw that Kar-hung had changed into new clothes. She asked, "Did you take a bath?" "No, I didn't get as cold as you. When I got back, I started a fire. I'm fine now." Song Si-eun thought her question was silly. There was only this basin at home.
She had been occupying it. Where could he bathe? Kar-hung finished tidying up the house and pointed outside. I'm going to Lee Chong's place to get some fish. Since the fish froze like that, we can't just leave it. He also remembered to tease her, so it seemed like everything was fine. Song Si-eun said, then, while you're there, get 2 doses of medicine from Master. We'll boil it tonight and drink it together to get rid of the cold. Okay. Song Si-eun sat in the main hall, staring at the courtyard gate, lost in thought. She remembered everything Kar-hung had done for her and imagined how he treated the woman outside.
Her mood was complicated.
Last night, both of them took medicine and went to bed early after eating. The next morning, Song Si-eun felt fine and refreshed. She looked healthy, as if her body was in good shape. Despite the cold from yesterday, she was still okay and feeling strong. She dressed and came out. The door to Chae-heng's room was still tightly shut. Usually, he rarely got up later than her. She stood there for a while, then suddenly remembered that Chae-heng's leg injury shouldn't get cold. How could he stand the freezing river water yesterday? Chae-hung. Song Si-eun knocked on his door. After a while, someone responded inside. Yes, I got up soon after. Song Si-eun asked, are you having leg pain? Did the cold yesterday make your old injury flare up? Chae-hung didn't really want to say his leg hurt. It was okay last night, but this morning, he couldn't stand on it. He remembered the last time he kept his injury a secret from Song Si-eun. She got very angry, so he didn't dare hide it anymore. Yes, it hurts a little, he admitted. Hearing this, Song Si-eun became worried. Without waiting for permission, she pushed the door open and went inside to check his injury near the bed. Oh no, you got cold yesterday. I told you not to go into the river. Couldn't you just find a stick to pull me out? Look at your leg, it's already sensitive to cold, and now it's worse. Chae-hung said, sorry, I didn't mean to trouble you. Song Si-eun looked at him and said, you're saving me, so don't say sorry. I should be the one apologizing. I didn't let you take a bath, so it's my fault it's so serious. She pressed on Chae-heng's knee. Let's give you an acupuncture treatment first. Later, I'll go to town to get medicine for you. The master's place doesn't have everything. Okay, he replied. Song Si-eun quickly started acupuncture on him. After feeling a bit better, she took some money and went to the town to buy medicine. She continued using the same herbal formula as last time, but without some fresh ingredients, so the effect might be a little weaker. She went to Yuan Hall, paid, and left without noticing Gu Helen sitting inside. After she left, Gu Helen asked, what medicines did she buy? The apprentice listed the names. Gu Helen frowned. They're all expensive herbs. The apprentice said, yes, she's come here several times. Every time, she buys these herbs. They're mainly for dispelling wind and dampness, relieving pain, and promoting blood flow. Maybe someone in her family has trouble walking or moving, so it costs a lot. Each time, it's over 2 silver coins. Gu Helen knew what these herbs were for, but he couldn't believe that Song Si-eun was really spending so much effort to treat Chae-heng's leg injury. She spent so much money on medicine, and Chae-heng probably didn't know. Otherwise, he would have mentioned it long ago. Over time, he realized that Song Si-eun was really different from what he had imagined. Could it be that he was too narrow-minded? Gu Helen wanted to visit Chae-heng, but since Song Si-eun was already taking care of him, he decided not to go. It seemed that Song Si-eun could really treat Chae-heng's leg injury, just as Chae-heng had said before. The person he used to look down on was actually more attentive than him. He chuckled to himself, realizing he was too self-important. Why should he judge others unfairly? Song Si-eun bought medicine and ordered a bathtub. Chae-heng's injury was suitable for medicinal baths, but she hadn't thought of this earlier. Then she hurried back to make ointment. She worked all morning and only started applying medicine to Chae-heng after lunch. This time, I'll apply the medicine for 2 days straight. During these 2 days, you shouldn't go anywhere. Of course, your leg must be very painful now, and you probably can't walk. Chae-heng nodded, knowing he really couldn't walk. He counted the days, frowned, realizing tomorrow was the 28th, but he couldn't go anywhere now. What should he do? On the first day, Acupuncture and medicine application helped Chae Hung feel much better by evening. He could go out to eat on his own, and he thought he might be able to walk the next day. However, Song Seon said, "Tomorrow, the medicine needs to be applied for a longer time, starting from the morning. Don't move around at all. You've been frozen too badly this time. If you're not careful, all my efforts will be wasted." Hearing this, he gave up the idea of walking around and decided he still shouldn't move.
Okay.
That night, Chae Hung was deep in thought, worried and restless, and didn't sleep well. Song Seon also didn't sleep well. She could tell Chae Hung had something on his mind, but it wasn't related to his leg injury. She didn't know who he was thinking about. He hadn't mentioned it in front of her, so she naturally wouldn't ask. That was fine. She was only responsible for treating his injury and nothing else. The next morning, Song Seon got up early to prepare the medicine. After breakfast, she applied it to Chae Hung and then went about her other chores. It was already the 28th of December. The family had bought quite a few things, but they hadn't started preparing yet. Near noon, a few people arrived at Shingtree village with a strong presence. As soon as they entered the village, they began asking about Chae Heng's residence. A few women at the village entrance were frightened and pointed the way. The visitors immediately headed toward Chae Heng's house.
Hey, what's going on?
These people don't look friendly. Could it be that young girl caused trouble again? I don't think so. They're asking about Chae Hung. Maybe Chae Hung got into some trouble in town. Should we go see what's happening? They exchanged glances, curious, and followed from a distance. Song Seon was busy sweeping dust in the kitchen when she heard a noise outside. She thought it was the delivery of her purchased bath bucket. She came out of the kitchen but realized it was not what she expected. The people outside looked fierce and intimidating, not at all like delivery workers. Wearing a headscarf with a worried face, she looked at the people at the gate and asked, "Who are you?" The leader replied, "Where is Chae Hung? Tell him to come out. Does he think hiding and not showing up means he's safe? I tell you, it's not that easy." Song Seon was confused and didn't understand what was happening, but she could tell these people were looking for Chae Hung. Did Chae Hung cause trouble outside? That's surprising. While Song Seon was thinking, the people outside couldn't hold back and started whispering among themselves. "Big brother, should we just rush in like this?" Of course. If Chae Hung doesn't come out to see us, how can we control him in the future? He must pay the money. Otherwise, how will our family survive? Yes, we must go in now. They agreed and started banging on the gate. Song Seon was startled and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? In broad daylight, are you trying to break into someone's home? We want Chae Hung to pay back the money. If he doesn't, I will report his wife to the authorities." Hearing this, Song Seon was still thinking that Chae Hung owed money outside. But when she heard about reporting his wife, she was even more confused. What did she do? Could it be that Chae Hung caused trouble outside using her name? She glared at the people outside, seeing them still banging on the door, and shouted sternly, "I am Chae Heng's wife. If you have something to say, talk to me. If you dare to keep banging on my door, I will call the police." It's near the new year, and there are people everywhere in the village. The group finally stopped. The leader said, "All right, since you are his wife, then give the money for your husband." The agreement was 5 taels of silver a month. Today is the 28th of the 12th month. Why hasn't the money been delivered? Last time, he said it was delivered on the 26th, and we gave him 2 extra days. That was generous enough. It turns out they owed money. But Song Seon wasn't that worried. From what she heard, Chae Hung was supposed to give them 5 taels of silver a month. Could it be that the money he secretly spent earlier was for these people? Realizing this, Song Seon felt a bit relieved. She thought she was overthinking. What money? I don't know. They suddenly came claiming I owe money. Who knows if they're lying? "No money, get out," she said. The people outside didn't expect her to have such an attitude. "What are you saying, you shrew? Paying back debts is just right. Kar Heng's wife broke my brother's leg, so she should pay us. If not, we'll take this to court. Now you're backing out and denying everything?" Song Seon finally understood what was going on. It turned out that she had caused trouble earlier and injured someone. It sounded like the other person was hurt quite badly, so they were using this as leverage to make Kar Hung pay them monthly. She thought back, but she couldn't remember exactly which trouble she had caused. She had caused too many problems before, and she didn't know which one they were talking about. But she knew she couldn't just give them money. It was like a bottomless pit. These people clearly planned to keep extorting money and wouldn't stop. She couldn't keep giving in like this. Crossing her arms, Song Si-eun said, "If you want to sue, then go ahead. Just be clear about how much you want. If you keep asking for money, I don't know if I've given you too much already.
If you want money, fine.
If you want to go to court, I'll go with you." They had decided to ask for money, but they didn't expect the outcome to be like this. Kar Heng's wife was completely different from them. She didn't seem afraid of going to court. "Think carefully. If I sue you, you won't get a good result. You hurt my brother badly, so he'll definitely end up in jail." Song Si-eun replied, "Jail or not, I've never been there before. If you really think you can do that, I'd be impressed. But I doubt your brother's injuries are serious. They probably healed by now. Going to court might not be to your advantage. Just think about how much money you've extorted from Kar Hung. They came from a simple rural family and didn't know the rules of the court." Song Si-eun was just trying to bluff them. Sure enough, they panicked. A few of them pulled the person in front aside and lowered their heads, whispering among themselves. Seeing this, Song Si-eun felt more confident. If they were scared, she had nothing to fear. Those people were just waiting for Kar Hung to pay so they could enjoy the new year. Now that they saw no money, they hadn't bought much meat for the holiday and were unwilling to give up. When they saw Song Si-eun refuse to pay, they started pushing the door and trying to break in. Angry, Song Si-eun rolled up her sleeves, went to the kitchen, and grabbed a kitchen knife.
Who dares to come in?
"You're lawless, extorting my husband and trying to rob us in broad daylight. I think I should go to the government office and report this." "Nonsense. I'm just taking what's rightfully mine. That's what Kar Heng's wife owes us." After saying that, she started banging on the door again. Song Si-eun clenched her teeth and threw the kitchen knife directly. The tip of the knife was stuck firmly into the wooden post at the gate, just 2 fists away from the person outside. The other person was immediately frightened. This woman was not someone to mess with. If she got angry, she would fight hard. Song Si-eun immediately said, "At the end of the year, I don't want to argue with you too much. My family is busy. As I said, I don't have money, and if you want to take me to court, I'll go with you. If you really think my family owes you money, go ahead and sue us. I won't refuse to pay what's owed. But if you come here demanding money now, I can only give you this kitchen knife." She slightly squinted her eyes. "My kitchen knife isn't kind, and next time, I don't know if you can avoid trouble." The people outside seemed to be frightened. One of them said, "Big brother, maybe we should go back first. We already know where he lives. We can come again later." I don't believe they can just move away. The leader of the group thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, since he probably won't refuse to pay, let's go back today." He pointed at Song Si-eun. "Just wait for the court." Song Si-eun stepped forward and took down the kitchen knife. The people outside clearly retreated a few steps and then hurriedly ran away. She also let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, these people weren't very brave. Otherwise, today's matter wouldn't have been so easy to resolve. The commotion at the door had attracted many villagers, but no one dared to come closer. Now that the people had left, they dared to come forward and ask, "Yun, what happened with your car? Did you owe money outside? I thought he was usually honest. Why would he do something like this?" Song Si-eun said, "If you want to find out, go ask those people." The person replied, "Hey, what are you saying? Annie is just concerned about you." Song Si-eun looked at the kitchen knife in her hand. "Since Auntie Wang is so concerned, then go and return the money. I will sincerely thank you." Auntie Wang glared. "You girl, talking nonsense. What does your family owing money have to do with me? Why should I pay? Since this has nothing to do with you, why are you asking about it?" Song Si-eun lost her patience and turned to go inside. The people outside shrugged and whispered, still the same temper. "I thought she was going to live a good life. TCH, let's go, let's go. Don't let her really cause trouble for us later." Song Si-eun put away the kitchen knife and went into Kar-heng's house. Something happened outside, and Kar-heng heard it clearly. Those people really came to ask for money. He was still applying medicine and couldn't get out of bed. Song Si-eun pulled up a chair and sat by the table, crossing her legs and looking at him. Tell me, what exactly is going on? Kar-heng knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he said, 2 years ago, you had an argument with someone in town. You fought in the street, and in a rush, you used a stick to break that person's leg. After that, their family wouldn't let it go, and kept demanding compensation. Song Si-eun stared. So you just paid? You seem pretty smart normally, but why did you act so foolish about this? It's obvious they're trying to scam you. Do you really give them 5 taels of silver every month? Kar-heng hesitated but nodded. Since he was injured, you've been paying them. You even gave money when you were at the Song family. I was secretly reading books, and almost all my earnings went to their family. Song Si-eun, who wasn't as angry earlier outside, now trembled with rage. Kar-heng, you're really sick. How serious was his injury? Did he almost lose his life? 5 taels a month is a lot, and you dare to give it? Why don't you sell yourself to give them the money? Kar-heng said nothing. Song Si-eun asked, besides money, did that family also ask you to buy meat or fabric? Kar-heng looked at her. How do you know? Song Si-eun said, just a guess. She wouldn't admit she had been spying on him earlier. That was too embarrassing. Kar-heng looked down at his leg. Song Si-eun asked, if they don't come today, do you plan to hide this from me forever? If we separate in the future, will that family still come to ask for money, and will you keep giving it to them? He knew she would be angry if he admitted it, but also didn't dare hide it. He nodded. I would still give. Song Si-eun was speechless. Kar-heng, are you pretending to be clever? Can't you see they're just scamming you? How can you be so stupid? He said, if I don't give, they will go to the authorities. I don't want to take risks. I know his brother's leg is almost healed. If they keep bothering us, I'll find a way to deal with them. It's just not the right time now. Song Si-eun was anxious. Then just report it. His leg is almost healed. What's the big deal? You've already paid a lot over these 2 years. Why are you still afraid they'll sue? Kar-heng paused and then said, Si-eun, you've caused a lot of trouble before. If they sue you, others might follow. If many people complain, the local officials won't just overlook small offenses, they'll lock you up. I can't let Uncle Song's daughter go to jail, so even if I know this family is extorting me, I have to go along with them. I just want to keep things from getting worse. This time, Song Si-eun had no words left. She couldn't even curse. What could she say? Kar-heng was really thinking for her. He's right. It's only okay if it's just one case, but if many complain, the officials won't let her go. It might even stir up public anger. She had nothing to say. She lowered her head. Whether it was the original owner or herself causing trouble before, now she was Song Si-eun, and she couldn't escape that connection. After a while, she said, but if you keep siding with them, others will see and might also try to extort you. What will you do then? Pay each family? Kar-heng shook his head. The Leaf family knows we're just villagers. They don't have much money. If others find out, how can they be sure they'll still have money left? So you've kept it a secret for 2 years? Song Si-eun sighed. You're really impressive, carrying this burden yourself. Don't you feel tired? It's tiring, but I have to do it, Kar-heng replied. I can still manage. I usually write calligraphy at the tavern to earn some money. Sorry, I didn't tell you. Song Si-eun thought to herself, I already knew. I thought he was just out there having an affair. For some reason, after learning about this, she was supposed to be angry at Kar-heng for being foolish, but instead, she couldn't help feeling happy. She didn't even know why she was happy. But since he didn't tell her about the Leaf family extortion, she was still upset. If you can hold on, then hold on for me. Since I don't need to help, you can handle everything yourself. It's none of my business. After saying that, Song Si-eun didn't even look at him.
She got up and went outside.
After walking a few steps, she turned back and closed the door for him. Kar-heng sighed. In the end, he couldn't hide it. That morning's big fuss had caused quite a stir. In the afternoon, when Song Si-in was chopping firewood in the yard, she could hear people talking. There were noticeably more passers-by at the gate today than usual. As the new year approached, every family had become more relaxed. The villagers were eager to hear any new gossip. Song Si-in didn't bother to pay attention and continued working quietly. She chopped firewood and brewed medicine. This time, Chae-heng's injury flared up badly. She applied medicine, did acupuncture, and prepared herbal medicine for him to drink, hoping he would recover faster. Seeing that it was about time and that dinner was almost ready, she waited until the dishes were served before going to remove the medicated ointment from Chae-heng's leg.
Dinner is ready.
She didn't look at him and turned to leave. Chae-heng felt that his leg didn't hurt as much anymore. He could walk around without trouble. He put on his coat and went outside. Song Si-in ate her meal in silence, not talking to Chae-heng. He took the initiative to speak. The cold chicken I made last time was very tasty. I'm craving it a bit. Can you make some for me tomorrow? No one answered. He continued, how many dumplings should we make for New Year's Eve? Since the weather is cold and they can be stored, maybe we should make more to save trouble. Still, no reply. Chae-heng picked up his bowl and ate, then helped Song Si-in serve food. She returned the favor, and finally he responded. If you can do everything, why ask me? From now on, we should each live our own lives. Just take care of yourself. Anyway, I'm seen as useless in your eyes. Chae-heng finally understood why she was angry. He hurried to explain, I don't think you're useless.
Then why didn't you tell me?
Song Si-in slammed her chopsticks on the table. You kept it a secret for 2 years. That's pretty impressive. If I hadn't gotten hurt this time, and if those people hadn't come looking for money, were you planning to keep hiding it from me? He looked at her and paused before speaking, because I was afraid you'd feel guilty. At first, I was worried you'd feel bad. Later, I thought enough time had passed, and since you didn't ask, I didn't tell you. He tidied up her chopsticks and placed them on her bowl. Back then, Lee's second son was just injured. You were very scared and kept asking if his injury was serious. You admitted you were wrong. I know you didn't want him to get hurt either. So, I was afraid knowing the truth would upset you. A few simple words of explanation made Song Si-in silent for a long time. 2 years ago, he remembered everything just to prevent her from feeling guilty or blaming herself, and to avoid her being taken to court. He had been silently enduring Lee's extortion all along. Song Si-in picked up her chopsticks and ate, feeling that the original owner was ungrateful for her blessings. She also thought that Song Hongwoo was very perceptive to see that Chae-heng would take good care of his daughter. After a while, she said quietly, now I understand. In the future, don't hide things from me. It's better to face problems together. Kar-hung felt relieved after hearing this. She was no longer angry. Okay, now you can't hide anything anymore. Song Si-in glared at him, and both of them smiled before continuing their meal. That evening, Song Si-in gave Kar-hung acupuncture again and made him take his medicine. Only after finishing everything did they go back to sleep. It turned out Kar-hung hadn't been unfaithful, which was good news. She didn't want to be married to someone who was indecisive, even if they only shared the title of husband and wife. Song Si-in slept well. The next morning, Kar-hung got up first and prepared breakfast. After eating, she said, let's go to the town later. I feel like there are still some things we haven't bought. You said you wanted to buy new clothes. Okay. Kar-hung nodded. My leg is almost healed. The medicine you applied worked very well. Song Si-in smiled. Of course. I learned from my master. How could it be bad? But you still need to be careful, especially not to get cold again. I understand. After breakfast, they left the village. Uncle Wong from the village met them and said, Kar-hung, do you have free time? Could you write a few couplets for me? Last year, you wrote some for old Lee's family, and I thought they were very good. Kar-hung replied, sure, but we need to go to the town now. We can talk about it when we return. All right, Uncle Wong nodded. You go ahead. I won't ask you to do it for free. How about 5 cents per couplet? My son Daniel is getting married next year, and we want to decorate more. Kar-hung said okay. After leaving the village, Song Si-in said, You're quite talented. Writing couplets for others, huh? People are willing to pay for your calligraphy. Your writing really is good. Kar-hung smiled. Just writing casually. Song Seon looked at him. You know, if you were that good, you'd be full of yourself. But yesterday, someone caused trouble, and Uncle Wong knows about it. Still, he's willing to let you write. Kar-hung, hands behind his back, calmly said, because I'm cheap. Song Seon burst out laughing. That's true. In town, writing spring couplets costs about 20 cents each, right? Not just that, Kar-hung replied. If I just copy the content, it's about 20 cents. But if I have to come up with the content myself, it's 50 cents or more. Song Seon nodded at him. You're quite affordable. Chae-hung didn't mind much. Usually, the villagers treated him well. He saw this as a good chance to exercise his mind and practice calligraphy. Why not do it? When they arrived in town, they first went to the clothing shop to buy new clothes. Song Seon hadn't bought new clothes in a long time. The original owner only cared about eating, but she thought it was enough to have clothes that weren't torn. She didn't plan to buy new ones. Song Seon didn't look at fancy fabrics because she worked every day, often carrying baskets. The good fabrics would quickly get worn out. She liked cotton clothes, just like in her past life, and cotton was cheaper now. They chose 2 thick outfits and 2 pairs of shoes, spending a total of 7 coins. Song Seon was about to pay, but Chae-hung paid first. She tilted her head and looked at him. I think your clothes are all so old. You should buy new ones. For the new year, we need new clothes to bring good luck. A fresh start. The shop assistant said, Yes, sir. Your clothes are all so old. We just got a new batch of ready-made clothes. The styles are very nice.
Kiang whispered, for Jade.
I can still wear my clothes. My clothes can still be worn too. So, why do you insist I buy new ones? I don't mind. If you buy for me, I'll buy for you too. Chae-hung was worried about spending too much money.
Seon, really, you don't have to.
Song Seon looked at him. Are you being disobedient? Chae-hung immediately couldn't say anything. She was happy, and she picked out 2 more thick outfits and a pair of cotton shoes, paying with her own money this time. After leaving the clothing shop, Song Seon said, in other families, men go out to earn money, and women stay home to do chores, make clothes and shoes. I can't do all that, but I can earn money too. So, we just buy things. Isn't that good?
Kiang smiled.
Yes, that's pretty good. They bought a few more things. After calculating, they felt they didn't need anything else, and decided to head home. Turning the corner, they passed by Yongwon-jai. Chae-hung said, I'll buy some red paper to write spring festival couplets. Uncle Wong should bring red paper, but it probably won't be good. Chae-hung thought since he was going to write for others, he should do a good job. They went into Yongwon-jai. Shopkeeper Wong saw Chae-hung and immediately came over, smiling. Sir Chae, it's been a while since you visited us. What would you like to buy? Chae-hung said, It's the new year. I want to buy some red paper to write couplets. Master Wong ordered the young servant to fetch something, then said to Chae-hung, Chae-lang-jun, you haven't copied any books for me in a while. When you have free time, help me copy a few. Customers like your handwriting. Chae-hung replied, I was busy earlier. Maybe after the new year. Master Wong smiled quickly. All right. I'll remember that. After the new year, I'll come to Seongman-lu to find you. Okay. Chae-hung chose some red paper. Master Wong asked the young servant to wrap it up, paid the money, and gave him an extra sheet. Song Seon didn't say anything the whole time. She just sat nearby, watching. She thought Chae-hung might be more talented than she had imagined. Yongwon-jai is the biggest bookstore in Gaoqiao Town. Which reader hasn't bought things there? They sell all kinds of pens and ink, and there are many books. If they don't have a book, Master Wong can find it. Master Wong is very polite to Chae-hung, which shows that the books Chae-hung copies sell very well and at good prices. Song Seon saw Chae-hung's handwriting. It wasn't perfect or ancient, but it was full of change and emotion. The writing was neat, but you could see many feelings in it. She didn't practice calligraphy much. Her understanding of it was just from a childhood hobby class. She wasn't sure if she understood it correctly. Now, seeing how polite Master Wong was to him, Song Seon felt she still didn't understand enough. Chae Heng's writing was very good, better than she thought. Otherwise, would the owner of Yongwonjai treat him like this? After leaving Yongwonjai, Song Seon asked, "Who did you learn your calligraphy from?" "It's really good." Chae Heng said, "I practice myself. I didn't have many hobbies as a kid, just liked writing. I've been doing it almost every day for many years." Song Seon wanted to ask about his childhood, but felt he might not like to talk about the past. She thought for a moment, and didn't ask. They walked home together. Passing a alley, Song Seon instinctively looked inside and saw Song Lonji. She quickly pulled Chae Heng to hide. "Look, is that Song Lonji? Who is she talking to?" Inside the alley, there was a man and a woman. Song Seon immediately recognized Song Lonji. The other person was standing sideways, so she couldn't see clearly.
Keeng Said, Scholar Jang.
His tone was flat, but Song Seon still heard a hint of sadness. He still cared. Song Seon looked up at him. What are Song Lonji and Scholar Zhang doing in the alley? How do they know each other? Seeing her face full of curiosity, but not angry, Chae Heng was momentarily stunned. Has she really stopped caring about Zhang Xiao now? Not waiting for a reply, Song Seon frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" Chae Heng said, "I don't know either. Maybe it's through Song Wenjia. They are from the same academy." "Really? That could be possible." Song Seon nodded with a smile. "I didn't expect you to know so much about these things. Don't you want to go to school?" Chae Heng shook his head. Song Seon looked into the alley again, feeling it was pointless to gossip here. "Let's go back. This has nothing to do with us." Chae Heng smiled slightly and handed her the 2 items she was carrying.
Okay.
Song Lonji didn't notice anyone outside watching them. She smiled gently. "Brother Lin, the new year is coming soon. We haven't seen each other for a while." Zhang Lin nodded. "Yes, after the 15th, school starts again. We won't see you during these days. Maybe I should come to your house to find you?" Song Lonji remembered Wu's words. Zhang Lin was so outstanding that many people were interested in him. She had to hold on tight. Zhang Lin immediately said no.
"Why?
"Don't you want to see me?" Song Lonji pretended to look sad. Zhang Lin said, "No, I do want to see you. It's just that now, with my reputation not yet established, if you come to my house, it might harm your reputation. When I am more successful, I will go to your house to ask for your hand, and you can marry me happily." Hearing this, Song Lonji was overjoyed, her face full of shyness.
It's settled then.
"You must study hard. I'll wait for you."
Okay.
Zhang Lin took her hand, leaned in, and kissed her on the cheek. Song Lonji immediately covered her face. "Brother Lin, you." Zhang Lin said, "I'm sorry. I knew a woman's reputation is important, but I was so overwhelmed by her beauty that I lost control. It's all my fault." Song Lonji didn't care about these things. She was determined to win Zhang Lin over, so a kiss was nothing. But she still acted shy, lowered her head, and said, "Brother Lin, I know you can't help yourself. I don't blame you." Zhang Lin smiled. "That's good. I will treat you well in the future."
Yes.
Song Seon and Chae Heng carried their bags home. Along the way, they met many villagers who looked at the things they carried with envy. "This Kar Hung is really capable. He never went to school but went to Xiangmenle to work as a clerk. I heard the shopkeeper values him very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the money to support Song Seon, who is quite extravagant. Look at that, during the new year, he is carrying many good things." Yesterday, someone came to cause trouble, and everyone wondered if Kar Hung had done something wrong. But those people left quickly, so it didn't seem serious. Not long after they returned home, Uncle Wong brought red paper to ask Kar Hung to write Spring Festival couplets. Kar Hung said, "Uncle Wong, I just bought some red paper today. I'll write for you with mine. Is that okay?" Uncle Wong immediately agreed. "Of course, why not?" "Kar Hung, your red paper isn't cheap, right?" Kar Hung smiled and said, "I promised 5 coins per pair of couplets, no price increase." Hearing this, Uncle Wong felt relieved. It wasn't that he thought people should write for free, but his family could afford to buy so much. If it was more, they might not want to spend it. He wrote 3 pairs of couplets for Uncle Wong and charged 15 coins, which made Uncle Wong very happy. Kar-hung, your handwriting is really beautiful, much better than the scholars in town, Uncle Wong praised endlessly. Kar-hung just smiled and didn't say much. After Uncle Wong left, he wrote 2 more pairs and pasted them at his home, one at the gate and one in the main hall. Soon after, more people came to ask him to write. It seemed the villagers saw Uncle Wong's couplets and liked them, wanting to add some happiness to their homes too. Kar-hung, can you write 2 pairs of couplets for Auntie? Kar-hung, I want some too. Sorry to trouble you. Kar-hung, your handwriting is really good. All these visitors wanted Spring Festival couplets, and Kar-hung didn't refuse. He moved his table to the yard and wrote for them outside. After Song Si-eun returned home, she was busy cooking. She came out from the kitchen to take a look. People had been gathered around Kar-hung in the yard. She smiled, feeling glad that everyone appreciated Kar-hung. He is a very good person. Near noon, Yoon-seong also arrived. Song Si-eun was in the kitchen cooking when she heard voices outside. Yoon-seong, you're here too? Do you want to write Spring Festival couplets? Song Si-eun immediately went to the door, standing inside the kitchen and looking out. Kar-hung was focused on writing, and Yoon-seong was standing beside him, watching intently. Then she shyly nodded. Humph, here she comes again. Song Si-eun turned around and left. Since the main door was open, she couldn't blame others for coming in without permission. Since everyone was here to ask Kar-hung to write, she could do the same. Otherwise, it would seem special. Write it, but if Chae-hung dares not to take money, she will fight him. After the people in front left, Song Si-eun heard Yoon-seong's gentle voice. Big brother Chae, I also want 2 sets of Spring Festival couplets. Please help me. Chae-hung said, 10 coins in total. Okay. Song Si-eun couldn't help but glance again. Yoon-seong took 10 copper coins from her purse and placed them on Chae-hung's table. Only then did she feel at ease and go back to stirring the minced meat. She was about to ask for money, but Yoon-seong was afraid she might be unhappy again. Big brother Chae, your calligraphy is really good. Who did you learn from? Chae-hung didn't reply. Yoon-seong continued, when my family grows up, I want him to practice calligraphy too. With such good handwriting, he won't have to worry wherever he goes. Can Big Brother Chae teach him? Chae-hung said, the teachers at the academy are better at teaching. While Yoon-seong was talking a lot while waiting for Chae-hung to write the couplets, Chae-hung didn't say much. Song Si-eun was busy in the kitchen, but somehow, her hearing suddenly seemed to improve. She could hear everything clearly outside, even small conversations. When Yoon-seong took her couplets and left, 2 more people came to get theirs, and Chae-hung continued working. Many villagers came to ask Chae-hung to write Spring Festival couplets. They planned to buy red paper and write casually, but soon ran out of red paper.
Mrs. Wu was in a good mood today.
The new year was approaching, the academy was on holiday, and her son was at home every day. Lee also bought a lot of meat for the family, so they had meat to eat these days. In the morning, Song Lonji said she was going out to meet her good friends, but actually, she went to the town to see Scholar Zhang. That was her plan. She hadn't come back yet, and Mrs. Wu was worried. She didn't know if things were going smoothly. She couldn't wait at home, so she went outside to wait. But she didn't see her daughter come back. Instead, she saw many people holding Spring Festival couplets. Several people approached her, and Mrs. Wu finally couldn't help asking, why are you all buying couplets? Such a tradition this year. Zhou said, we went to find Chae-hung to write them. We didn't know before, but it turns out Chae-hung's calligraphy is so good. I think it's much better than the scholar in town. That scholar charges 40 coins per pair, but Chae-hung only takes 5. Mrs. Wu pouted. He didn't go to school, so how good can his writing be? Sister Zhou, if you want couplets, you can ask my son Wenjia. Wenjia just came back yesterday. I can tell him for you. Zhou smiled. I've already written mine. I don't need more. Chae-hung's calligraphy is just really good. After speaking, she also showed the writing to Wu Shi, saying, look at how well this is written. Wu Shi replied, you can't read, so how would you know if it's good? My Wenjia writes much better. Zhou Shi felt annoyed and said, I can't read, but I can tell if it's neat, right? This handwriting looks nice. He even read it to me, and it's well done. That's Kar Heng's own writing. She rolled her eyes at Wu Shi and thought, this person is so narrow-minded. She can't accept Yunya, and Kar Heng only cares about her precious son. If Song Wenjie had real talent, why didn't anyone come to ask him to write? Does he not want to earn money? After Zhou Shi left, Wu Shi was so angry she crossed her arms. More people came, also with Spring Festival couplets, and she didn't want to talk anymore. She was about to go home when Song Lanji returned. She hurried to greet her, asking, "You're back.
How was it?"
Song Lanji smiled shyly and whispered, "Brother Lin said he would miss me and protect my reputation. He told me not to visit him at his house."
"He cares about me."
Wu Shi clapped her hands and said, "Oh, that's wonderful. My daughter, you are really talented. I think soon this scholar Zhang will be yours." Earlier, Song Xian chased him so shamelessly, but he only found her annoying.
"He's so gentle with you."
Song Lanji frowned and asked, "Mother, why bring up Song Xian? Can she compare to me?"
"Of course she can't.
My daughter is so beautiful. She's just a country bumpkin." Seeing some curious people looking over, Wu Shi pulled Song Lanji back home and said, "Let's talk at home." Back home, Li Shi was already angry. "What time is it? All you do is go out wandering. Are we not eating tonight?" Wu Shi felt upset but tried to flatter her, saying, "Mother, I'm back now. I'll cook right away." Li Shi turned to the main room. Wu Shi whispered, "You see, your grandma is getting worse to me. You need to be more brave. Marry Scholar Zhang early, and then life will be good." Song Lanji nodded and said, "How can I be brave?
"I have to take it step by step."
"It's true, but you're clever. First, make him yours." Wu Shi lowered her voice, afraid the old couple upstairs might hear. "Don't you know? When a man sees a woman taking the initiative, he can't refuse." Song Lanji blushed and asked, "Mother, is that too fast?" "Girl, that's Scholar Zhang. Many people are interested in him. If you don't hold on tight now, you might miss your chance in the future." Song Lanji thought this made sense and nodded. "Yes, I know what to do now." Wu Shi then smiled and said, "All right, go rest now. Mom is going to cook." While cooking, Wu Shi was thinking that if her daughter could get close to Scholar Zhang, and if he becomes a successful candidate, he could help support Wenjie. Wenjie studies so hard. He needs someone to back him up, or else he will suffer a lot. Wu Shi also remembered earlier when everyone went to ask Kar Heng to write Spring Festival couplets. She felt annoyed because Kar Heng had never been to a school and only knew how to work in the fields. He just got lucky this year and started working at Xiangmenlo as a bookkeeper. How good could his handwriting be? Wu Shi couldn't read or write herself, but she saw Zhou Shi holding Spring Festival couplets. She instinctively thought his writing was not good enough, certainly not as good as her son's. Her son had been to a proper school and would have a bright future. During dinner, Wu Shi said, "Wenjie, since you're home anyway, why not write Spring Festival couplets? You could earn some money. Many people in the village are doing it." Song Changming asked, "Who did you get to write them?" "Kar Heng," Wu Shi replied irritably. "Dad, what skills does Kar Heng have?" "His calligraphy sells for 5 coins a pair. Wenjie's would sell for 20 coins. Li Shi's eyes lit up. "Really? Then hurry up and tell people this afternoon that Wenjie can also write Spring Festival couplets." Song Wenjie asked, "Should I give the money to you, or to someone else?" Li Shi said, "Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. If you earn money, we can buy meat and have a good New Year." "But no, this is my money. I want to keep it," Wenjie said, worried that Song Changming and Li Shi would be angry. He softened his tone. "Using my own money to buy brushes and ink will give me more confidence in studying." Li Shi immediately agreed. "All right, your money is yours." Wu Shi was proud and said, "See? It's my son who knows how to talk." Song Hongwen kept eating silently but then asked, "Everyone in the village has asked Kar Heng to write. Will he still come to us?" When he said this, Wu Shi felt disappointed and said angrily, "Why wouldn't he come? Wenjie is a scholar. His writing can't be worse than Kar Heng's. I don't believe the villagers haven't noticed." Lee and Wu went out in the afternoon to shout about writing spring festival couplets, costing 20 coins per pair. Villagers, eager for fun, came to ask about it. Someone said that Chae-hung only charged 5 coins. Lee glared. Can Chae-hung compare to our Wenjia? Chae-hung never went to school. The man chuckled. That's true, but I already asked Chae-hung to write this morning. Next year I'll ask Wenjia. When the man left, Lee pouted. He doesn't know anything. Putting up spring festival couplets doesn't bring good luck. We're doomed not to get rich. All afternoon, no one came, but several people still went to ask Chae-hung to write. Chae-hung had run out of red paper, and those who came later felt disappointed. Passing by the Song family's door, Wu overheard their conversation and immediately said, "We have red paper at home. Come here, let Wenjia write for you. Sister Lin, since we're close, I'll ask Wenjia to charge you 10 coins. Lin said, "We don't really need to put them up, but everyone has been doing it this year. I just wanted to join in the fun. Maybe next time." Wu was unhappy. Lin added, "If you let Wenjia write and put it on your door, everyone will see how good his writing is and his talent. They'll come to us naturally." "Yeah, I didn't think of that," Wu smiled. "I'll go back now and ask Wenjia to write." Soon, Wenjia wrote a pair of spring festival couplets and stuck them on the gate. Passers-by looked and smiled. Most villagers don't read much, but they can tell if the writing looks good. Wenjia's characters were crooked and messy, nowhere near Chae-hung's skill. Wu felt embarrassed and kept belittling Chae-hung. People who didn't know better might think Wenjia was a reincarnation of a literary star. Someone who could read recited Wenjia's couplets. Wealth and happiness come together, peace at home, gold and silver everywhere, blessings arrive. That's pretty good, sounds lucky, they said. They didn't know about proper rhyme or structure, but the words about gold, silver, and wealth sounded prosperous. Nearby, someone held up a couplet written by Chae-hung and asked, "Look at this. What does it say?" Chae-hung read it to me, but I forget as soon as I turn away. Spring's brightness fills the garden, flowers bloom in competition, joy fills the house, blessings come naturally. At first, everyone thought Wenjia's writing was nice, but after hearing this, they changed their minds. Oh, it's still better when Chae-hung writes it. It sounds elegant and lucky, very good. Exactly. Chae-hung never went to school, but Wenjia has been studying for how many years? Is this all he can do? Everyone was talking loudly at the door, and Wu Shi inside could hear everything. She was very angry now, so she took a basin of water and poured it at their feet. If you don't want it, Wenjia doesn't want to write for you either. If you're unlucky, that's your problem. Fortunately, everyone was quick to move back and no one got splashed. During the new year, no one argued with her, and they soon dispersed. In the past, I didn't know much about Song Wenjia, only that he was a scholar from our village, so I thought he wouldn't be bad. But today, I see he's not even better than those who never went to school. Only Wu Shi treasures him. Kar-hung only missed school these past few years. Maybe he was a scholar before. That's true. Wu Shi was so angry she shut the door of the courtyard. Worried her precious son might be upset, she quickly went to comfort him. It's those people who don't know his worth. Wenjia writes so well. Our family will surely prosper this year. Song Wenjia was a bit upset. He thought he might earn some money, but he didn't even see a copper coin. Don't ask me for help with this kind of thing anymore. I study to write essays, not to write spring festival couplets for these villagers. Do they even deserve it? Wu Shi immediately nodded. Exactly. Don't bother with them. Song Changming could read and initially thought his grandson's writing was pretty good. But in the afternoon, after visiting some homes, he saw that many people had spring couplets written by Kar-hung. Comparing the two, he quickly saw Wenjia's shortcomings. When he got home and saw the couplets on the door, he sighed and tore them down. Let's just put them on the main hall door. Outside, the wind and sun will ruin them quickly. Kar-hung earned nearly 2 coins that day. After buying red paper, he still had 1 coin left, which was an unexpected gain. At dinner time, he was sitting in the main hall counting money. Song Xian said, "It's cheap, but there's still profit. Selling in small amounts for more."
Kar-hung smiled and got up to serve her food. There was cold chicken diced on the table, and seeing its tempting color, Kar-hung felt hungry. "Why did you make this?" Song Si-eun said. "Didn't you say yesterday you wanted to eat it?" Yesterday, he just wanted to find a reason to talk to her, so he said he wanted to eat it and asked her to make it. To his surprise, she actually did. Kar-hung smiled slightly and ate several bites. "It's delicious, very fragrant. This kind of food uses a lot of oil." Song Si-eun said, "If it doesn't have oil, it won't taste good. One chicken makes so much. There's not much chili, and after finishing, I'll make more. Then I'll go buy another chicken." Song Si-eun pointed outside. "Buy what?" "We have some at home." The mother hen in the yard shook off her feathers and then ran away. Song Si-eun was immediately amused and said, "Forget it. We've raised her for so long, and we've grown attached. Let's just let her lay eggs." Chae-hung nodded and then said after a moment, "Is it because you're afraid to kill the chicken?" Song Si-eun, feeling a bit guilty, looked up and asked, "Are you brave enough?" Chae-hung quickly took a bite of food and shook his head. "No, I wouldn't dare either." "Then why did we buy a chicken in the first place?" Song Si-eun wondered aloud. Chae-hung looked confused. "You said you wanted to buy one, so I did." They looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. It seemed this chicken could peacefully grow old at home. The next day was New Year's Eve. The day before, the shopkeeper from town delivered a bathtub to their house. Song Si-eun asked Chae-hung to wash it thoroughly. The new bathtub needed to be soaked in water first, or it might leak. While she was busy cooking, Chae-hung did other chores, and they worked well together. In the afternoon, they started making dumplings. Today they made cabbage with pork and lotus root with pork fillings. They bought a lot of meat, and Song Si-eun also soaked wild mushrooms to make a mushroom filling, which would be very tasty. They prepared over 200 dumplings with 3 different fillings. Since it was cold outside, they didn't worry about them spoiling. There was still snow in the yard. Song Si-eun wrapped the dumplings in oil paper and froze them in the snow until they hardened. Then she stored them in a bamboo basket, acting like a refrigerator. That evening, the two of them stayed up to welcome the new year. Song Si-eun had been lonely in her past life. After her parents passed away, she was alone and had a haphazard new year. This year, with Chae-hung's company, everything felt different. It seemed like this house finally felt like a home. She had planned to stay awake until midnight to truly celebrate, then cook dumplings and have a complete new year. But after dinner, she started feeling sleepy and yawned, asking, "Do you want to take a bath?" Taking a bath on New Year's Eve to wash away the dust and start fresh for the new year. After cooking the New Year's dinner, she boiled a large pot of water. It should be very hot now, enough for both of them. But saying it out loud sounded a bit different. Song Si-eun's sleepiness was gone. She hurriedly said, "I mean, should you go first or me?" Chae-hung smiled and said, "I understand what you mean. You go first. The bathtub is already in the house. There is a small shed next to the kitchen, which was used for stacking firewood before." Since Song Si-eun decided to buy a bathtub, she cleaned out the shed so she could take baths there and easily add water. Song Si-eun's ears reddened slightly, and she nodded gently. "All right, I'll go wash first and then heat the water for you." "Okay." Song Si-eun filled the tub with hot water herself. The water was very warm and felt comfortable to the touch. She refilled the pot with water, added a piece of wood to the stove, and then went into the shed to take her bath. The bathtub was great. She could fully immerse herself, and from the neck down, she felt warm. She closed her eyes happily. This is what life is really about. Her productivity was a bit low, but if she worked hard, she could live a more comfortable life. At first, she was not used to being here, but now she felt full of energy. While soaking in the bath, Song Si-eun thought about her plans for the next year. Starting a small business with Lu seemed like a good idea. Chen the shopkeeper was a good person, and she felt safer doing business with him. She planned to sell some new dishes to Lu, just like this year. She could also sell cured sausages, preserved meats, and various snacks. She was confident Chen would buy them. As for practicing medicine, she would first learn from Dr. Lee, giving acupuncture to Yongin, and then see how things went. Once Chae-hung and she divorced,
She believed her life wouldn't be affected anymore. Thinking of this, Song Si-eun opened her eyes, hoping time would pass more slowly. She soaked for about half an hour. The water was starting to cool. She got out of the tub, dried herself, and changed into her underclothes. She poured the water from the tub into the drain below the house and cleaned the tub with water from the wooden bucket. Then she was ready to go out. Her body was still warm, so she didn't put on outer clothes. She decided to wait until she returned to the house to dry her wet hair. Chae-hyung thought she had been in the bath for a long time and was worried she might faint inside. He was about to come and knock on the door when he saw her open it and come out. After such a long soak, she looked damp all over, with wet hair sticking to her forehead.
Her smooth forehead was exposed.
Her underclothes were a bit loose, hanging loosely on her, which made her graceful figure stand out even more. The kitchen was dimly lit, with only a flickering oil lamp casting moving shadows. The light danced on her face, flickering and making it hard to look away. Song Si-eun instinctively tugged at her clothes, and Chae-hyung quickly looked down. "Sorry, I thought you had fallen asleep inside, so I came to call you. I was almost asleep, but the water cooled, and I was woken up by the cold." She reached out and touched her damp forehead, which was messy from her doing. Looking at Chae-hyung, she felt unsure of where to put her hands. Neither of them spoke. Song Si-eun shivered slightly. Chae-hyung quickly said, "It's cold outside. Go back inside your room now, or you'll catch a cold." "Okay," she nodded. "I've already filled the pot with water. Wash yourself with hot water and add the medicine powder I gave you. It will help your injury." After saying this, she didn't wait to see if Chae-hyung understood and hurried back to her room, closed the door, and leaned against it, taking a deep breath. Phew! The bathwater was too hot, and she turned red from soaking in it. Chae-hyung poured all the water from the pot into the bathtub, then added some cold water. The water was hot but comfortable. He then added the medicine powder Song Si-eun gave him, turning the bathwater a brown color. He closed the door and stepped into the bath. When he looked up, he saw Song Si-eun's clothes she had taken off, still on the small stool by the window. Her pink undergarment was faintly visible. Chae-hyung immediately looked away, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and tried to recall the books he had read recently, refreshing his mind. But the only thing that came to mind was how Song Si-eun looked just after her bath, nervous and shy. She was already very tired, but after her bath, she felt more energized. They had promised to stay up for the new year, so she couldn't break her promise. She put on warm clothes and went to the main hall to wait for Chae-hyung to come back. Inside, there was a charcoal brazier, so it was quite warm. They talked, and as the time grew near, Song Si-eun went to cook dumplings. They ate together. They were both hungry now. The smell of meat-filled dumplings made her feel relaxed and happy. She smiled sweetly, picked up a dumpling, and held it up. Chae-hyung imitated her and did the same. Song Si-eun touched his dumpling with her own and said, "Happy New Year. Cheers." Chae-hyung found it funny and nodded with a smile. Happy New Year. This was probably the only New Year they spent together, and neither of them would ever forget it. Both of them felt the same. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, people say you shouldn't sleep in, or you'll be lazy all year. But Song Si-eun stayed up late last night and couldn't hold out. She only got up at dawn. Luckily, she didn't believe in that superstition. On the first day, they went visiting relatives. The closest were Dr. Lee and Mrs. Wang. So, they took some good food and visited Dr. Lee's house. Dr. Lee was the only doctor in several nearby villages. His medical skills were good and he was very kind, so the villagers respected him a lot. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, many people came to visit their home. Seeing Chae-hyung and Song Si-eun arrive together, both dressed in new clothes, they looked like a perfect couple, handsome and beautiful. Madame Wang was also there today. When she saw them, she stood up and pulled Song Si-eun to sit beside her. "Oh, Si-eun, you look better and better. You changed into new clothes and you really look like a different person. You should dress nicely more often." Before Song Si-eun could speak, she started criticizing Chae-hyung. "And you don't always focus on buying good food for your wife. If women eat too much, they gain weight and don't look good. You should also get some new clothes for her.
Kieng nodded politely.
Thank you for your reminder, Madam Wang. Hearing this, Madam Wang was very happy. You two are a perfect match. I see your life is getting better and better. When you go out, you look so happy and loving. It makes people happy just to see you. Song Xian looked back at Che Heng, feeling a bit confused. Is that true? Mrs. Wang said, yes, I think you two are really making a good life together. I'm happy to see it. If only you could have another child this year, it would be even better. Suddenly, Song Xian was drinking water and choked, causing everyone to look over. Madam Wang laughed and said, oh, don't be shy now. They had planned to visit and chat, but instead, they became the main topic of conversation. All morning, the talk kept revolving around them. Sometimes someone said Song Xian used to be chubby, but now looked prettier. Then someone else said Che Heng had grown taller since coming to Xing Tree Village, and now they were doing very well. Soon, the conversation shifted back to having children. Madam Wang remembered the last time she heard about Che Heng's health and whispered to Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang looked at Che Heng and whispered, really? I don't know. We'll have to ask Dr. Li to check, she replied. Che Heng couldn't bear to watch anymore. Song Xian held back her laughter, sat for a while longer, then found an excuse to leave with Che Heng. They didn't want to talk to anyone from the Song family anymore. Che Heng had no relatives, so they were living their own life. Yet, even then, they couldn't escape the pressure to have children. Walking home, they both felt a bit awkward. Song Xian said, I don't think we have much in common with everyone else. Let's just go home. We came out for a little walk and that's enough.
Kieng agreed.
He didn't want to be criticized about his health anymore. Yes, let's go home. As they walked, Song Xian suddenly smiled because Madam Wang's excited expression was just too funny. Kar Hung watched her smile, and he couldn't help but laugh along. The two looked at each other, said nothing, and both smiled quietly. Song Xian felt she was getting more and more strange, often laughing foolishly. Kar Hung was also strange, always laughing with her. After the 8th day of the new year, Kar Hung went to Xiangminlu. Song Xian thought this new year was quite interesting, as she had something to do every day. She was so happy she forgot that the Li family was waiting for Kar Hung to give them money. Kar Hung had just worked at Xiangminlu for a day when the Li family came again, choosing to arrive when he was home. Not long after he got home, Kar Hung went to the kitchen to help Song Xian cook. Outside, someone called out, it's Fong's voice. Song Xian came out of the kitchen, and Fong peeked out from her house. Yun, the people from the Fong family who come to ask for debts before the new year, are here again. How much money does your family owe? Last time, I thought we had sorted it out. Song Xian ignored her and looked outside. A few people were indeed coming, led by a big, dark, strong man, the same person who had come before. In a moment, Kar Hung came out of the kitchen. Song Xian said, you go inside. I'll handle this. I will make them leave. Am I supposed to stand back because I'm a man? Last time, I hurt my leg, but this time I shouldn't hide. Song Xian didn't insist. They stood in the yard for a while. The Li family arrived at the gate and immediately saw Kar Hung. Kar Hung, you're finally willing to show up today. Because of you, our family hasn't had a good year. How do you plan to make up for it? You must pay us today. Kar Hung lowered his head and said, he is Li Shun, the eldest son of the Li family. Song Xian nodded. Look at him. All that muscle, where did it come from? I think you're really a fool. Just thinking about it makes me feel sorry for those silver coins. Last time, Song Xian said they couldn't give money to the Li family again. Kar Hung remembered her words and would follow her wishes, but he knew this couldn't be settled easily. No matter what, he couldn't let the Li family cause trouble at the government office. It wouldn't be good for Xian. He still wanted to see how many demands the Li family had. If it could be settled in one go, that would be best, and Song Xian agreed. After all, the original owner had indeed broken someone's leg, which was now a shameful situation. Kar Hung said, when did your family start needing me to pay for your New Year celebrations? Where did that rule come from?
Li Shung blurted.
Are you pretending to be stupid? You promised to send the money on the 26th, but now you're pretending not to know and even asking us to come to collect it. You don't show your face, and you just send your foolish wife to deal with us. You're really clever. Foolish wife. Song Si-yoon narrowed her eyes slightly. I think you've forgotten how sharp my kitchen knife is. Want to try again? Hearing this, a few people stepped back, afraid she might really throw the knife again. Li Shun said, let me tell you, stop talking nonsense. Paying back debts is the right thing to do. If I don't get the money today, I won't leave. I'll tell everyone what happened, and we'll see if you're scared. Chae Hing asked what happened. Li Shun didn't expect him to suddenly change attitude. He pointed at Song Si-yoon and said, your wife broke my brother's leg.
What do you have to say about that?
My brother is still lying in bed now. Don't you think you should pay for this? I've already paid for 2 years.
Just count how much silver that is.
Even if you take us to court, can you get that much compensation? Li Shun felt guilty, but wanted to keep his momentum. I'm just a country person. I don't understand your rules. All I know is she hurt my brother, and now he can't work. You'll have to support him in the future. Song Si-yoon was furious. How could there be such shameless people? Even if he lost his leg, he wouldn't spend his whole life pretending to be helpless. Chae Hing said, then who was the person wandering on the street last month? I think it was your brother. His leg is lame, but he doesn't seem completely unable to walk. Li Shun immediately raised his voice. You're talking nonsense. My brother is still lying in bed. If you don't believe me, come to my house and see. If you don't want to pay, don't make up these stories. I won't fall for your tricks. Song Si-yoon told Chae Hung, I've already said, I don't want to bother with them. Let them report to the authorities. If you insist on arguing, do you think they are reasonable? Besides, I believe the Lee family isn't completely unreasonable. They know they won't get much by going to court. This is just about getting some compensation. They seem to be whispering, but their words clearly reached Li Shun and the others' ears. They had already discussed this at home. Chae Hung had taken money for 2 years, but now he might not want to continue. If they didn't agree, they would ask for more things at once, and then the matter would be settled. Li Shun said, I won't make things difficult for you. We're all farmers and life isn't easy. If you give me more money at once, I won't come back again.
How about that?
Song Si-yoon slightly curled her lips, wanting to know how much they wanted. Just tell me, how much do you need? Li Shun saw this and immediately started talking about his own family's hardships. My younger brother is 18, supposed to be the pillar of the family, but now he's bedridden and can't move. He hasn't even married yet. Do you think you should pay for his medical bills? My sister is 15. Now that people know I have a disabled family member, they're afraid to come to our house for marriage proposals. Shouldn't you prepare her dowry? My parents are old. Because my second son can't work, they have to do chores and also go out to work. Don't you think they deserve to retire? My younger brother used to study all the time. The teacher said he's a good kid and will be a future official. But because you hurt my second brother, my younger brother can't go to school. You should support his education. And me, I've lost my job because of you. Since Chuhung works as a bookkeeper at Zhangmanlu, it's just a matter of a word for me to stay and work.
You need to make this happen.
Song Si-yoon's mouth twitched at this. They really dared to ask for so much. Why don't you just say Chuhung should support your whole family? Why all this nonsense? Song Si-yoon sneered. Li Shun knew she wouldn't be easy to deal with, so he looked at Chuhung and said, Chuhung, you tell them whether you think they should get this money. The total is 200 taels of silver. If you give it, I won't come back again. Otherwise, I'll cause trouble for you.
Chuhung didn't speak.
Song Si-yoon turned around and said, forget it. Let them sue me. It's just a court case. I'm not afraid of trouble. Hearing this, the Lee family members looked nervous. They wanted money, not to go to the government office. They had taken so much money from Chuhung. Who knew how the county magistrate would judge? Maybe they'd have to return the extra silver. They didn't dare take that risk. Chuhung nodded and looked at Li Shun. My wife is right. You're asking for too much. Just go to the government office and complain. The magistrate will decide how much to compensate. At first, he wasn't sure because he was worried the Lee family would really go to court. But when Li Shun mentioned 200 taels of silver, he understood their true intention: money, not a lawsuit. So he didn't need to worry. Li Shun gritted his teeth. How can you be like this? You're unreasonable. Trying to cheat me? I tell you, this can't be settled like that. I was being unreasonable. Didn't I tell you to go to the government office to complain? Isn't that enough reason? Che Hung rubbed his forehead. It's so late today. If you don't leave now, I'll call people to send you away. If you want to complain, do it quickly and don't delay. He directly closed the courtyard door, refusing to open it no matter how Li Shun shouted. The two of them went into the kitchen, pretending not to hear the noise outside. Li Shun's wife said, "What should we do? I think they really don't want to pay anymore. Should we go and complain?" Li Shun replied, "Go where? How much can we get back? Since Che Hung has been paying us, it shows he cares about his wife. We should just cause some trouble. Then what do we do now?" Li Shun thought for a moment. "Let's go back and talk to our parents first." After they left, the house finally became quiet again. Song Si-eun was chopping vegetables and said, "Look at this. People can be easily bullied. Now they think you're unreasonable. If you had gone straight to report to the officials, they would have paid whatever they owed. Nothing would have happened." Che Hung didn't reply, just focused on cooking. Song Si-eun also understood why he didn't report to the authorities. She couldn't blame him. Then she said, "I think they might cause trouble at Xiangminlu. Be careful. Maybe you should tell Manager Chen first." In past disputes, people often caused trouble at their workplaces, knowing that others wouldn't want to embarrass themselves and that it was easier to get what they wanted. Manager Chen knows about this. Song Si-eun turned around. "When did he find out?" "Early last year. I just started working at Xiangminlu, and they came to ask me for money."
Manager Chen knew about it back then.
Song Si-eun thought to herself, no wonder Manager Chen said Che Heng was having a hard time. She should treat him better.
Turns out he knew about this.
The original owner really was careless. How could they cause so much trouble? Song Si-eun said, "You don't need to worry about my reputation. I don't care about those things. Those are in the past. If they owe, they should pay. I won't take responsibility for things I shouldn't. If you keep worrying about me, you'll be weak and easy to manipulate."
Kiang nodded gently.
That night, she kept reassuring Che Hung not to worry about her. But the next day, she still felt uneasy and followed him out to the town. Che Hung said, "You stay at home. I can handle this." "I'm not worried because you can't handle it. I just made some Chinese sausage and want to deliver it to Xiangminlo." Che Hung replied, "I'll take it. Next time, I'll settle the money for you." Song Si-eun shook her head. "How do I know you're not cooking the books? I don't trust you." Kar-hun couldn't do anything about her, so he had to let her go along. After the new year, Song Si-eun went to the Chun residence to give Yong-in an acupuncture treatment. The shopkeeper Chun had already met her before. When he saw her carrying a sausage today, he was very surprised and quickly asked someone to take her in. "Finally, we have stock again. Some customers have been asking about it lately." Song Si-eun said, "The weather is just right for making this now. I will make more. When it gets warmer, I won't be able to do it because it will melt." The shopkeeper Chin nodded repeatedly and asked Kar-hun to count the money for Song Si-eun. This time, she made quite a bit, about 3 taels of silver, but she still had to subtract the costs. Song Si-eun took the money, but didn't leave. She found a table to sit at. The young servant quickly brewed her a pot of tea. "Lady Song, please enjoy your tea slowly." By late morning, more people had gathered on the street. The Leaf family indeed came to cause trouble, dragging their second son on a cart to the entrance of Xiangminlo. Song Si-eun glanced at them. It was obvious they were pretending. When someone passed by, their legs still seemed to be able to retreat. How could it be immobile? "Everyone, judge for yourselves. The cashier at Xiangminlo is really too mean. His wife broke my son's leg, and he didn't care at all. When we went to ask for compensation, he even chased us away. Today, we had no choice but to come here and ask everyone to judge. Does such an unreasonable person exist in this world?" Today, the Leaf family had fully mobilized, even bringing their 2-year-old son, Li Shun. His mother was sitting on the ground crying loudly. quickly attracting many onlookers. Song Si-eun leaned against the doorframe, thinking about how to deal with these people. People who have no shame are invincible.
She deeply understood this now.
If you care too much about face when fighting these people, you will only lose. So, you have to be shameless too. After a while, the entrance of Zhangminlo was crowded with people. Shopkeeper Chen also heard the news and quickly came out. What's going on? Kar-hung felt a bit sorry and said, it's the Lee family causing trouble, making things difficult for the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper Chen listened for a while and understood the situation. He hurriedly said, it's nothing. Justice is in people's hearts. This should have been settled long ago. It's also because you've been too soft. Today's a good chance to clear things up. Song Si-eun thought that shopkeeper Chen was really a good person. No wonder Kar-hung worked so hard for him. After more people gathered outside, the Lee family's trouble worsened. They saw that Kar-hung hadn't come out yet and thought he was probably afraid. It's better to be afraid. If he isn't afraid, I really don't know what to do. Everyone tell me, how can our family get through this? Now that the second child is paralyzed, the eldest earns money to support us, and the main culprit doesn't care at all. Is there any justice in this? After hearing Grandma Lee's complaints, the onlookers began to share their opinions. I heard that the accountant at Seongman Lu has a wife who is quite troublesome. She got married and then chased after other men, even resorted to violence, breaking someone's leg. Is she really a woman? Well, I think the accountant is also unfortunate. To have such a wife is really bad luck. If I had a wife like that who causes trouble everywhere, I would beat her first to prevent her from causing more problems for me. Kar-hung had not moved until now. Hearing many people outside criticizing Song Si-eun, he came out from behind the counter, ready to meet the Lee family. Don't worry about me, Song Si-eun said again. Anyway, these things are true. I'm not afraid of gossip. Kar-hung looked at her silently and simply left. Mother, Kar-hung is out, Lee Shun whispered. Grandma Lee looked toward Kar-hung and cried even harder. Oh, my unfortunate son. Why did you get involved with such a troublemaker? I don't care about your money. I just want you to be well. Lee's second son pretended to be in pain, acting quite convincingly, which made many people start to feel sorry for him. Such a tragedy, he's still so young, and he's paralyzed. Yes, he was fine before, but his wife beat him into this state and refuses to pay for it. It's truly unjust. Song Si-eun stood in the hall for a while, then asked the second boy, is there still a way out? Chun Shim pointed behind him. There's a small door at the back. Lady Song, you should go home. If you stay here, the Lee family will only be more unreasonable. Song Si-eun smiled. It's okay. I won't go to see them. I have other things to do. That Lida liked to pretend so much. She wanted to see how long he could keep up the act. After everyone had finished talking, Kar-hung finally spoke. Everyone, after hearing the Lee family side, you should also listen to mine. How can you believe only one side and start judging? Someone asked, so, are you saying your wife hit her son and broke his leg? Kar-hung nodded. Yes, that's true. But it's been 2 years since then, and we've compensated financially. Yet, from the way the Lee family talks, it's as if we did nothing at all. Lee's family came to ask for money. I told them clearly that it's hard to tell who is right or wrong. They think I owe less, but I believe I've paid enough. Who can say what's truly right or wrong? Naturally, we should go to the officials and let the magistrate decide fairly. But Lee's family doesn't want to go to court. They prefer to cry and make a scene in the street. Isn't it obvious what they're up to? After speaking, someone quietly said, yes, they should go to the officials. Auntie, why don't you report this to the authorities? As long as the magistrate helps you, I don't believe they'll refuse to pay. Old Lady Lee refused, hitting the ground in frustration. We're just simple villagers. We don't even know where the court is. Asking us to report this is just making things difficult for us.
We don't understand all this.
A kind person stepped forward. Madam, I can take you there. I know where the court is. Old Lady Lee was suddenly confused by this kind person and didn't know how to respond. No, it's not necessary, she said. Seeing this, Kar-hung smiled slightly. Everyone, do you understand now? It's not that we don't want to solve this, but Lee's family simply doesn't want to. They're after money. My wife accidentally injured Lee Erlang, and over the past 2 years, Lee's family has repeatedly asked for compensation, about 3 to 5 taels of silver each month, totaling over 100 taels. Isn't that enough? Others realized that Kar-hung had been paying money all along, and were speechless. Well, Lee's family really dares to lie. They clearly received so much silver.
Madam, I'll be fair.
Your family is unreasonable. Your son's leg is broken, and he can't work. They've paid so much, yet you still say they don't care? Yes, that's not right to say without basis, someone agreed. Old Lady Lee scolded. What do you know? My son lost a leg. Now he can't even get married. How can money replace that? Do you think they paid so much and that's enough? I don't know the details. Kar-hung added, I have a ledger and witnesses. Someone said, listen, they have a ledger and witnesses. Madam, if you're truly unhappy, take this to court. We're not officials, and we can't decide justice for you. Complaining here won't help. Old Lady Lee looked to Li Shun for help. Li Shun took over and said, we didn't say Kar-hung didn't care before, but now he's not helping. How will our family survive in the future? To take care of your parents in old age, treat your younger brother's injuries, support your sister's dowry, and find a job for you. I've done all these things for you. Only then can I say I am in charge? Zheheng spoke at the right time, clearly stating the unreasonable demands of the Li family. The onlookers were furious when they heard this. I think your family shouldn't report to the authorities. It should be the other way around.
You're clearly extorting people.
Your daughter-in-law broke your brother's leg. That's wrong, but it doesn't mean you can rely on others forever. Why shouldn't someone repair your house too? This is just greed. If you had gone to the officials earlier, you might have gotten 20 taels of compensation, considered lucky. Now you have so much, but you're still not satisfied. You're just greedy. Zheheng said, yes, I should have gone to report. I wanted to reason with them, but seeing how they act, it's no use. It's better to report. He looked at the kind person who offered to help report. Please lead the way. I need to go to the county to report a case of extortion. I don't know how the magistrate will decide. Hearing this, everyone in the Li family was panicked. When they saw the person really leading the way, Grandma Li immediately started crying again. This is unfair.
They're bullying our family. My wife might as well die.
How can people be so mean? Others laughed angrily. Grandma, who's bullying you? You need to be clear. It's obvious you're being unreasonable first. Grandma Li hugged her second son and cried, what'll happen to my second son's leg? Even if he pays money, what then? Can my son's leg ever get better? I don't want money. I just want my son's leg to heal. Just as she finished speaking, there was a commotion ahead. Make way. The carriage is coming. Request failed. The Li family was lazy. For the past 2 years, they relied on the silver Zheheng gave them. They lived comfortably and became even lazier. Now they only wanted others to support them, and they refused to work themselves. When Zheheng stopped giving money, the Li family looked worried and sighed all day. Youngest son Li Kong said, Mother, when will we eat meat? It's been several days since we last had meat. I'm craving it so much. Grandma Li, he said, you only think about meat. Do we even have any meat to eat? Your second brother has already been exposed. How could they possibly give us silver again? They won't buy meat anymore. Mother, what about my dowry? Brother Ania's family said they need 20 taels of dowry. Otherwise, they won't give the betrothal gift. Li Xiaoya heard they had no money and became worried too. Mrs. He was getting a headache from the fuss and waved her hand, saying, don't ask me. I don't know. If you have the ability, go ask Che Heng for money. He's the accountant at Xiang Manlu, and he probably has plenty of silver. Li Xiaoya snorted. That money should all belong to us. It's all because of second brother. If he hadn't been caught, we wouldn't be out of money. Li Do was unhappy when he heard this. Are you saying I can't run because the horses are trampling on my face? You all run fast, but is anyone coming to help me? If I hadn't fought that fat woman and broken my leg, would we be having good days these past 2 years? He curled his lips. Honestly, I earned that money.
Mother, there's still some left, right? That all belongs to me. Mrs. E scolded. You all just come here to ask for money, like ghosts demanding their lives. If you have the ability, go ask outside. No money. Old Mr. Lee didn't get involved in these matters. He went outside to smoke dry tobacco and only cared if there was food at home. If not, he scolded his wife. The eldest daughter-in-law, Wang, said in the end, it's still second brother's fault. If you had just pretended a little longer, saying your leg wasn't healed and refusing any money, Chae-hung wouldn't have a reason to interfere. But you went and exposed yourself. Lida glared and said, Big sister-in-law, why don't you go ask the horses to trample you? I don't have that chance. Even if the horses did trample me, wouldn't that be a good thing? The carriage belongs to the young master of Yuan Hall, and there will definitely be compensation. You're really missing the chance. Lida sneered. Talking from the sidelines is easy. You run faster than anyone else. Listening to the family arguing, Li Shun felt annoyed and angrily slammed the table.
What are you arguing about?
If you have the guts, go argue at Chae-heng's house. Only then can you bring the money back. Mrs. He said, Big brother, you're the most clever. Think of a way. We can't just give up like this. Without Chae-heng's money, how will our family survive? Your father and younger brother eat meat every day. Li Shun said, It's not easy now. Chae-hung has already given so much money. We definitely can't go to court. Second brother was exposed, so what else can we do? Mrs. He anxiously said, If there's no other way, you need to think. How else can we live? Your younger brother needs to study and take exams, and your sister's marriage hasn't been arranged yet. I'll think about it first. Lee's family has no one responsible, and the land at home has become neglected. In the past, they used to work the fields, but in the last 2 years, they completely stopped. Li Shun, feeling bored in the village, went to the town for a walk. There, he ran into Yang Dong, who used to hang out with him a lot. Seeing Yang Dong dressed so well, Li Shun immediately went over. Isn't this Dongzi? Where are you making your fortune? Yang Dong didn't respond much, so Li Shun quickly said, I'm Li Shun from Yanglu village. We used to catch crickets together. Oh, it's you. Yang Dong remembered and smiled. Wow, it's been a while. You're still the same as before? Li Shun rubbed his hands happily. I don't have any special skills, just trying to make a living. But you're different now. How did you get rich?
Show me the way.
Yang Dong waved his hand. What I do, you can't learn. You don't have the talent. The more Yang Dong said that, the more interested Li Shun became. If Yang Dong could learn it, what was stopping him? Li Shun kept pestering him until Yang Dong finally said, All right, if you really want to know, I'll tell you. But it depends if you have the skill for it. What is it? What kind of business? Yang Dong made a gesture with his eyes and shook his right hand. Li Shun immediately understood. You won money gambling? Keep your voice down. Yang Dong looked around. Since you're my friend, I'll tell you. A few years ago, I was lucky and won some big bets. I bought a house in the county. Now I do small trades, and sometimes I come back to gamble a little.
Li Shun frowned.
Is it reliable? Don't end up not getting your money. Look, I told you, you can't do this. But if I don't tell you, you keep asking. He pretended to leave, but Li Shun grabbed him quickly. Tell me more. I don't have much to do now. If it's reliable, I'll give it a try. Li Shun's eyes lit up. He loved gambling before, but later, he sure took all his money, so he couldn't gamble anymore. Still, the addiction remained. Yang Dong said, Who is Brother Dao? Do you need those few coins? If you're interested, come with me today to see. With my help, I can let you play a few rounds first. Li Shun's gambling urge was stirred up. All right, let's go see. In just 3 days, Li Shun made 10 taels of silver. He kept it a secret from his family, planning to win a big bet someday and buy a house in town, so his family would be surprised. But after a few days, he lost all 10 taels, and even owed the casino 100 taels. Li Shun wanted to ask Yang Dong for help, but he couldn't find him. Instead, he was held captive by the casino staff and couldn't even leave the door. Speak up. How do you plan to pay back this money? Brother Dao took out a small dagger, casually scraping his nails, looking very relaxed,
but it made Li Shun almost himself with fear. Li Shun kowtowed several times, saying, "Brother Dao, please have mercy on me. I won't dare to gamble again. I really can't pay back this money." The follower beside Brother Dao said, "You can't pay it back and still gamble? Are you asking for trouble? Our rule here is simple. If you can't pay, you leave something behind. Your arm or your leg. You choose." Frightened, Li Shun stammered, "I swear, I will pay back the money. But I need a little more time, Brother Dao." The follower said, "Tell me, how and when will you pay it back? We need to see if you have the ability to do so." Li Shun couldn't answer. The follower reminded him, "Isn't the cashier at Xiangman Lu still owed money by your family? Go ask him for it." Li Shun's first thought was Car Hung, but he didn't understand why the casino people also knew about this. Then he thought, since the casino owners are very powerful, it's not surprising they know these things. Li Shun hesitated and said, "He owes us money, but that kid is not listening anymore. He refuses to give me the money." Brother Dao raised his hand. "No more excuses. No one dares to owe me money and not pay. You have 3 days, either pay back or give your life. If you run, I will cut up your whole family. Your son is so small, it should be fun to cut him up." Li Shun, who was no longer a good person but still loved his son, shivered in fear at these words. "All right, Brother Dao, don't worry. I'll go find Car Hung and get the money." He walked out of the casino in a daze, feeling the sunlight painfully bright. The follower who had been with Brother Dao also came out behind him. Brother Dao always keeps his word. Be careful yourself unless you really don't want to live. Li Shun looked miserable. "But how can I get the money back? He's not giving it to me anymore." The follower sneered coldly. "There are many ways to get money. Why did he give you money before? Because he was afraid. Whatever he fears, you do that. Do you really think he'd risk his life over 100 taels of silver?" Li Shun suddenly had an idea. "All right, I know what to do now." After he left, the follower immediately called someone over. "Tell Brother Lu, the matter is settled."
Yes.
That night, Lu Er went to Zhang's house and secretly met Zhangwan. "Miss Zhang, everything has been taken care of." My people explained everything clearly to Li Shun, even telling him all of Song Siyun's past mistakes. He is willing to risk everything to survive this time. Zhangwan is very pleased and smiles slightly. "You did a good job. You still have some skill. Go and collect your reward." Lu Er nods with a smile.
Thank you, Miss Zhang.
"If there's ever another task like this, just tell me." He then touches his forehead. Zhangwan asks, "What's wrong now? Is the reward not enough?" "Not at all," Lu Er quickly responds with a smile. "It's just my old habit. When I get excited, I get headaches." "Sorry for the trouble, Miss Zhang." Lu Er leaves, and Zhangwan plays with her jewelry box, feeling a bit more at ease. Now she needs to see how Car Hung will handle this. He must understand that being involved with Song Siyun will ruin him forever. After the new year, the weather stayed nice. Song Siyun made a lot of sausages every day and kept busy. She planned to make more while the weather was good, so she wouldn't have to wait until winter to earn money. She finished another batch of sausages and took them to Xiangman Lu to deliver. But as soon as she left her house, she felt villagers pointing and whispering about her. She didn't have time to listen to their gossip. Her life was good, and a few words wouldn't change that. After she left, someone said, "I didn't expect Yunya to do so many foolish things before. I heard she was chasing after Scholar Zhang, and even threw herself at him. That's not all. I heard she's also involved with some troublemakers from town, and went to the small woods. Who knows what she did there? I feel sorry for Car Hung. He's probably kept in the dark. Yunya probably isn't it anymore. Of course not. She's always been wild, often away from the village, doing who knows what outside. It's shocking how reckless she's been." Someone else scoffs, "I always thought she was unusual. Car Hung is foolish to be so devoted to her. Now he's the laughingstock." In Xiangman Lu, Car Hung also felt that many customers were watching him today and whispering. When someone came to pay, they kept staring at him, but didn't say anything. Xiao Tang passed by the counter. Car Hung said, "Xiao Tang, do you think there's something wrong with me?" It seems everyone is talking quietly. Little Tang felt a bit embarrassed, but he also thought he couldn't hide this from him, and it wouldn't stay secret for long because someone would tell him soon. So he moved closer and whispered, Chung Lang-jun, it's because of Lady Song.
Siyun?
Little Tang said, I don't know what's going on, but recently someone has been saying that Lady Song previously had an affair with him. Yesterday, you didn't come, and people were already talking about it at Xiangmanlu. Everyone knows you're Lady Song's husband, and some even came to see you. The shopkeeper got angry and told the guests not to talk about it casually. Unexpectedly, today it's even worse. It seems to be spreading everywhere, but I don't know what's really happening. Chung Hung frowned upon hearing this. Sian has never done anything wrong. Little Tang believed him because in the past few months, Song Sian often came to Xiangmanlu, and she was busy with proper business. There was no time for nonsense. If it was something from the past, why is it only coming out now? Clearly, someone is causing trouble. We all know, Little Tang added. The shopkeeper even specifically told everyone yesterday not to spread rumors. Chung Hung nodded. I understand. You go ahead and get busy. He looked at the customers eating in the hall. They all looked away when he looked at them, and once he lowered his head to settle the bill, they started whispering again. Who could be behind this? He could only think of the Li family, as he had recently had conflicts with them. Chung Heng's hand, which was writing, began to tremble. If Sian heard these rumors, she would feel upset. But now, everyone was talking about it. How could he stop the gossip? He was thinking of a way when Song Sian came in with a basket on her back. Chung Hung, where is Manager Chen? Chung Hung was momentarily stunned when he saw her. He quickly said, Why are you here? I'm here to deliver goods. I was planning to dry them for a couple of days, but today I think they're almost ready. It's not good to store them at home, so I decided to exchange them for silver. Song Sian smiled happily. As soon as she appeared, almost everyone in the hall looked at her. Someone whispered, Is that Song Sian? She looks pretty, no wonder she can attract so many people. Chung Hung, with sharp ears, heard these words and immediately came out from behind the counter. Sian, just put the things down and go home first. I'll bring the silver back. Song Sian found his behavior strange, and the customers in the shop also looked at her strangely. What were they all staring at? What's wrong? She asked softly. Before Chung Hung could speak, Manager Chen came out and was surprised to see Song Sian. Lady Song, you've brought the goods? You should go back now. I'll settle the silver with Chung Hung later. Song Sian felt that everyone around them seemed strange. Someone nearby said, What does this mean? Money? Could it be that she has something going on with the shopkeeper at Xiangmanlu? It looks like that. Maybe her husband is behind this? Hearing this, Chae-hung suddenly flipped the table in front of the two people. Since your words can't be stopped by food, then stop eating. I'll pay for the damages. Get out of here.